Chapter 1, Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The stench hit him before the light did. Liang Chun pressed the back of his wrist against his nose and breathed through his mouth, tasting the rancid sweetness of spirit beast dung on the back of his tongue. The stable was a long stone building cut into the mountainside, 40 stalls of packed earth separated by timber beams that had soaked up 17 years of animal waste until the wood itself seemed to sweat filth. Overhead, formation lanterns cast a sickly yellow glow that made everything look jaundiced. The straw, the walls, the calloused hands he plunged into the muck as he scooped another shovelful into the wheelbarrow. Stall 19. Iron Mane Boar. The beast watched him with small, intelligent eyes as he cleaned around its hooves, its tusks stained green from the spirit grass it ate by the bale. One wrong move, and those tusks would open him from hip to shoulder. He'd seen it happen to the previous stable hand, a boy named Wu Jun who'd lasted 3 weeks before the boar caught him on a bad day. Wu Jun walked with a limp now, relegated to washing robes in the sect's laundry, which was somehow an even lower posting than this. Easy, Liang Chun murmured, keeping his voice steady, his movements slow. The boar snorted and shifted its bulk, but didn't charge. He had learned its rhythms over months of daily cleaning. The slight tensing of its haunches before it kicked, the flare of its nostrils when its temper shifted. These were survival skills, not cultivation skills, and they were the only kind Liang Chun possessed. Above the stables, carried on the evening wind, came the sounds of the inner sect training grounds. Thunder cracks of lightning techniques, the whoosh of sword chi cutting air, the rhythmic chanting of disciples cycling through formation drills. Azure Peak Sect's evening practice session, where the talented spent their hours refining power that Liang Chun could not even perceive, let alone wield. He finished stall 19, wheeled the barrow to the waste pit at the stable's rear, and dumped the contents into the fermenting mass below. The pit was 30 feet deep and never seemed to fill. Spirit beast waste was valuable. Alchemists used it as a base ingredient for low-grade fertilizer formations. But the collection, the shoveling, the hauling, that work was reserved for those at the bottom. Those whose spiritual roots were so weak that they contributed more to the sect as manual labor than as cultivators. Liang Chun was not merely at the bottom. He was beneath it, mortal deficient. That was the classification elder diagnostician Ho had given his spiritual root when he'd arrived at the sect at age 12, a scrawny orphan from Green Creek Village carrying everything he owned in a cloth sack. Every child in the region was tested at 12. Most were sent home with a polite rejection. A few, those with earth-grade roots or above, were accepted as outer disciples. And then there was Liang Chun, whose root was so feeble that the diagnostic jade had flickered once, dimly, and gone dark. Elder Ho had stared at the jade for a long time, then at Liang Chun, then back at the jade. I have never, the elder had said slowly, seen a reading this low. Your spiritual root exists, technically, but it cannot absorb chi. At all. It is, he'd searched for the word. Decorative. The sect had accepted him anyway, not as a disciple, but as a laborer. Room, board, and a copper stipend in exchange for work that no cultivator would stoop to perform. Cleaning stables, hauling water, scrubbing formation stones. The kind of work that left his hands cracked and his back aching and his pride, whatever remained of it, packed into the same dark corner where he kept the cloth sack from Green Creek Village. He was 17 now. 5 years of muck and copper coins and the sounds of other people's power echoing above him like music from a party he would never attend. 5 years of watching disciples younger than him achieve breakthroughs that he would never experience, advance through ranks that he would never hold, and receive praise for talents that he would never possess. 5 years of learning to make himself small, quiet, and useful enough to justify the rice he ate and the space he occupied. Stall 23. Cloudstep deer. Gentler than the boar, at least. The deer nuzzled his shoulder as he cleaned, its breath warm and smelling of the medicinal herbs the beast handlers mixed into its feed. He scratched behind its ear, a spot that made its back leg twitch, and felt the familiar hollow ache that came with proximity to spirit beasts. They were saturated with chi. Every breath they took pulled spiritual energy from the mountain's veins. He could feel it as a faint warmth against his skin, a current that flowed around him but never through him, like a river parting around a dead stone. The pain came without warning. It struck at the center of his chest, a sharp, burning pulse that dropped him to his knees in the straw. The cloudstep deer startled and leaped to the far wall, its hooves clattering on stone. Liang Chun pressed both hands to his sternum, gasping. The pain was not external. It was deep, impossibly deep, as if something inside him had cracked. His spiritual root. He knew it the way you know the source of a toothache. The pain mapped directly to that thin, gray thread of useless tissue that the diagnostic jade had barely detected 5 years ago. The thread was doing something it had never done before. It was pulsing. The sensation lasted perhaps 10 seconds. Then it subsided, leaving behind a residual heat that throbbed in time with his heartbeat. He sat in the straw, breathing hard, hands shaking. The deer watched him from the far wall with wide, frightened eyes. "I'm fine," he told the deer, which was not listening and would not have cared if it were. He pressed his fingers to his chest again. The heat was fading, but it was still there, a low ember where there had been nothing but cold for 17 years. He forced himself upright and checked for witnesses. The stable corridor was empty. Evening duties were winding down, and most of the beast care staff had already left. Only the night shift feeder, an old man named Peng who was half-deaf and wholly uninterested in anything that didn't directly involve spirit beast nutrition, remained somewhere in the far wing. No one had seen him drop. No one had seen the deer spook. No one would ask questions, because no one paid enough attention to the stable hand to notice something was wrong. That anonymity, which had been a source of daily humiliation for 5 years, was suddenly the most valuable thing he possessed. He finished the remaining stalls on autopilot, his mind circling the impossible. His spiritual root, the dead thing that Elder Ho had called decorative, had moved. It had pulsed. It had generated heat. That was not supposed to happen. Mortal deficient roots did not activate. They did not change. They existed as biological footnotes, vestigial organs that served no purpose except to remind their bearers of what they would never be. The evening bell rang as he stored the wheelbarrow and shovel. Outer disciples filed past the stables on their way to the dining hall, giving him the usual berth, 3 feet of empty space on all sides, as if his condition were contagious. A few sneered. Most simply didn't see him. You could be invisible at Azure Peak Sect without any technique at all. All it took was a mortal deficient root and a permanent coating of spirit beast dung. He skipped dinner. The ache in his chest was building again, slow and insistent, and the thought of sitting in a hall full of cultivators while his root did whatever it was doing made his stomach clench. Instead, he went to his quarters, a narrow room carved into the mountain's base, 6 feet by 8, containing a straw pallet, a wooden chest, and a single formation lantern that gave off the light equivalent of a determined candle. He sat cross-legged on the pallet, pressed his palms to his knees, and did what he had never been able to do successfully. He turned his awareness inward. Meditation, the foundation of cultivation. Every disciple at Azure Peak learned it in their first week. You closed your eyes, slowed your breathing, and followed the thread of your spiritual root down into your dantian, the energy center below the navel, where chi was stored and refined. For a normal cultivator, this was as natural as opening a door and walking through. For Liang Chun, it had always been like standing in front of a wall. He could see where the door should be, but there was only smooth, featureless stone. Tonight, for the first time, the wall had a crack. His awareness found the root, that thin gray thread, and recoiled. It was different. The thread was no longer uniformly gray. Dark veins ran through it, hairline fractures of black that pulsed with a faint, alien rhythm. The root was not healthier. It was not growing. It was breaking apart, its structure fracturing along lines that seemed almost deliberate, as if the cracks were following a pattern too complex for him to understand. He watched, fascinated and terrified, as a section of the root blackened completely and crumbled. Where the tissue had been, a mote of darkness remained, a point of absolute black that did not reflect his awareness, did not respond to his attention, simply existed with the quiet inevitability of a hole in the ground. The mote pulsed. The pulse carried something. Not chi, not spiritual energy as he understood it, but a sensation that bypassed every framework he'd been taught and landed directly in his hindbrain as a single, wordless truth. Hunger. His eyes snapped open. He was drenched in sweat, his hands trembling, his heart hammering against ribs that felt too small to contain it. The formation lantern's light seemed dimmer than before, though he could not explain why. He did not sleep that night. Chapter 2. By dawn, the pain had become a rhythm. 3 seconds of sharp heat, 5 seconds of dull ache, repeat. He moved through his morning routine with mechanical precision, washing at the communal trough, pulling on his stained work tunic, collecting his tools from the storage shed. Each motion was an exercise in normalcy, while something inside him was being quietly, systematically dismantled. The root was still cracking. He checked during a moment's pause in the water closet, dipping into that shallow meditation that was now, impossibly, easier than it had ever been. The gray thread had lost another section overnight. The black motes numbered 7 now, arranged in a loose ring around his dantian like sentinels guarding something that hadn't arrived yet. He needed to know what was happening, and the only resource he could access without arousing suspicion was the sect's medical hall. The medical hall occupied a wing of the outer sect's administrative building, staffed by 2 junior alchemists who handled everything from broken bones to chi deviation. The serious cases went to the inner sect's healers. The stable hands, sore back, and mysterious chest pains fell firmly in the junior category. Pain here, Liang Chun told alchemist Yun, pressing his sternum. Started last night. Getting worse. Yun was a tired woman in her 30s who had chosen the medical path because she disliked combat, only to discover that she also disliked patience. She placed a diagnostic jade against his chest with the enthusiasm of someone checking a box. Normal, she said, reading the jade. Well, normal for you. Root signature is minimal. No chi circulation to speak of. Probably muscle strain from the stable work. I'll give you a poultice. Could you check the root specifically? Yun's expression cycled through surprise, pity, and the particular discomfort of someone who has been asked to examine an organ they consider pointless. Your root is mortal deficient. There's nothing to check. It doesn't do anything. It's hurting. Roots don't have pain receptors. She said it with the finality of someone quoting a textbook. It's referred pain from your muscles. Use the poultice. If it persists, come back in a week. He left with the poultice and without answers. The sect's medical hall did not stock the kind of information he needed. Detailed root diagnostics required a senior elder's authority and equipment that the outer sect didn't have. But there was another option, one that carried real risk. The Diagnostic Jade Archive. Every sect maintained a collection of jade slips containing medical and diagnostic techniques. Azure Peak's collection was stored in a cabinet in the medical hall's back room, behind a formation lock keyed to alchemist-level chi signatures. For any cultivator with foundation establishment or higher, bypassing the lock would be trivial. For Liang Chun, with his functionally non-existent chi, the lock should have been impassable. He returned to the medical hall at midday, when Yun took her lunch in the dining hall and her assistant ran errands. The back room was empty. The cabinet hummed with the faint vibration of its formation lock, a simple chi recognition array that required a specific energy signature to open. Liang Chun pressed his palm to the lock and pushed his awareness into it. Not with chi. He had none worth mentioning, but with the raw force of attention that meditation had always given him. It was like pressing against that familiar wall, except the black motes in his dantian pulsed. The formation lock's energy flickered. He felt it as a tug. The motes were pulling at the lock's chi, drawing it inward through channels that hadn't existed yesterday. The lock's light stuttered, dimmed, and died. The cabinet clicked open. His hands were shaking as he reached inside. He bypassed the common slips, cold remedy formulations, bone-setting techniques, basic chi deviation protocols, and found what he was looking for, a jade slip labeled Comprehensive Root Diagnostic, Elder Grade. He pressed the slip to his forehead. The technique activated instantly, flooding his awareness with diagnostic protocols far beyond alchemist Yun's casual scan. It mapped his meridians, cataloged his chi pathways, and zeroed in on his spiritual root with surgical precision. Data cascaded through his mind, measurements, classifications, comparative analyses. And then the jade slip cracked. The fissure raced from end to end in a heartbeat. The diagnostic technique, still running, encountered the black motes and tried to classify them. It could not. The jade's information matrix overloaded as it attempted to process energy that fell outside every category in its database. The crack became a spider web of fractures, and the slip exploded in his hand with a sharp pop and a burst of jade fragments that peppered his face and chest. The explosion was not loud, but it was not quiet either. The back room's secondary formation, a security alarm, activated, sending a pulse through the building's chi network. Liang Chun stood frozen among the jade shards, blood trickling from a cut on his cheek, staring at the empty space where the slip had been. He had perhaps 30 seconds before someone investigated. He ran. He made it to the stable corridor before the alarm brought alchemist Yin running back from lunch. He ducked into the iron-maned boar's stall, the one place no sane person would look, and pressed himself against the wall while the boar eyed him with contempt. Footsteps in the corridor. Voices. Yun's irritated tone and a deeper voice, an elder's voice. They passed the stables without stopping. He breathed. 10 minutes later, when the alarm had been silenced and the commotion had died down, he heard a different set of footsteps. Lighter. Deliberate. They stopped directly outside the boar's stall. You can come out, said Elder Fong Ruashi. The boar is about to eat your sleeve. He looked down. The iron-maned boar had indeed begun chewing the hem of his tunic, its massive jaws working the fabric with bovine patience. He extracted himself and stepped into the corridor. Elder Feng Ruoshi was not what most people pictured when they heard the word elder. She was slight, middle-aged, with unremarkable features and the kind of presence that slid off your attention like water off oilcloth. She wore plain robes without rank insignia, unusual for an elder, and carried no visible weapon or artifact. She was, by all outward appearances, the least remarkable person on Azure Peak. She was also the only elder who had ever spoken to Liang Chun with something other than dismissal or pity. "The jade slip in the medical archive," she said. "That was you." It was not a question. He considered lying and discarded the idea immediately. Elder Fong had a way of looking at you that made dishonesty feel not just pointless but insulting. "Yes." It exploded. "Yes. Because you ran a diagnostic on your spiritual root, and the root's current state exceeded the jade's classification parameters." He stared at her. "How did you?" "I've been monitoring your root since yesterday evening." She said it casually, as if she had mentioned the weather. "The energy fluctuation during your stable shift was detectable from my study. Faint, but distinctive. Come with me. We need to talk somewhere that isn't a boar stall." She led him through the outer sect's winding corridors to a part of the mountain he'd never seen. A study carved into a natural cave, furnished with bookshelves, a writing desk, and a meditation platform surrounded by privacy formations that hummed at a frequency he could feel in his teeth. "Sit," she said, gesturing to the platform. He sat. She placed her palm against his sternum, and her awareness, vast, precise, and terrifyingly powerful in a way that made Alchemist Yun's diagnostic feel like a child poking with a stick, entered his body. Silence stretched. Her expression shifted through phases he couldn't read: concentration, surprise, recognition, and something that looked disturbingly like fear. She withdrew her hand. "Your root is not dying," she said carefully. "It's consuming itself." "Consuming?" "The gray tissue, your original mortal deficient root, is being dissolved and replaced. The black structures are new growth. They're not any root type I've encountered in standard classifications." She paused. "I've encountered them once before, in a text that most cultivators believe is mythological." The black motes pulsed in his dantian, as if responding to the conversation. "What text?" Elder Fong reached into her sleeve and produced a fragment of parchment. Ancient, yellowed, covered in script that seemed to move when he looked at it directly. "This describes a phenomenon called the void root. It is not a spiritual root in the traditional sense. It does not absorb chi. It absorbs everything. It devours other energies, converts them, and uses the converted energy to evolve. The previous documented case was several thousand years ago. What happened to that person?" Elder Fong's pause was answer enough. "They destroyed an entire realm," she said quietly, "and then the gods sealed what was left." The cave was very silent. The privacy formations hummed. The black motes in his dantian pulsed with steady, patient hunger. "You must tell no one," Elder Fong said. "Not until we understand what your root is becoming. I'll give you a suppression talisman to dampen the external energy signature." She pressed a paper talisman to his sternum. It adhered to his skin with a cool, tingling sensation. "This will hide the fluctuations from casual detection. It will not stop whatever is happening inside you." She held his gaze. "Liang Chun, what happens next depends entirely on you. The root is a tool. What it becomes, weapon or prison, is your choice." He left her study with the talisman burning gently against his chest and the word gods ringing in his ears like a bell struck in an empty temple. Chapter 3. Dawn came with the smell of dung and the sound of thunder. Not real thunder, Gao Tianlei's thunder. The inner sect's golden boy was running morning drills on the platform directly above the stables, and each strike of his palm technique sent a crack of lightning chi reverberating through the mountain stone. The spirit beasts below shifted nervously in their stalls, ears flat, eyes rolling. The cloud-stepped deer had pressed itself into the far corner of its enclosure and refused to move. Liang Chun worked with gritted teeth, each thunderclap resonating in his chest where the suppression talisman sat. His root had lost another section of gray tissue overnight. The ring of black motes had expanded to 12, and the hunger sensation was stronger, a persistent pull, like standing at the edge of a cliff and feeling the void below calling. He was halfway through stall 14 when the stable door slammed open. Gao Tianlei stood in the entrance, backlit by morning sun, sweat gleaming on the exposed portions of his training robes. He was everything Liang Chun was not: tall, broad-shouldered, with a cultivation base at Foundation Establishment Stage 7 that pressed against the stable's stone walls like a physical force. His spiritual root was heaven-grade lightning, the second highest classification in the sect, and he wore that fact the way some people wore jewelry. Constantly, conspicuously, and with the unshakable confidence that it made him better than everyone else in the room. Behind him stood two of his usual entourage, Wei Peng, a stocky earth cultivator with no chin and less imagination, and Fan Zhu, a wind cultivator whose primary talent was laughing at Gao's jokes. There he is, Gao said, as if he'd been searching. He hadn't been searching. He knew exactly where Liang Chun would be, because Liang Chun was always here, because there was nowhere else for him to go. Azure Peak's most valuable disciple. Tell me, Trash Root, did you enjoy the show yesterday? Liang Chun kept shoveling. Experience had taught him that engaging with Gao Tianlei extended the encounter. Silence sometimes shortened it. I asked you a question. Gao's voice dropped to the register he used when he wanted the other person to know that pain was being considered. He crossed the stable in 3 strides and kicked the wheelbarrow. It toppled, spilling its contents across the floor Liang Chun had just cleaned. Did you enjoy watching real cultivators train? Gao repeated. Or does it make you want to cry, knowing you'll never, not in 1,000 years, do what I can do before breakfast? I was cleaning stalls, Liang Chun said evenly. I didn't see your training. Gao's backhand caught him across the jaw. Not a chi-enhanced strike. Gao was too smart for that, because enhanced strikes left marks that elders might question. Just a physical blow from a young man who was substantially larger and had the backing of a vice sect master. Liang Chen's head snapped to the side. He tasted copper. Look at me when I'm talking to you. Liang Chen looked. Gao's eyes were pale blue, almost colorless, crackling with trace amounts of lightning chi that bled from his root, even at rest. There was something in those eyes beyond cruelty, a genuine, bottomless need to see himself reflected in someone weaker. Liang Chun had been that mirror for 3 years. Senior brother Gao, Liang Chun said, using the honorific that protocol demanded and hatred made bitter. I have stalls to finish. You'll finish when I say you finish. Gao grabbed the front of his tunic and lifted. At Foundation Establishment, even without active chi enhancement, the physical strength was staggering. Liang Chen's feet left the ground. I've been thinking about you, Trash Root. Thinking about how the sect wastes resources on a body that can't even. The lightning came without warning. Gao's root was powerful and volatile, a known issue that his instructors had been trying to address for years. Emotional spikes caused involuntary chi discharge. When he was angry, which was often, sparks of lightning chi escaped his control and earthed themselves through whatever he was touching. What he was touching was Liang Chun. The bolt was small, a fraction of Gao's full power, but it would have been enough to stop a mortal's heart. It arced from Gao's fingers through Liang Chen's tunic and into his chest with a blinding white flash that turned the stable's dim interior momentarily incandescent. Gao dropped him immediately, looking surprised. The discharge had been involuntary, harder than he'd intended. Wei Peng and Fan Zhu took a step back, suddenly uncertain. The spirit beasts in neighboring stalls shrieked and kicked at their enclosures. Liang Chen hit the ground. The lightning chi entered his body like a thrown spear, piercing muscle and bone and meridian with electric violence. He felt it hit his root, the crumbling gray thread and the ring of hungry black motes. And for one instant, his entire being lit up with pain so absolute that it transcended sensation and became something almost spiritual. Then the motes fed. The lightning chi, Gao's chi, heaven grade, pure and potent, struck the black ring and vanished. Not dissipated, not grounded, consumed. The 12 motes drank it in with the voracity of desert sand swallowing rain. The pain stopped. The lightning was gone. And in its place, coursing through channels that had been empty his entire life, was something else. Void essence. The black motes had taken Gao's lightning and converted it. What flowed through Liang Chen's meridians was not lightning, not chi, not any energy he had a name for. It was dark, dense, and cold, a current of absolute black that moved through his body with the deliberate inevitability of a glacier, carving new pathways as it went. His dantian, empty for 17 years, filled. He lay on the stable floor, staring at the ceiling, feeling his body flood with stolen, converted power, and the only thought his overwhelmed mind could form was, "Oh, get up," Gao said, annoyed. He hadn't noticed anything unusual. His involuntary discharges happened often enough that a stunned victim was routine. I said get up, Trash Root. You're not hurt. Liang Chen got up. His legs felt strange, stronger, lighter, as if the gravity had decreased. His vision had sharpened. The stable's dim lanterns now cast light that he could see individual dust motes in. The smells, dung, straw, beast sweat, hit him with new intensity. Clean this up, Gao said, gesturing at the spilled wheelbarrow. And the next time I talk to you, show some respect. He left. Wei Peng and Fan Zhu followed, casting backward glances that held more confusion than malice. The stable door closed. Liang Chun stood among the spilled waste, his body humming with dark energy that had been lightning 3 seconds ago, and slowly raised his hands. Black veins, visible for just a moment, traced from his wrists to his elbows before fading beneath his skin. His root pulsed. The hunger was quieter now, temporarily sated. He cleaned the spill with hands that didn't shake, and tried very hard not to think about what he had just become. For he didn't go back to his quarters. He couldn't. The energy inside him was building, pressing against the walls of meridians that had never carried anything before, and the pressure was turning from uncomfortable to dangerous. He could feel it in the way his muscles twitched involuntarily, the way his vision occasionally doubled, the way sparks of black light crackled across his knuckles when he clenched his fists. The outer sect's abandoned mine tunnels were a 20-minute walk from the stables, cut into the eastern face of Azure Peak where the sect's founders had once extracted spirit ore. The veins had been tapped, dried decades ago, and the tunnels had been sealed with warning formations that any chi condensation disciple could bypass. Liangchen couldn't bypass them, or couldn't have, yesterday. Today, the formations pulsed against his awareness as he approached, and the black motes in his dantian stirred with interest. He pressed his palm to the seal, and the formation's chi flowed inward like smoke drawn into a pipe. The seal dissolved. Inside, the tunnels were dark, cool, and silent. Spirit or veins glittered faintly in the walls, not valuable enough to mine, but still holding trace amounts of energy that gave the rock a faint phosphorescent glow. He walked deep, past the first junction, past the second, until the tunnel narrowed to a rough passage barely wide enough for his shoulders. Here, surrounded by stone and silence and the faint glow of dead ore, he sat down, and nearly died. The void essence that had been building since Gao's lightning bolt reached critical mass the moment he stopped moving. It erupted through his meridians with the force of a flash flood through a dry riverbed. Channels that had never carried energy were suddenly filled to bursting. He felt them stretch, strain, and begin to tear. The pain was different from the root's mutation, sharper, more localized, a network of white-hot lines tracing his body's energy pathways like a diagram drawn in fire. He screamed. The sound echoed through the tunnel and came back to him distorted, as if the stone itself were screaming in sympathy. His root responded. The black motes expanded, forming connections to the overloaded meridians, and began pulling the excess energy inward, not absorbing it from outside, reorganizing it within. The void essence cycled, from meridians to motes, from motes to dantian, from dantian back through a new, wider pathway that the motes carved as they moved. Each cycle reduced the pressure slightly. Each cycle widened his channels fractionally. He forced himself to breathe, in through the nose, out through the mouth, timing each breath to the cycling rhythm of the void essence. The pain diminished, not gone, but managed, like a fire brought under control. 3 hours passed. The cycling continued, each revolution smoother than the last, the void essence settling into patterns that felt less like a flood and more like a river finding its course. His meridians, stretched and rebuilt by the process, were now fundamentally different from what they'd been. Wider, lined with a dark residue that the void essence had deposited, capable of carrying energy in quantities that his old root could never have imagined. When the cycling finally stabilized, he opened his eyes and checked his internal state. The gray thread of his original root was gone, completely consumed. In its place sat a structure that defied every diagram and every cultivation manual he'd ever glimpsed. A hollow sphere of absolute black, roughly the size of a walnut, floating at the center of his dantian. The sphere pulsed with contained energy, Gao's lightning, converted and compressed, and made into something new. 12 points of black light orbited the sphere in a slow, steady revolution. His dantian, empty for 17 years, now held a reservoir of void essence roughly equivalent to. He searched for a frame of reference and found it in the cultivation theory texts he'd read during his years of hoping. Chi condensation stage 1. He had broken through. Liang Chun sat in the abandoned mine tunnel, surrounded by dead ore and silence, and began to laugh. It was not a happy sound. It was the laughter of a man who had spent 17 years being told he was nothing, and who had just discovered that the nothing was a door. His stomach growled. He realized he'd skipped meals for over a day. He made his way back through the tunnels, carefully replacing the formation seal by pushing a thread of void essence into it. The seal accepted the energy, unable to distinguish it from the chi it was designed to respond to. Outside, the sun was setting again. He'd been underground for most of the day. The stable master, a gruff man named Chun Bo who managed the beast care staff, would have noted his absence. That meant a demerit, which meant a reduction in his copper stipend. which meant going hungry for a few days. The calculus of poverty was so familiar it barely registered anymore. He ate cold rice from the outer sect's late-night station, where the food was stale but free, and returned to his quarters. The suppression talisman Elder Fong had given him was still in place, and he was grateful. Without it, the void essence in his dantian would have been broadcasting his new cultivation like a bonfire in a dark field. He sat on his pallet and did something he'd never been able to do before. He cultivated. The process was unlike anything the manuals described. Normal cultivation involved absorbing ambient qi through the spiritual root, filtering it through meridians, and storing it in the dantian. Liang Chen's void root didn't absorb ambient qi, it absorbed energy in general. The mind tunnel's residual spiritual or energy. The faint qi in the food he'd eaten. Even the formation lantern's power, which dimmed slightly as he drew from it. Everything was fuel. Everything could be converted. The void essence in his dantian grew by increments so small they were almost imperceptible, but the growth was steady, constant, and, crucially, effortless. He wasn't struggling to pull in qi that his root couldn't process. He was sitting at the center of a current that flowed naturally inward, drawn by the hollow sphere's gravity. For the first time in his life, cultivation felt like breathing. He practiced until exhaustion pulled him under, and slept more deeply than he had in years, the sphere in his dantian pulsing in time with his heartbeat like a second heart made of darkness. Chapter 5. 3 days passed. Each morning, he cleaned the stables. Each evening, he descended to the mind tunnels and cultivated, pushing the void essence through meridians that widened with every session. The hollow sphere grew denser, heavier, its orbit of black motes now numbering 24. His body changed in ways he couldn't hide entirely. His movements were quicker, his grip stronger, his senses sharp enough to detect the spiritual energy flowing through the mountain's veins like luminous rivers beneath the stone. He could feel other cultivators now, not their thoughts or intentions, but their qi, the unique signature of each spiritual root radiating outward like body heat. Walking through the outer sect's corridors was like moving through a field of candle flames, each one distinct. The warm pulse of fire roots, the steady hum of earth roots, the electric crackle of Gao Tianlei's lightning radiating from the inner sect above like a small storm. It was extraordinary. It was terrifying. And it was getting harder to conceal. On the fourth morning, Meijin found him. She was waiting at the stable entrance when he arrived at dawn, arms crossed, her dark hair pulled back in a practical knot, her outer sect robes bearing the burn marks that marked her as a fire cultivator who trained harder than her peers and didn't bother patching the evidence. She was 16, a year younger than him, with sharp features and sharper eyes that missed very little and forgave even less. Meijin was a prodigy. Her fire root was heaven grade, the same tier as Gao Tianlei, and she had reached qi condensation stage 5 in just 2 years at the sect. She should have been in the inner sect already. She wasn't because she had publicly questioned Elder Wu's decision to expel a student for a minor infraction, calling it unjust in front of the entire outer sect dining hall. Elder Wu had demoted her to punishment duty, reduced rations, restricted library access, mandatory labor rotations, and she had accepted the punishment without apology because, as she had told anyone who would listen, being right was more important than being comfortable. She was also the only outer sect disciple who consistently acknowledged Liang Chen's existence. "You're different," she said without preamble. He kept walking toward the stables. "Good morning to you too. Don't deflect." She fell into step beside him, matching his pace. 3 days ago, you moved like a person who was tired all the time. Now you move like you're trying to remember how to move slowly. Your posture's changed. Your eyes track faster. And yesterday in the dining hall, you caught a falling bowl from 3 feet away with your offhand. Qi condensation reflexes. He said nothing. Liang Chen. She stepped in front of him, blocking the stable door. Up close, he could feel her root, a compact furnace of fire qi that radiated warmth through her skin. "I'm not going to report you. I'm not going to tell anyone. But I need to know what's happening, because if you found a way to cultivate with a mortal deficient root, that changes everything for every person the sects have written off." Her eyes held no fear, no judgment, only a fierce, burning curiosity that was so characteristically Meijin that he almost smiled. "I don't fully understand it myself," he said, which was true. "Then tell me what you do understand." He hesitated. Elder Fong had told him to tell no one. But Elder Fong wasn't here at dawn, blocking the stable door with the intensity of someone who would stand there until the mountain eroded. And the truth was, carrying this alone was becoming a weight he wasn't sure he could bear. "Not here," he said. "Tonight. The mine tunnels, eastern face. I'll show you." She studied him for a long moment, then stepped aside. "Tonight." He entered the stables. The iron-maned boar was watching with its usual contempt. The cloud-step deer nuzzled his hand. The morning light slanted through the ventilation gaps in the stone, and Liang Qin's root pulsed with steady, quiet hunger, and for the first time in 3 days, the weight of his secret felt fractionally lighter. Chapter 6. The monthly sparring tournament was Azure Peak's mechanism for sorting disciples, a ladder of ranked fights that determined everything from resource allocation to sleeping quarters. For outer disciples, the stakes were food level: win your bracket and eat well for a month. Lose and accept reduced rations. For the sect's laboring non-cultivators, participation was mandatory not because anyone expected them to win, but because the sect's charter required all members to demonstrate martial readiness, regardless of rank. Liang Qin had participated in 14 tournaments. His record was 0 wins and 14 first-round losses, each one a brief, humiliating exercise in standing on a platform and being knocked off it by someone with actual cultivation. The fastest loss had been 3 seconds. The longest, a merciful 12, against an opponent who had deliberately drawn it out for the audience's entertainment. Tournament 15. The Outer Sect Training Ground, an open platform of smooth stone ringed by tiered seating carved into the mountainside. 300 outer disciples filled the seats. A presiding elder, Elder Huang, a bored-looking man who oversaw these affairs with the enthusiasm of someone counting down to retirement, sat in the judge's chair and called names from a jade tablet. Liang Qin versus Pei Hong. Platform 3. Pei Hong. Water route, Qi condensation stage 3, known for precise barrier techniques and a calm, methodical fighting style. 3 full stages above where Liang Qin was supposed to be, and 1 stage above where he actually was. He'd reached Qi condensation stage 2 the previous night, the void essence in his dantian settling into a rhythm that felt almost natural. He climbed the platform. Pei Hong was already there, a thin young man with an expression of mild embarrassment. Fighting the sect's designated non-cultivator was a social negative. It was like being assigned to spar with a training dummy, except the training dummy could bleed. "I'll make it quick," Pei Hong said. Not cruelly. He genuinely thought he was being kind. "Appreciated," Liang Qin said, and settled into the basic stance that every outer disciple learned and that he had never been able to use effectively. The difference was that now, with void essence circulating through rebuilt meridians, the stance felt natural, rooted, balanced, alive. Elder Huang dropped the starting flag. Pei Hong opened with his signature technique, flowing water barrier, a defensive shell of water qi that he projected outward before closing the distance. It was a smart opener. The barrier absorbed incoming attacks while allowing the user to advance safely. Against a mortal deficient opponent, it was absurd overkill, but Pei Hong was methodical to a fault and always opened the same way. The barrier hit Liang Qin like a wall of pressurized mist. His root reacted. The void root didn't distinguish between attack types. Water qi was energy. Energy was food. The barrier's leading edge struck the hollow sphere in his dantian and was pulled inward with a force that Liang Qin had not anticipated. The mist surrounding him thinned, collapsed, and vanished in less than a heartbeat, absorbed so completely that the moisture didn't even dampen his robes. Pei Hong faltered. His barrier, the technique he'd drilled 10,000 times, was gone. Not broken, not overpowered, just gone. As if it had never existed. His qi reserves registered the loss. A significant chunk of his cultivation base, consumed. The audience murmured. Elder Huang leaned forward. Liang Qin didn't plan what happened next. The absorbed water qi had been converted by the hollow sphere and was now void essence, and the void essence, pressurized by the absorption, needed somewhere to go. Instinct, not training, not technique, pure instinct, guided it to his palm. He pushed. A pulse of dark energy erupted from his outstretched hand. It was not a beam or a bolt. It was a wave, a spherical expansion of converted force that traveled 3 meters in the blink of an eye and struck Pei Hong's chest. The water cultivator's defensive qi, already depleted, shattered. Pei Hong flew backward off the platform, hit the ground 5 meters beyond, and skidded to a stop in the dirt. He was conscious but dazed, his robes smoking where the pulse had struck. The training ground fell silent. 300 outer disciples stared at the platform where Liang Qin stood, his hand still outstretched, dark energy dissipating from his fingertips like smoke. The boy who had lost 14 consecutive first-round matches. The stable hand with the decorative root. The trash. Elder Huang's jade tablet slipped from his fingers and clattered on the stone. The silence lasted 4 full seconds. Then the whispers started. Chapter 7 words spread through Azure Peak like fire through dry brush. By the time the tournament brackets advanced, the tiered seating was standing room only. Inner sect disciples who normally ignored the outer sect's affairs had appeared on the upper balconies, their elevated positions making the social hierarchy literal. Among them, on the highest balcony reserved for senior inner disciples, Gao Tianlei watched with narrowed pale eyes. Liang Chun won his second match by absorption alone, a wood cultivator whose vine technique dissolved on contact with his body. The third match was harder, an earth cultivator with a body-strengthening technique that didn't project qi externally. Liang Chun had to close the distance and absorb the technique through physical contact, which earned him a cracked rib and a bloody nose before the earth qi flooded his root, and he converted it into a palm strike that sent his opponent through a stone pillar. The crowd was no longer whispering. They were shouting. Names, questions, accusations, excitement. A cacophony that pressed against him from all sides like a physical force. He tried to keep his expression neutral, but his hands were shaking. Each absorption left his root hungrier, each conversion wider and less controlled. The hollow sphere was growing. Cross-rank challenge. Gao Tianlei's voice cut through the noise from the upper balcony. He stood at the railing, lightning qi crackling around his fists, his expression set in the particular mask of fury that Liang Chun recognized from years of being its target. I invoke the right of cross-rank challenge. Inner sect to outer sect. Elder Huang looked up from the bracket tablet. Senior Brother Gao, the outer sect tournament is not designed for sect charter, Article 19, Clause 7. Any disciple may challenge any other disciple during a sanctioned tournament if the challenger accepts a disadvantage penalty equal to the rank difference. Gao had clearly looked this up in advance. The trash root wants to pretend he can fight? Let him prove it against someone real. The crowd split. Half were thrilled by the spectacle. Half were uncomfortable. Cross-rank challenges were rare because they were often just legalized beatings. Elder Huang looked to the other presiding elders for guidance and received carefully non-committal expressions in return. Liang Chun, Elder Huang said, "You may refuse." Every instinct told him to refuse. Gao Tianlei was Foundation Establishment Stage 7, a chasm of power beyond anything in the outer sect tournament. The cross-rank penalty meant Gao could only use techniques up to qi condensation level, but Gao's raw physical strength at Foundation Establishment would be devastating even without techniques. And Liang Chun had been cultivating for less than a week. But if he refused, the questions about his new abilities would fester. Speculation would become investigation. And investigation, with Gao's patron vice sect master Lu Heng pulling strings, would eventually reach his void root. Better to face the storm than let it build. I accept, he said. The platform was cleared. Outer disciples pressed against the railings. Inner disciples leaned forward on their balconies. Gao descended from the upper level, landing on the platform with a controlled drop that cracked the stone beneath his boots. A casual display of Foundation Establishment body weight that sent vibrations through the soles of Liang Chen's feet. "You've been hiding something," Gao said, low enough that only Liang Chen could hear. "I don't know what trick you've learned, but I'm going to beat it out of you in front of everyone. And when I'm done, you'll go back to cleaning stalls where you belong." The starting flag dropped. Gao attacked immediately, closing the distance in a single step that blurred with speed beyond what a qi-restricted fighter should possess. His fist connected with Liang Chen's crossed arms and sent him sliding backward 3 meters, boots carving furrows in the stone platform. The impact alone, no technique, pure physical power, numbed Liang Chen's forearms to the shoulders. He gritted his teeth and circled. Gao's body was saturated with lightning qi even at rest. The cross-rank restriction on techniques didn't change the fundamental enhancement that cultivation provided to flesh and bone. Every cell in Gao's body had been tempered by Foundation Establishment breakthroughs. He was faster, stronger, and more durable than any outer sect disciple by a factor of 3. Gao pressed forward with a combination of palm strikes and knee attacks, each one landing with concussive force. Liang Chen blocked what he could and dodged what he couldn't, absorbing trace amounts of lightning qi from each contact. The hollow sphere in his dantian pulled at the energy like a mouth seeking food, but the amounts were small. Incidental leakage, not the concentrated burst from the stable incident. He needed Gao to use a technique. "Is that all?" Liang Chen said, tasting blood. "I thought you were going to beat something out of me." Gao's pale eyes flashed. His restraint, already thin, snapped. Lightning erupted from his fists. It was not a small, involuntary discharge this time. It was a full-power technique, Azure Lightning Palm, the signature strike of the inner sect's Gao lineage. A column of brilliant blue-white energy that turned the platform into a blinding corridor of electrical force. The technique hit Liang Chen square in the chest. His suppression talisman, designed for passive concealment rather than active combat, burned away in an instant. The lightning entered his body, and the void root awakened. The hollow sphere expanded. The 12 orbiting motes became a ring, then a disk, then a vortex that spun at the center of his dantian with a hunger that was no longer quiet. Gao's lightning. Foundation establishment grade, heaven root quality, the most potent energy Liang Chun had ever absorbed, poured into the vortex like water into a drain. But it was too much. The vortex grew beyond his control. It stopped being selective. Instead of absorbing only the lightning striking him, it began pulling at the ambient chi around the platform. The residual energy from earlier fights, the formation arrays that lit the training ground, the spiritual energy in the mountain's surface veins. The air around Liang Chun began to shimmer with distortion, a visible current of chi flowing inward toward his body from all directions. The stone platform cracked. Not from impact, from energy depletion. The chi-reinforced stone, drained of the spiritual energy that held its structure together, began to crumble. What? Gao staggered, his lightning technique sputtering. The vortex was pulling at his cultivation base directly now, a tug he could feel at the core of his being. Chi was leaving his body involuntarily, drawn out through his root, and into the dark vortex spinning around Liang Chun. What are you doing? What are you? Spectators in the nearest seats felt it too. Outer disciples at chi condensation clutched their chests as their small reserves were tugged. The formation lanterns overhead flickered and died as their power was consumed. Cracks spiderwebbed across the platform, spreading to the training grounds floor, racing toward the tiered seating. Liang Chun couldn't stop it. The vortex had its own momentum, its own hunger, and his week-old cultivation base did not have the control to rein it in. He was a child riding a beast he couldn't steer, and the beast was eating the world. A formation seal slammed down from above. The vortex hit the seal and stopped, not gradually but instantly, as if a hand had closed around a flame. The pulling sensation ceased. The crack stopped spreading. Gao Tianlei fell to his knees, gasping, his cultivation base depleted by a third. Elder Feng Ruoshi stood at the edge of the shattered platform, her palm pressed flat against a formation construct of staggering complexity, a containment array that she had deployed in less than a second. Her face was pale with effort. Her eyes burned with something between fear and fury. Tournament concluded, she announced, her voice carrying the unmistakable weight of an elder's authority. All disciples returned to your quarters. Now. No one argued. The training ground emptied in minutes, disciples fleeing with the nervous energy of people who had glimpsed something they didn't understand and wanted very much to be somewhere else when understanding arrived. Gao Tianlei was the last to leave, supported by Wei Peng and Fan Zhu, his pale eyes fixed on Liang Chun with an expression that had transcended hatred and entered the territory of existential dread. Liang Chun collapsed the moment the last spectator was gone. Elder Feng caught him before he hit the ground. I told you, she said, her voice tight, to tell no one. I know you didn't mean to. That's what makes it dangerous. She carried him, and the ease with which she carried a nearly grown young man suggested a cultivation base far, far above what her unranked robes implied, to the medical ward, which was mercifully empty. Chapter 8. The medical ward was quiet, the ambient chi muted by healing formations embedded in the walls. Liang Chun lay on a stone cot, while Elder Feng examined him with a thoroughness that made the medical hall's jade slip look like a child's toy. Her spiritual sense, vast, intricate, and controlled with the precision of a master calligrapher's brushwork, mapped every meridian, every energy channel, every cell of his transformed body. Your meridians are scorched, she said. The conversion process was too fast and too forceful. You pushed chi through channels that were rebuilt less than a week ago, at volumes designed for cultivators decades into their practice. She pressed 2 fingers to his sternum. Cool energy flowed inward, soothing the burning in his channels like water on hot iron. You'll recover. The void root is already repairing the damage. It's converting residual heat into reconstruction energy. What happened out there? He asked. I couldn't stop it. The vortex state. It's documented in the fragment I showed you, the void root's emergency feeding response. When it receives a large influx of energy, it enters an accelerated absorption cycle to process the surplus. Without training in control, that cycle expands outward until it's forcibly stopped or until it consumes everything in range. She paused. The previous bearer's first vortex incident consumed a village. He closed his eyes. How do I control it? That's what we're going to find out. She produced a second jade slip from her sleeve, not a standard sect text, but something older, its surface marked with script that moved when he looked away. This contains what I've been able to reconstruct of the void root's documented behaviors. It's incomplete. The original texts were destroyed after the last bearer fell, but it includes basic control exercises. She pressed the jade to his forehead. Information flowed in, breathing patterns synchronized to the hollow sphere's rotation, visualization techniques for containing the vortex, exercises for channeling absorbed energy through specific meridians rather than allowing it to flood freely. It was a cultivation method tailored to his exact condition, not borrowing from existing frameworks, but built from the ground up for a root that devoured rather than absorbed. Practice these exercises before you cultivate, she said. Every time. No exceptions. They won't prevent the vortex from triggering, but they'll give you a leash. How do you know so much about this? Elder Fong's expression closed like a door. Because I've been preparing for this eventuality for a very long time. She rose to leave, then stopped. Liang Chun, your root has changed form since the lightning absorption. You should see. He turned his awareness inward. The hollow sphere in his dantian was still there, but it was no longer a walnut-sized ball. It had expanded to the size of a fist, its surface smoother, its pulse steadier. And the 12 orbiting motes had multiplied, 36 now, arranged in 3 concentric rings that spun at different speeds. But the change that caught his breath was visual. In normal meditation sight, spiritual roots appeared as threads or orbs of color corresponding to their element, red for fire, blue for water, white for lightning. The void root appeared as an absence of color, a sphere of perfect black that was not dark but void, a hole in the fabric of his spiritual perception, as if someone had cut a circle out of reality and left nothing behind. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was his. I've seen a reference to this shape in exactly one text, Elder Fong said from the door. A chronicle of the war between the gods and the primordial abyss. The text called it the Devourer's Core, the first stage of the void root's evolution. How many stages are there? The chronicle mentions 4. I do not know what the others look like. She paused. I hope we have time to find out. She left. He lay in the medical ward, staring at the ceiling, feeling the Devourer's Core rotate in his dantian like a dark star, and began the control exercises she'd given him. Breathe and sync with the rotation. Visualize the vortex contained within a boundary. Channel the hunger instead of being consumed by it. He practiced until dawn. Chapter 9, the text fragment Elder Fong had given him was written in a script that shifted and rearranged itself when he wasn't looking, as if the words were alive and rearranging themselves into the configuration most useful for his current understanding. Reading it was less like studying a document and more like having a conversation with an author who had been dead for millennia. The fragment described the void root in terms that no modern cultivation manual would recognize. Born not of the heavens' design, but of the deep, the void root is the universe's answer to the god's constraint. Where divine roots channel energy within prescribed limits, the void root devours without discrimination and creates without permission. It is not a gift. It is a correction. The passage went on to describe 4 stages of evolution. The first, devourer, was the raw, uncontrolled hunger he'd experienced. The void root consumed all energy it encountered, converted it to void essence, and used that essence to expand. This was the stage where every previous bearer had been most vulnerable, because the hunger was indiscriminate and the bearer's control was minimal. The devourer consumes without understanding. It is the infant's cry, pure need, without wisdom. Those who remain at this stage become the very monsters the gods fear. Those who advance learn that consumption is not the void root's purpose. It is merely its beginning. The second stage, converter, involved not just absorbing energy, but transforming it with purpose, selecting specific energies, modifying their properties, creating new types of chi that didn't exist in natural cultivation. The text hinted at abilities that sounded like alchemy performed within the body itself, turning fire chi into healing energy, turning earth chi into lightning, blending multiple absorbed elements into compounds more potent than any single source. Stages 3 and 4 were described in fragments so damaged that he could barely make out the words. Creator. Transcendent. The text suggested abilities that moved beyond personal cultivation into reality alteration, creating energy from nothing, rewriting the laws of spiritual physics. The final sentences of the fragment were the most chilling. The last void bearer reached the creator stage. His creations were wondrous and terrible. When the gods came for him, he chose destruction over submission. The realms burned. The abyss wept. And the gods, in their victory, swore that no void root would ever reach the 4th stage. Liang Chun read the fragment 3 times, sitting cross-legged in the mind tunnels, while his devourer's core pulsed with patient darkness. The text answered some questions and opened 1,000 more. The previous bearer had been destroyed, or had destroyed himself, at stage 3. No one had ever reached stage 4. The gods had made sure of it. He was now at stage 1, with control exercises from a reconstructed text and an elder whose knowledge was vast, but whose motives remained opaque. It was not an encouraging foundation, but it was more than he'd had a week ago, when his foundation had been nothing at all. Elder Fong found him in the tunnels 2 hours later, having apparently tracked him through the mountain with the ease of someone who could sense a specific spiritual signature from miles away. "You've read the fragment," she said. "3 times. Good. Then you understand the stakes." "I understand that the last person with my root destroyed a realm and was killed by gods." "Yes, I understand the stakes." She sat across from him on the tunnel floor, her posture as straight and still as if she were in a meditation hall rather than a disused mine. The phosphorescent ore in the walls painted her face in faint blue-green light. "The outcome depends on the cultivator, not the root," she said. "The text makes that clear. The void root is a tool of extraordinary power. What it becomes, constructive or destructive, is determined by the person who wields it. The previous bearer chose destruction. The previous bearer was alone. He had no teacher, no allies, no anchor. He reached the creator stage in isolation, and the power unmade his sanity before it unmade the realm." Her voice was steady, but her eyes held something old and wounded. "I intend for your path to be different." She began teaching him. The exercises were simple in concept and brutally demanding in execution. The first was containment, visualizing a boundary around the devourer's core and holding it in place while the hunger pushed outward. The core's natural state was expansion. It wanted to grow, to consume, to pull everything inward. Containment meant saying no to that impulse, over and over, until the root accepted the boundary as normal. The second exercise was directed absorption, pulling energy from a specific source while excluding everything else. Elder Fong placed a spirit stone on the ground between them, a low-grade crystal containing a small reservoir of earth chi, and told him to absorb it without touching the ambient energy in the tunnel walls. He failed 17 times. Each attempt pulled at the stone, the walls, the air, and once, alarmingly, at Elder Fong herself. She deflected his inadvertent pull with a flick of her wrist, her concealed power surfacing for just an instant like a whale's back breaching calm water. On the 18th attempt, he managed to isolate the stone. The devourer's core consumed it in 3 seconds, converting the earth chi to void essence with an efficiency that made Elder Fong raise an eyebrow. "Again," she said, placing another stone. They practiced until his concentration gave out. By the end, he could absorb a spirit stone in targeted isolation 7 times out of 10. The other 3 times, the hunger escaped his boundary and pulled at the walls. Progress, not mastery, but progress. "Tomorrow," Elder Fong said as they left the tunnels, "we work on the void mantle, a technique for containing your absorption aura entirely. Until you master it, every cultivator who gets close to you will feel the pull, and some of them will begin to ask questions." As if on cue, Liang Chen's awareness, expanded and sharpened by 4 days of void essence cultivation, detected a presence near the tunnel entrance. Someone had been watching. The signature was familiar, lightning chi, controlled and intense. But when they emerged, the entrance was empty. Only scuff marks in the dirt suggested anyone had been there. Chapter 10. Gao Tianlei sat in Vice Sect Master Lu Heng's private study, his posture rigid, his hands clenched on his knees. The bruise on his pride was worse than any physical injury. He had challenged a trash root stable hand in front of the entire outer sect, and the trash root had nearly consumed his cultivation base before an elder intervened. The whispers had already started. The sidelong glances. The barely suppressed smirks from disciples who had spent years under his authority and were now, for the first time, questioning it. "Tell me again," Lu Heng said. He was a heavy-set man in his 60s with the patient demeanor of a spider, his cultivation base at nascent soul, the second highest in the sect, radiating the kind of controlled power that made the air itself feel heavy. His study was furnished in dark wood and darker intentions, every surface covered with documents, jade slips, and intelligence reports from a network of informants that spanned 3 provinces. "His root absorbed my technique," Gao said, keeping his voice level. "Not deflected, not countered, absorbed. My lightning entered his body and disappeared. And then his cultivation base expanded. I could feel it growing in real time, as if my power was being digested and converted." Lu Heng turned a spirit stone over in his fingers. "Absorption techniques exist. The Een Devourers of the Southern Wastes use a variant. This was different." Gao leaned forward. "The Een Devourers absorb and store. This root absorbed, converted, and then released the energy in a different form. My lightning became, I don't know what it became. Something dark. Something I've never felt in any chi library. Describe the sensation when it pulled at your cultivation base. Gao's jaw tightened. This was the part he hadn't told anyone. It felt like hunger. Not mine, his. His body was hungry, and my chi was food. I've been in combat with cultivators 2 realms above me, and felt less afraid than I did on that platform. Lu Heng set the spirit stone down and steepled his fingers. I've had the arena's residual energy analyzed by alchemist Wu. The absorption signature does not match any catalog technique, root type, or forbidden art in our archives. He paused. It also does not match any signature in the 5 great sects shared database, which I accessed through unofficial channels this morning. Then what is it? Something new, or something very, very old? Lu Heng rose and moved to a locked cabinet. He produced a jade slip that glowed faintly red, restricted information. I found one reference, in a historical text that most scholars consider mythological, a type of spiritual root that appeared once per epoch, capable of consuming all forms of energy and converting them into a substance called void essence. He looked at Gao. The text calls it a parasite root. The last one appeared several thousand years ago. Its bearer destroyed an entire lesser realm before the gods intervened. Gao's face went white. Gods. Gods. Lu Heng's expression was calm, calculating, utterly devoid of the fear that the word should have provoked. This is a threat that must be contained before it grows beyond containment. But it is also an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? Lu Heng sat back down. A void root bearer, properly controlled, would be the most powerful weapon on the continent. The sect, our faction within the sect, would be untouchable. But control is the key word. The boy is young, unskilled, and doesn't understand what he has. We need surveillance first, then leverage. He activated a communication jade and spoke 3 words into it. Watch the stable hand. From that day forward, Liang Chun was never truly alone. The Watchers were skilled, inner-sect disciples trained in concealment techniques, but they were not perfect. And Liang Chen's void root, sensing the spiritual energy of hidden observers, tugged at his awareness like a dog straining toward a scent. He began to notice them on the 2nd day, a presence in the walls when he entered the mine tunnels, a flicker of chi on the rooftops when he crossed the outer sect grounds, a face that appeared too often in too many places, always at the edge of his peripheral vision. He told Elder Fong. Lu Heng's faction, she said, unsurprised. They've been a problem since before you arrived. Don't acknowledge the Watchers. Don't change your routine. The suppression talisman I'll give you today is stronger than the first. It should dampen your signature enough to make their surveillance less productive. She pressed a new talisman to his chest, this one inscribed with formations so dense they looked like solid black. The talisman settled against his skin with a weight that went beyond the physical. It pressed against the Devourer's core itself, muffling its pulse like a hand over a drum. Won't they see us meeting? Liang Chen asked. They don't know about these tunnels. I've been maintaining concealment formations down here for years. Her tone suggested this was not the first time she'd hidden something from the sect's political factions. Your training continues. But we accelerate. Chapter 11. The acceleration was brutal. Elder Fong pushed his cultivation with an intensity that bordered on reckless, feeding him increasingly potent spirit stones and driving his void essence reserves higher with each session. In 3 days, he progressed from Chi condensation stage 2 to stage 3. The breakthrough was violent. The Devourer's core expanded again, its surface developing ridges that pulsed with contained power, the orbiting motes multiplying to 48. His body changed further. The dark veins that had appeared briefly during his first absorption were now a permanent feature, visible as a network of black lines beneath his skin from wrists to elbows and from collarbones to sternum. They were faint in dim light, barely noticeable under his work tunic, but in bright light or during active cultivation, they darkened to a vivid black that stood out against his skin like calligraphy on parchment. He could hide the veins under clothing. He could not hide the other changes as easily. His reflexes had sharpened beyond even a Chi condensation cultivator's norms. The void essence enhanced his nervous system in ways that conventional Chi did not. His perception had expanded. He could feel spiritual energy sources within a 50-meter radius, mapping them in his awareness like stars in a night sky. The spirit beasts in the stable responded to him differently now, pressing toward him rather than away, drawn by a resonance that seemed to calm them. Meijin noticed everything. They had begun meeting at dawn, in the gap between his stable duties and her training schedule. She demanded, not asked, demanded, to know the truth after the tournament, and he'd told her a careful version. His root had changed, it absorbed energy now, and he was learning to control it with an elder's help. He left out the words void root and gods and destroyed a realm. She accepted the partial truth with the air of someone who knew she was getting a partial truth, and was choosing to be patient about it. Their morning meetings had started as information exchanges and evolved into sparring sessions. Mei Jun was a fierce, intuitive fighter whose fire techniques pushed him to develop absorption control under combat pressure. She attacked with progressively complex fire techniques, not at full power, but at the threshold of what his current control could handle, and he practiced absorbing specific elements of her attacks while blocking or dodging the rest. On the 7th morning, at the Outer Sex waterfall, a cascade of chi-infused water that fed the mountain's spiritual veins, she pushed too hard. Her fire serpent technique, a coiling stream of concentrated fire chi, was designed to test his selective absorption. He was supposed to absorb the fire element and deflect the kinetic force. Instead, the Devourer's course surged, and he absorbed the entire technique, fire, force, and a thread of Mei Jun's own chi that she hadn't fully separated from the attack. The absorption of her personal chi was a violation, intimate and involuntary, like accidentally glimpsing someone's deepest thought. He felt, for a fraction of a second, the texture of her spiritual root, compact, fierce, burning with a light that was not just fire but conviction. Her root tasted like courage. He released the chi instantly, pushing it back through the connection before the Devourer's core could convert it. She gasped and staggered. "I'm sorry, stop." She caught her breath, one hand pressed to her chest. "Did you just absorb my root energy?" "It was an accident. I lost control of the boundary. I pushed it back. I felt it." Her eyes were wide, but not with fear. "When you absorbed it, I felt your root. For just a second." She pressed her hand harder against her chest, as if checking that her root was still intact. It was cold. Not temperature cold. Space cold. Like looking into a sky with no stars. "Mei Jun, what is your root, Liang Chun?" The question was quiet, direct, and he could see in her eyes that partial truths would no longer suffice. He told her, the void root, the text fragment, the previous bearer, the gods, all of it, standing at the waterfall's edge with chi-infused mist beating on their skin, the dawn light turning the spray to gold. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was silent for a long time. The waterfall roared. Formation lanterns flickered in the morning wind. "So the gods killed the last person who had your root," she said. "Yes. And you think they might try again?" "Elder Fong thinks it's possible." Mei Jun looked at the waterfall, then at her hands, then at him. Her expression settled into something he recognized. The same fierce determination she'd worn when she'd called Elder Wu unjust in front of 300 disciples. "Good thing you're not alone, then." She resumed her fighting stance. "Again. And this time, keep your boundaries tight. I don't want you tasting my root every time I throw a punch." The session continued. He did not taste her root again, but the memory of it, fierce, bright, burning with conviction, stayed with him like a coal in his chest that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with the way she'd said, "You're not alone," as if it were a fact of nature rather than a choice. Chapter 12. Their dawn sessions became a routine. Each morning, in the mist-shrouded clearing near the waterfall, Mei Jun attacked, and Liang Chun absorbed. The dynamic was not teacher and student. She was too proud for that, and he was too inexperienced to teach. It was something closer to a conversation conducted in violence. She pushed his limits, he showed her what those limits looked like, and they both adjusted. Her fire techniques were ideal training. Fire chi was volatile, difficult to contain, and explosive when mishandled. Absorbing it required precise control and split-second timing. Each session forced him to refine his boundary visualization, tighten his selective absorption, and develop the instinct for when to consume and when to deflect. She benefited too. Fighting an opponent who could absorb her techniques forced her to innovate, to create attacks that combined fire with physical force, to vary her chi patterns so they were harder to predict, to develop techniques that struck before the absorption response could activate. She was becoming a better fighter, and the improvement was visible in her regular training sessions. "Your root doesn't just absorb," she observed one morning, after watching him convert her fire chi into a constructive dark energy that he used to block her follow-up strike. When it converts fire into that dark stuff, the output is different from the input. Not just different energy, different quality. She was right. His void essence was not merely fire chi with a color change. It was fundamentally altered, denser, colder, carrying properties that fire did not possess. Where fire chi was expansive and destructive, the converted void essence was compressive and consuming. It didn't burn, it unmade. "I noticed something else," she said, sitting beside him on a fallen log as they cooled down. Steam rose from her robes where sweat met residual fire chi. "When you absorb my fire and convert it, the fire I produce afterward is slightly stronger. As if absorbing it creates a vacuum, and my root pushes harder to fill the vacuum." He hadn't noticed this, but now that she mentioned it, he could feel it. When he absorbed energy from a source, the source's generation temporarily increased, as if nature abhorred the depletion and compensated. The implications were significant. His absorption didn't just take, it stimulated. What if you could do that deliberately? Meijin said, her eyes lighting up. Not steal someone's chi, but absorb and release in cycles that make their root produce more efficiently? You could make other cultivators stronger. Or I could lose control and consume them entirely. She punched his shoulder. Not gently. Stop doing that. Every technique in cultivation is dangerous if you lose control. A fire cultivator can burn down a city. Does that mean I should never use fire? You learn control, and you trust yourself. And you trust the people around you to stop you if you slip. She held his gaze. I'll stop you. I've already proven I can punch hard enough to get your attention. He rubbed his shoulder where her fist had landed. It was going to bruise. He was fairly certain Meijin considered bruising a form of affection. You're staring, she said. What? You're staring at me. You've been doing it all week. If you have something to say, say it. I don't have patience for the thing where boys pretend they're not looking. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. The devourer's core in his dantian, an engine of consumption that had absorbed lightning and shattered spirit stones, offered absolutely no guidance on how to tell a girl that her fire chi tasted like courage and that he thought about it at night. Your technique, he said instead, seizing the first safe topic his mind produced. The fire serpent. You're telegraphing with your left shoulder before you release. If you are the most frustrating person I have ever met, Meijin said, stood up, and walked to the sparring position. Again. Chapter 13. The beast hunting mission was routine. Outer disciples were dispatched weekly to thin the spirit beast population in the black mist forest below Azure Peak. The beasts that ventured too close to the sect's perimeter needed culling, and the materials harvested from their bodies supplemented the outer sect's meager resources. Liang Chun had been assigned to these missions before, though his role had always been carry the heavy things while actual cultivators do the fighting. This time, the roster included Liang Chun, two other outer disciples whose names he barely knew, and, per a last-minute addition that Elder Huang announced with an uncomfortable expression suggesting someone had pressured him, 3 inner sect disciples. The inner sect disciples were polite, competent, and watched Liang Chun with the careful attention of people who had been given specific instructions. Lu Heng's faction. He was sure of it. The mission was a setup. Meijin wasn't on the roster, but she appeared at the gate as the group assembled, her pack already on her back. I volunteered, she said to Elder Huang, who looked like a man whose day was getting steadily worse. The black mist forest began where Azure Peak's cultivated terraces ended, a sharp line between manicured spiritual gardens and wild, tangled woodland where the mist rolled thick and white between trees whose bark had darkened to black from centuries of spiritual saturation. The forest floor was soft with fallen leaves that squelched underfoot, and the air tasted of decay and ozone. The group moved in a loose formation, inner disciples at the front, outer disciples in the middle, Liang Chun and Meijin at the rear. The arrangement was supposedly for safety. Liang Chen's void root sense painted a different picture. The 3 inner disciples' chi signatures were wound tight, prepared for combat in a way that a routine beast hunt didn't warrant. They were 2 hours into the forest when the attack came. The inner disciples peeled away in a coordinated movement, one blocking the forward path, one sealing the rear, one taking a flanking position. The 2 outer disciples, apparently not part of the plan, were knocked unconscious by precise chi strikes before they could react. Nothing personal, said the lead inner disciple, a tall man with a wind root and the flat effect of someone who performed unpleasant tasks professionally. Vice Sect Master Lu sends his regards. We're here to assess the threat level of your root mutation. Assess, Liang Chen repeated. Is that what we're calling ambushes now? If you cooperate, nobody gets hurt. We take a sample of your chi, run diagnostics, and report back. 15 minutes, and this is over. And if I don't cooperate? The wind cultivator's expression didn't change. Then we assess through combat, and the report includes the phrase subject-resisted testing. That gives the Vice Sect Master authority to initiate a formal investigation. It was a trap with no clean exit. Cooperate, and Lu Heng got data on his void root. Resist, and Lu Heng got political justification for an investigation. Either way, the faction advanced. Meijin made the decision for him. Her fire serpent technique erupted from her palm without warning, a coiling stream of concentrated flame that struck the flanking disciple's barrier and punched through it like a fist through paper. The disciple flew backward into a tree trunk and slid to the ground, dazed. Meijin, Liang Chen started. Run. Now. I'll cover. The wind cultivator attacked. His technique was precise and powerful, blade-thin currents of compressed air that could slice through stone. Liang Chun dodged the first two, his void-enhanced reflexes barely sufficient, and caught the third with his forearm. The wind chi cut his skin, and the devourer's core surged, absorbing the energy through the wound. The absorption was different through an open wound. More direct, more intimate. The wind chi flooded into his meridians raw, and the conversion was instantaneous. Void essence erupted from the cut, sealing it with a patch of dark energy that hardened into a thin scar. The wind cultivator hesitated. He'd expected the chi to damage. Instead, it had been consumed. Liang Chun pressed the advantage. He closed the distance, 3 steps that blurred with void-enhanced speed, and pressed his palm to the wind cultivator's barrier. The barrier held for exactly 1 second before the devourer's core ate it. The cultivator's eyes went wide as he felt his defensive chi vanish. Liang Chun's palm struck the man's chest. The impact was physical, not chi-enhanced. He was being careful, maintaining his boundary, refusing to let the devourer's core feed on a conscious person's cultivation base. The wind cultivator doubled over and dropped. The rearguard disciple was already engaging Mei Zhan. She fought with the wild, precise ferocity that was her trademark, fire techniques flowing into physical combat, flowing back into fire, a seamless integration that kept her opponent off balance. But the inner disciple was foundation establishment stage 5, 2 full realms above her, and the gap was telling. Her attacks singed his robes, but couldn't penetrate his reinforced body. Liang Chun arrived behind the rearguard and placed both hands on his back. The devourer's core pulled, not at the man's cultivation base, but at his active technique, the defensive shell of earth chi that reinforced his body. The shell weakened, thinned, and in the gap, Mei Zhan's fire serpent struck home. The disciple went down. They stood in the forest's mist-shrouded silence, breathing hard, 3 unconscious inner disciples at their feet. The 2 outer disciples were stirring, groaning, oblivious to what had happened. "We need to go," Mei Zhan said. "When these 3 wake up, Lu Hong will know his assessment failed." Chapter 14. They ran. Not toward the sect. That was where Lu Heng's power was concentrated. Not toward Free City or any other settlement. They didn't know the region beyond the forest well enough to navigate it in crisis. They ran deeper into the black mist forest, where the mist thickened and the trees grew so dense that their canopy blocked the sky entirely. Behind them, Liang Chun's expanded senses tracked the inner disciples' chi signatures as they regained consciousness. The wind cultivator was the first up, his signature flaring with anger and humiliation. The 3 of them regrouped and began pursuit, their foundation establishment speed significantly greater than anything Liang Chun and Mei Zhan could maintain. "They're faster than us," Mei Zhan said, her breath coming hard. "We can't outrun them." "I know. Then we fight on our terms. Not theirs." She was right. The forest was their advantage. Dense, misty, full of spiritual energy that his root could draw from. They needed a defensible position. They found it at a cliff face where the black mist forest's terrain dropped sharply into a ravine. The cliff was too high to jump down safely and too steep to climb quickly. It was a dead end, which meant their backs were covered and their enemies could only come from one direction. "Here," Liang Chun said. He pressed his palms to the cliff face and reached out with his void root sense. The stone was saturated with spiritual energy. Centuries of ambient chi had soaked into the rock like water into a sponge. He could feel it, vast, diffuse, waiting. The 3 inner disciples arrived in a tight formation, their barriers active, their expressions no longer calm and professional, but furious and frightened. The wind cultivator led, flanked by the earth cultivator, awake but singed, and a water cultivator who had been the rear guard. "Last chance," the wind cultivator called. "Come quietly, or we." Liang Chun's root entered the state he had been trying to prevent for 2 weeks. Not because he lost control, because, for the first time, he chose it. The devourer's core expanded. The orbiting motes became a vortex, and the vortex reached out, not into the disciples, not into the air, but into the forest. The black mist forest's spiritual energy answered the call. Chi flooded inward from every direction. Trees within 100-meter radius paled as their spiritual saturation was drained. The black bark faded to gray, then to white. Leaves curled and dropped. Spirit beasts, foxes, deer, serpents, things with too many legs, fled in panicked waves, their instincts screaming at them to escape the void that had opened in their home. The vortex channeled the forest's energy through Liang Chun's body, converting it in the devourer's core, and releasing it as a wave of void essence that expanded outward in a sphere of absolute black. The inner disciples' barriers, foundation establishment grade, reinforced with years of cultivation, met the wave and crumbled. Not shattered. Consumed. The wave passed through their barriers, touched their chi, and pulled. They felt their cultivation bases being drained. Not stolen, not absorbed, just diminished, as if the void essence was convincing their chi that it didn't want to exist anymore. The wind cultivator screamed. The earth cultivator fell to his knees. The water cultivator turned and ran, his composure broken. The wind cultivator and earth cultivator followed. Their retreat, less a tactical withdrawal and more a panicked flight from something their cultivation instincts identified as existential threat. In 30 seconds, the clearing was empty of enemies. Liang Chun released the vortex. The devourer's core contracted to its normal size, sluggish and sated, pulsing with an enormous surplus of converted energy. Around him, the forest was dead, a perfect circle of gray, drained trees and silent earth where moments ago there had been a living ecosystem. He looked at his hands. The black veins stood out vivid and permanent from wrists to shoulders, pulsing with the forest's consumed life force. Liang Chun. Meijian's voice was steady. She stood beside him, her fire root's warmth a counterpoint to the cold void that saturated the clearing. She took his hand, his changed, veined hand, and held it. You're still here. He was still here. The hunger had not consumed him. The vortex had not expanded beyond the range he'd intended. He had used the devourer's core deliberately, and he had stopped it deliberately. Control. Not perfect, the dead circle of forest was larger than he'd planned, but control nonetheless. The inner disciple, named Su Lian, the earth cultivator, had lingered at the clearing's edge during the retreat, her eyes fixed on the void energy with an expression that was not fear, but recognition. She had seen this before. In a forbidden text, sealed in the sect's restricted archives, that described a force older than cultivation itself. She would report what she'd seen, and the report would reach ears far beyond Vice Sect Master Lu Heng's study. Chapter 15. Su Lian's report reached Lu Heng that evening, delivered in person by a young woman whose hands had not stopped shaking since the forest. Lu Heng listened in silence, his spirit stone turning over and over in his fingers, and when she finished, he dismissed her and sat alone in his dark study for a very long time. The next morning, he convened a meeting. Not with his usual faction. This was smaller, more private. 3 people. Himself, his most trusted intelligence operative, and a woman named Xinling who served as his connection to powers outside the sect. The boy has a void root, Lu Heng said without preamble. My operatives confirmed it during a field engagement. The root consumed Foundation establishment barriers and drained the surrounding forest of spiritual energy in seconds. He's at Qi condensation stage 3, having started from mortal deficient less than 2 weeks ago. Xinling's expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room dropped 3 degrees. Her spiritual root, ice-based, heaven-grade, tended to react to strong emotions. A void root, she said. You're certain? The energy signature matches the historical texts exactly. Void essence conversion, indiscriminate absorption, vortex state activation. It's unmistakable. Then the divine protocols apply. Xinling's voice was flat. The Celestial Tribunal has standing orders regarding void root bearers. If we report this through official channels, we are not reporting through official channels. Lu Heng's interruption carried the weight of absolute authority. The Celestial Tribunal's response to a void root bearer is annihilation. The bearer, the sect, the mountain, everything within a 100-mile radius, sterilized to prevent recurrence. I am not sacrificing Azure Peak to the gods' paranoia. Then what are you proposing? Control. The boy is young, ignorant, and vulnerable. His only protector is Elder Fong, who is powerful but alone. If we separate him from Fong, isolate him, and present ourselves as his alternative, protection in exchange for cooperation, we can study the void root, harness its abilities, and decide later whether to weaponize or eliminate. Meanwhile, far below the Vice Sect Master's study, Liang Qin sat in the mind tunnels with Elder Fong and worked on the technique she called the Void Mantle. The mantle was not a barrier or a shield. It was a containment field projected from the Devourer's core that surrounded his body in a skin-thin layer of controlled void essence. Within the mantle, his absorption aura was trapped, unable to reach outward, unable to pull at external energy sources. From the outside, he would read as a normal cultivator with an unusual but not alarming chi signature. It was, Elder Fong explained, the difference between a campfire and a covered lantern. The fire was the same. The mantle controlled who could see it. The technique required constant, conscious maintenance, a background process running in his mind that monitored the mantle's integrity and adjusted for fluctuations in his emotional state. Anger, fear, excitement, and pain could all cause the mantle to thin or collapse, allowing the absorption aura to leak through. This is the most important technique you will learn at this stage, Elder Fong said, watching him practice. The void root's power is meaningless if you cannot hide it. Every cultivator who senses your absorption aura becomes a potential threat, either from fear or from greed. The mantle is your armor, more than any combat technique. He practiced the void mantle for 4 hours, maintaining it while Elder Fong tested his concentration with distractions, sudden sounds, temperature shifts, minor chi pulses designed to trigger his absorption reflex. By the end, he could hold the mantle stable under moderate provocation, though a strong enough trigger would still collapse it. Adequate, Elder Fong said, which from her was practically effusive praise. Maintain the mantle at all times, even in sleep. It will become automatic with practice. He returned to his quarters with the mantle in place, feeling the strange double awareness of monitoring his own concealment while navigating the outer sect's evening activities. The Watchers were still there. He could sense them at the edges of his perception, Liu Heng's operatives maintaining their surveillance. But the mantle held. His absorption aura was contained. To their senses, he was just a chi condensation stage 3 cultivator with an odd energy signature. Just a cultivator. The word still tasted foreign on his tongue. 2 weeks ago, he hadn't been even that. Chapter 16. The announcement came at the morning assembly, delivered by Sect Master Rin Qingshan himself. A rare appearance that turned the outer sect's gathering hall into a pressure cooker of nervous anticipation. The Azure Peak selection trials will commence in 3 days, Rin said, his voice carrying the warm, paternal authority that made disciples trust him, and that, since Elder Fong's warning, made Liang Qin's skin crawl. Any outer disciple at Qi Condensation Stage 1 or above may enter. Those who pass all 3 trials will be promoted to intersect status, with all associated privileges and responsibilities. The hall erupted. Intersect promotion was the single most significant milestone in an outer disciple's career. It meant access to real resources, real training, real techniques. For most outer disciples, it was the difference between a life of scraping by and a life of genuine cultivation. For Liang Qin, it was something else, a path to protection. Intersect status meant access to the technique library, cultivation chambers with concentrated qi, and, critically, a level of political protection that made it harder for any single faction to move against him. As an outer disciple, he was vulnerable. As an inner disciple, he'd have standing. I'm entering, he told Mei Zhan at their dawn session. Obviously, she was already stretching for their sparring session, her movements carrying the crisp efficiency of a fighter who took preparation personally. I'm entering too. The library access alone is worth the 3 trials. It could be dangerous. Liu Heng's faction will use the trials to target me. Then it will be dangerous for both of us. She met his eyes with a look that dared him to argue. He did not argue. Who's proctoring? He checked the posted roster that evening. The 3 trials were overseen by 3 different elders, rotating between sections. The proctors for the combat trial, the third and most decisive test, included Gao Tianlei as a senior disciple advisor. Mei Zhan swore creatively in 3 dialects when he told her, "That's not a proctor. That's an assassin with a clipboard." I know. So we prepare for Gao to rig the brackets, sabotage the conditions, or both. They prepared. For 3 days, they trained with an intensity that left them both exhausted and sharper than they'd ever been. Elder Fong, informed of the situation, provided additional spirit stones and a second, refined suppression talisman that worked in concert with the void mantle to make Liang Qin's signature as unremarkable as possible. You must not use the vortex state during the trials, she cautioned. No matter what happens. Controlled absorption only. If you reveal the full extent of the void root's capabilities in a public setting, the consequences will be irreversible. Understood. I mean it, Liang Qin. The moment you lose control in front of that many witnesses, the sect's political factions become irrelevant. The forces that will come for you will not be interested in leverage or control. They will be interested in extinction. Her words carried the weight of someone who knew exactly what those forces looked like. He did not ask how she knew. He wasn't sure he wanted the answer. Chapter 17. The first trial was called the Ascent of Pressure, a path carved into Azure Peak's upper slopes where the sect's founders had layered suppressive formations into the stone itself. The formations generated a field of downward-pressing spiritual force that increased with altitude. The higher you climbed, the heavier the pressure. Most outer disciples at Qi Condensation could reach the halfway mark before the weight drove them to their knees. Foundation establishment disciples typically reached the 3/4 mark. The summit had been reached by an outer disciple exactly once in the sect's history. 300 disciples entered the path at dawn, climbing in a staggered procession that stretched along the mountainside like a line of ants ascending a wall. The morning sun cast long shadows, and the air thinned with altitude, carrying the metallic taste of concentrated spiritual energy. Liang Chun climbed near the back of the pack, his void mantle in place, his steps measured and deliberate. The suppressive formations activated as he crossed the first threshold, a wave of downward force that pressed on his shoulders like invisible hands, trying to push him to the ground. He felt it in his bones, his joints, his lungs. And then the Devourer's core reacted. The suppressive force was spiritual energy, projected by formations, flowing downward through the path's stone. To the void root, it was food. The Devourer's core began absorbing the suppressive energy automatically, pulling it inward through his feet and legs, and converting it to void essence. The downward pressure didn't decrease. The formations were vast, far beyond what his small core could deplete, but the pressure on his body diminished as the absorption provided a counterforce. For every unit of force the formations pushed down, his root consumed a fraction, creating a buffer that reduced the effective weight. He climbed faster. The halfway mark, a painted line on the stone where most of the pack was stalling. Disciples knelt, gasped, turned back. Liang Chun passed them at a steady walk, the suppressive energy flowing into his root like water into a drain. He was gaining energy as he climbed, the void essence in his dantian growing with every step. The three-quarter mark. The pressure here was crushing. Foundation establishment disciples were struggling, their reinforced bodies barely adequate against the concentrated formations. Liang Chun felt the weight increase, but his root's absorption increased proportionally. The more pressure, the more energy, the more his core consumed, the lighter he felt. The formations were fueling his ascent. Ahead of him, the few remaining climbers, all foundation establishment, all straining visibly, turned to stare as a chi condensation disciple passed them at a walking pace. One of them, a young woman whose earth root was visibly struggling against the pressure, actually stopped climbing and pressed herself against the path's wall to let him pass, her expression a mixture of awe and incomprehension. The summit. Liang Chun reached it alone, standing on a platform of ancient stone that overlooked the entire sect, outer and inner, stables and training grounds, the administrative complex and the elders' residences, all spread below him like a map. The suppressive formations here were at maximum intensity, a weight that should have been sufficient to pin a foundation establishment stage 5 cultivator to the ground. He stood in it and felt nothing but fullness. The Devourer's core was gorged, pulsing with absorbed energy, his dantian filled to capacity with converted void essence. Behind him, the path was a line of struggling disciples who had witnessed the impossible, the weakest person in their sect, reaching a summit that none of them could. The whispers were no longer whispers. They were questions, demands, theories shouted across the mountainside, cultivators trying to make sense of what they'd seen. And in the inner sect buildings below, Liang Chen's expanded perception detected a flare of lightning chi, Gao Tianlei, watching through a scrying formation, his signature spiking with fury. The first trial was complete. The second would be worse. Chapter 18. The second trial was combat brackets, single elimination fights on standardized platforms, with matches determined by random draw. Random was the official description. Liang Chen knew better. The brackets were posted the following morning. 300 names, arranged in a tournament tree, with the final 8 earning intersect promotion. Liang Chun scanned the brackets and found his name in the third quadrant, seated against progressively stronger opponents in a pattern that was mathematically improbable without intervention. His first opponent, Chi Condensation Stage 5. Manageable. Second opponent, if he won Chi Condensation Stage 8. Third, Foundation Establishment Stage 2. Fourth, Foundation Establishment Stage 4. Semi-final, Foundation Establishment Stage 6, the highest-ranked outer disciple in the sect. Each fight was designed to force him to reveal more of his abilities, a graduated escalation that would produce detailed data for whoever was watching. Gao Tianlei's fingerprints were all over the brackets. Mei Zhan's draw was cleaner. Her reputation as a fire prodigy was established, and even Gao's faction knew that rigging her bracket would draw immediate scrutiny. She blazed through her first 3 opponents with the kind of efficient brutality that made the audience wince and cheer in equal measure. Liang Chen's first fight was careful. He absorbed his opponent's wind technique with controlled precision, converted it, and released a measured palm strike that knocked the disciple off the platform without revealing anything beyond unusual energy conversion. The audience murmured but didn't erupt. Good. Second fight. Harder. The stage 8 opponent used a multi-element technique. earth and water combined into a mud-type attack that coated surfaces and restricted movement. Liang Chun absorbed the chi component, but couldn't absorb the physical mud, which stuck to his feet and slowed him down. He adapted, drawing the spiritual energy out of the mud itself, causing it to crumble into dry powder, then struck with a void essence pulse that he shaped into a narrow beam rather than the broad wave he'd used in the first tournament. Precision over power. Control over spectacle. Third fight. Foundation Establishment Stage 2. The gap was significant. Foundation Establishment cultivators had formed their spiritual core, giving them a reservoir of power that chi condensation disciples couldn't match. Liang Chun fought defensively, absorbing every technique his opponent threw and converting them into his own reserves. The fight lasted longer than the previous two. The audience grew tense as Liang Chun weathered attack after attack, his body absorbing impacts that should have broken bones, his root drinking energy that should have overwhelmed his meridians. He won by attrition. His opponent, depleted by attacks that disappeared into Liang Chun's body, collapsed from chi exhaustion. Not dramatic, not flashy, just relentless consumption. Fourth fight. Foundation Establishment Stage 4. This opponent had watched the previous fights and had a strategy. Don't use techniques. Pure physical combat. Foundation Establishment body strength against chi condensation reflexes. It was clever. Without techniques to absorb, Liang Chun had to rely on his body. The void essence in his muscles made the difference. His body had been enhanced by weeks of converted energy flowing through rebuilt meridians. He was faster than a chi condensation cultivator had any right to be, his reflexes sharpened by the void root's neural enhancement. The fight was a brawl, dirty, physical, exhausting, and he won it by 3 seconds when his opponent overcommit to a takedown and Liang Chun redirected the momentum with a throw that sent the larger man off the platform. The semifinal was where Gao's trap closed. His opponent was not the Foundation Establishment Stage 6 disciple he'd expected. The brackets had been quietly adjusted between rounds. The Stage 6 disciple had been replaced by Han Bolin, a core formation disciple. Core formation. 3 full realms above Liang Chun's official cultivation level. 2 realms above his actual level. An impossible gap. The audience fell silent when they saw the matchup. Even the most bloodthirsty spectators knew this was wrong. Core formation against chi condensation was not a fight. It was an execution. Liang Chun looked at the platform where Han Bolin waited. A broad-shouldered man in his 20s with a calm expression and a cultivation base that pressed against Liang Chun's senses like a weight. Then he looked at the proctor's booth, where Gao Tianlei sat with an expression of satisfied malice. He climbed the platform. Chapter 19. Han Bolin was a professional. He did not taunt, did not posture, did not waste energy on expressions of contempt. He stood at the platform's center with his hands clasped behind his back and waited for the starting flag with the patience of someone who had fought 100 matches and knew that victory was a matter of technique, not drama. "I've been told to test you," Han Bolin said quietly, before the flag dropped. "I was not told the purpose of the test. I want you to know that I take no pleasure in this matchup." "Noted," Liang Chun said. The flag dropped. Han Bolin's domain activated instantly, a sphere of pressurized spiritual energy that expanded from his body and filled the entire platform in less than a second. The domain was his core formation signature, a zone of controlled chi that amplified his techniques and suppressed his opponents. Inside the domain, the air itself became a weapon. Every breath carried crushing spiritual pressure that bore down on Liang Chun's body like a physical force. This was the difference between realms. Foundation Establishment cultivators were strong. Core formation cultivators owned the space they occupied. The pressure was immense. Liang Chun's knees buckled. His void mantle, the concealment technique he'd been maintaining constantly, wavered under the domain's force. He could feel his root reacting, the devourer's core spinning faster, hungry for the vast energy that surrounded it. He let it feed. The domain's energy was concentrated chi, pure, dense, and continuous. The devourer's core absorbed it greedily, pulling the domain's substance into itself. But the volume was staggering. Han Bolin's core formation reserves dwarfed everything Liang Chun had ever consumed. The root absorbed, and the domain didn't thin. It was like trying to drink an ocean. Han Bolin struck. His palm technique, a core formation art called mountain pressure palm, hit Liang Chun's crossed arms with force that lifted him off the ground and sent him backward. The platform's barrier formations caught him, and he bounced off the containment wall with an impact that cracked 2 ribs. Pain. Sharp, real, grounding. His void mantle collapsed entirely. The devourer's core, unsheathed, pulsed with naked hunger. The absorption aura expanded, not into vortex state, not out of control, but released from its containment in a way that made every cultivator in the audience feel a pull at their chi. Han Bolin felt it most. His domain, the sphere of controlled chi he projected, began to thin at the edges nearest Liang Chun. The energy wasn't dissipating. It was being consumed. What? Han Bolin's composure cracked for the first time. He pushed more chi into the domain, reinforcing it, and the Devourer's core consumed the reinforcement too. Every unit of energy Han Bolin projected, Liang Chen's root absorbed. The domain became a feedback loop. More energy in, more absorption, more energy needed to compensate, more absorption. Liang Chun rose to his feet with broken ribs grinding against each other and void essence flooding through his body in waves of cold, dark power. The domain's pressure was weakening. Not because Han Bolin was running out, his core formation reserves were vast, but because the root's absorption rate was accelerating, consuming the domain's energy faster than it could be replenished. He needed a decisive technique. Something that would end the fight before Han Bolin adjusted or before the absorption destabilized. The answer came not from training or technique manuals, but from the Devourer's core itself. A new ability, surfacing from the root's evolutionary instinct like a reflex he'd always had but never triggered. Void reflection. The principle was simple, the execution terrifying. Instead of absorbing and converting Han Bolin's chi, Liang Chen's root reversed the flow, absorbing the domain energy, amplifying it through void essence conversion, and projecting it back at its source. The output was not void essence. It was Han Bolin's own technique, returned with the added weight of void conversion. The reflected domain energy hit Han Bolin like a wall. His own technique, amplified, concentrated, and delivered with the merciless efficiency of the Devourer's core, struck his spiritual core and rattled it within his dantian. The sensation was indescribable. Being attacked by your own power, magnified and reflected, was not just painful but deeply disorienting. The spiritual core, a cultivator's most protected organ, had been built to produce this exact energy. Being struck by its own output created a resonance cascade that short-circuited Han Bolin's internal chi circulation. He staggered. The domain collapsed, and Liang Chun, channeling the last of the reflected energy into his fist, struck Han Bolin in the center of the chest with a void reflection palm that carried the core formation cultivator's own power back into his body at 3 times its original intensity. Han Bolin's eyes rolled back. His knees buckled. He fell to the platform floor, unconscious before he landed. His chi circulation disrupted, his spiritual core vibrating with the aftershocks of its own reflected output. The platform was silent. Then the crowd erupted. The sound hit Liang Chun like a physical force. 300 voices, screaming, shouting, some cheering, and some protesting, and some simply expressing the raw, inarticulate shock of witnessing something that should not have been possible. A chi condensation disciple had defeated a core formation opponent, not through tricks or terrain advantages or external tools, through direct combat, using a technique that no one had ever seen. Liang Chun stood over Han Bolin's unconscious form, his ribs screaming, his void mantle shattered, the Devourer's core pulsing with a hunger that the entire arena could feel, and looked up at the proctor's booth, where Gao Tianlei sat. Gao's face was the color of old ash. His pale eyes were wide. His lightning root crackled uncontrollably, sending sparks across the booth's railing. Vice Sect Master Lu Hong, standing in the shadows behind the booth, was already activating his communication jade. Chapter 20. The inner sect induction ceremony was held at dusk in the Celestial Hall, a vast chamber carved from the mountain's living rock, its ceiling lost in darkness above formation lanterns that floated like captive stars. 8 disciples stood in a row before the hall's central platform, Liang Chun and Mei Jin among them, their outer sect robes exchanged for the inner sect's deep blue. Sect Master Ren Qingshan presided. He descended from the hall's upper level with the measured grace of someone who had spent centuries refining the art of appearing benevolent. His robes were white, the sect leader's color, and his spiritual pressure, carefully controlled, filled the hall with a warmth that felt like sunlight and was, Liang Chun now understood, precisely as genuine. Disciples, Ren said, his voice carrying the resonant authority of tribulation crossing cultivation. You have proven your worth through trial and combat. Azure Peak welcomes you to its inner circle. He moved down the line, greeting each new inner disciple with a word of personalized praise. When he reached Liang Chun, he stopped. Liang Chun. The sect master's smile was warm. His eyes were not. A remarkable showing. From stable hand to inner disciple in a matter of weeks. Unprecedented. I am grateful for the sect's opportunities, sect master. The words were formula. The void mantle was back in place, tighter than ever, a second skin of concealment that hid the devourer's core's true nature behind a veneer of unremarkable chi. You have a gift, Rin said, leaning slightly closer. I look forward to seeing how it develops. The words were simple. The undercurrent was not. Liang Chun felt the sect master's spiritual sense brush against his void mantle. A probing touch, light and expert, testing the concealment's boundaries. The mantle held. Rin's eyes narrowed by a fraction that only someone looking for it would catch. Indeed, Rin murmured, and moved to the next disciple. The ceremony concluded. The new inner disciples were shown to their quarters. Real rooms, not carved cubbyholes, with cultivation arrays embedded in the floors and ambient chi thick enough to taste. Mei Zhen's room was 3 doors from his, and she caught his arm as he passed. The sect master, she said quietly. I know. He was probing you. I know. Liang Chun. His cultivation is tribulation crossing. If he decides you're a threat, I know. He held her gaze. But I'm in the inner sect now. That means resources, library access, and a political position that makes it harder for any single faction to move against me. It buys time. Time for what? Time to get stronger. She studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Don't be an idiot. She squeezed his arm once, firmly, and disappeared into her room. He entered his own quarters, sealed the door with the formation lock, and sat on the meditation platform. The room's cultivation array hummed beneath him, feeding ambient chi into the air. The devourer's core absorbed it passively, a background intake that was so natural now he barely noticed it. He was about to begin cultivating when Elder Fong's voice spoke in his mind. A soul projection, silent and direct, bypassing the room's wards with the effortless precision of someone whose real cultivation dwarfed everything in the sect. Come to my study. Now, use the tunnel route. He went. The tunnels were dark and familiar, the route to Elder Fong's hidden study committed to muscle memory after weeks of nightly visits. He arrived to find her standing at the center of the room, her expression graver than he had ever seen it. The sect master, he began, is not what he seems. She cut him off. Rin Qingshan's warmth, his paternal manner, his apparent interest in your development. It's a mask. I've suspected for years, and tonight I confirmed it. Confirmed what? While Rin was conducting the ceremony, I monitored his spiritual communications. He maintains a concealed channel, divine grade, far beyond what a mortal sect master should possess. Tonight, he used it. She paused. The privacy formations in the study pulsed with increased intensity, as if responding to the gravity of what came next. He reported your existence to an entity called the Arbiter. His exact words were, Void Root confirmed. Stage 1 Devourer. Mortal host, inner sect status. Awaiting instructions. The cave was very cold. The Arbiter, Liang Chun said. What is the Arbiter? The God's enforcer. The one they send when a Void Root bearer is identified. The one who destroyed the previous bearer. Elder Fong's voice was steady, but her eyes held something he'd never seen in them before, urgency. Rin Qingshan is not just a corrupt sect master. He's a divine agent, placed here, or co-opted, to serve as the tribunal's eyes in the mortal realm. How long? I don't know how long he's been compromised. Years, at minimum. Perhaps since he became sect master. She crossed the room and pressed a formation key into his hand, a small disc of jade that vibrated with contained energy. This is a long-range communication talisman, keyed to my spiritual frequency. If anything happens, if Rin moves against you, if the Arbiter's agents appear, if you feel a divine-grade presence, activate it. I will come. Elder Fong, what is your real cultivation level? For the first time since he'd known her, Elder Fong Ruashi looked uncomfortable. High enough to protect you from most threats in the mortal realm. Not high enough to protect you from the Arbiter. She placed her hand on his shoulder, a rare physical gesture from a woman who maintained emotional distance with the discipline of a cultivation technique. Your display at the trials has changed the timeline. Ren's report was not cautious or hedging, it was urgent. He believes you are advancing too quickly to contain through mundane means. The Arbiter will respond. How long do I have? Weeks. Maybe less. He returned to his quarters through the tunnels, the communication talisman burning in his pocket, the weight of what he'd learned pressing down on him with a force that no suppressive formation could match. The inner sect's ambient chi flowed around him, and the devourer's core absorbed it with quiet, relentless hunger. As he crossed the threshold of his room, the core pulsed, not with hunger, but with something else. A resonance, deep and wordless, that came not from the root, but from whatever the root was connected to. The primordial abyss, the text had called it. The darkness beneath reality. For the first time, the resonance formed a word. Not in any language he knew, but in a vibration that his bones understood before his mind did. Finally, The Devourer's core pulsed with agreement, and Liang Chun stood in his new inner sect room, 17 years old, 2 weeks into a cultivation that no one had survived, and felt the entire weight of gods and abyss and ancient war settling on his shoulders that had been carrying wheelbarrows of beast dung less than a month ago. He sat on the meditation platform. He closed his eyes. The Devourer's core spun in his dantian, its orbiting motes casting shadows across the inner landscape of his spiritual perception. The ambient chi of the inner sect flowed into him like tributaries into a dark lake, steady, constant, nourishing. His meridians, rebuilt and widened by 2 weeks of void essence circulation, carried the energy with an efficiency that would have been remarkable in a cultivator with decades of practice. He was chi condensation stage 3, the lowest rung of a ladder that stretched beyond mortal sight into realms where gods made their homes. 2 weeks ago, he had been nothing, a stable hand with a decorative root and copper coin ambitions. Now he was something that made sect masters report to divine enforcers and ancient powers stir in the deep places of reality. The irony was not lost on him. He had spent 5 years wanting nothing more than to be a cultivator. Any cultivator, the weakest, the slowest, the most mediocre practitioner who ever stumbled through a breakthrough. He would have wept with gratitude for a mortal standard root, the lowest classification that still permitted cultivation. Instead, he had been given something that the gods themselves feared. And the price of that gift was a target on his back that would grow larger with every breakthrough, every evolution, every step closer to the power that the primordial abyss was offering him. He began the work of getting strong enough to survive what was coming. The Devourer's core pulsed its agreement, patient and hungry and utterly, terrifyingly his. Chapter 21. The inner sect was a different country. Liang Qin stood in the corridor outside his new cultivation chamber and watched a disciple walk past carrying a tray of spirit-enriched rice. Actual white rice, glistening with an amber sheen that indicated it had been grown in chi-saturated soil and cooked with formation-purified water. The smell alone was enough to make his stomach growl with an intensity that 5 years of ashroot paste and cold outer sect rations had beaten into him. "You're staring at the rice," Mei Jun said, appearing at his elbow. "I'm staring at the rice. It tastes as good as it looks." The inner sect dining hall serves 3 meals a day, all spirit-enriched. The protein comes from the same spirit beast you used to clean up after. She paused. Ironic, isn't it? He ate his first inner sect meal in a hall of polished stone and floating formation lanterns, surrounded by disciples who regarded him with expressions ranging from cautious interest to barely concealed hostility. The rice was extraordinary. Each grain dissolved on his tongue in a burst of warmth that sank through his throat and into his meridians, carrying trace amounts of spiritual energy that his void root absorbed with quiet efficiency. A single meal here was worth a week of outer sect rations in terms of cultivation value. The cultivation chamber was even more impressive. A private room, 8 by 10 feet, luxurious by outer sect standards, with a formation array embedded in the floor that concentrated ambient chi to 4 times the mountain's natural density. The air was thick with energy, and the Devourer's core pulsed happily at the abundance. For a cultivator whose root absorbed all forms of energy, this chamber was a feast laid out on a permanent table. But the inner sect ran on politics, and politics required a currency that Liang Chun did not possess: social capital. He learned this on his first full day, when he arrived at his cultivation chamber to find the chi array dead. Not damaged, deactivated. The formation's control node, a small jade disc embedded in the wall, had been removed. Without it, the array was inert stone, and the chamber was no different from a bare room. He searched the chamber, the corridor, and the common areas. The node was gone. "It happens," said a passing inner disciple with elaborately styled hair and the air of someone who had been inner sect long enough to find everything tedious. New disciples sometimes have their arrays adjusted by senior members as a welcome. A welcome. Think of it as motivation to build relationships. The node usually turns up after a week or so, unless you've offended someone. The disciple glanced at him with poorly concealed amusement. "Have you offended someone?" Gao Tianlei's faction. It had to be. The lightning cultivator had lost face twice, once at the tournament and once at the selection trials, and the inner sect was his territory. Petty sabotage was the opening move in a campaign of institutional harassment designed to make Liang Qin's life difficult enough that he'd voluntarily leave or provide an excuse for formal action. He could feel the watchers too. Lu Heng's surveillance had followed him to the inner sect, the operatives now concealed among the senior disciples who monitored the new arrivals. Their chi signatures were carefully muted, but the Devourer's core sensed them, faint tugs at the edge of his awareness, like fish nibbling at bait. The message was clear: You may have earned your place here, but you're not safe. He reported the missing array node to the inner sect's administrative office, where a clerk took his complaint with the enthusiasm of someone filing a request for a new mop and assigned it a priority level that suggested resolution sometime in the next geological epoch. We'll look into it, the clerk said, not looking up from his jade tablet. Liang Chun cultivated in his dead chamber, using only the ambient qi that seeped through the stone walls. Thin and inadequate compared to the concentrated array, but still more than the outer sect had offered. The Devourer's core compensated by extending its passive absorption range, pulling energy from the corridor, from adjacent chambers, lightly, carefully, not enough for the occupants to notice, and from the mountain's deep spiritual veins that ran beneath the inner sect like underground rivers. It was inefficient. It was frustrating. And it was temporary, because Liang Chun had no intention of waiting for bureaucratic resolution when political action was required. He needed allies. Real ones, not the fair-weather acquaintances that inner-sect politics produced, but cultivators who would stand beside him when the political wind shifted and the knives came out. The question was where to find them in a hierarchy built on competition, where friendship was a liability and trust was a currency most people couldn't afford to spend. The answer, as it turned out, would kick open his door the following morning. Chapter 22. The summons from Sect Master Ren Qingshan arrived by Jade Messenger Bird, a small construct of crystallized qi that fluttered to his window, deposited a message scroll, and dissolved into sparkles. The scroll was written in elegant calligraphy on silk paper, sealed with the Sect Master's personal formation stamp, and worded with the gracious formality that powerful people used when they wanted you to know that declining was not an option. Liang Chun, inner disciple. Your presence is requested in the Sect Master's study for a private cultivation assessment. 8th bell. Bring only yourself. He arrived at the 8th bell precisely, climbing the inner sect's central tower to a level he'd never been permitted to visit. The Sect Master's study occupied the entire top floor, a circular room of white stone and floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the mountain range in every direction. The view was staggering. Peaks marching to the horizon, their slopes green with spiritual vegetation, their summits wreathed in clouds that glowed faintly with the region's ambient qi. Ren Qingshan stood at the window with his back to the door, his white robes catching the afternoon light. He turned as Liang Chun entered, and his smile was the warmest thing in the room. Please sit. He gestured to a meditation cushion positioned in the center of a formation that Liang Chun recognized with a spike of alarm, a diagnostic array, similar to the one in the medical hall, but vastly more sophisticated. Sitting on that cushion would expose his spiritual root to direct analysis. He sat. The void mantle was in place, tighter than ever, and Elder Fong had spent 3 hours the previous night reinforcing it with additional concealment formations. The mantle wouldn't fool a sustained, expert examination, but it would present a confusing picture, showing enough to satisfy casual inquiry while obscuring the root's true nature. I make it a practice to personally assess all newly promoted inner disciples, Ren said, settling into a chair across from him with the ease of a man in his own living room. The selection trials measure combat potential, but cultivation is more than combat. I want to understand your path. I appreciate the Sect Master's attention, Liang Chun said, keeping his voice level and his qi stable. Your progress has been remarkable. From mortal deficient to qi condensation stage 3 in, what, 3 weeks? That's faster than any recorded advancement in the sect's history. Ren's tone was conversational, curious, a mentor taking interest in a promising student. Tell me about your route. How did the change begin? Liang Chun had prepared for this. Elder Fong had coached him on a cover story, close enough to the truth to be consistent with what the sect had already observed, vague enough to avoid revealing anything critical. The root mutated spontaneously, he said. I experienced pain in my dantian, and over several days, the root restructured. It developed the ability to absorb and convert external qi. I don't fully understand the mechanism. Fascinating. Ren leaned forward. The diagnostic formation beneath Liang Chun's cushion activated. He felt it as a warm pulse scanning upward through his body. The void mantle deflected the scan, presenting a blurred image of an unusual but not alarming spiritual root. And the absorption ability, is it limited to specific qi types, or can it process any form of spiritual energy? A probing question disguised as academic interest. The answer would determine how much the Sect Master already knew. It seems to work with most types, Liang Chun said carefully. But the conversion process is imperfect. I lose efficiency with unfamiliar energy. Lies, delivered with the calm of someone who had practiced them. The void root lost no efficiency. It converted everything with equal, terrifying perfection. but presenting a limitation made him seem less threatening, a manageable anomaly rather than an existential threat. Ren's smile didn't waver, but something shifted behind his eyes, a calculation completing, a conclusion forming. I see. Well, such mutations are rare, but not unprecedented. The sect will provide you with resources appropriate to your development. I've assigned you an advanced cultivation chamber on the 3rd tier. The array there should accommodate your root's unusual requirements. The sect master is generous. I take care of my disciples. Ren rose, signaling the meeting's end. His hand rested briefly on Liang Chen's shoulder, a fatherly gesture that sent the devourer's core into a frenzy of suppressed hunger. The sect master's cultivation was tribulation crossing, the second highest realm in mortal cultivation. The chi in his body was a vast, glittering ocean, and Liang Chen's root wanted to drink it so badly that maintaining the void mantle's containment required every scrap of willpower he possessed. One more thing, Ren said as Liang Chen reached the door. Elder Fong Ruashi. She's been spending time with you. She's been advising me on root control, Liang Chen said, which was true. A kind woman. Very knowledgeable. Ren's voice was casual in the precise way that concealed weapons were casual, innocuous until the moment they weren't. Though I sometimes wonder about the depth of her knowledge. She's more than she appears, don't you think? I wouldn't presume to judge an elder, sect master. No, of course not. Ren's smile reached his eyes this time, but it was the wrong kind of warmth, the warmth of a predator patient enough to wait for its prey to make a mistake. Good day, Liang Chen. He left. In the corridor outside, he pressed his back to the wall and breathed until his heartbeat slowed. The void mantle had held. The cover story had held. But Ren Qingshan was not fooled. Liang Chen could feel it in the quality of the sect master's questions, the precision of his probing, the casual mention of Elder Fong. The man was building a case. Brick by careful brick, collecting data and positioning pieces, preparing for a moment when the mask of benevolence would drop and the real face beneath would be revealed. That evening, in his new 3rd-tier cultivation chamber, vastly superior to the first, the chi array humming with concentrated energy that the devourer's core drank greedily. He activated Elder Fong's communication talisman. He knows, Liang Chen said. He didn't say it directly, but he knows. And he asked about you. Elder Fong's response was a long silence, followed by 4 words, we're running out of time. Chapter 23 Duan Fong was impossible to ignore. He was the largest person Liang Chen had ever met, 6 feet 4 of raw, muscular mass packed into intersect robes that strained at every seam. His spiritual root was peculiar. Not a standard elemental type, but a body root, a rare classification that channeled chi directly into physical enhancement rather than external techniques. His cultivation was Foundation Establishment Stage 4, achieved entirely through punching things until his body adapted, and his personality matched his approach to cultivation, loud, direct, and fundamentally incapable of subtlety. He appeared in Liang Chen's life on the 2nd day of intersect residence, kicking open the cultivation chamber door with a force that cracked the frame. You're the root mutation guy, Duan Fong announced, filling the doorway with an enthusiasm that was somehow more alarming than hostility. The one who ate lightning and beat a core formation disciple. That was the most incredible fight I've ever seen, and I once watched 2 spirit-severing elders destroy a mountain during an argument about tea. Could you close the door? Liang Chen said. The chi density is, I'm Duan Fong. Body cultivator. I punch things. Sometimes the things punch back, but usually I punch harder. He entered the chamber, closed the door behind him. It hung crookedly on the damaged frame, and sat cross-legged on the floor with the casual disregard for personal space that characterized everything about him. I want to be your friend. Why? Because you're the most interesting person in this sect, and I'm bored. Intersect training is all technique refinement and formation study and sitting quietly. I'm terrible at all of those things. I need excitement, and you, my friend, are a walking disaster of excitement. It was the most honest introduction Liang Chen had ever received. He found himself liking Duan Fong despite every instinct that told him new connections were dangerous. Over the following days, Duan Fong proved to be exactly what he appeared. Genuine, straightforward, and stubbornly loyal once he decided someone was worth his time. He was also surprisingly useful. His physical strength and blunt demeanor made him an effective deterrent against the petty harassment from Gao Tianlei's faction. The first disciple who tried to adjust Liang Chen's cultivation chamber in Duan Feng's presence was picked up by the collar and deposited in a courtyard fountain. The adjustment stopped, but it was Duan Feng's discovery that changed Liang Chen's trajectory. There's a sealed section in the technique library, Duan Feng said one evening, sprawled on the floor of Liang Chen's chamber while consuming spirit-enhanced dumplings at a rate that defied physiology. Behind the main stacks, past the restricted shelves, I found it because I was looking for body cultivation manuals and took a wrong turn. The library has restricted shelves for a reason. The restricted shelves are for inner disciples above foundation establishment stage 6. I qualify. He grinned. The sealed section is different. It's behind a formation wall that I couldn't punch through, which means it's elder grade. But I saw through a gap in the formation. There's a mural. A mural. A big one. Covers the entire back wall. It shows a battle, gods, I think, based on the glowing bits, fighting something dark. Like, really dark. Absence of light dark. He looked at Liang Chun with more perception than his demeanor usually suggested. You're kind of dark. They went that night. The technique library was a complex of interconnected rooms carved into the mountain's interior, each one housing thousands of jade slips organized by element, rank, and application. At midnight, with most disciples in their chambers, the library was silent except for the hum of preservation formations and the soft glow of navigation lights. The sealed section was exactly where Duan Feng had described it, behind a formation wall that shimmered with elder-grade concealment. Liang Chun pressed his palm to the formation and let the Devourer's core taste it. The formation's energy was complex, layered, designed to resist both physical and spiritual intrusion. But it was still energy, and the Void Root didn't care about complexity. He absorbed the formation in 30 seconds. The wall dissolved like mist in sunlight, revealing a chamber that hadn't been opened in years, dust-covered stone, stale air, and a mural. It filled the entire back wall, 20 feet high, 40 feet wide, painted in pigments that still held spiritual energy after centuries. The scene depicted was unmistakable, a host of divine beings, rendered in gold and silver light, arrayed against a single figure of absolute darkness. The dark figure stood at the center of a vortex that consumed the landscape around it. Mountains dissolving, rivers evaporating, the sky cracking into fragments of void. The divine beings were attacking from all directions. Their techniques, beams of golden light, constructs of crystallized authority, weapons forged from the stuff of reality itself, struck the dark figure and were absorbed. Each absorbed attack made the vortex larger, the figure more powerful, the consumption more absolute. At the top of the mural, above the battle, a single line of script in a language that shifted and rearranged itself when Liang Chun tried to read it. But the Devourer's core resonated with the script, and the meaning came through not as words, but as understanding. The abyss remembers what the gods forced the world to forget. This is the last Void Root bearer, Liang Chun said, his voice barely above a whisper. This is what happened when the gods came for him. Duan Feng stared at the mural with wide eyes. Void Root. Is that what you have? Liang Chun had not told Duan Feng the specifics of his mutation. Looking at the mural, at the dark figure consuming an army of gods, at the world dissolving around the battle, he understood why Elder Feng had told him to keep silent. It's a legend, he said. Just a painting. Duan Feng's expression said he wasn't buying it. But he was also the kind of person who wouldn't push when a friend drew a line. Sure. A legend. He paused. A legend that matches the energy signature I felt when you ate Gao Tianlei's lightning. But sure. A legend. They sealed the chamber behind them, the Void Root repairing the formation by feeding converted energy back into its structure. The library was silent. No one had seen them. But the mural's image stayed in Liang Chen's mind. The dark figure at the center of consumption, surrounded by dying gods, growing more powerful with every attack it absorbed. The painting's detail was extraordinary, each divine being rendered with individual features and expressions, not generic icons of power but distinct beings, each one frightened, each one pouring their greatest techniques into the void and watching them disappear without effect. The void figure at the center had no expression at all, just darkness and hunger and the quiet certainty of something that had stopped being human long ago. And the question that the image raised, the question that the Devourer's core pulsed with every time he considered it, was that a warning or a promise? Chapter 24. The regional alchemy competition was announced on a crisp autumn morning, delivered by the inner sect's head alchemist in tones that suggested participation was both an honor and an obligation. Azure Peak would send 3 representatives to the Spirit Flame provincial competition, held annually at the neutral ground of Verdant Harmony City. The representatives would be selected through internal trials, and the top 3 performers would represent the sect. Mei Jun was a natural candidate. Her fire root was ideal for alchemy. Pill refinement required precise temperature control and sustained energy output, both of which fire cultivators excelled at. She had been studying alchemy since arriving at the sect, combining her natural talent with a ferocious work ethic that had produced results well above her rank. "I'm entering the selection trials," she told Liang Chun during their dawn session. "If I make the team, I'll represent Azure Peak at the provincials." "You'll make the team." "Probably. But the competition itself is another matter. Provincial-level alchemists are foundation establishment at minimum, most are core formation, and the top competitors are nascent soul. I'm Chi condensation stage 6. She pulled a medicinal herb from her pouch and began processing it with precise movements, stripping leaves, separating stems, crumbling the core into a jade mortar. The fire control is fine. The theoretical knowledge is fine. The cultivation gap is the problem. Higher-rank alchemists can sustain their flame longer, at higher temperatures, with more stability. What if the cultivation gap didn't matter? She looked up sharply. Her mortar paused mid-grind, herb dust suspended in the air between them like frozen green snow. The dawn light caught the planes of her face, highlighting the intensity that burned behind her eyes, the same ferocity that had made her challenge an elder in public and accept the consequences without flinching. "Explain," she said, in the tone of someone who was already 3 steps ahead and wanted to verify that he'd reached the same conclusion. "Your root's absorption creates a vacuum effect that stimulates the source's regeneration," he said, remembering her observation from weeks earlier. "What if I could apply that to your alchemy? Absorb a portion of your flame's chi during refinement, creating a vacuum that your root compensates for by producing flame at higher efficiency. You'd get a more stable, more potent flame without increasing your cultivation base." She stared at him for a long time. "That would be incredibly dangerous. If you absorb too much, the flame collapses and the pill detonates. Which is why we practice." They practiced. Every evening after her alchemy training and his cultivation sessions, they met in a private workshop Mei Jun had negotiated access to, a small chamber with a furnace, a cauldron, and adequate ventilation. He sat behind her as she refined pills, his palms positioned near the cauldron, the devourer's cord delicately sipping at the edges of her fire chi. The effect was immediate and measurable. When he absorbed a thin thread of her flame's energy, her root compensated by burning hotter and more efficiently, a fire cultivator's instinctive response to energy depletion. Her flame temperature jumped by 15% without any additional chi expenditure. The refined pill's quality improved correspondingly. "It works," she breathed, examining a freshly refined chi enhancement pill that glowed with a luster beyond what her cultivation level should produce. "This is mid-foundation quality. From a chi condensation alchemist. We need to calibrate the absorption rate more precisely. I was pulling too much on the second cycle. The flame flickered. I felt it." She turned to him, and their faces were very close. The workshop was small, the cauldron was between them, and the residual heat from the refinement had flushed her cheeks. The firelight played across her features, catching the spark of excitement in her dark eyes. "You realize what this means? If you can enhance other cultivators' techniques through controlled absorption, you're not just a fighter. You're a force multiplier." "I realize." He was having difficulty focusing on the strategic implications because her proximity was doing things to his concentration that no amount of void root meditation had prepared him for. "Are you staring again?" "I'm examining the pill's chi distribution." "The pill is behind you." "Oh." She smiled, a rare, unguarded smile that cut through her habitual intensity like sunlight through storm clouds. Then she leaned forward and kissed him. It was brief, firm, and decisive. Mei Jun did not do anything hesitantly. Her lips were warm from the forge, tasting faintly of the medicinal herbs she'd been handling, and the contact sent a shock through Liang Chen's system that had nothing to do with qi and everything to do with the fundamental human circuitry that cultivation could enhance but never replace. She pulled back. "I've been wanting to do that for a week." "You were never going to make the first move because you have the emotional initiative of a spirit stone." "I was going to." "No, you weren't. You were going to stare at me during dawn sessions and think about my root signature until the sect fell down around us." She stood and began cleaning the workshop with brisk, efficient movements. "Now, the absorption calibration. Let's run it again." They ran it again, and again. Over the following nights, the calibration refined until Liang Chun could enhance Mei Jun's alchemy with surgical precision, a whisper-thin absorption that boosted her output without risking instability. By the time the internal selection trials arrived, she was producing pills at a quality level that made the intersex head alchemist blink twice and check his diagnostic jade for malfunctions. She made the team. First rank. The other 2 slots went to foundation establishment alchemists who had years of experience and significantly less talent. The news spread through the intersect within hours. Azure Peak's youngest representative had placed first in the internal selection trials, outperforming alchemists with 2 and 3 times her cultivation level. Disciples who had ignored Mei Jun during her punishment rotation now found reasons to greet her in corridors, to ask about her refinement techniques, to offer congratulations with smiles that were half genuine and half calculation. She accepted the attention with the same fierce composure she applied to everything, neither grateful nor resentful, simply present. The celebration was small. Liang Chun, Mei Jun, and Duan Feng in the intersex garden, sharing a jar of spirit wine that Duan Feng had acquired through means he declined to specify. The wine was warm and sweet. The evening air carried the scent of spiritual flowers, and for a single night, the weight of gods and void roots and sect politics receded far enough that 3 young cultivators could simply enjoy being alive and together. Duan Feng caught them kissing against a pillar and produced a sound that was half laugh and half scandalized gasp. Finally, I've been watching you 2 dance around each other for weeks. I was going to lock you in a storage closet if it went on much longer. You were going to do no such thing, Mei Jun said, with the dignity of someone whose lips were still flushed. I absolutely was. I had the closet picked out. It's on the 2nd floor, near the weapons rack. Very romantic. They laughed, and the sound echoed off the garden's stone walls, and the devourer's core pulsed with something that wasn't hunger, a resonance that felt, impossibly, like contentment. Chapter 25. The explosion rocked the alchemy wing at the 3rd bell of the morning. Liang Chun felt it from his cultivation chamber, not the physical shockwave, which the intersect's dampening formations absorbed, but the spiritual disruption, a burst of uncontrolled fire qi, followed by a void where Mei Jun's qi signature should have been. His heart stopped. He was out of his chamber and running before conscious thought caught up with instinct. The alchemy wing's corridor was filled with smoke, acrid, chemical, tinged with the smell of burnt medicinal herbs and something darker that he couldn't identify. Alchemists and assistants stumbled past him in the opposite direction, their faces pale, their robes singed. Mei Jun's workshop. The door was gone, blown off its hinges by the internal pressure of a cauldron detonation. Inside, the furnace was cracked, the walls were blackened, and the cauldron, the heavy iron vessel she used for all her refinements, had split into 3 jagged pieces that were embedded in the stone walls like thrown knives. Mei Jun sat against the far wall, alive, her barrier technique flickering around her like a dying flame. Her robes were scorched, her face blackened with soot, and her left arm hung at an angle that suggested bones were involved. I'm fine, she said, which was clearly untrue. Your cauldron exploded. I noticed. She winced as he helped her to her feet. Someone tampered with it. The internal coating, the formation that stabilizes the pill reaction, was altered. A single rune changed, just enough to create a feedback loop that built pressure until the cauldron couldn't contain it. Sabotage. Precise, knowledgeable sabotage. Whoever did this understood alchemy formations well enough to know which rune to change and how to change it without leaving an obvious trace. I only realized it because the reaction felt wrong in the last 3 seconds. Barely enough time to raise a barrier. He examined the cauldron fragments. The devourer's core could taste the residual energy, and buried beneath the fire qi and medicinal compounds was a trace of lightning. Faint, almost undetectable, but distinctive. Lightning. Gao Tianlei's signature element. It wasn't Gao himself, Liang Qin said. He doesn't have the alchemy knowledge, but someone in his faction does. His alchemist. The one who analyzed the arena residue after the tournament. Mei Jun's voice was cold with fury. If I'd been a second slower with that barrier, the shrapnel would have killed me. They reported the sabotage to the Intersect's Judicial Committee, which opened an investigation with the bureaucratic urgency of a glacier. The saboteur had covered their tracks well, no physical evidence beyond the lightning trace, which could be explained away as a natural occurrence in a mountain saturated with Gao Tianlei's ambient qi discharge. Liang Chun didn't wait for the investigation. He tracked the alchemist through Duan Feng's network of intersect contacts, a girl named Zhou Ying, Foundation Establishment Stage 3, who had been in the alchemy wing after hours the night before the explosion. Liang Chun confronted her in her workshop, his void mantle in place, his expression calm. You altered Mei Jun's cauldron formation, he said. I can taste your qi on the fragments. Lightning qi, applied with alchemical precision. Zhou Ying was small, mousy, and shaking. I don't know what you're talking about. You have 2 options. Tell me who ordered the sabotage, and I report you to the Judicial Committee with evidence that guarantees leniency. Or refuse, and I report you with evidence that guarantees expulsion and criminal charges for attempted murder. It wasn't supposed to be lethal. The rune change was calibrated to cause a minor explosion, enough to damage her competition preparations, not enough to... Who ordered it? She trembled. Senior brother Gao. He said it was a prank. He said no one would get hurt. Liang Chun left the workshop and went directly to the intersex training pavilion, where Gao Tianlei was conducting evening practice with his faction. The confrontation was public, deliberate. Liang Chun walked onto the training floor, past the sparring rings where inner disciples paused mid-technique to watch, and stopped 3 feet from Gao Tianlei. You tried to kill Mei Zhan, he said, his voice carrying across the pavilion. Gao's pale eyes narrowed. Lightning chi crackled around his fists, the involuntary discharge that betrayed his emotional state. That's a dangerous accusation, trash root. Zhou confessed. She's giving a statement to the judicial committee right now. This was a slight exaggeration. Zhou was in her workshop, crying, but Gao didn't know that. You ordered the sabotage of a competition cauldron. The explosion nearly killed an inner disciple. You have no proof beyond the word of a scared girl. I have the lightning chi trace from the cauldron fragments. Your signature, Gao? Unique as a fingerprint. Would you like me to present it to the committee, or shall we settle this here? Gao's restraint broke. The fight was savage and fast. Gao attacked with the full force of his foundation establishment stage 7 cultivation, azure lightning palm, thunder step, storm body reinforcement, techniques that turned the training pavilion into a lightning storm. Formation barriers around the sparring rings shattered under the pressure. Disciples scattered. Liang Chun let the devourer's core feed. Every technique Gao threw, the void root consumed. Lightning chi flooded into his dantian, converted to void essence, and the converted energy flowed back into his muscles, his reflexes, his speed. He moved through the lightning like a shadow through rain, not dodging but absorbing, each impact making him faster and stronger while Gao grew weaker. The fight lasted 90 seconds. At the end, Gao Tianlei knelt on the cracked pavilion floor, his cultivation base depleted by half, his lightning chi sputtering like a candle in wind. Liang Chun stood over him, void essence radiating from his hands and tendrils of dark energy that dissipated slowly in the charged air. Stay away from Mei Zhan, Liang Chun said. Stay away from me. The next time you move against either of us, I won't stop at depleting your chi. He turned and walked out. The pavilion was silent. 40 inner disciples had witnessed the sect's golden boy, its lightning prodigy, brought to his knees by a cultivator who had been cleaning beast stables a month ago. Vice Sect Master Lu Hong, informed within the hour by his operatives, sat in his dark study and stared at the wall. He's getting stronger, he murmured. Much faster than projected. Chapter 26. The tribunal convened 3 days later. The inner sect's judicial chamber was a circular room designed for exactly this purpose. Tiered seating around a central platform where accuser and accused faced each other under formation arrays that detected lies, suppressed violence, and recorded everything for the sect's archives. Sect Master Rin Qingshan presided from the highest seat, flanked by the sect's 3 senior elders, with Vice Sect Master Lu Hong conspicuously positioned to his right. The charge was serious. Lu Hong had filed a formal accusation against Liang Chun for cultivation of a forbidden parasitic technique that drains and steals the cultivation bases of fellow disciples. The evidence cited was the tournament fight, the training pavilion confrontation, and testimony from the 3 inner disciples who had ambushed him in the Black Mist Forest, all of whom reported involuntary chi drainage during contact with Liang Chun. Elder Fang Ruoshi appeared as Liang Chun's advocate. She sat in the defendant's section in her usual plain robes, her unremarkable presence a stark contrast to the room's political electricity. The accusation is baseless, Elder Fang said, her voice calm and precise. Liang Chun's root mutation has been documented and monitored since its onset. The absorption ability is a natural property of his spiritual root, not a cultivated technique, not a forbidden art. Natural root abilities, regardless of their nature, are protected under Sect Charter Article 3, Clause 12. Natural root abilities do not consume other cultivators' chi, Lu Hong countered. No documented spiritual root in the 5 great sects' combined archives possesses the ability to drain a fellow cultivator's cultivation base through combat contact. This is, by definition, parasitic. The absorption converts ambient and directed chi. It does not target cultivators' bases specifically. What the witnesses experienced was defensive absorption of techniques directed at Liang Chun. When attacked, his root absorbed the attacking energy. This is no different from a defensive technique that dissipates incoming strikes. Techniques that dissipate don't make the user stronger while making the attacker weaker. The tribunal went back and forth for 2 hours. Elder Fang argued law, precedent, and root biology with a fluency that surprised even Liang Chun, who had underestimated the depth of her preparation. Lu Hong argued danger, precedent, and the sect's responsibility to protect its disciples from a cultivator whose very presence drained their power. The tribunal was split. 3 elders favored dismissal. 2 favored investigation. Ren Qingshan, as the deciding vote, stroked his beard and appeared to deliberate with the careful gravity of a leader weighing justice against pragmatism. It was a performance. Liang Chun could feel the sect master's spiritual pressure beneath the surface. Not neutral, not deliberating, but calculating. Ren was using the tribunal to achieve a specific outcome, and the appearance of deliberation was the vehicle. "I propose a compromise," Ren said, his voice warm with the authority of resolution. A test of innocence. The sect's purification array, the formation used to cleanse disciples of foreign qi contamination, will settle this matter definitively. He turned to Liang Chun. "If your cultivation survives the purification array's cleansing intact, it proves your power is your own, a natural root ability, as Elder Fong claims. If your cultivation collapses under purification, it proves your power is derived from stolen qi, a parasitic technique, as Vice Sect Master Lu claims." The logic was elegant and, to most of the room, appeared fair. The purification array stripped away foreign qi while leaving natural cultivation intact. A cultivator whose power was legitimately their own would emerge unchanged. A cultivator relying on stolen energy would be stripped bare. "I accept," Liang Chen said. Elder Fong's expression tightened fractionally. She leaned close as the tribunal prepared the purification array. "The array is designed for standard qi types. Your void essence is not standard. The purification energy will interact with your root in ways that no one in this room can predict. If I refuse, Lu Hong gets his investigation. If you fail, Lu Hong gets your execution. Then I'd better not fail." Chapter 27. The purification array occupied a dedicated chamber beneath the judicial hall. A spherical room lined with crystalline formations that hummed with a deep, resonant energy designed to strip, separate, and eliminate any qi that did not belong to the occupant's natural spiritual root. The formations were ancient, installed by the sect's founder, maintained by generations of formation masters, and their power was absolute within the chamber's boundaries. Liang Chun stood at the center of the sphere, formation crystals pulsing around him in every direction. The tribunal watched through a viewing formation in the ceiling, faces arranged in a ring above him, their expressions ranging from Elder Fong's controlled concern to Lu Heng's barely concealed anticipation. "Activate the array," Ren Qingshan commanded. The crystals erupted. Purification energy, white, pure, and merciless, flooded the chamber in a wave that hit Liang Chun from all sides simultaneously. It entered his body through every pore, every meridian opening, every pathway that his cultivation had carved through flesh and bone. Its purpose was simple: find anything foreign and burn it away. The energy found the void essence. For one terrible second, the purification energy and the void essence existed in the same space. White light and absolute darkness, occupying the same meridians, the same dantian, the same root. The purification array read the void essence as foreign and attempted to strip it away. The Devourer's core disagreed. The clash was internal, invisible to the watchers above, but felt by every formation-sensitive cultivator in the building. The purification energy pushed. The void root pulled. White and black collided in Liang Chen's dantian with a force that made his bones ring like struck bells. And then the root did what it had always done. It fed. The purification energy, sacred, ancient, designed by the sect's founder to be irresistible, entered the Devourer's core and was consumed. Not resisted, not deflected, consumed. The white light disappeared into the sphere of absolute black, converted with the same merciless efficiency that had consumed Gao Tianlei's lightning and Han Bolan's domain. The formations around the chamber dimmed. The crystals, drained of their stored energy, flickered and went dark one by one. The purification wave faltered, thinned, and collapsed as its source was devoured. Inside Liang Chen's body, the converted purification energy, transformed to void essence of extraordinary purity, slammed into his spiritual core with the force of a breakthrough. His cultivation base, which had been Qi condensation stage 3, fractured along lines he didn't know existed. The dantian expanded. The Devourer's core grew, not incrementally but exponentially, the sphere doubling in size as the purification energy fed at the single largest infusion of power it had ever received. His meridians, already rebuilt by weeks of void essence circulation, widened further, their channels deepening and darkening as the new energy carved through them like rivers through soft stone. Foundation establishment. The breakthrough hit him like a physical blow. He felt his spiritual core condense. the transformation that defined foundation establishment, where scattered qi coalesced into a stable, self-sustaining core. But his core was not made of qi. It was made of void essence, a sphere of absolute darkness that pulsed with a gravity that bent the remnants of the purification energy around it. The formation chamber went dark. Every crystal was dead, not just drained, but burnt out. Their internal structures collapsed, their surfaces cracked and blackened. Centuries of accumulated power, consumed in minutes by a root that had been classified as decorative less than 2 months ago. Liang Chun stood at the center of the dead array, his body thrumming with a cultivation base that had just leaped an entire major realm, void essence bleeding from his skin in wisps of dark energy that dissipated in the stale air. Above, through the viewing formation, the tribunal stared. His cultivation survived, Elder Fong said, her voice carrying the satisfaction of someone who had bet correctly on a terrifying gamble. The purification array stripped nothing because there was nothing foreign to strip. His power is his own. The chamber erupted into chaos. Chapter 28. Lu Hong was on his feet, his controlled demeanor cracked wide open. The array malfunctioned. His technique consumed the formation. That proves it's parasitic. The array functioned perfectly, Elder Fong replied. It attempted to strip foreign qi from Liang Chen's body. There was none. His root absorbed the purification energy because that is what his root does. It absorbs energy. All energy. That is not parasitism. That is the root's natural function. The array confirmed it. He destroyed the purification array, an unintended consequence of exposing an absorption-type root to a massive energy source. The same would occur if you placed a fire cultivator's root in a furnace. The root would absorb the heat. The furnace's destruction doesn't prove the fire cultivator is parasitic. The argument raged. Elders shouted over each other. Lu Heng's face purpled with fury. Gao Tianlei, watching from the gallery, looked like he wanted to flee the building and possibly the continent. Ren Qingshan sat in his high seat and watched the chaos with an expression of carefully maintained concern that concealed the calculations running behind his eyes. Through it all, Elder Fong Ruashi argued with a precision and force that silenced each objection as it arose. Her knowledge of sect law was encyclopedic. Her understanding of root biology was beyond anything the other elders could match. And when Lu Hong, in desperation, suggested that Elder Fong herself should be investigated for harboring a dangerous cultivator, she revealed something that stopped the tribunal cold. Her cultivation. She didn't release her full power. That would have leveled the chamber. She simply relaxed the concealment she'd maintained for years, decades, and allowed the room to feel a fraction of what she truly was. The spiritual pressure that leaked through was enormous. Not nascent soul, not spirit severing, but something beyond those realms that made every person in the chamber instinctively lower their gaze. I have protected this disciple, she said, her voice carrying an authority that came not from volume, but from power so vast it needed no amplification. Because his root is unique, extraordinary, and deserving of cultivation rather than persecution. I will continue to protect him. Anyone who wishes to challenge that protection is welcome to try. The tribunal fell silent. Lu Heng sat down. The senior elders exchanged glances that communicated volumes. Even Ren Qingshan's calculated mask flickered with something that looked like genuine surprise. The charges are dismissed, Ren announced, after a pause that lasted exactly long enough to suggest careful deliberation rather than forced compliance. Liang Chen's cultivation is confirmed as a natural root ability. The matter is closed. The words echoed through the tribunal chamber, carrying the weight of formal ruling. The recording formations captured the decision. The elders' jade tablets updated their records, and the bureaucratic machinery of Azure Peak's justice system shifted to accommodate a precedent that would be studied and debated for years to come. A void root bearer, examined under the harshest purification protocol available, had been officially declared legitimate. Lu Heng's face was a masterwork of controlled fury, every muscle clamped tight, his jaw set so hard the tendons in his neck stood out like cords. His faction members behind him shuffled with the nervous energy of people whose certain victory had just evaporated. Gao Tianlei, in the gallery, had gone so pale that his skin matched the lightning qi bleeding from his fists. It was not closed. Liang Chen knew it. Elder Fong knew it. And the look in Ren Qingshan's eyes, calculating, patient, newly cautious, confirmed that the sect master's plans had merely adjusted, not abandoned. But for now, the formal threat was neutralized, and Liang Chun walked out of the judicial chamber with foundation establishment cultivation, tribunal acquittal, and the knowledge that Elder Fong Ruashi was far more powerful than anyone in Azure Peak had suspected. In the corridor outside, away from watching eyes, he turned to her. What realm are you really? High enough. She met his gaze. But not high enough for what's coming. You need to get stronger, Liang Chun. Much stronger, much faster. I just broke through to foundation establishment in a purification chamber. How much faster can I go? Fast enough that the gods notice. Her expression was grim. Because they already have. She paused at the door, and for a moment the concealment around her thinned enough for Liang Chun to glimpse the truth of her spiritual root. Not a standard elemental type, but something vast, ancient, and fundamentally different from anything he'd encountered. It was there for less than a heartbeat. Then the concealment snapped back into place with a discipline that spoke of lifetimes of practice. Elder Fong, he called. Who were you before you came to Azure Peak? She looked at him over her shoulder. For a moment, something flickered in her eyes that might have been the ghost of an old wound, or an older story. Then it was gone. Someone who made a promise, she said. And who intends to keep it? She left. The cultivation chamber hummed around him, and the devourer's course settled into its rhythm of steady, patient growth, and the race between power and time continued in the dark. Chapter 29 Foundation Establishment changed everything. In the weeks following the tribunal, Liang Chen's abilities evolved with a speed that even Elder Fong found startling. The devourer's core, fed by the massive infusion of purification energy, had stabilized at a new level, larger, denser, more controlled. The wild hunger that had characterized his early cultivation was tempered now, replaced by a refined appetite that could select, target, and consume specific energies with surgical precision. He could absorb fire chi without touching the water vapor in the air. He could drain a spirit stone's earth energy while leaving its structural matrix intact. He could pull lightning from a formation without disrupting the formation's function. The selectivity was not just useful, it was elegant, a level of control that would have taken a conventional cultivator decades to develop. But the most significant change was in his void essence itself. At foundation establishment, the converted energy could be shaped. Not just projected as waves or pulses, as he'd done at chi condensation. Shaped, formed into constructs with specific properties, held in stable configurations, and manipulated with the precision of a craftsman working with physical material. He could create a shield of void essence that absorbed incoming techniques. He could form a blade that cut through spiritual defenses by consuming their chi. He could extend tendrils of dark energy that wrapped around objects or opponents and drained them on contact. Elder Fong watched these developments with an intensity that bordered on obsession. The manual I mentioned, she said during a training session in the mine tunnels. The Abyss Walks. I've been searching for the complete text for longer than you've been alive. I have only fragments, the control exercises I taught you, some theoretical passages, and a few technique descriptions. She produced a leather-bound journal from her robes, her own work, not an ancient text. Pages of dense notes, diagrams, and formation sketches, all focused on the void root. These are the techniques I've been able to reconstruct from the fragments. They're designed specifically for a void root bearer at foundation establishment or above. She opened to a page marked with a red thread. This one is the most important. Void essence constructs. The ability to shape your converted energy into stable, external forms. The techniques were revolutionary. Where normal cultivators shaped chi using established martial forms, punches, kicks, weapon strikes, formation patterns, void essence responded to a different logic. It shaped through intent and visualization, bypassing the physical forms entirely. Liang Chun didn't need to throw a punch to project force. He needed to imagine the force and feed it void essence. The root did the rest. He spent 2 weeks mastering the construct techniques, producing increasingly complex shapes, walls, spheres, blades, nets, and, on one memorable occasion, a full-body armor of void essence that covered him in a second skin of absolute black. The armor was terrifying to look at and functionally magnificent. It absorbed any energy that struck it, feeding the impacts directly into his dantian as fuel. You're advancing too quickly, Elder Fong said, and for the first time, her tone held not praise but concern. The void root's evolution is accelerating. At this rate, you'll reach the converter stage within months. Isn't that good? It's double-edged. Each evolution makes you more powerful, but also more detectable. The God's observation formations are calibrated to detect void root signatures. The stronger you become, the brighter you burn on their instruments. She paused. And there's another concern. The void root's evolution is not entirely under your control. It responds to stimulus. The more energy you absorb, the faster it evolves. The purification array infusion accelerated the timeline dramatically. You're now on a path that the previous bearer walked in his later years. The difference is that he had decades of experience to draw on. You have weeks. The warning was clear. Power without wisdom was how the previous bearer had destroyed a realm. Liang Chun needed to balance growth with understanding, speed with control. He took the warning seriously. But the universe, as he was learning, did not wait for readiness. Chapter 30. The Spirit Flame Provincial Competition was held in Verdant Harmony City, 3 days' journey east of Azure Peak. Mei Jun traveled with the Sex delegation, 2 other alchemists, a supervising elder, and 4 inner disciples serving as guards. Liang Chun was not on the delegation, but he and Duan Feng followed at a distance, maintaining contact through communication talismans. The competition itself was Mei Jun's arena, and she dominated it. Supported by Liang Chen's covert absorption enhancement, delivered through a specially designed talisman that maintained a thin connection between their chi signatures, her fire techniques produced pills of a quality that astonished the judges. She advanced through the preliminary rounds, the quarterfinals, and the semifinals with the relentless efficiency of someone who had been preparing for this moment since she first lit a cauldron flame. The celebration after her semifinal victory was small and private. She found Liang Chun and Duan Feng at the inn where they'd been hiding and threw herself into Liang Chen's arms with a joy that was so unguarded it made his chest ache. Top 3, she breathed. I'm in the finals. Of course you are. Don't of course me. I'm Chi Condensation against Foundation Establishment finalists. This is not of course. But she was grinning, and the grin made her look younger, lighter, like the girl she might have been if life hadn't sold her to a cultivation sect to pay family debts. Duan Feng, demonstrating a rare moment of social awareness, excused himself to check the perimeter and left them alone. They stood in the inn's small courtyard, lantern light painting warm shadows across the stone walls. The night was cool, the air carrying the scent of spiritual flowers from the city's gardens. Mei Jun leaned against his chest, her fire roots' warmth radiating through their shared contact like a banked furnace. When this is over, she said quietly, when the competition is done and we go back to the sect, things are going to get harder. Lu Heng isn't finished. Ren Qingshan isn't what he seems. And your root is getting stronger, which means the attention is getting worse. I know. So I want you to know something. While we have a moment that isn't about fighting or politics or survival. She pulled back enough to look at him. Whatever happens, I chose this. I chose to spar with you at dawn. I chose to kiss you in the workshop. I chose you, Liang Chun. Not the void root. Not the power. You. The boy who cleaned beast stalls and kept going when anyone sane would have quit. He kissed her, and the devourer's core pulsed with that strange warmth that wasn't hunger. The resonance that Mei Jun's presence always triggered, a vibration that felt like the root itself recognized something important in her fire, her conviction, her stubborn, blazing refusal to be afraid. I love you, he said, because it was true and because the words came easier than he'd expected, as if his root, that engine of consumption, had been waiting for him to produce something instead of absorb. Her smile was radiant. Took you long enough. The finals were the next morning. She won 3rd place, remarkable for a Chi Condensation alchemist against Foundation Establishment competition. But it was something else from the competition that changed their trajectory. At the post-finals reception, Mei Jun was approached by a woman she'd met briefly during the opening ceremonies, an alchemist named Su Wanin, whose bearing and cultivation level were both deliberately obscured. Su Wanin congratulated her on the placement, and then, in a voice pitched for Mei Jun's ears alone, asked a question that made the hairs on Mei Jun's arms stand up. The enhancement your flame displayed during refinement, that vacuum effect that stimulated your root's output, that wasn't a technique, was it? That was someone absorbing your chi in controlled bursts. Someone with a root that converts rather than channels. Mei Jun maintained her composure by sheer force of will. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course not. Su Wanin smiled. A mysterious, knowing expression that carried the weight of secrets long held. If you did know someone with that ability, please tell them to be careful. There are people looking for them. People who are much older and much less friendly than I am. She disappeared into the reception crowd before Mei Jun could respond, leaving behind nothing but the faint scent of medicinal herbs and a silence that buzzed with unanswered questions. Mei Jun found Liang Chun within the hour. Her face was pale beneath her competition composure, and she relayed Su Wanin's words with the precise recall of someone whose memory had been sharpened by alarm. She knew about the vacuum effect, Mei Jun said. She identified it from across a crowded hall. That means she's either an extraordinary sensor or she was specifically looking for it. Did she seem threatening? No. Concerned. Like someone warning a stranger about a coming storm. Mei Jun pressed her lips together. But the fact that she exists, that anyone outside our circle can identify the void root signature, means your concealment isn't as complete as we thought. The realization settled between them like a stone dropped into still water. If Suwanin could detect the void root's influence from a distance, others could too. The void mantle hid the root's direct energy signature, but the secondary effects, the vacuum boost to Meijan's alchemy, the absorption traces left on combat opponents, were visible to anyone who knew what to look for. They needed to understand who Suwanin was, and whether her warning was genuine or the opening move of a more sophisticated trap. Chapter 31 News of Liang Qin's tribunal and subsequent Foundation establishment breakthrough spread beyond Azure Peak's walls like smoke on a wind. Cultivation Society was a network of interconnected sects, clans, and independent cultivators, all of whom tracked unusual developments with the competitive vigilance of merchants watching commodity prices. A mortal-deficient root that mutated into something capable of absorbing other cultivators' chi and devouring an ancient purification array was not merely unusual. It was unprecedented, and unprecedented things attracted attention. The challenge came from Iron Crest sect, Azure Peak's nearest regional rival. Yin Shuo, a Foundation establishment peak cultivator, Iron Crest's most promising prodigy, and the wielder of a rare metal element spiritual root, sent a formal challenge scroll through inter-sect diplomatic channels. The challenge was public, the terms were standard, and the refusal would be a loss of face that Azure Peak could not afford. "You don't have to accept," Elder Fong said, when Liang Qin showed her the scroll. "If I refuse, the sect loses face, and Rin Qingshan gains justification to restrict my activities. If I accept and lose, Lu Heng's faction uses the loss to argue I'm a liability. If I accept and win, you draw more attention. The spiral continues. The spiral continues regardless. At least this way, I control the narrative." The duel was held at the neutral grounds, a plateau between the two sects' territories, maintained by regional agreement as a site for formal challenges. Thousands of cultivators gathered, disciples from both sects, independent cultivators from the surrounding region, merchants, information brokers, and more than a few faces that Liang Qin's void root sense identified as concealed higher realm observers hiding their cultivation. Yin Shuo was a tall, lean man with silver-streaked hair that marked prolonged exposure to his metal root's energy. His cultivation was Foundation Establishment Stage 9, the peak of the realm, one step from core formation. His fighting style was legendary in the region, a metal element domain that turned the air itself into blades, combined with physical armor techniques that coated his body in living steel. "I've heard about your abilities," Yin Shuo said, as they faced each other on the dueling platform. His tone was respectful, a professional acknowledging a professional. "I'm not here to prove superiority. I'm here to test myself against something new." "Then let's test." The fight began. Yin Shuo's metal domain activated instantly, the air filled with suspended shards of silvery qi, each one sharp enough to cut stone, moving in patterns controlled by his will. The domain was beautiful and lethal, a three-dimensional web of blades that closed around Liang Qin from every direction. The Devourer's core drank. Metal chi flooded inward as the blades struck his void essence barrier and were consumed. But Yin Shuo was Foundation Establishment peak. His reserves were vast, and his domain regenerated consumed blades faster than Liang Qin could absorb them. For the first time since reaching Foundation Establishment, Liang Qin faced an opponent whose output exceeded his intake. He adapted. Instead of absorbing the entire domain, he targeted the blades closest to his body, creating a sphere of consumed space within the larger domain. The sphere moved with him as he advanced, a bubble of safety within the storm of metal. Yin Shuo noticed and compressed the domain, increasing the blade density. Liang Qin's new construct abilities came into play. He shaped absorbed metal chi, converted to void essence, into a counter-domain, tendrils of dark energy that extended from his body and corroded the metal blades on contact. Where metal and void met, the metal dissolved, its spiritual energy consumed by the tendrils and fed back to the Devourer's core. The two domains clashed, silver and black, creation and consumption, metal forming and void dissolving in a rolling wave of spiritual combat that turned the dueling platform into a chaos of light and darkness. The audience felt the pressure from 50 meters away, the combined spiritual output of two Foundation Establishment cultivators pushing their domains to the limit, the air itself warping under the strain. Yin Shuo's metal armor was the key. When Liang Qin's void tendrils finally reached his body, they struck the living steel coating and began to corrode it. Not cutting, not breaking, but consuming the metal chi that held it together. Yin Shuo felt his armor thinning and recognized the implication. If the armor failed, the void tendrils would reach his body, and his cultivation base would be vulnerable. He made a warrior's choice. Instead of retreating, he compressed his entire domain into a single, massive blade, a construct the size of a door, forged from every fragment of metal chi he possessed, and drove it at Liang Chen's chest. Liang Chen caught it, not with his hands, with his root. The Devourer's core opened, and the blade entered the sphere of absolute black like a ship entering a whirlpool. The consumption was total. The blade, Yin Shua's remaining metal chi, and the residual domain energy all collapsed into the Devourer's core in a single, enormous influx. The converted energy erupted from Liang Chen's palm as a beam of void essence, dense, cold, and carrying the weight of Yin Shua's entire domain compressed into a single strike. It struck Yin Shua's chest, corroded through the remnants of his metal armor, and slammed him off the platform. The crowd's roar was deafening. Liang Chen stood on the platform, void essence dissipating from his hands, his dantian fuller than it had been since the purification array, and his name spreading through the regional cultivation network like a signal fire that could be seen for 100 miles. The hidden observers in the audience, the higher realm cultivators concealing their power, shifted and murmured among themselves. Several activated communication talismans. One woman, concealed behind a veil that suppressed her spirit-severing cultivation, spoke rapidly into a jade piece, her words too faint to hear, but her spiritual signature spiking with urgency. Another observer, a man whose cultivation was so completely hidden that even Liang Chen's void root could only detect a faint outline, stood and left the viewing area without a word, his departure so quiet that none of the surrounding spectators noticed his absence. The signal was spreading beyond the region now, reaching ears that Liang Chen could not yet comprehend. Each communication was a ripple in a pond, and each ripple reached farther than the last, carrying news of a void root bearer in the mortal realm to factions, courts, and powers whose existence most mortals considered mythological. Chapter 32 Duan Feng's body cultivation had always been a blunt instrument. Where other cultivators refined their qi into techniques of elegant complexity, Duan Feng absorbed spiritual energy directly into his flesh and bone, using it to enhance his physical attributes, strength, speed, durability, regeneration. It was simple, effective, and had a hard ceiling. Without the nuance of technique-based cultivation, body cultivators topped out earlier than their peers. Duan Feng was Foundation Establishment Stage 4 and had been for months. His advancement stalled against the wall of his approach's limitations. He was frustrated. Liang Chen could see it in the tension of their training sessions, the extra force behind his punches, the way he pushed himself past safe limits, and had to be talked back down by Mei Zhen's sharp tongue and Liang Chen's steadier persuasion. "I'm stuck," Duan Feng admitted one evening, lying on the training ground's stone floor, his body covered in bruises from a session that had accomplished nothing except damage. "My root pushes qi into my body, but the body has a saturation limit. I can't absorb more than my tissues can hold, and I can't expand my tissues without absorbing more. It's a circle." Liang Chen sat beside him, thinking. The Devourer's core pulsed with its usual hunger, and an idea formed. Dangerous, untested, potentially revolutionary. What if I could widen the circle? He explained the theory. His void essence was different from normal qi. It was denser, more compact, and carried properties that standard spiritual energy didn't possess. If he fed a controlled amount of void essence into Duan Feng's body, it might expand the saturation limit, creating space for more qi absorption without requiring Duan Feng to break through conventionally. "That sounds like it could kill me," Duan Feng said. "It might. Let's try it." The process was delicate, far more precise than anything Liang Chen had attempted. He placed his palms on Duan Feng's shoulders and extended threads of void essence into his friend's meridians. The energy was cold, dark, and fundamentally foreign to Duan Feng's body cultivation framework. His flesh resisted, pushing back against the intrusion with the automatic immune response of a system encountering an unrecognized substance. Liang Chen adjusted. He thinned the threads, reduced the density, and matched the void essence's frequency to the rhythm of Duan Feng's body qi. Slowly, the resistance decreased. The void essence seeped into Duan Feng's tissues like dye into cloth, not replacing the existing qi but occupying the spaces between, expanding the framework, widening the channels. Duan Feng's eyes went wide. "I can feel it. It's like my muscles are hollow, and the hollows are filling with something cold. But the cold isn't bad. It's like space. Like there's more room inside me than there was before." The effect was dramatic. When Duan Feng tested his physical output, a simple punch against a training dummy, the impact shattered the dummy's stone core. At Foundation Establishment Stage 4, His standard punch could crack the core. With void essence enhancement, he obliterated it. That's twice my normal output, Duan Feng breathed, staring at the destroyed dummy. Maybe more. The enhancement is temporary, Liangchen warned. The void essence will dissipate over time, maybe hours, maybe days. I need to refresh it periodically. But while it lasts, you're effectively 2 stages above your actual cultivation. They stared at each other. The implications were staggering. If Liang Chun could enhance other cultivators through void essence infusion, he wasn't just a fighter. He was a strategic asset. An army of cultivators, each enhanced by 2 stages through his void energy, would be a force that could challenge any power in the region. This stays between us, Liang Chun said. If anyone finds out I can boost other cultivators' power through my route, every faction on the continent will either try to control me or kill me. More than they already are? Much more. They tested the enhancement over the following days, refining the process with methodical care. Duan Feng served as both test subject and quality control. His body cultivation gave him an intuitive sense for energy flows through muscle and bone, allowing him to report in real time how the void essence felt, where it accumulated, where it thinned, and where it created unexpected synergies with his existing chi patterns. The results were consistent. A measured infusion of void essence into a body cultivator system produced a temporary but significant boost in physical output, durability, and regeneration speed. The enhancement lasted approximately 4 hours before the void essence dissipated, at which point Duan Feng's baseline returned to normal with no apparent negative effects. No hangover, Duan Feng reported after the 3rd test, flexing his hands experimentally. No weakness, no chi instability, no side effects. It's like borrowing strength and returning it clean. The void essence doesn't take anything when it leaves, Liang Chun confirmed, monitoring Duan Feng's signature with his root. It expands your capacity temporarily, then dissolves. Your original cultivation is untouched. They continued testing the enhancement over the following days, refining the process. Duan Feng's body, with its natural affinity for absorbing energy, was an ideal subject. The void essence integrated smoothly with his body cultivation, amplifying rather than disrupting. Other cultivators might not respond as well. The enhancement was likely unique to body cultivators or those with high physical chi density. But it proved a fundamental truth about the void root that the ancient text had described. The devourer stage was only the beginning. Consumption was the root's first function. What came after consumption, conversion, creation, transformation, was where the true power lay. And Liang Chun was only at the beginning of understanding what that power could become. Chapter 33 The invitation arrived on a jade scroll sealed with the combined emblems of Azure Peak, Iron Crest, and 5 other major sections. The Spirit Vein Conference, a biennial gathering where the region's power structures negotiated the allocation of natural spirit vein territories, was being held at a neutral site 3 provinces away, and Azure Peak was sending a delegation. Sect Master Rinqing Shan announced the delegation's composition at the Inner Sect's morning assembly. The list included senior elders, key inner disciples, and, to the surprise of no one who had been paying attention, Liang Chun. Your presence at the conference will demonstrate Azure Peak's vitality, Rin told him in a private meeting. A young inner disciple with a unique root mutation, performing well in regional competition. It's good for the sect's image. The words were reasonable. The intent was not. Liang Chun could feel it in the sect master's controlled energy, the way his spiritual sense brushed against the void mantle with testing, probing curiosity during their conversation. Rin wanted Liang Chun outside the sect's protections, exposed to forces beyond Azure Peak's walls, in a setting where an accident could be arranged or where the divine agents Rin communicated with could make their move. I'll go, Liang Chun said, because refusing would change nothing except the timeline. Excellent. You may bring companions, a small personal delegation. 2 or 3. He brought Mei Zhen and Duan Feng. The decision was instinctive. Mei Zhen for her analytical mind and alchemical connections, Duan Feng for his physical presence and his increasingly reliable combat instincts. Together, they formed a unit that had been tested in the forest ambush, refined through weeks of joint training, and bonded by the shared knowledge of what Liang Qin truly was. Mei Zhen packed with the efficiency of a military tactician, healing pills she'd refined herself, fire-based combat talismans, and a concealed jade slip containing her most valuable alchemy formulas. Duan Feng packed with the efficiency of a man who solved most problems by hitting them, spare training wraps, a reinforced vest, and an improbable quantity of dried meat. Elder Feng, officially too low profile to attend a high-level conference, provided them with concealment talismans, emergency communication jades, and a warning that made the air temperature drop by 5 degrees. The conference will have observers from outside the regional sections. Cultivators whose power and knowledge exceed anything you've encountered. Be careful who you reveal yourself to. And if you sense a presence that feels wrong, too perfect, too bright, too symmetrical, run. Don't fight. Don't investigate. Run. The journey took 6 days by Spirit Vessel, a flat-bottomed craft powered by formation arrays that skimmed above the terrain at speeds that blurred the landscape into streaks of green and brown. The sect's delegation occupied the vessel's upper deck, where the view was spectacular and the social dynamics were exhausting. Liang Chun observed the regional cultivation world through new eyes. The delegates from other sects were diverse: fire cultivators from Scarlet Phoenix sect, earth cultivators from Stone Heart Academy, sword cultivators from Jade Edge Tower, and dozens of independents who represented smaller factions, family clans, and mercenary guilds. Each one carried themselves with the confidence of established power, their cultivation bases ranging from core formation to nascent soul. He was, by a significant margin, the weakest cultivator at the conference. Foundation establishment in a room full of core formation and above was like being a candle in a room full of bonfires. But the Void Root's perception told a different story. He could feel every cultivator's chi signature, map their strengths and weaknesses, identify the fluctuations that revealed emotional states and hidden injuries. Information was power, and the Devourer's core was an unparalleled information-gathering tool. There are 231 cultivators at this conference, he told Mei Zhan on the first evening. 47 are core formation, 12 are nascent soul, 3 are spirit severing, and there's one. He paused, frowning. At the edge of his perception, nearly beyond the Devourer's core's range, a presence flickered, not a spiritual signature he recognized, but an absence. A gap in the conference's collective chi field, as if someone was there, but choosing not to be detected. One what? Mei Zhan asked. One I can't read. Chapter 34. He found the unreadable presence the next day. The conference's first session was a formal gathering in the Great Hall of the neutral site, a former sect headquarters converted to diplomatic use. Its halls lined with formation arrays designed to suppress violent chi and encourage civilized discourse. Delegates from 30 organizations filled the tiered seating, their representatives presenting territorial claims with the controlled aggression of people who would rather fight but had agreed to talk instead. Liang Chun sat in Azure Peak's section, maintaining his void mantle and watching the proceedings with the careful attention of someone cataloging every face in the room. The unreadable presence was here. He could feel the gap in the chi field, moving through the crowd like an invisible hand parting water. During the midday recess, the gap found him. "You're looking for me," said a woman's voice at his elbow. He turned. She was seated on the bench beside him, hadn't been there a moment ago. No footsteps, no displacement of air. She was perhaps 40, though with cultivator's age was unreliable. Her features were sharp, elegant, framed by silver-streaked dark hair that she wore loose over simple traveling robes devoid of sect markings. Her cultivation was absent, not hidden, absent. His void root sense, which could detect the chi of insects at 50 meters, read her as a blank. An empty space, shaped like a woman. "Su Wanyin," she said. "We haven't met, but I met your companion at the provincial alchemy competition." Mei Zhan had told him about the mysterious alchemist, the one who had noticed the vacuum effect in Mei Zhan's flame, the one who had warned about people looking for someone with Liang Chen's abilities. "You know what I am," he said. "Not a question. I've been looking for what you are for 43 years. She studied him with eyes that held a depth he couldn't measure, dark, luminous, ancient in a way that had nothing to do with physical age. "I recognized the vacuum signature in your companion's alchemy from across a crowded competition hall. The Void Root's influence on external chi patterns is subtle but distinctive if you know what to look for. And you know what to look for. My family has been waiting for the next Void Root bearer since the last one fell. We've maintained records, observation techniques, and preparation protocols for generations. I'm the last of my line, and you are the bearer I was born to serve." The words were delivered with a matter-of-factness that seemed rehearsed, as if she'd been practicing this introduction in her mind for decades, refining the phrasing, anticipating objections. "That's a significant claim," he said. "It is, and I can prove it." She held out her hand, palm up. "Touch my palm. Your root will confirm what your mind doubts." He hesitated, then placed his palm against hers. The Devourer's core activated on contact, not the violent hunger of combat absorption, but the gentle, probing awareness of his diagnostic sense. It reached into Su Wanin's hand, searching for the chi he couldn't detect externally. What it found was not chi. Deep within Su Waning's body, hidden behind layers of concealment that made his void mantle look like a child's toy, was a reservoir of energy that the Devourer's core recognized with a jolt of primal familiarity. Not chi, not divine energy. Void essence. Old, refined, and shaped with a precision that made his own constructs look like finger paintings. You carry void essence, he breathed. My family's inheritance. Passed down from the last bearer's most trusted servant, refined through generations of careful preservation. Each generation received the void essence from the previous, learned its properties, studied its behavior, and added their observations to a growing body of knowledge. 43 generations of research, distilled into one woman's lifetime of preparation. She withdrew her hand. I carry a fraction of what you generate with every heartbeat. But it was enough to teach me what the void root is, what it does, and what it will become. My family lived and died in service to this knowledge, and I am the last to carry it. The weight of that statement, 43 generations, countless lives devoted to understanding a power they could never wield, in service to a person who hadn't been born yet, settled on Liang Qin's shoulders with a gravity that no cultivation technique could lighten. She told him things that Elder Fong hadn't, or couldn't. The void root's evolution was not just about power levels. Each stage fundamentally altered the bearer's relationship with energy itself. At stage 1, Devourer, the root consumed indiscriminately, learning the texture and structure of different energy types. At stage 2, Converter, the root could reshape absorbed energy with deliberate purpose, creating new chi types, enhancing other cultivators, and generating effects that no single element could produce. You're still in stage 1, she said. But barely. The purification array infusion and your rapid advancement have pushed you to the threshold of stage 2. The mutation is accelerating. Elder Fong mentioned 4 stages. 4 stages, each exponentially more powerful than the last. The previous bearer reached stage 3, Creator, and his power at that stage was sufficient to challenge the gods directly. He lost because he chose destruction over creation. He used Creator abilities to unmake rather than to build. She paused. You don't have to make the same choice. Why are you telling me this? Because the Arbiter is coming, and you need to understand what you're becoming before it arrives. The name landed like a dropped stone. You know about the Arbiter. I've been tracking the Arbiter's movements for 15 years. It's a divine construct, not a living being, but a manifestation of the Celestial Tribunal's enforcement protocols. Its purpose is singular: locate and eliminate void root bearers before they advance beyond stage 1. Her expression was grim. Your sect master's reports gave it a fix on your location. It's been en route since the tribunal. I estimate it will arrive in this region within weeks. Chapter 35. The conference's exhibition matches were held on the 3rd day, demonstrations of technique and cultivation prowess, designed more for political posturing than genuine competition. Each sect showcased its top disciples in controlled sparring matches, the unspoken purpose being to remind rivals of the consequences of territorial aggression. Liang Chun was not scheduled to fight. Azure Peak's representatives in the exhibition were senior inner disciples whose cultivation bases were respectable without being provocative. But the conference had its own dynamics, and dynamics had a way of pulling people into situations they hadn't planned for. The masked fighter appeared during the final exhibition round. He, or she, the mask and concealing robes made gender indeterminate, walked onto the exhibition platform from the spectator section, bypassing the organizers' protests with a spiritual pressure that pinned the conference's security team to their seats. The mask was plain white porcelain, unmarked, with slits for eyes that glowed with a golden light that Liang Qin's void root recognized with a spike of instinctive alarm. Divine energy. I challenged the delegate from Azure Peak, the masked fighter said. The voice was flat, genderless, resonant with an authority that transcended volume. Specifically, the one called Liang Qin. The great hall fell silent. 231 cultivators turned to look at Azure Peak's delegation section, where Liang Qin sat, with his void mantle in place and his heart hammering. Refusing a direct challenge at a conference was technically possible, but socially ruinous. It would brand Azure Peak as weak and invite territorial aggression from every rival in the room. Rin Qingshan, seated in the sect's leader section, met Liang Qin's eyes with an expression of regretful concern that was about as genuine as a wooden coin. Accept with caution, Elder Fong's voice whispered in his mind through the communication talisman. But be ready to retreat. That mask is a divine artifact. The person behind it is operating on authority from above the mortal realm. He descended to the exhibition platform. The masked fighter waited with the stillness of a statue, golden light pulsing behind the porcelain in rhythms that matched no mortal cultivation pattern. Begin. the conference adjudicator said, with the enthusiasm of someone who desperately wanted to be elsewhere. The masked fighter's first technique was a beam of pure golden light that crossed the 20-meter platform in less than a heartbeat. It struck Liang Chen's hastily raised void essence barrier and punched through it. The barrier consumed the leading edge, but the beam's core was too dense, too pure, too fundamentally different from mortal chi for the Devourer's core to process at speed. He was thrown backward, his barrier shattered, his robes burning with golden fire that his root struggled to consume. Divine-grade techniques were not just stronger than mortal chi, they were categorically different, operating on principles that his Devourer stage root was not yet equipped to fully process. The second technique was worse. The masked fighter extended one hand, and the air around Liang Chun solidified, not ice, not stone, but crystallized divine authority that locked his body in place. He couldn't move. His muscles strained against constraints that existed at a level deeper than physical. The divine energy was acting on his spiritual structure directly, freezing his meridians, his dantian, his root. The Devourer's core screamed, not with hunger, with recognition. The divine energy's structure was familiar, related to the golden sigil that he hadn't yet encountered, but that the root seemed to remember from a deeper, older memory. The core thrashed against the crystallization, fighting not just to absorb the energy, but to reject it, an autonomic defense response that sent waves of void essence cascading outward. The crystallization cracked, not broke, cracked, hairline fractures spreading through the divine construct as the void essence eroded it from within. The masked fighter paused, head tilting slightly, and Liang Chun could feel the assessment behind the golden eyes, calculating, categorizing, measuring the threat level of his resistance. A third technique formed between the masked fighter's palms, something that made the air itself scream, a concentration of divine energy so intense that Liang Chen's void root sense went blank from overload. Then Elder Fong's soul projection materialized. It appeared between them, a translucent figure of silver light, Elder Fong's face set in an expression of absolute authority. The projection raised one hand, and a barrier formed that was not void essence and not standard chi, but something else entirely. A technique from a tradition Liang Chun had never seen, ancient and powerful and perfectly calibrated to counter divine energy. The masked fighter's third technique struck the barrier and was reflected, not absorbed, not deflected, but reflected perfectly, the divine energy bouncing back at its source. The masked fighter caught its own reflected technique with one hand, absorbing it without visible strain, and regarded the soul projection with eyes that pulsed faster. Interesting, the masked fighter said. Then it reached out with a speed that even the soul projection couldn't track and pressed one finger against Liang Chen's palm. Golden light seared into his skin. A pattern, complex, geometric, burning with divine energy, imprinted itself on his palm in less than a second. The pain was extraordinary, but it was over before he could scream. The masked fighter vanished. Not teleported, not concealed. Simply ceased to exist, the divine energy dispersing like morning mist. The porcelain mask clattered to the platform floor, empty. Liang Chun stared at his palm. A golden sigil blazed there, intricate as a formation and hot as a brand. The Devourer's core tried to consume it and failed. The divine energy resisted absorption, maintaining its structure with an authority that the void root's current evolution could not overcome. Tracking seal, Elder Fong's soul projection said, her voice tight, with urgency. The Arbiter's mark. It will broadcast your position to any divine observer in range. Every moment it remains on your skin, the signal grows stronger, more precise. Within hours, the Arbiter will have a fix accurate enough to descend directly on your location. Liang Chun stared at the sigil. It was intricate, dozens of interlocking geometric patterns that rotated slowly beneath his skin, each pattern emitting a pulse of golden light on a different frequency. The combined effect was a beacon, broadcasting his identity, his location, and, he realized with a chill, his cultivation level to anyone equipped to receive the signal. Can you remove it? He asked the soul projection. Not remotely. That sigil is divine grade. It would take a formation specifically designed to counter divine energy, and such formations are not common in the mortal realm. The projection flickered. I know of one, but it's far from here. Then we move. The conference dissolved into chaos around them. Cultivators fled the great hall, their survival instincts overriding their political ambitions. Ren Xingshan watched from his seat with an expression of carefully contained satisfaction. Liang Chen stood on the exhibition platform with a divine brand burning in his palm, a void root thrashing against a prison it couldn't yet break, and the certain knowledge that the Arbiter had just sent its calling card. Chapter 36. They ran. The first hour was pure adrenaline. Feet pounding packed earth, spiritual energy burning through meridians, the conference site shrinking behind them until it was a smudge of lantern light on the horizon. Unforeseen led, his body cultivation making him a tireless runner who cleared obstacles with the casual ease of a boulder rolling downhill. Mediocrity matched his pace through sheer determination, her fire root burning excess lactic acid from her muscles as fast as it accumulated. Liang ran at the center, the golden sigil in his palm throbbing with each step, broadcasting his position to whoever was listening on the divine frequencies. Not from the conference, from the continent's center, from the population density, from any location where the golden sigil's broadcast might draw the arbiter to innocent people. Liang, Mediocrity, and Unforeseen fled the neutral site at speed, abandoning the Azure Peak delegation without explanation or farewell. Unforeseen caught them 3 miles from the conference site, materializing from concealment with the effortless precision that characterized everything about her. "The tracking seal will lead the arbiter directly to you," she said, falling into step beside them. "Its range is continental. Wherever you go in the mortal realm, the arbiter will find you. Then how do I remove it? You can't. Not at your current stage. The seal is divine grade. It operates on principles above mortal cultivation. Only a technique specifically designed to interface with divine energy can break it." She produced a jade slip from her sleeve. Fortunately, such a technique exists. The jade slip contained a map, not of geographic territory, but of spiritual energy flows, charting the currents of chi that ran beneath the continent's surface like underground rivers. The flows converged at specific points, forming nexuses of concentrated power. One such nexus was marked in red. "The Shattered Peaks," Unforeseen said. "A mountain range destroyed in the last void root bearer's war with the gods. The residual void energy from that battle created a permanent nexus of mixed divine and void power. Within that nexus is a formation, ancient, built by the previous bearer before his fall, designed specifically to cleanse divine marks." "How do you know about this formation?" Mediocrity asked, suspicion evident. "My family maintained it. For 43 years, I've kept the formation operational, waiting for the day a void root bearer would need it." Unforeseen's expression was calm, but her eyes held the weight of a lifetime spent preparing for a single event. "This is what I was born for." They traveled east at speed, concealment talismans active, the golden sigil in Liang's palm pulsing with a warmth that intensified as the arbiter drew closer. Unforeseen's body cultivation made him the fastest runner in the group. He ranged ahead as a scout, his enhanced senses detecting approaching threats before they reached the main group. During the journey, Unforeseen explained the arbiter in detail. "It's not alive," she said, as they rested in a hidden ravine on the second day. "The Celestial Tribunal, the Council of Gods who govern the upper realms, created it as an enforcement mechanism. When a void root bearer is detected, the arbiter activates, descends to the mortal realm, and eliminates the threat. It has no personality, no desires, no moral framework. It is a function made manifest." "How strong?" Liang asked. "Strong enough to destroy the previous bearer at stage 3. The arbiter's power scales with the threat. The stronger the bearer, the more force the arbiter deploys. At your current level, it will send a fraction of its full capacity. But that fraction is still equivalent to a mid-level god. And I'm Foundation Establishment. Which is why we're removing the seal, not fighting the arbiter." Her tone left no room for heroic alternatives. "Not yet." The Shattered Peaks appeared on the 4th day, a jagged line of broken mountains on the eastern horizon, their summits sheared off at irregular heights, as if a giant's blade had swept across the range. The destruction was ancient but absolute. Nothing grew on the peaks, no spiritual energy flowed through their veins, and the sky above them was permanently discolored, a bruise of dark purple that spoke of void energy saturating the atmosphere itself. As they entered the range, Liang's void root reacted. The residual void energy in the peaks resonated with the Devourer's core, creating a harmonic vibration that thrummed through his entire body. The energy was old, thousands of years old, but it was recognizable. The same fundamental frequency as his own void essence, produced by a root that had walked this path before him. And with the resonance came visions. Chapter 37. The path through the Shattered Peaks was not a path at all. It was a wound in the landscape, a groove carved by the passage of void energy through living stone thousands of years ago. The rock on either side was black and glassy, fused by temperatures that exceeded anything natural, and the surface underfoot was smooth as polished marble, making each step treacherous on the steep incline. The void energy grew thicker with every mile, pressing against Liang Chen's skin like invisible hands, whispering in frequencies below hearing. The visions hit without warning, flooding his awareness with images that were not his own. A man, young, dark-haired, with eyes that burned with black fire, standing on a mountain peak. Below him, an army of divine beings in formations of golden light. Above him, a sky torn open by the clash of void and divine energy, revealing the raw, churning chaos between realms. The man raised his hands. From his palms, a vortex erupted, vast, planet-sized, spinning with the hunger of an entire epic's worth of repressed creation. The divine army struck it with everything they had, and the vortex consumed their attacks, growing larger, hungrier, more powerful with every impact. Mountains crumbled. Rivers boiled away. The land itself began to dissolve, reality peeling back to reveal the primordial abyss beneath. Formless, infinite, beautiful in the way that total freedom was beautiful, and terrifying in the way that total freedom was terrifying. The man laughed. The laughter carried no joy, only the desperate, broken sound of someone who had passed beyond the point of sanity and found, on the other side, a clarity that looked exactly like madness. The vision shifted. The same man, older now, sitting alone in a cave carved from solidified void energy. The war was over. He had won, sort of. The divine army was destroyed, the gods driven back to the upper realm, the land around him reshaped into a wasteland of void-scarred earth. But the cost was everywhere. In the silence where cities had been, in the dead rivers and empty skies, in the millions of mortal lives consumed by the crossfire of a battle between forces that neither understood nor cared about human existence. The man stared at his hands. Black veins, identical to Liang Chen's, ran from his wrists to his shoulders and beyond, covering his entire body in a network of void channels that pulsed with power so vast it warped the cave's walls by its mere presence. "I didn't mean for this," the man whispered. "I only wanted to be free." The vision dissolved. Liang Chen stumbled, catching himself against a boulder, his head splitting with residual pain from the forced download of someone else's memories. Mei Zhen caught his arm. Duan Feng positioned himself as a windbreak, his large body shielding them from the peaked wind. "Visions," Liang Chen said, when his breath came back. "The previous bearer. His memories are imprinted in the void energy here. The shattered peaks are his legacy," Su Wanning confirmed. "His final battle occurred here. The residual energy carries fragments of his consciousness, not a ghost, not a spirit, but a recording, like a jade slip written in void." They pressed on, the visions becoming more frequent as they penetrated deeper into the range. Each one showed a different aspect of the previous bearer's life. His discovery of the void root, his early struggles with control, his mentors, all killed by the gods, his descent into isolation and rage, and, most disturbingly, his gradual loss of identity as the root consumed more of his personality, replacing human emotion with void-state detachment. "That's the real danger," Su Wanning said, when Liang Chun described this vision. "The void root doesn't just consume energy. At higher stages, it consumes the bearer's identity. The previous bearer didn't choose destruction. The root chose it for him, after consuming enough of his humanity to tip the balance. How do I prevent that?" "Anchors." She looked at Mei Zhen. "Connections to people, to purposes, to anything that ties you to your human identity." The previous bearer lost his anchors one by one. His family, his friends, his mentors. Each loss made the root's influence stronger. By the time he reached stage 3, there was nothing left of the human. Only the void. Mei Zhen's hand tightened on Liang Chen's arm. He felt her fire qi, warm, fierce, stubbornly alive, pressing against his skin, and the devourer's core pulsed not with hunger, but with that strange warmth that it produced only in her presence. An anchor. The root recognized her as important, and for once, the root and the human were in complete agreement. Chapter 38. The formation was hidden in a cave system deep within the shattered peak's tallest surviving mountain. A peak whose summit had been sheared to a flat plateau, but whose interior had been hollowed out and reinforced with void-hardened stone that had resisted millennia of erosion. Su Wanning led them through twisting passages illuminated by the faint purple glow of residual void energy embedded in the walls. The air was thick with power. Every breath carried void essence that the devourer's core absorbed passively, a constant low-level intake that kept the core humming. They reached the formation chamber on the 5th day. It was vast, a natural cavern expanded by deliberate excavation, its walls carved with formation script in a language that shifted and rearranged itself when observed. At the center, a raised platform of solidified void energy held a structure that Liang Chun recognized with a jolt. the same hollow sphere shape as his devourer's core, scaled up to room size, its surface pulsing with the dark light of preserved void essence. The cleansing sphere, Suwanin said. The previous bearer built it in his final years, after the war, but before the gods found him. He intended it for his successor, a tool to remove divine interference without requiring divine-level cultivation. Then he knew there would be a successor. The void root is not a mutation. It's a recurrence. The primordial abyss produces one every epoch, in response to the gods' accumulated constraint on natural energy flows. The previous bearer understood this. He built the sphere knowing that someday, someone would stand where you're standing now. Liangchen approached the sphere. The golden sigil in his palm burned hotter, reacting to the concentrated void energy with the frantic urgency of something that recognized its nemesis. He pressed his branded hand to the sphere's surface. The reaction was immediate and violent. The sphere activated, its surface flaring with dark light that filled the cavern, its internal structures spinning up to operational speed with a hum that vibrated through the mountain itself. The void energy inside the sphere reached out to the divine energy in his palm, and the two forces, void and divine, chaos and order, the universe's deepest antagonists, collided. The pain was extraordinary. Liang Chun screamed as the sigil fought for survival, the divine energy resisting the sphere's void energy with the tenacity of something that had been designed to endure exactly this kind of assault. The golden light in his palm pulsed brighter, hotter, burning through his skin and into the bones beneath. The devourer's core joined the fight. The sphere within a sphere, his root resonating with the ancient formation, amplified the sphere's output, channeling his own void essence into the cleansing process. The divine energy in the sigil, attacked from without and within, began to fracture. Then the remnant appeared. It materialized from the sphere's surface, a figure of dark light, humanoid, wearing the face of the previous bearer. Not a ghost, not a spirit, a fragment of consciousness preserved in void energy, embedded in the formation structure as a final safeguard. "You came," the remnant said, its voice carrying the hollow resonance of preserved thought. "I knew you would. The abyss always provides." "You're the previous bearer," Liangchen gasped, the cleansing pain still raging through his hand. "What's left of me? Enough to run this formation. Enough to test you." The remnant studied him with eyes that were not eyes, pits of absolute darkness that mirrored the devourer's core's appearance. "You're early. Stage 1, barely. Most bearers don't encounter divine marks until stage 2. I didn't have a choice." "No, we never do." The remnant circled him, its form flickering at the edges. "The sphere will remove the seal. But first, I need to know, will you follow my path?" "Your path destroyed a realm. My path was the only one I could see. Alone, hunted, with every anchor torn away by the gods' agents. I had power, and nothing to power it for except revenge. That is the devourer's trap. It gives you hunger, but not purpose. Consumption without creation. By the time I reached stage 3, I had consumed so much that there was nothing left to create for." The remnant stopped directly in front of him. Its dark eyes held something that shouldn't have been possible in a preserved consciousness fragment: regret. "The test is this. I will offer you my power. The residual void essence stored in this formation, decades of accumulated energy, enough to push you to stage 2 immediately. If you take it, you advance. If you refuse it, you remain at stage 1 but prove that you can resist the hunger." The energy manifested around him, vast, ancient, glowing with the dark light of the previous bearer's lifetime of cultivation. The devourer's core surged toward it, hunger screaming for consumption, every instinct in his root demanding that he absorb, convert, grow. He looked at Mei Zhan, standing at the chamber's edge, her fire root blazing with warmth. At Duan Feng, his massive frame tense with readiness. At Su Wanyin, her ancient eyes holding the weight of 43 years of preparation. He looked at the power, and he said no. "I'll advance on my own terms," he said, "not by consuming someone else's lifetime." The remnant smiled, a terrible, beautiful expression on a face made of void. "Good. The last time someone stood here, they took the power, and the power consumed them." The golden sigil in his palm shattered. The divine energy dispersed, driven out by the sphere's cleansing process and his own root's resistance. The pain vanished, replaced by a coolness that seeped through his hand and up his arm. The remnant faded, but not before delivering a final message. The void root has 4 stages: devourer, converter, creator, and transcendent. I reached creator and lost myself. Reach transcendent, and you might save everyone. But the path there runs through the gods' territory, and they will not let you walk it peacefully. It dissolved into the sphere's surface, leaving behind a residual awareness that settled into Liang Chen's consciousness like a seed planted in dark soil. Not the remnant's personality, but its understanding, a framework of knowledge about the void root's nature that would unfold as he advanced. He could feel the knowledge sitting at the edges of his awareness, vast, complex, encrypted in patterns that his current stage could not fully decode. Like a library he could see, but not yet read. The sigil was gone. His palm was clean, smooth, unmarked, as if the divine brand had never existed. He flexed his fingers, marveling at the absence of pain. The golden burn that had throbbed with every heartbeat for days was simply gone, replaced by nothing but cool, ordinary skin. Su Wanyin examined his hand with clinical attention, pressing diagnostic jades to his palm and wrist, running detection formations across his meridians. Clean, she confirmed. No residual divine energy. The sphere's cleansing was complete. Duan Feng clapped him on the shoulder hard enough to stagger him. You passed the dead guy's test and got your hand fixed. Good day. Now can we please get out of this creepy mountain before something else tries to give you a vision? Meijin was quieter. She studied Liang Chen's face with the attention of someone who knew him well enough to read the changes that others would miss. The remnant's knowledge, she said. You're different. I know more than I did. He paused, searching for the right words. I can feel the shape of what the void root will become. Not the details, just the outline. Like seeing a mountain from a distance. You know it's massive, you know it's there, but you can't see the individual trees on its slopes. Is the mountain terrifying? Yes. And beautiful. And inevitable. She took his hand, the clean one, the healed one, and held it with the firm gentleness that characterized everything she did. Then we'll climb it together. Chapter 39. They emerged from the shattered peaks into chaos. Su Wanyin's communication network, a web of concealed informants maintained across the region, was flooding with urgent messages. Azure Peak sect was in turmoil. Vice Sect Master Lu Hong, seizing the opportunity of Liang Chen's absence and the delegation's distraction, had launched a coup. Not a full coup, Su Wanyin clarified, reading the incoming messages as they traveled at speed toward the sect. Her face was illuminated by the soft glow of communication jades, each one delivering fragments of a crisis unfolding in real time. No one has drawn weapons. No formations have been fired. No disciples have been harmed, yet. This is a power struggle conducted through institutional channels, which makes it both less bloody and more dangerous than a martial takeover. Blood can be healed. Political damage tends to be permanent. A political one. Lu Heng publicly revealed Ren Xingshan's secret divine communication channel to the sect's elder council. He's framing it as evidence that the sect master has been compromised by external powers, which is technically true, though Lu Heng's motives have nothing to do with the sect's welfare. Lu Heng wants the sect master's chair, Meijin said. Lu Heng wants control of the sect's resources and political apparatus, with Liang Chen's void root as his personal weapon. The coup is his power play, remove Run, install himself, and use the chaos to secure Liang Chen's cooperation through institutional pressure. They reached Azure Peak's outer perimeter at dawn on the second day. The sect was not physically damaged. Lu Heng's coup was political, not martial, but the energy was wrong. The mountain's usually harmonious chi flow was disrupted, fractured into competing patterns as different factions projected their authority through the sect's shared formation network. The Elder Council was split. 3 elders supported Lu Heng's accusations against Ren. 2 supported Ren's authority. The remaining elders were uncommitted, waiting to see which way the wind blew before committing their political capital. Disciples had divided accordingly. Lu Heng's faction, the largest, occupied the administrative complex and the inner sect's upper levels. Ren's loyalists held the sect master's tower and the formation control center. The uncommitted majority stayed in their chambers, doors sealed, cultivating with the determined obliviousness of people hoping the storm would pass before it reached them. Elder Fong met them at a concealed entrance to the mountain's tunnel network. Her expression was grimmer than Liang Chun had ever seen it. Lu Heng's evidence is real, she said. Ren's divine communication channel exists. The Elder Council cannot ignore it. But Lu Heng's solution, his own ascension to sect master, would be worse. His first action would be to declare you a sect asset and assign handlers to control your cultivation. What about Ren's loyalists? Ren is playing his own game. He hasn't denied the divine channel. He's reframing it as diplomatic communication with higher powers for the sect's benefit. Some elders are buying it. The situation is fluid. What do you recommend? Nothing. Stay hidden. Let the factions exhaust each other. When the dust settles, whoever wins will be weakened, and a weakened power structure is easier to navigate than a strong one. It was good advice. Liang Chen ignored it. Not out of recklessness, out of calculation. The longer the coup continued, the more the sect's defenses weakened. If the arbiter arrived during the internal conflict, there would be no unified response. The sect would be destroyed not by the god's enforcer, but by its own divisions. He needed the conflict to end fast, and the only way to force a resolution was to remove the variable that both factions were fighting over. I need to speak to the Elder Council, he told Elder Fong. Both factions. At the same time. That's suicide. That's a negotiation. Both sides want control of me. If I offer terms that benefit neither faction exclusively, they'll have to find a compromise. Or they'll both turn on you. Then at least they'll be unified. Elder Fong stared at him with an expression that combined respect and exasperation in equal measure. You've been a cultivator for less than 2 months, and you're attempting political brinksmanship with a nascent soul vice sect master and a tribulation crossing sect master. I've also been a stable hand for 5 years. If there's one thing I learned in those stalls, it's how to keep dangerous animals from attacking each other by making them focus on me instead. Despite everything, she almost smiled. Chapter 40. The Elder Council Chamber was a neutral space, the one room in the sect where political factions theoretically set aside their differences and deliberated as equals. The theory had been severely tested by the current crisis. The chamber showed signs of recent chi-based arguments, including scorch marks on the ceiling, cracked tiles where someone had stamped their foot with core formation force, and a lingering smell of ozone that suggested Gao Tianlei's patron had not kept his lightning root under control. Both factions were present. Lu Heng occupied one side of the table, his supporters arrayed behind him. Inner disciples, faction elders, and administrative officials whose loyalty was to power rather than principle. Across from him, Sect Master Ren Qingshan sat in his customary white robes, his warm smile slightly frayed at the edges, flanked by loyalists whose confidence was visibly strained. Liang Chun entered through the main door, flanked by Mei Zhan and Duan Feng. He had deliberately not asked Elder Fong to accompany him. Her presence would have escalated the room's power dynamics beyond control. This needed to be a conversation, not a confrontation. I did not summon you, Ren Qingshan said, surprise flickering behind his mask. I summoned myself. Liang Chun walked to the end of the table where neither faction sat, the neutral position, the point of balance. You're fighting over me. Both of you. Lu Heng wants to control my root. Ren Qingshan wants to contain it. Neither of you has asked what I want. Lu Heng's eyes narrowed. The junior disciple presumes to address this council without invitation? Without standing? Without so much as a foundation establishment cultivation base that would entitle him to Foundation Establishment Stage 1. Verified by the Purification Array 2 weeks ago. That gives me standing under Article 6. He paused. I read the charter. Lu Heng's mouth closed. Several elders exchanged glances that suggested they had not read the charter recently enough to confirm or deny. The junior disciple is the reason this coup is happening. Without my void root, you'd have nothing to fight about. Ren's divine channel would be a curiosity, not a crisis. So yes, I presume. Silence. Both faction leaders assessed him with the calculating intensity of people who were accustomed to being the smartest person in any room and were suddenly unsure if that assessment still held. What do you want? Ren asked, his voice careful. To be left alone to cultivate. To have my friends protected. And for this sect to stop tearing itself apart over a power it doesn't understand and can't control. He looked at Lu Heng. You can't weaponize my root. It doesn't work that way. The absorption is not selective on command. I can't target your enemies without consuming your allies. Any handler you assign to me will be drained by proximity alone. He turned to Ren. And you can't contain it. The root evolves. It gets stronger every day, every hour. The suppression techniques you're developing, I can feel them being designed. By the way, the formation work in the Eastern Wing will be obsolete within a month. Both men stared. Here are my terms. The coup ends. Both factions stand down. I remain an inner disciple with full privileges and no special restrictions. In exchange, I will defend this sect against external threats, including the one that's currently approaching from the divine realm. What threat? Lu Heng demanded. The Arbiter, a divine enforcement construct sent by the Celestial Tribunal to eliminate void root bearers. He turned to Ren. You already know about it, Sect Master. Your communication channel reported my existence. The Arbiter is coming. The room went very cold. Ren Qingshan's mask dropped. It happened in stages, the warm smile dissolving first, then the paternal concern, then the careful neutrality beneath. What remained was the face of a man who had lived for centuries and had learned that every interaction was a transaction, every relationship a tool, every moment of kindness an investment in future leverage. You know about the channel? Ren said. His voice was different, colder, harder, stripped of the resonant warmth that had defined his public persona. I know you reported my existence to the Arbiter. I know the Arbiter is en route. And I know that when it arrives, a divided sect will be erased, and a unified one might survive. He held the sect master's gaze. Choose. Ren's true cultivation surfaced. Not the controlled, measured presence of a respected leader, the raw, crushing weight of tribulation crossing, a realm so far above everyone else in the room that the air itself bent around him. Lu Heng, at nascent soul, actually staggered under the pressure. Inner disciples fell to their knees. Only Liang Chun, his void root absorbing the spiritual pressure as fast as it was projected, remained standing. You dare, Ren began. I dare because I don't have a choice. Liang Chen's voice was steady despite the pressure, despite the knowledge that this man could annihilate him with a thought. You contacted the gods. You invited the Arbiter. And when it comes, it won't distinguish between the boy with the void root and the sect master who tried to sell him. We survive together, or we die separately. The silence stretched. Ren Qingshan, the sect master, the divine agent, the oldest and most powerful cultivator on Azure Peak, looked at the 17-year-old stable hand who had just called his bluff in front of both factions and the entire Elder Council. And then he attacked, not with a technique, with his cultivation base itself, a wave of tribulation crossing pressure so overwhelming that the Elder Council chamber's formation barriers shattered. The walls cracked. The ceiling buckled. Lu Heng was blown against the far wall. The factional elders collapsed like cut strings. Liang Chen's void root absorbed the pressure wave. The Devourer's core opened wide, drinking the tribulation-crossing energy with a hunger that was almost grateful. This was the most potent energy it had ever encountered, richer than lightning, denser than purification, carrying the weight of centuries of accumulated cultivation. But the volume was catastrophic. His meridians burned. His dantian strained. The core spun faster and faster, trying to process what amounted to drinking an ocean through a straw. He held for 3 seconds. 5. 7. Then his meridians began to tear. Elder Fong's presence erupted into the room. Not through the door, through space itself. A teleportation so precise that it deposited her directly between Liang Chun and Ruan, and the power she released in that moment made Ren Qingshan's tribulation crossing pressure feel like a candle compared to a forest fire. The room, what was left of it, buckled again as two overwhelming forces collided. Enough, Elder Fong said. One word. It carried more authority than anything Liang Chun had ever heard. Ren stared at her. His mask was gone entirely, and what showed on his face was raw, undisguised shock. I felt your cultivation, but I didn't. You're above your pay grade. Her voice was ice. Stand down, run. You've already made your choice by contacting the Arbiter. Attacking this boy now changes nothing except the number of witnesses who survive to tell the story. She turned to Liang Chun, Mei Zhen, and Duan Feng. Her hand moved in a complex gesture, and a teleportation formation materialized beneath their feet. A circle of light that hummed with power drawn from depths that bypassed the sect's formations entirely. We're leaving, she said. Azure Peak is compromised. Elder Fong, Liang Chun began. The Arbiter will arrive within days. Ren has betrayed you to the gods. Lu Heng will use the chaos to seize power. There is nothing left for you here. Her eyes softened fractionally. I'm sorry. I tried to give you more time. The teleportation activated. The Elder Council chamber, with its cracked walls, its kneeling factions, and its sect master staring at the space where his quarry had been, dissolved into light. The last thing Liang Chen saw was Ren Qingshan's face, cold and calculating, mouthing words into a communication jade. The last thing he heard, carried through the dissolving connection like a whisper on dying wind, was Ren's voice. Run. The Arbiter is already coming. Then darkness, velocity, and the sickening lurch of being moved across hundreds of miles in less than a heartbeat. They materialized in wilderness, cold air, unfamiliar stars, the distant sound of water over rocks. Elder Fong had stayed behind. The teleportation had only carried 4, Liang Chun, Mei Zhen, Duan Feng, and Su Wanyin, who had been concealed nearby. Elder Fong's presence was absent from his awareness, not hidden, but gone, as if the teleportation had severed their connection. She stayed to hold the line, Su Wanyin said quietly. Against Run and whatever comes next. She knew this was coming. Liang Chen stood in the dark wilderness, exiled from the only home he'd known, separated from his mentor, hunted by gods, and surrounded by the 3 people who had chosen to stand beside him despite every rational argument for running in the opposite direction. Mei Zhen took his hand. Her fire was warm against his void. We keep going, she said. It was not a question. He looked east, where the stars were fading into the first gray light of dawn, and the Devourer's core pulsed with steady, patient hunger, and somewhere in the distance, a force older than the sect and colder than the void between stars was closing the gap between them. "We keep going," he agreed. The dawn broke over unfamiliar terrain, painting the sky in shades of rose and amber that neither of them had the leisure to appreciate. Somewhere behind them, an ancient sect was fracturing along fault lines that had been forming for centuries. Somewhere above them, in a realm of crystallized authority and enforced perfection, something cold and golden and merciless had received its orders and begun to move. And here, in the quiet space between the breaking and the coming, for people stood together in the first light of a day that would change everything, and chose to keep going. Because the alternative, stopping, surrendering, accepting that the world's power structures were too vast and too entrenched to challenge, was not something any of them were built for. Liang Chun turned east, toward the unknown. The Devourer's core pulsed in his chest, steady as a second heartbeat, hungry as the void between stars, and utterly, inescapably his own. Chapter 41. The wilderness of the eastern reaches was everything Azure Peak was not: lawless, flat, and saturated with the kind of chi that came from neglect rather than cultivation. Spirit veins ran wild here, unclaimed by any sect, their energy pooling in random concentrations that made the landscape unpredictable. One valley might hold air thick enough with chi to trigger involuntary breakthroughs in unprepared cultivators. The next might be a dead zone, drained by some long-forgotten formation or consumed by a spirit beast that had grown fat and dangerous on uncontested resources. Liang Chun stood at the edge of a ridge overlooking an expanse of scrubland that stretched to the eastern horizon, and tried to reconcile the emptiness with the fullness in his chest. The Devourer's core had not stopped growing since the teleportation from Azure Peak. Elder Fong's technique had deposited them in a region so rich with wild chi that his root was in a constant state of low-level absorption, passively drinking the ambient energy like a man standing in warm rain. Behind him, the others were recovering. Mei Jun sat cross-legged on a flat stone, cycling fire chi through her meridians to stabilize her cultivation after the disorienting teleportation. The forced transit had rattled her spiritual core. Elder Fong's technique was powerful but not gentle, and mortal bodies were not designed for the kind of spatial folding that higher-realm cultivators treated as casual transport. Her face was pale but determined, her jaw set in the stubborn line that meant she would not admit weakness until it physically prevented her from moving. Duan Feng paced. His body cultivation made him the most physically resilient of the group, but the teleportation had aggravated an old injury in his left knee, a fracture from a training accident that had healed imperfectly, and his limp was more pronounced than usual. He paced to hide it, his restless energy channeled into movement that served no strategic purpose but kept his mind from dwelling on their situation. Su Wanyin was the calmest. She stood apart, her concealed cultivation steady and unmoved, her attention focused on a communication jade that glowed with incoming signals from her informant network. She processed information the way Liang Chun processed chi, continuously, efficiently, converting raw data into actionable intelligence. "We need to move," Mei Jun said, breaking the silence with the practical authority that was her default setting in crisis. "Standing on a ridge makes us visible to anyone with spiritual perception within 5 miles. And I don't know the local threat landscape." "Free City," Su Wanyin said, not looking up from her jade. 2 days east. It's a neutral trading hub built in the caldera of a dead volcano. No sect holds authority there, and the city's ruling council enforces neutrality through a shared formation network that makes combat within city limits extremely costly for all parties. "A city full of desperate people and no law," Duan Feng observed. "A city full of practical people and pragmatic law," Su Wanyin corrected. "Free City survives because everyone who lives there has agreed that cooperation is more profitable than conflict. It's not idealism, it's commerce. And for people who need to disappear from established power structures, it's the closest thing to safety that the eastern reaches offers." They moved. The landscape shifted as they traveled, scrubland giving way to sparse forest, then to rocky badlands where ancient formations had scarred the earth with geometric patterns visible only from above. Spirit beasts watched from the tree-line. Shadow foxes with too many eyes, stone lizards that blended with boulders until you were close enough to count their teeth, and once, in the distance, the sinuous form of a lesser dragon. A serpentine beast 200 feet long, its scales catching sunlight like hammered copper, coiling around a rock formation with the territorial confidence of something that had never encountered a predator. Liang Chen's void root sense mapped the energy patterns as they walked, building a picture of the eastern reaches' spiritual geography. The region was rich, richer than the cultivated territory around Azure Peak, where centuries of sect management had depleted and regulated the natural chi flows. Here, the energy was raw, unrefined, and abundant. The devourer's core hummed with satisfaction at the feast. But the richness came with danger. Wild spirit veins attracted wild beasts, and wild beasts in the eastern reaches were not the carefully managed creatures of a sect's controlled territories. These were apex predators in a lawless ecosystem, cultivating through instinct and consumption, their power unchecked by human intervention. They camped that first night in a hollow between two ridges, where a natural formation of spirit-saturated stone blocked scrying attempts from the west. Su Wanyin erected concealment arrays around the camp with practiced efficiency, her hands moving through formation gestures that her body had clearly repeated thousands of times. Liang Chun sat the first watch, his void root sense extended to maximum range, mapping every energy signature within a half-mile radius. The wilderness was alive in ways the sect's cultivated lands were not. Spirit beasts prowled the scrubland, their chi signatures flickering like distant campfires. Wild formations pulsed in the earth, remnants of ancient civilizations that had risen and fallen in the eastern reaches' long, ungoverned history. The stars above were brilliant, undimmed by the light pollution of sect formations, and the Milky Way blazed across the sky like a river of spilled spiritual energy. Mei Zhen joined him during the second hour, unable to sleep. She sat beside him on the ridge, their shoulders touching, and stared at the vast, dark landscape below. "I keep thinking about Elder Fong," she said quietly. She stayed behind, against a tribulation-crossing sect master. "I know. Do you think she's alive?" He reached for the communication talisman Elder Fong had given him, the jade disc that was keyed to her spiritual frequency. The disc was dark. No response. No signal. Either the distance was too great, or the talisman's paired frequency had been disrupted, or Elder Fong was no longer generating a spiritual signature to respond. "I don't know," he said, because lying to Mei Zhen was something he'd never been able to do convincingly. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Her fire root's warmth seeped through the contact, and the devourer's core pulsed with its strange contentment, the only energy it never tried to consume. "We'll find out," she said, "when we're strong enough to go back." The first attack came on the afternoon of the second day. Chapter 42. The rogue cultivators hit the merchant caravan at the narrowest point of the trade road, a defile between two rocky outcrops where the wagons had to pass single file. There were 7 of them, dressed in mismatched armor and wielding techniques from at least 4 different traditions, the mark of cultivators who had learned their arts piecemeal, stealing techniques from defeated opponents and abandoned ruins. Liang Chen's group heard the attack before they saw it. The crack of chi techniques against defensive formations, the screams of mortal wagon drivers, and the distinctive sharp note of a barrier shattering under combined assault. "Not our problem," Duan Feng said. "It's between us and the road," Mei Zhen countered. "Around it, then. The detour adds half a day, and the arbiter is coming." Liang Chun made the decision by moving. He crested the ridge above the defile and assessed the situation in 3 seconds. 7 rogues, 3 wagons, 12 mortal drivers and guards, and 1 cultivator. A wiry man fighting from the lead wagon's roof with a defensive formation that was sophisticated but overwhelmed. The lead rogue, a heavy-set woman with an earth technique that shattered stone with every palm strike, was methodically dismantling the wagon's defensive arrays. Her companions held the perimeter, intercepting the lone cultivator's attempts to break free. The caravan's guards, mortals armed with crossbows and courage, were brave but futile against Foundation establishment fighters. Liang Chen dropped from the ridge. His landing cracked the trade road's packed earth and announced his presence with the subtlety of a thunderclap. The nearest rogue, a thin man with a wind technique, spun to face him and launched a blade of compressed air without hesitation. The devourer's core drank it in. The wind blade vanished into Liang Chen's outstretched palm, converted to void essence in less than a heartbeat, and the void energy flowed through his meridians with the smooth efficiency of a system designed for exactly this purpose. He was Foundation establishment now. His route was close to Stage 2 evolution, and 7 rogues at Foundation establishment Stage 2 to 4 were not a challenge. They were practice. He moved through them with efficient brutality. Each rogue's technique was absorbed on contact. Fire, earth, wind, water, a crude lightning technique that tasted like a poor imitation of Gao Tianlei's, and the absorbed energy fed his movements, making each subsequent action faster and more powerful than the last. Mei Zhen joined from the left, her fire serpent technique pinning 2 rogues against the rock face. Duan Feng arrived from above. his body cultivation turning him into a human projectile that cratered the earth where the lead rogue had been standing. 30 seconds. 7 rogues down, none dead, all thoroughly incapacitated. Liang Qin stood in the settling dust, void energy wisping from his fingertips, and surveyed the rescued caravan. The lone defending cultivator descended from the wagon roof with the careful movements of someone who had been fighting for his life moments ago and was adjusting to the reality of victory. He was tall, lean, dressed in traveling clothes that were expensive beneath their road dust, and his spiritual root, Liang Qin's void root sense informed him, was a rare wind and shadow dual type that spoke of unconventional training. Zhuo Ran, the man said, offering a bow that managed to be both respectful and theatrical. Information broker, merchant facilitator, and currently very grateful caravan escort. That was the most efficient 7-person takedown I've ever witnessed, and I once watched a spirit-severing elder discipline an entire bandit army. His eyes lingered on the void energy fading from Liang Qin's hands. The theatrical ease didn't falter, but something shifted behind his gaze, a calculation, a recognition, a fear quickly filed away beneath professional composure. You know what that energy is, Liang Qin said. I know what it looks like, Zhuo Ran corrected. I'm an information broker. My business depends on recognizing things that other people miss. And what I just witnessed, techniques absorbed on contact, energy converted in real time, 7 opponents processed like spirit stones through a furnace, matches exactly one entry in my rather extensive mental catalog of unusual phenomena. And what entry is that? The entry filed under, run immediately and don't look back. He paused. But I'm also a pragmatist, and the man who just saved my caravan probably deserves better than my backside retreating into the distance. So instead of running, I'll offer a trade, my intelligence network in exchange for your protection. I know the eastern reaches. I know Free City. I know who's hunting you, how close they are, and what you'll need to survive. That knowledge is worth more than the contents of these wagons. How do you know someone is hunting me? Zhuo Ran smiled the smile of someone who sold information for a living. Because a bounty was posted through underground channels 6 hours ago. Unnamed patron, astronomical reward, target description matching your approximate age, build, and, this is the key detail, a void-type energy signature. Every bounty hunter, rogue cultivator, and opportunistic mercenary in the eastern reaches is now looking for you. The words landed with the weight of a formation seal. 6 hours. Ren Qingshan had wasted no time. The moment they'd teleported, he'd activated contingencies. The arbiter was the divine threat. The bounty was the mortal one. A two-pronged approach that covered the eastern reaches from both directions. How many bounty hunters are we talking about? Meijin asked. In this region? 40, give or take. Most are opportunists who'll retreat the moment they realize the target can absorb their techniques. But 3 or 4 are serious, spirit-severing professionals who track divine-class targets for a living. Those are the ones you need to worry about. Spirit-severing, Duan Feng said flatly. We're being hunted by spirit-severing cultivators. 3 or 4 of them, yes. The good news is they're expensive and slow. They don't move until they've thoroughly scouted the target. The bad news is that when they do move, they don't miss. Zhuo Ran consulted a jade slip from his network. The most dangerous is a man called the Greyblade. Works alone, never failed a contract, rumored to have killed a nascent soul cultivator by ambush. He'll take weeks to approach, but when he does, he'll come from a direction you're not watching with a technique you've never seen. Delightful, Meijin muttered. I'm not trying to delight you. I'm trying to keep you alive. There's a difference, though I appreciate that it's a subtle one. Zhuo Ran folded the map and stowed it with the practiced movements of someone who lived out of pockets and saddlebags. The immediate priority is getting to Free City before any of the 40 opportunists gets lucky or the Grey Blade gets interested. They traveled through the second night, rotating scouts and rest periods. The landscape grew more rugged as they moved east, the scrubland giving way to rocky badlands and dry riverbeds where ancient spirit veins ran close to the surface, their energy pulsing through the stone like luminous arteries. Liang Qin's void root sense tracked every energy signature within its range, spirit beasts, wild formations, the distant flickers of cultivators moving through the landscape on their own business. None of them bore the hostile intent of bounty hunters. Not yet. Chapter 43. Zhuo Ran proved his value within the first hour of their alliance. His intelligence network was a web of contacts, dead drops, and communication jades that spanned the eastern reaches, maintained by a combination of bribery, blackmail, and genuine friendships cultivated over a decade of trade route navigation. He knew which routes were watched, which settlements were safe, and which regional powers might interfere with their passage. The direct route to Free City passes through Thornwell Valley, he said, tracing a path on a map he produced from the wagon storage. The map was hand-drawn, covered in annotations in 3 different scripts, and marked with symbols that he decoded in rapid-fire commentary. Thornwell is controlled by the Blackthorn Mercenary Company. They'll have seen the bounty. Detour south through the Dustwalk Flats, and we hit open terrain with no cover, but also no ambush points. Takes an extra 6 hours. 6 hours is too long, Su Wanning said. The Arbiter's approach speed makes every hour critical. Then we go through Thornwell and deal with whatever's waiting. They went through Thornwell. Nothing was waiting. Joran had sent word ahead through his network, and the Blackthorn Company had been persuaded, through means that Joran described vaguely as professional courtesy, to look the other way for the duration of their passage. As they traveled, Joran provided intelligence on the Arbiter itself. His network had picked up reports from Eastern observation posts, cultivators who monitored the spiritual atmosphere for anomalies. Something crossed the Western Mountains 3 days ago, he said. My contacts describe it as a pillar of golden light, moving at speed, leaving a trail of scorched earth. It stopped at Azure Peak, or what's left of Azure Peak's outer perimeter formations, and has been stationary since. Either it's waiting for something, or it's gathering information. It's searching, Su Wanning said. The tracking seal is gone. I removed it at the Shattered Peaks. Without the seal, the Arbiter has to locate Liang Chun through indirect means. His void signature, his residual energy on places he's been, the reports from Rin Qingshan. How long before it triangulates? Days. Perhaps less. The Arbiter is not intelligent in the way you understand intelligence. It's a function, a divine algorithm executing a search pattern. But the algorithm is very, very good. Free City appeared on the horizon the next day. A massive caldera rising from the flat terrain like a crown of stone, its inner walls lined with buildings carved directly into the volcanic rock. From a distance, it looked like a fortress. Up close, it was chaos, a dense, vertical metropolis of thousands of structures stacked and interconnected by bridges, stairs, lifts, and formation-powered platforms, all crammed into the caldera's interior like a hive designed by an architect who had been told to fit a city inside a bowl and refused to accept any constraints on density. The gates were defended by a formation barrier that scanned everyone who passed through it, checking for active hostile techniques, concealed weapons above a threshold, and outstanding warrants from the city's internal justice system. Liang Chen's void mantle held under the scan, presenting a blurred but non-threatening energy profile that the gate formation accepted without alarm. Welcome to Free City, Joran said, spreading his arms to encompass the controlled pandemonium of the entrance district, where everyone is running from something, and the only law is don't make a mess. The entrance district was a sensory assault. Vendors hawked spirit stones, medicinal pills, formation components, and artifacts of every description from stalls crammed into every available inch of floor space. The smell was a mixture of incense, cooking oil, crushed herbs, and the indefinable metallic tang of concentrated qi. Cultivators of every rank and tradition moved through the crowds. Sword cultivators with weapons strapped to their backs, body cultivators whose enhanced physiques drew admiring and nervous glances, alchemists carrying portable furnaces that trailed wisps of smoke, and more than a few individuals whose cultivation types Liang Chun had never encountered. His void root sense cataloged them automatically. 300 cultivators within immediate perception range, ranging from qi condensation laborers to a handful of nascent soul merchants whose casual spiritual pressure made the air around them heavier. The city's formation network hummed beneath it all, a web of interconnected arrays that maintained structural integrity, regulated qi density, and, most importantly, suppressed combat techniques within the city's boundaries. The suppression formations won't stop a determined fighter, Joran noted, following Liang Chen's gaze. But they make fighting expensive. Every technique you throw costs 3 times the qi it normally would, and the surplus is captured by the city's formation network and redistributed to the council. Fight in Free City, and you're literally paying taxes on violence. It's remarkably effective at encouraging peaceful resolution. Duan Feng looked at his fists with the expression of a man calculating whether any fight was worth triple the energy cost. Don't even think about it, Meijin said. Chapter 44 Su Waning's safe house was on the caldera's 5th level, high enough to see the sky through the caldera's open top, low enough to avoid the premium rents of the upper terraces. It was a modest space, 3 rooms connected by narrow doorways, furnished with the careful austerity of someone who valued function over comfort. Formation arrays covered every surface: concealment, monitoring, communication, and several types that Liang Chun didn't recognize, but that his void root identified as ancient and powerful. My family maintains safe locations in every major settlement in the eastern reaches, Su Wanyin explained, activating the concealment formations with a sequence of hand gestures. The air shimmered, then settled. This one has been operational for 30 years. The formations are older, repurposed from our archives. They're designed to hide void energy signatures specifically. The safe house was not comfortable, but it was secure, and after days of travel and the constant pressure of pursuit, security was more valuable than comfort. Mei Zhen and Duan Feng took one room. Liang Chun and Su Wanyin used the other two. Zhuo Ran, preferring his own accommodations, a man in my business maintains multiple residences for professional reasons, disappeared into the city's lower levels with a promise to return with intelligence updates. That evening, with the others resting, Su Wanyin sat across from Liang Chun in the safe house's main room and told him her full story. She was the last surviving member of the Wanyin clan, a family that had served the previous Void Root bearer as advisors, researchers, and keepers of the Void Essence inheritance. After the bearer's destruction and the gods' purge, the clan had gone underground, scattering across the continent, concealing their void knowledge behind layers of mundane activity. Alchemists, merchants, scholars, the Wanyin clan had survived by being useful enough to tolerate and ordinary enough to overlook. Each generation knew the Void Root would return, she said. Her voice was steady, but her hands, folded in her lap, gripped each other tightly enough to whiten her knuckles. The primordial abyss produces one every epoch. The gods know this. They can't prevent it. The abyss is the universe's foundation, and the Void Root is its immune response. All the gods can do is destroy each bearer before they advance far enough to threaten the divine order. And your family's purpose was to ensure the next bearer survived. To ensure the next bearer survived and made better choices than the last. She met his eyes. The previous bearer was brilliant and powerful and ultimately alone. Loneliness is the Void Root's greatest vulnerability. A root that consumes needs anchors to remind the bearer what not to consume. Without anchors, the hunger becomes everything. She looked toward the room where Mei Zhen slept. She's your strongest anchor. The fire in her root is the natural complement to your void, warmth to your cold, creation to your consumption, light to your darkness. The Void Root recognizes this. It responds to her differently than it responds to anything else. I've noticed, Liang Chen said quietly. Protect that bond. Whatever happens in the days ahead, the arbiter, the gods, the escalation that's coming, protect that bond. It may be the thing that saves you. It may be the thing that saves everyone. The words carried the weight of inherited knowledge, not just Su Wanyin's personal wisdom, but the accumulated understanding of 43 generations of Void Root observers. Her family had watched the previous bearer lose his anchors one by one, his wife killed by the gods' agents, his children scattered, his friends turned against him by fear and divine manipulation. Each lost anchor had pushed the bearer further toward the void, further from humanity, until the line between bearer and root blurred and then disappeared entirely. Liang Chun absorbed the lesson with the seriousness it deserved. He thought of Mei Zhen's warmth, Duan Feng's loyalty, Elder Feng's careful guidance. These were not just relationships. They were structural supports, load-bearing connections that kept the architecture of his identity from collapsing under the weight of a power that wanted, on some fundamental level, to consume everything including the person who wielded it. I understand, he said. I hope so. Su Wanyin's expression softened, the ancient weight in her eyes tempering to something that looked almost maternal. You're the bearer I've waited my entire life to meet. My family's purpose, realized in one young man who was cleaning beast stables 3 months ago. She almost smiled. The universe has a peculiar sense of humor. I've noticed. They sat in the safe house's quiet, surrounded by concealment formations and the muted sounds of a city under threat, and Liang Chun felt the devourer's core pulse with something that was neither hunger nor contentment, but a deeper recognition. The awareness that the root, for all its cosmic significance, was carried by a person who still remembered the smell of spirit beast dung and the sound of Mei Zhen's laughter at dawn. That memory, small and ordinary and stubbornly human, was worth more than every cultivation breakthrough combined. Chapter 45. The Arbiter arrived at the outskirts of Free City on a morning that had been, until that moment, unremarkable. Liang Chun felt it before he saw it. A presence on the edge of his Void Root's perception that was fundamentally wrong. Not dark, not menacing, not hostile in the way that a predator was hostile. Simply wrong, in the way that a square circle was wrong. A violation of the basic rules that governed the mortal realm's energy patterns. Then the sky changed. The golden light came from the west, descending through the caldera's open top in a column so bright that it turned Free City's perpetual shadow into noon. The column struck the ground outside the western gate with an impact that sent tremors through the volcanic rock, rattling buildings on every level of the caldera. Liang Chun climbed to the safehouse's roof. From the 5th level, he could see over the caldera's rim to the terrain beyond the western gate. What he saw made his devourer's core contract with instinctive alarm. The Arbiter was not what he expected. He had imagined a warrior, armored, armed, imposing in the way that powerful cultivators were imposing. What stood outside Free City's gate was something else entirely. It was humanoid in shape. 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but the proportions were wrong. Too symmetrical. Too perfect. As if someone had taken the concept of human form and removed every imperfection, every asymmetry, every organic irregularity that made living beings look alive. The result was something that stood in the uncanny valley between human and abstract. Beautiful in the way that a mathematical proof was beautiful, and terrifying in the way that perfection, encountered in the real world, was always terrifying. Its skin was golden light, not reflecting it, but generating it. Every surface luminous with divine energy that pulsed in patterns too regular to be natural. Its eyes were twin suns, literally incandescent, their light casting sharp shadows in a radius of 100 feet. It wore no armor, carried no weapon. It didn't need to. Its body was the weapon, every cell a concentrated node of divine authority that could reshape matter at the subatomic level. It spoke. The voice carried across the city without effort, bypassing physical acoustics and speaking directly into the spiritual awareness of every cultivator within range. The words arrived not as sound but as meaning, imprinted on consciousness with the irresistible authority of a system command. The Void Root Bearer is within this city. The bearer will surrender to the authority of the Celestial Tribunal. The bearer has until sunset. Non-compliance will result in the pacification of this settlement. Pacification. The word landed on every cultivator's consciousness with the weight of a death sentence. Liang Chun had read enough historical texts, the fragment Elder Fong had given him, the mural in the sealed library, Su Waning's family records, to know what that word meant when divine beings used it. It was a euphemism refined by millennia of divine bureaucracy, sanitized and clinical, and utterly devoid of the reality it described. It meant annihilation so thorough that no trace remained. Not just the buildings, not just the people, but the land itself, sterilized of spiritual energy down to the bedrock. Free City erupted into panic. The caldera's levels became a chaos of running bodies, screaming voices, and chi signatures spiking with fear. Merchants abandoned their stalls. Families grabbed children and possessions and fled toward the eastern gate. Cultivators who had built their lives in Free City's neutral protection looked at the golden figure outside the wall and recognized, with the clarity that only existential threat could provide, that neutrality meant nothing against something that operated outside every framework they understood. The city's ruling council, 7 elected merchants who governed through a combination of economic influence and shared formation control, convened an emergency session within the hour. Their meeting chamber, located on the caldera's highest level, had been designed for trade negotiations and zoning disputes. It was not designed for debating the terms of surrender to a divine enforcement construct. The inadequacy of the setting was noted by several council members, who expressed their feelings through the time-honored political tradition of shouting at each other. Zhuo Ran, whose intelligence network included 2 council members, delivered their deliberation in real time. "They're considering surrendering your location," he reported, his usual theatrical composure stripped to bare functionality. 3 members favor compliance. 2 favor resistance. 2 are undecided. The compliance faction's argument is simple: one person's life versus the entire city. "They don't know where I am," Liang Qin said. "They don't. But they're authorizing a citywide search. Every concealment formation below Elder Grade will be breached by the Council's scanning arrays within hours." Su Waning's concealment formations were Elder Grade. Higher, possibly. They would hold. But the principle was clear. Free City would not harbor him indefinitely against a divine threat, and the Arbiter's patience, like any function executing a command, had a defined timeout. He had until sunset. Chapter 46. The debate in the safe house was sharp and fast. "We run," Duan Feng said immediately. "Eastern Gate. Open terrain. Put distance between us and that thing." "It's faster than us," Su Waning countered. "The Arbiter is a divine construct. It operates outside mortal physics. If we run on open terrain, it catches us within an hour. Then we fight. Against a mid-level god equivalent? At Foundation establishment." Su Waning's tone was gentle, which made it worse. Liang Chun, at his current stage, cannot match the Arbiter in direct combat. The power differential is too large. Mei Zhen, who had been silent during the exchange, spoke. What about indirect combat? The room went quiet. The Arbiter is a function, she said, her voice carrying the precise, analytical quality she used when working through complex alchemy problems. It operates on commands: locate, assess, eliminate. It's powerful, but Su Wanyin said it can't adapt the way a living cultivator can. It follows its programming. That's a theoretical vulnerability, Su Wanyin said slowly. A living opponent would analyze, improvise, and change strategy. The Arbiter processes inputs and executes predetermined responses. In theory, if you could present it with a situation outside its response library, it would lock up? Duan Feng asked. Not lock up, but it would default to its most basic response, overwhelming force, which is what it's already threatening. Mei Zhen shook her head. I wasn't thinking about confusing it. I was thinking about the proving grounds. She explained. Beneath Free City, carved into the volcano's ancient magma chambers, was a trial site called the Proving Grounds, a network of challenges designed by the city's founders to test cultivators and grant power to those who passed. The grounds were autonomous, powered by the volcano's residual geothermal energy, and had been sealed for years because the trials were dangerous enough that the city council had declared them a liability. If the Proving Grounds still function, Mei Zhen said, they could accelerate Liang Chen's cultivation. The trials are designed to push cultivators to their limits and trigger breakthroughs. For someone with a void root, a root that evolves through stimulus, the grounds might be enough to push him into stage 2. And at stage 2? Liang Chen asked. Su Wanyin's expression was carefully neutral. At stage 2, you become a converter. Your abilities shift from pure consumption to deliberate transformation. You could reshape absorbed energy into forms that divine techniques can't counter. Theoretically, you'd have a chance against the Arbiter. Theoretically. This entire situation is theoretical. No void root bearer has faced an Arbiter at your development stage and survived to provide data. It was not reassuring, but it was a plan, and a plan beat waiting for sunset. The Proving Grounds require nominations from 3 different city factions to enter, Zhuoran said, having appeared at the safe house door with the timing of someone who had been listening from the corridor. It's a gatekeeping mechanism. The city doesn't want random cultivators wandering into a dangerous ruin. I can get 1 nomination through my commercial contacts. The other 2 will require demonstrations of value. What kind of demonstrations? The kind where you solve problems that the city hasn't been able to solve on its own. Free City is neutral, not utopian. There are threats, disputes, and crises that the council can't or won't handle. Resolve them, and the factions owe you favors. Cash the favors for nominations. Time was short. The Arbiter's deadline was sunset, roughly 8 hours away. 3 nominations in 8 hours, through acts of service to a city that was actively considering selling him out. Then we start now, Liang Chen said, and walked out into the city that might betray him before the day was done. Mei Zhen caught his arm at the safe house door. If the council finds us before we get the nominations, then we improvise. He covered her hand with his. The void veins on his skin contrasted starkly with the warmth of her fire chi-infused fingers. We've been improvising since the moment my root started to mutate. We're good at it. We're alive, she corrected. That's different from good. I'll take alive. She squeezed his arm once, released it, and followed him into Free City's crowded levels. Su Wanyin went ahead, using her concealment abilities to scout routes and identify the city's faction power centers. Duan Feng flanked, his imposing physical presence creating a natural bubble of space in the crowded corridors. Zhuoran vanished into the lower levels, his network already mobilizing to identify the most urgent problems that the city's factions needed solved. They had 8 hours. The golden light of the Arbiter pulsed through the caldera's open top like a countdown visible from every level of the city. The clock had started, and somewhere below their feet, the Proving Grounds waited, ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent to the politics and the panic and the golden thread above. The grounds had their own agenda, shaped by builders who had anticipated this moment centuries ago and laid preparations that neither the gods nor the mortals fully understood. 8 hours, 3 nominations. 1 chance to evolve fast enough to face a divine enforcement construct that had destroyed every void root bearer it had ever encountered. The odds were terrible. Liang Chen had been facing terrible odds since the day a mortal deficient root began to mutate in a beast stable. He was getting used to it. Chapter 47. The first nomination came from the Merchants Guild, the commercial faction that controlled Free City's trade flows. Their crisis was concrete and immediate. A spirit beast had taken up residence in the lower levels, specifically in the warehouse district where high-value goods were stored. The beast, a dark-scale ravager, a reptilian predator roughly the size of a horse with corrosive chi breath and a temperament to match, had killed 3 workers and destroyed a warehouse worth of medicinal supplies before the area was evacuated and sealed. The guild wanted the beast eliminated, or relocated. They were pragmatic enough not to care which, as long as their warehouses stopped dissolving. They had tried conventional approaches. Their hired guards, competent Foundation establishment mercenaries, had been driven back twice. The first attempt ended with 2 guards hospitalized for acid burns that had dissolved their defensive barriers on contact, eating through spiritual armor as easily as water through paper. The second attempt collapsed in an adjacent warehouse when the creature's breath corroded the building's structural supports, adding property damage to the already mounting bill. A core formation cultivator might handle it easily, but core formation cultivators in Free City charged fees that made the destroyed warehouse look like a rounding error. The Merchants Guild was not poor, but they were commercial. Every expenditure required justification. Every solution had to be cost-effective. A mysterious newcomer willing to handle the problem for the price of a nomination token was, from a business perspective, irresistible. Liang Chun descended to the lower levels with Mei Zhun as backup. The warehouse district was dark, the formation lanterns shattered by the beast's rampage, and the air tasted of the acidic compound that dark-scale ravagers produced in their chi glands. The Devourer's core sensed the creature before he saw it, a hot, aggressive energy signature huddled in the wreckage of a collapsed storage building. The warehouse district's lower level was a maze of storage buildings, loading docks, and transport formations that had been designed for efficiency rather than navigation. Without the formation lanterns, it was a labyrinth of shadows and echoes, the only illumination coming from the faint green glow of emergency formation strips that lined the floor at ankle height. Liang Chen's void root sense mapped the space in 3 dimensions, detecting the Ravager's energy signature as a hot, aggressive knot of corrosive chi nestled among the ruins of a collapsed storage building. The beast had claimed the area as its territory, and its corrosive breath had eaten through the walls, the floor, and several hundred pounds of medicinal supplies whose remnants added a bitter chemical tang to the already unpleasant air. The Ravager attacked the moment he entered its territory. 20 feet of scaled muscle and corrosive fury launched itself from the rubble, its mouth gaping wide, a stream of acidic chi erupting from between teeth the size of daggers. Liang Chun raised his palm and absorbed the breath weapon in its entirety. The Ravager's acid chi was potent but fundamentally simple, a chemical reaction energized by spiritual power. The Devourer's core processed it in seconds, converting the acidic energy to void essence and leaving behind an inert chemical vapor that dispersed harmlessly. The beast, accustomed to its breath driving opponents back, stumbled mid-charge when its primary weapon produced no effect. Liang Chen caught it by the jaw, not with a technique, with his hand, the void essence flowing through his body providing strength far beyond mortal limits. The Ravager thrashed, its tail sweeping the corridor and shattering stone pillars, but his grip held. He pushed void essence into the beast's body through the contact point, not to kill but to pacify. The dark energy saturated the creature's nervous system, overwhelming its aggressive impulses with a cold calm that made it go limp in his hands. The Ravager dropped to the floor, unconscious, its breathing deep and even, its corrosive chi contained, alive and relocatable. The Merchants Guild provided their nomination within the hour. The second nomination came from the Healers Collective, a faction of alchemists and spiritual physicians who operated Free City's medical infrastructure. Their crisis was a curse. A wealthy merchant family had been afflicted by a spiritual parasite that had been slowly draining their cultivation for months. The parasite was embedded in the family's ancestral formation, introduced through sabotage, and was sophisticated enough that the collective's physicians couldn't remove it without destroying the formation itself. Liang Chun entered the family's compound, examined the ancestral formation with his void root sense, and found the parasite immediately, a thread of hostile chi woven into the formation's energy patterns, invisible to standard spiritual perception, but glaringly obvious to a root that perceived energy as food. The parasite was feeding on the family's cultivation base, siphoning chi through the formation's channels and exporting it to an unknown external recipient. He consumed it. One targeted absorption, guided by the precision he'd developed through weeks of training with Elder Fong, and the parasitic thread dissolved into his devourer's core like smoke into a ventilation shaft. The family's formation, freed from the parasite's drain, stabilized immediately. The patriarch, A qi condensation cultivator whose base had been slowly eroding for months, felt the difference instantly and wept with relief. The Healers Collective provided their nomination before Liang Chun left the compound. The head physician, an elderly woman with an earth root and decades of medical experience, pressed the jade token into his hand with both of hers. I have treated spiritual injuries for 40 years, she said. I have never seen a cultivation technique that could stabilize a rootless patient. If you can teach this technique, even in principle, it would change spiritual medicine forever. I don't think it can be taught, Liang Chen said honestly. It requires a root type that shouldn't exist. Then you must live long enough to use it on everyone who needs it. She squeezed his hands. Good luck with whatever you're going to do in the proving grounds. And be careful. The last person who entered those trials emerged with more power than they could control. I'll keep that in mind. The third nomination required something different. The Enforcers Alliance, Free City Security Faction, had a problem that was political rather than practical. A corrupt city official, a man named Shen Li, had been skimming protection funds and redirecting them to a private account. Everyone knew. No one could prove it, because Shen Li had embedded his financial manipulations within the city's shared formation network, and accessing the evidence required someone who could interface with the network's Qi encrypted records without triggering the security protocols. Standard security protocols were Qi keyed. They responded to specific energy signatures, and any unauthorized access triggered an alarm that locked down the entire network. No cultivator could interface without being detected, and the alarm's lockdown was immediate and absolute, freezing all records and alerting every security formation in the city. Previous attempts to access Shen Li's records had all triggered the alarm, resulting in 3 enforcer agents being suspended and 1 being imprisoned. No cultivator with a standard Qi signature could bypass the protocols, that is. Liang Chen's void root didn't produce standard Qi. His void essence, when shaped to match the network's expected input, slid through the security protocols like a ghost through walls, present but undetectable, its signature falling outside the parameters the protocols were designed to catch. He accessed the financial records, copied the evidence of Shen Li's corruption, and extracted without triggering a single alarm. The Enforcers Alliance provided their nomination and arrested Shen Li by sunset. 3 nominations. 5 hours. Each one earned through action rather than politics, through solving problems rather than making promises. The Free City factions had expected a cultivator who wanted something. Power, protection, resources. What they'd gotten was a cultivator who solved their problems and asked only for the chance to enter a dangerous trial site that most people avoided. It was confusing. It was refreshing. And it planted seeds of goodwill that would matter in the hours to come. The Arbiter's golden figure still stood outside the western gate, patient and terrible, its countdown approaching 0. The setting sun painted the caldera's walls in shades of amber and blood, and the divine light at the gate burned brighter as the daylight faded, as if reminding the city that some deadlines were not metaphorical. Chapter 48. He earned the nominations, but it was during the curse breaking at the merchant family's compound that something unexpected happened. The patriarch's daughter, a girl of perhaps 12, sat in a corner of the compound's main hall, watching Liang Chun work with the wide, blank eyes of someone who had been traumatized. When he extended his void root sense to examine the formation, he detected something that made him stop. The girl had no spiritual root. Not a weak root, not a dormant root. No root at all. An empty space in her dantian where a root should have been, or had been. The edges of the empty space were scarred, the spiritual tissue around it damaged in patterns that spoke of violent extraction. Someone had ripped her spiritual root out of her body. He knelt beside her. What's your name? Linger. Her voice was barely a whisper. Linger, I'm going to check something. It won't hurt. He placed his palm gently against her sternum and extended the finest thread of void root awareness into her meridians. The damage was extensive, not just the root extraction itself, which was a procedure that every cultivation text classified as lethal, but the aftermath. Her meridians were collapsing, her Qi pathways deteriorating without the roots sustaining energy. She was dying in slow motion, her body's spiritual infrastructure crumbling like a building after its foundation was removed. Who did this to you? He asked her father, his voice controlled despite the fury building behind his sternum. The patriarch's face contorted with grief. A traveling cultivator. 3 months ago. He said he could improve her root. She was born with a mortal standard classification, and he promised he could elevate it. Instead, he extracted the root entirely and fled. The physicians say she has 6 months at most before the meridian collapse becomes irreversible. Root extraction. The procedure that sect master Rinqing Shan had intended for Liang Chun. The procedure that Elder Fong had described as the god's preferred solution to the void root problem. seeing its effects on a child. This child, with her blank eyes and her collapsing spiritual infrastructure, crystallized something inside him that no abstract threat had achieved. This was what the divine order considered acceptable. This was the price of their control. His void root reacted to the girl's empty dantian in a way it had never reacted before. The devourer's core, whose every previous instinct had been to consume, reached toward the emptiness and wanted to fill it. Not with consumption, but with creation, a thread of void essence, shaped not as a weapon or a tool, but as a scaffold, a temporary support structure that could hold the collapsing meridians in place until what? He didn't know. He only knew that the root was pushing him to try. He fed a thin thread of void essence into Linger's meridian system. The energy was cold and dark, fundamentally alien to a child's body, but the devourer's core adjusted the thread's properties instinctively, reducing its density, warming its temperature, modifying its frequency to match the girl's natural chi patterns. The thread wove through her collapsing meridians like wire through crumbling masonry, providing structural support where the root's sustaining energy had been lost. The collapse stopped. Not reversed, stopped. The meridians held, braced by void energy that had been shaped into something no cultivation text described. A scaffold, a prosthetic, a temporary replacement for the function that a spiritual root was supposed to provide. Su Wanyin, who had been watching from the doorway, drew a sharp breath. That's a creator stage ability. What? Generating void energy, not to consume or convert, but to create, to build. That's stage 3, the creator's fundamental ability. You're manifesting it at stage 1. I didn't know I could do that. Neither did I. Her eyes were wide. Her composure cracked for the first time since they'd met. The previous bearer reached creator stage after decades of cultivation. You're showing early manifestations after weeks. Either the void root is evolving faster than any recorded instance, or you're different from every previous bearer in ways that my family's 43 generations of research didn't predict. Linger's eyes had changed. The blankness was fading, replaced by warmth, color, the spark of something returning to a body that had been slowly shutting down. She looked at Liang Chun with an expression of confused wonder. It doesn't hurt anymore, she whispered. He maintained the scaffold, feeding it a trickle of void essence that the devourer's core supplied automatically. The energy cost was minimal, a fraction of his passive absorption, but the effect was transformative. The girl would not cultivate, not without a real root, but she would survive. Her meridians would hold. The slow death sentence of the extraction had been commuted. It was a small thing, in the scope of an approaching divine enforcer and a war between gods and abyss. But it was the first time the void root had created something that preserved life rather than consuming it, and the significance of that was not lost on any of them. Su Wanyin pulled Liang Chun aside as they left the merchant family's compound, her expression carrying the specific intensity of someone whose worldview had just been expanded. The previous bearer never showed creator stage abilities before reaching stage 3, she said. His progression was linear, devourer, then converter, then creator, each stage unlocking only after the previous stage was complete. You're showing stage 3 abilities at stage 1. That's not just unusual. It's unprecedented. What does it mean? It could mean that the void root's evolution is not as rigid as my family assumed. Or it could mean that you specifically are triggering abilities through emotional stimulus rather than cultivation advancement. She paused. The scaffold you created for Linger, you did it instinctively, in response to compassion, not through training or technique. Compassion triggered a creator ability. You're saying my emotions unlock abilities? I'm saying that the void root responds to its bearer's emotional state in ways that pure cultivation does not. The previous bearer was driven by isolation and rage, and his abilities manifested accordingly: consumption, destruction, obliteration. You are driven by connection and protection, and your abilities are manifesting as creation and preservation. She looked at him with eyes that held the dawning recognition of a lifetime of assumptions being overturned. You might be exactly the bearer the void root was meant to produce. Not a weapon, a bridge. The idea was as terrifying as it was beautiful. A power designed to devour, wielded by a person whose instinct was to protect. A root that consumed, guided by a heart that created. The contradiction was fundamental, and resolving it, if it could be resolved, might be the key to everything. He filed the insight away for future contemplation. There was no time for existential reflection when a divine enforcer was counting down outside the city gates. Chapter 49. The Proving Ground's entrance was hidden in the caldera's lowest level, a vault carved into the volcanic bedrock, sealed with formation arrays that predated Free City by centuries. The arrays were key to the city's nomination system. the 3 jade tokens that Liang Chen carried, earned through his acts of service, aligned with the array's lock mechanism and caused the vault door to grind open with the reluctant cooperation of stone that hadn't moved in years. The air that emerged was hot, dry, and saturated with concentrated spiritual energy of every element. A cacophony of chi types layered over each other in patterns that made Liang Chen's void root sense light up like a festival lantern. The proving ground's interior was powered by the volcano's geothermal energy, converted through ancient formations into a testing environment of extraordinary density. 6 cultivators had gathered at the entrance, each bearing 3 nomination tokens. Liang Chen recognized none of them. They were Free City regulars, seasoned fighters who had earned nominations through years of service and were entering the grounds for advancement opportunities that the city's normal resources couldn't provide. Mei Jin stepped forward with her tokens. She had earned them during the same period. Her alchemy skills had been in high demand during the crisis, and 3 factions had independently offered nominations in exchange for emergency pill refinement. Partners? She asked Liang Chen. Always. Duan Feng had his own nominations. The Enforcers Alliance had been so impressed by his auxiliary security work, which primarily involved physically relocating uncooperative suspects, that they'd offered him a token, and Zhuo Ran had facilitated the other 2 through his network. The 8 entrants descended. The proving grounds revealed themselves in layers, a spiraling stone staircase that dropped through bands of increasingly concentrated elemental energy. Fire chi dominated the first 100 feet, then gave way to water, then earth, then lightning, then mixed elements that blended and clashed in patterns that tested the entrant's adaptability with every step. The first trial began at the bottom of the staircase. A vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness, its floor covered in a formation grid that pulsed with alternating elemental energies. The grid created zones, pockets of intense elemental concentration separated by barriers of compressed chi. To cross the chamber, the cultivators had to navigate the zones, adapting to each element as they entered its territory. For standard cultivators, this meant switching defensive techniques, adjusting their chi circulation, and enduring the discomfort of elements that conflicted with their root type. For Liang Chen, it meant eating. He walked through the fire zone, and the Devourer's core absorbed the concentrated fire chi, converting it to void essence. He walked through the water zone, the earth zone, the lightning zone, the mixed zones, and each step fed his root more energy. The trial that was designed to deplete and challenge was instead a buffet, and the Devourer's core consumed it with the efficiency of a machine designed for exactly this purpose. The other cultivators watched him cross the chamber at a walking pace, their expressions cycling through disbelief and alarm. A trial that had taken them minutes of careful navigation, he had completed in a straight line without breaking stride. Mei Jin's approach was different, but equally effective. Her fire root resonated with the fire zones and struggled in the water zones, but she had learned something from months of training alongside a void root bearer: adaptability, the willingness to push through discomfort rather than around it. She gritted her teeth through the conflicting zones and emerged singed but intact. Duan Feng simply tanked everything. His body cultivation absorbed the elemental assaults through sheer physical resilience, his enhanced tissues soaking up the chi impacts like a sponge absorbing water. He emerged steaming, bruised, and grinning. The proving grounds had 3 trials. The first was this, elemental navigation. The second was combat. The third was a collective challenge. They had passed the first, but the grounds seemed to recognize Liang Chen. As he crossed the final zone, the formation grid beneath his feet pulsed with a different energy, not elemental but structural, as if the ground's controlling intelligence had noticed an unusual entrant and was adjusting the subsequent trials accordingly. The second trial would not be as simple as eating his way through a formation grid. The connecting corridor between trials was designed as a decompression zone, a neutral space where cultivators could recover, assess their condition, and prepare for the next challenge. Formation lanterns cast a warm, steady light that was almost soothing after the elemental chaos of the first trial. Benches carved from volcanic stone lined the walls, and a formation-maintained water source provided clean, chi-enriched water that Liang Chen's root absorbed with quiet satisfaction. Mei Jin sat beside him, pressing a cooling talisman to the burn on her left forearm, a souvenir from the water zone that had conflicted with her fire root. "How are you doing that?" she asked, watching him drink the formation water. "The chi in that water should take minutes to absorb through digestion. You're processing it on contact with your lips. The Devourer's core doesn't distinguish between absorption methods. Everything is food. Drinking, breathing, skin contact, all valid intake channels." He paused. "I try not to think about it too hard. Probably wise." She finished with the talisman and stood, stretching muscles that the elemental trial had tested beyond their normal range. The proving ground's intelligence noticed you. I could feel it. The formation grid changed when you crossed it. The energy patterns shifted, became more complex, as if the system was recalibrating. I noticed it too. The formations beneath my feet were different from the ones everyone else crossed. Which means the next trial will be specifically designed to challenge a void root bearer. Not a standard test, a targeted one. She was right. The proving grounds were ancient, predating Free City by centuries, built by cultivators whose understanding of spiritual root mechanics exceeded anything the modern era had produced. If those builders had anticipated the possibility of a void root bearer entering the grounds, they would have prepared accordingly. Whatever was waiting in the next trial, it would not be something he could simply eat his way through. Duan Feng, who had been doing push-ups in the corner because sitting still was physically painful for him, rejoined them as the connecting corridors opened into the next staging area. Ready? He asked, with the grin of someone who found mortal peril genuinely exciting. No, said Mei Zhen. Yes, said Liang Chun. They entered. Chapter 50. The spatial collapse happened between trials. One moment, the 8 cultivators were traversing a connecting corridor. The next, the walls folded. The ceiling dropped. The floor split. And each cultivator was suddenly alone, separated by barriers of compressed space that no physical or spiritual technique could breach. Liang Chun found himself in a chamber that should not have existed inside a volcano, a vast, dark space whose boundaries he couldn't sense even with the Devourer's core's expanded perception. The floor was smooth obsidian. The ceiling was invisible. The only feature in the chamber was a throne. It sat at the center of the space, a massive seat carved from solidified void energy, identical in composition to the constructs he produced, but shaped with a precision that spoke of Stage 3 mastery. The throne pulsed with power, each pulse sending waves of void energy through the chamber that his root absorbed automatically. He approached it. The throne's energy intensified with proximity, and the Devourer's core responded, not with hunger but with recognition, a resonant vibration that said, "This is yours." He touched the throne's arm. The surface was smooth, not the rough texture of stone or the cold smoothness of metal, but something organic and responsive, like touching skin that was made of solidified darkness. Beneath his fingertips, the throne's void energy recognized his root's signature and responded. A vibration began, low, subsonic, felt in the bones rather than heard by the ears, that escalated rapidly into a resonance that shook the entire chamber. The obsidian floor cracked in concentric circles around the throne, fracture lines racing outward like ripples from a stone dropped into still water. The throne's surface warmed, then heated, then blazed with dark light that was the exact opposite of the Arbiter's golden luminescence, a light that consumed visibility rather than creating it, a luminescence of absence that made the already dark chamber somehow darker. The world ended. Not literally, but his perception of it did. The throne's stored energy erupted through his hand and into his body with the force of a dam breaking. Void essence, ancient, refined, concentrated over millennia, flooded his meridians in a torrent that made the purification array infusion look like a dripping faucet. The Devourer's core could not process it fast enough. The energy backed up, pressurized, and the pressure began to reshape his root. The hollow sphere, the Devourer's core that had been his spiritual center since the mutation began, cracked. Not the fragile, uncertain cracking of his original gray root, but the deliberate fracturing of a shell being broken from within by something larger trying to emerge. The pain was beyond description. Every cell in his body was being rewritten, its fundamental structure altered at a level deeper than physical, spiritual restructuring, the transformation of his very soul's architecture. The black veins that ran from wrists to shoulders spread further, racing across his torso, down his legs, up his neck, covering his entire body in a network of void channels that pulsed with dark light. His eyes changed. The irises, previously dark brown, developed a ring of absolute black at their outer edge, not a color but an absence, a void that swallowed light rather than reflecting it. The Devourer's core shattered. From its fragments, something new emerged. Stage 2. The Converter. His new spiritual core was not a sphere but a dual structure, 2 interlocking rings of void energy that spun in opposite directions, creating a toroidal field of contained power. Where the Devourer's core had been a mouth, the Converter core was a forge. It still consumed, but the consumption was now a means to an end. Energy entered the spinning rings and emerged transformed, reshaped at the molecular level into new forms that the Devourer stage couldn't have imagined. He could feel the difference immediately. The void essence in his body was no longer a single substance. It was a palette. He could tune it, adjust its properties, shape it into mimicries of any chi type he'd ever absorbed. Fire void essence, lightning void essence, earth void essence, each one carrying the void's consuming nature but wearing the mask of a conventional element. And his cultivation base had leaped. Not incrementally, catastrophically. The throne's stored energy, processed through the Stage 2 evolution, had pushed him past foundation establishment, past core formation, and directly into nascent soul realm. For major realms in seconds. A century of conventional cultivation, compressed into a transformation that left him gasping on the obsidian floor, his new core spinning with the barely contained force of a spiritual nuclear reactor. The throne dissolved. Its purpose served. It crumbled into void energy that the converter core absorbed and processed with casual efficiency. The chamber began to shrink. The spatial fold was reversing, the proving ground's intelligence recognizing that the trial's purpose had been achieved. Walls materialized, corridors reformed, and Liang Chun found himself standing at the entrance to the third trial chamber, his body altered, his power transformed, and his awareness of the world fundamentally reshaped. He could feel everything. Every chi source within a mile. Every cultivator's spiritual root, mapped in his perception like a three-dimensional model. The volcano's geothermal energy, running through the caldera's stone like blood through veins. The arbiter's golden presence, still stationed outside the western gate, a pillar of wrong in a world of natural flow. He could feel Mei Jun, not just her location but the texture of her fire root, the rhythm of her cultivation, the warmth of her emotional state, concerned, determined, fighting through her own trial somewhere in the grounds. She was alive. She was strong. And she was blazing brighter than he'd ever felt her blaze. The converter core's new abilities were staggering in their implications. At Stage 1, the void root had been a mouth, consuming everything, converting it to a single substance, growing through accumulation. At Stage 2, it was a forge, consuming with purpose, converting with precision, producing outputs tailored to specific needs. The difference was not just power but versatility. Where the devourer could only eat, the converter could create. He tested the new abilities in the throne's empty chamber, the obsidian floor serving as his canvas. He absorbed the residual void energy in the walls and converted it, not to standard void essence, but to a mimicry of fire chi, complete with heat, luminescence, and the expansive behavior of genuine flame. The converted fire burned on his palm, indistinguishable from the real thing, to any observation that didn't probe at the atomic level. Then he converted it to water chi, then earth, then lightning, then metal. Each conversion was near instantaneous, the converter core's dual rings selecting the output type and reshaping the void energy with the efficiency of a master craftsman working with familiar materials. He could become any element, any technique, any energy type he had ever absorbed was now a template in his converter core's library, ready to be reproduced from void energy at will. He was not just a consumer anymore. He was a shapeshifter, capable of wearing any mask, wielding any weapon, imitating any cultivation style he had ever encountered. The implications for combat were obvious. The implications for everything else, for his relationships, his identity, his sense of self, were less obvious and considerably more unsettling. If his power could become anything, what was it really? And if his root could mimic any energy type, what was he? The primordial abyss stirred at the bottom of his awareness, and the answer it whispered was as vast and unsettling as the void itself. Everything. Chapter 51 Mei Jun's trial was fire. The proving grounds had assessed her root type and constructed a challenge calibrated to her element. A chamber filled with a fire elemental, a construct of pure flame chi that mirrored her techniques with perfect fidelity. Whatever she threw at it, it threw back. Her fire serpent met its fire serpent. Her flame barrier met its flame barrier. Every technique in her arsenal was reflected by an opponent that was, functionally, her equal. She fought for an hour. Sweat evaporated on contact with her skin. Her robes were scorched down to the inner layer. Her fire root burned at maximum output. Her chi reserves dropping steadily as the elemental matched her blow for blow, mirror for mirror, flame for flame. Standard fire cultivation couldn't win this fight. The elemental was a perfect mirror, equal in power, equal in technique, immune to the element it was made of. To defeat a perfect copy of yourself, you needed to become something your copy couldn't be. Mei Jun thought of Liang Chun. She thought of months of dawn sessions at the waterfall, absorbing his lessons in adaptability, watching him take fire and return void, take lightning and return darkness. She thought of the way void energy felt when it brushed against her root, cold, alien, and strangely compatible, as if the two forces were designed to complement each other. She reached into her fire root and pulled. Not outward, inward. She drew her flame into the center of her being, compressed it, superheated it, and then twisted it. Not with any technique she'd been taught. With the principle she'd learned from watching a void root bearer convert one energy into another. Her fire changed. The flame that erupted from her palms was no longer pure fire. It was darker, denser, carrying a consuming quality that standard fire did not possess. Void-touched flame. Not void energy itself, but fire that had been influenced by proximity to the void, carrying a trace of the consuming nature that defined Liang Qin's root. The elemental couldn't mirror it. The technique was not pure fire. It was a hybrid, a combination of elements that the construct's mirror function had no template for. The void-touched flame struck the elemental's reflected technique and consumed it. Not deflected, not overpowered, consumed. The reflected fire devoured by the void aspect of Mei Zhen's new technique. The elemental destabilized. Without its mirror function, it was just concentrated fire qi, powerful but undirected. Mei Zhen's void-touched flame tore through it in 3 strikes, each one consuming a third of the construct's mass, until nothing remained but wisps of dissipating heat. The breakthrough hit her in the aftermath. The effort of creating a new technique, a genuine innovation, not just an application of existing knowledge, but a fundamental expansion of her cultivation's capabilities, triggered the advancement she'd been approaching for weeks. Her spiritual core condensed. Her qi reserves doubled. Her fire root, now carrying the permanent imprint of void influence, blazed with a heat that exceeded anything her previous level could produce. Core formation. She stood in the cooling chamber, breathing hard, sweat evaporating from her skin in clouds of steam. The trial's fire elemental was gone, reduced to a dissipating cloud of heat that the chamber's ventilation formations were already clearing. Around her, the chamber's walls showed the marks of their battle, scorch patterns, impact craters, and the distinctive dark stains where her void-touched flame had struck and consumed the elemental's reflected attacks. Her new technique hummed in her meridians like a second heartbeat. The void-touched flame, born from innovation under pressure, now a permanent part of her cultivation arsenal. She could feel it integrating with her fire root, the two energies learning each other's rhythms, the void aspect tempering the fire's natural volatility, while the fire aspect gave the void component direction and purpose. Core formation was different from foundation establishment in ways that went beyond raw power. Her spiritual perception had expanded, her qi reserves had tripled, and her fire root's output had reached temperatures that would have been impossible at her previous level. But the biggest change was internal, a sense of solidity, of establishment, of having built a foundation within herself that could support whatever she chose to construct upon it. She smiled. It was a fierce, sharp smile that carried the satisfaction of someone who had refused to accept their limitations and forced reality to accommodate their refusal. When the spatial fold reformed and she emerged into the third trial's staging area, Liang Qin was already there. She took one look at him. The black-ringed eyes, the void veins covering his skin, the nascent soul cultivation radiating from his transformed core, and raised an eyebrow. You went through something. So did you. He could feel her new cultivation, the core formation core, the void-touched flame humming beneath her surface like a banked furnace. You created a new technique. I learned from the best. She reached up and touched the black ring around his iris. These are new. Stage 2. The converter. Her hand didn't flinch away from the void-marked eyes. Instead, she cupped his face with both hands and pulled him into a kiss that tasted of fire and innovation and the stubborn refusal to be afraid of anything, including a boyfriend whose eyes now contained visible pieces of the cosmic void. We match, she said against his lips. Void-touched flame, void-marked eyes. Complementary. He held her, and the converter core hummed in his chest. And for a moment, the proving grounds, and the arbiter, and the entire cosmic weight of the void root's legacy receded far enough that 2 young cultivators could simply be 2 young cultivators, standing in a reformed corridor underground, holding each other with the fierce tenderness of people who knew that the next hour might take everything away. Your new technique, he said, pulling back enough to examine her with his enhanced perception. Her fire root's signature had changed. The pure red gold of her original flame was now shot through with veins of dark energy, like obsidian threads in amber glass. Void-touched flame. You created it by integrating void principles into fire cultivation. I learned from watching you. Every morning at the waterfall, every sparring session, you showed me that energy doesn't have to be rigid, that it can be transformed, adapted, combined in ways that standard cultivation says are impossible. She flexed her fingers, and a lick of dark-edged flame danced across her knuckles. I didn't steal your void energy. I incorporated the concept of it. The principle of consumption married to the principle of creation. Fire that burns by consuming, not just by heating. It disrupted the Arbiter's energy pattern. Divine energy. Your mortal technique damaged a divine construct. Good. Her smile was predatory. Then it'll be useful when we go upstairs and face the real thing. Chapter 52. Duanfeng's trial had gone wrong. Liang Chun felt it through the converter core, a spike of pain and terror from a location deep in the proving grounds, carried on the void energy that permeated the structure. He ran, Mei Jun beside him, through reforming corridors that the spatial fold had reassembled into a navigable layout. They found Duanfeng in a body cultivation trial chamber, a room designed to push physical limits through escalating resistance. The chamber generated increasing amounts of physical force, compressing the occupant's body with pressure designed to trigger adaptive responses and strengthen flesh and bone. The escalation mechanism had malfunctioned. Instead of graduating the pressure incrementally, the chamber had jumped to maximum output in a single step. The force had shattered Duanfeng's legs, his ribs, and 3 vertebrae before the chamber's safety formation activated. Too late to prevent the damage, barely in time to prevent death. He lay in a crater of cracked stone, his body broken in ways that made Liang Chen's stomach drop. Blood pooled beneath him, bright and too abundant. His breathing was shallow, wet, carrying the gurgle of internal bleeding. His body cultivation, the chi enhancement that kept his tissues resilient, had been overwhelmed by the sudden escalation, and without it, his injuries were being processed at mortal speed, which meant he was dying. Hold on, Liang Chun said, kneeling beside him. He pressed both palms to Duanfeng's chest and reached into his shattered body with the converter core. The new core's abilities were extraordinary. Where the Devourer's core had consumed and the early constructs had been crude, the converter core could reshape energy with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. He fed void essence into Duanfeng's body, not the raw, undifferentiated energy of Stage 1, but converted energy, specifically tuned to Duanfeng's body cultivation frequency. The void energy became healing energy, bone-knitting energy, blood-generating energy, each thread customized for the specific tissue it was repairing. The broken bones began to set. The internal bleeding slowed, then stopped. The ruptured organs sealed, their damaged tissues replaced by new growth stimulated by the converted void energy. Duanfeng's breathing steadied, the wet gurgle fading to a clear, if pained, rhythm. But the healing required more than reconstruction. Duanfeng's body cultivation had been shattered along with his body. The chi enhancements that defined his fighting ability were disrupted, their patterns scrambled by the catastrophic force. To restore them, Liang Chun had to do more than heal. He had to rebuild Duanfeng's enhancement framework from scratch, using his converter abilities to rewrite the damage. The process took an hour. By the end, Duanfeng was healed, not just repaired, but reconstructed. His body cultivation was restored, his bones were set, his organs were functional. But the reconstruction had left a mark, void essence, permanently integrated into Duanfeng's physical structure. Not a temporary enhancement like their earlier experiments, but a structural component of his body, woven into bone and muscle and sinew at the cellular level. Duanfeng was bonded to him now. The void energy in his body required periodic maintenance, a trickle of void essence to keep the integration stable. Without it, the foreign energy would destabilize and his body would reject the repairs, potentially killing him. Duanfeng, when he regained consciousness, absorbed this news with the quiet resignation of someone whose near-death experience had recalibrated his priorities. So, I need regular void infusions, or I die. I'll provide them. It's a negligible energy cost for me. And the upside is, the void integration makes you roughly twice as strong and durable as your base cultivation. Permanently. Duanfeng considered this. I can live with that. Literally. He paused. Is there a version of this where I also get the cool black eye rings? No. Shame. But beneath the humor, Liang Chen saw something in Duanfeng's eyes that hadn't been there before. A dependency. A tether to Liang Chen's power that neither of them had chosen, and that created an imbalance in their friendship that hadn't existed when they were equals. Duanfeng needed Liang Chen to survive. That need would color every interaction between them going forward. And somewhere in the depths of Liang Chen's awareness, a cold whisper noted the bond with the calculating satisfaction of something that collected connections the way a spider collected strands of web. The void root did not think, not in any way that corresponded to human cognition. But it tracked connections, mapped dependencies, and Liang Chen was increasingly certain. optimized for a web of relationships that would make the bearer harder to isolate, harder to destroy, harder to follow the previous bearer's path into solitary madness. Whether that optimization served Liang Qin's interests or the primordial abyss's purposes was a question he wasn't ready to answer. Duan Feng, apparently deciding that emotional depth was making the room uncomfortable, clapped once and announced that he was hungry. The moment broke. They went to find food, because even in the depths of an ancient trial site, surrounded by the accumulated power of volcanic formations and the lingering threat of a divine enforcer above, people needed to eat. The proving ground staging area included a rest section, a chamber with heated stone benches, filtered water, and nutrient-dense spirit stones that could substitute for meals in a pinch. They ate in companionable silence, three friends surrounded by the quiet hum of ancient formations, preparing for whatever came next. Chapter 53. The third trial was a collective challenge. The 8 surviving cultivators, Liang Qin, Mei Zhen, Duan Feng, and 5 others, assembled in a vast arena carved from the volcano's heart. At the arena's center, a construct materialized from the proving ground's formation network, a humanoid figure of shifting elemental energy, 10 feet tall, its body cycling through fire, water, earth, metal, and lightning in a continuous transformation that made it immune to any single element and resistant to all of them. The construct attacked without warning. Its first strike, a combined fire and metal technique, detonated the arena's eastern wall. The 5 Free City cultivators scattered, their defensive techniques flaring as they dodged debris. Liang Qin's converter core assessed the construct in real time. It was adaptive, learning from each attack and adjusting its elemental composition to counter whatever it encountered. "It's feeding on conflict," he said, watching the construct absorb a fire technique from one of the Free City cultivators and immediately shift its composition to fire-resistant. "Every technique we use teaches it to counter that technique. Individual attacks make it stronger." "Then we can't attack individually," Mei Zhen said. "We need to overwhelm its adaptive capacity, hit it with more types simultaneously than it can adjust to." The problem was the other cultivators. 3 of them had already decided that the construct was specifically targeting Liang Qin, which it was, gravitating toward his void signature with the attraction of something drawn to its natural prey. Their solution was straightforward: give the construct what it wanted. Let Liang Qin serve as bait while they escaped. "If we offer the void cultivator to the construct," said a lean swordsman who had been measuring escape routes with his eyes since the fight began, "the trial might accept it as a sacrifice and open the exit." "The trial won't accept anything," Su Wanyin said, having somehow entered the arena without anyone noticing. "The collective trial requires collective victory. All survive or none do. Then we're all dying, because that construct just adapted to counter everything we've thrown at it." Liang Qin stepped forward. The converter core spun in his dantian, its dual rings processing the arena's ambient energy and presenting him with options that Stage 1 would never have offered. "I can amplify your techniques," he said to the reluctant cultivators. "Not steal your energy, amplify it. My root can absorb a portion of your output, convert it, and return it enhanced. You'll hit harder than your cultivation level allows. Why should we trust you? Because the alternative is dying in a volcano." He held out his hand, void essence wisping from his palm in controlled tendrils. "Take my energy. Test it. If it harms you, I'll face the construct alone." The swordsman was the first to accept. He grasped Liang Qin's wrist, and a thread of converted void essence flowed into his meridians, tuned to his metal root's frequency, enhancing his sword chi without disrupting his natural cultivation patterns. The swordsman's eyes widened. "My sword chi just doubled." "Your sword chi tripled," Liang Qin corrected. "The conversion process adds a void layer that compounds with your natural element. The effect is multiplicative." One by one, the reluctant cultivators accepted the enhancement. Liang Qin fed each of them converted void essence, customized to their individual root types. Within minutes, the group's collective output had increased by a factor of 3. 5 enhanced cultivators, plus Mei Zhen's void-touched flame, plus Duan Feng's void-bonded body. They attacked in concert. The construct adapted to the first wave: fire-enhanced sword chi from the swordsman, void-touched flame from Mei Zhen, body-cultivated void-enhanced strikes from Duan Feng. It shifted, adjusted, began to counter. Then the second wave hit from a different angle: water-enhanced wind techniques, earth-enhanced metal constructs, and the construct's adaptive capacity was strained. It couldn't adjust to void-enhanced techniques as quickly as standard techniques, because the void component was outside its recognition parameters. The third wave broke it. Liang Qin, channeling the full power of the converter core, reshaped the construct's own elemental cycling energy as it attacked him. He absorbed the cycling elements, converted them to a unified void essence pulse, and redirected the pulse through the construct's adaptive matrix. The construct tried to adapt to its own energy and locked into a recursive loop, adapting to void, which triggered elemental cycling, which was converted to void, which triggered adaptation endlessly. The loop destabilized the construct in seconds. It froze, its body flickering between forms too quickly to resolve, and then shattered into a cascade of elemental energy that the arena's formation network absorbed. The proving grounds acknowledged the victory with a resonance that every cultivator felt in their core, a vibration that carried meaning rather than sound. Voidbearer, Stage 2. Trial complete. The exit opened. A staircase of solid stone materialized from the arena's floor, spiraling upward toward the surface. The cultivators climbed in silence, each processing what had happened. The Free City fighters, who had entered the proving grounds as individuals seeking personal advancement, emerged as people who had fought together, bled together, and survived together. That kind of bond was worth more than any cultivation breakthrough. The swordsman, whose name was Feng Yi, paused at the top of the staircase and turned to Liang Chun. His earlier hostility had been replaced by something cautious but genuine. Whatever you are, Feng Yi said, whatever that void energy is, you used it to save us in there. All of us. I won't forget that. Neither will I, said a woman with a wood root who had been particularly skeptical at the start. The enhancement you gave me. My techniques have never felt that powerful. Not in 20 years of cultivation. The other three murmured agreement. It was not friendship. It was too soon for that. And these were cultivators who had survived in the eastern reaches by being careful with their trust. But it was acknowledgement, which in Free City was the currency that purchased everything that followed. Liang Chun accepted their words with a nod. The converter core hummed in his chest, its dual rings spinning with the quiet efficiency of a system that had just proven its value. And the void veins on his skin pulsed once. A heartbeat of dark power that the other cultivators saw and, for the first time, did not flinch from. Chapter 54. They emerged from the proving grounds into a Free City that had changed in their absence. The Arbiter still stood at the western gate, but something was different. Its golden light had intensified. The column of divine energy that connected it to the ground was brighter, thicker, pulsing with an urgency that hadn't been present when they'd entered the grounds. The sunset deadline had passed. The Arbiter had not destroyed the city. Zhuo Ran was waiting at the proving grounds entrance, his theatrical composure strained to its limit. It's been expanding its perimeter, he said. The Arbiter moved forward twice while you were underground. It destroyed the outer marketplace and the western residential quarter. Casualties are in the hundreds. The city council has authorized a full evacuation of the western levels. Liang Chun looked toward the western gate. With his converter core's enhanced perception, he could see the damage, collapsed buildings, scorched stone, the distinctive golden scarring of divine energy on surfaces it had touched. The Arbiter had not pacified the city. It was eroding it. Slowly, methodically, reducing Free City's western face one district at a time, compressing the population eastward like a glacier advancing through a valley. It's hurting them, he said, forcing the city to contract until the council gives me up or I come out voluntarily. The council is in emergency session, Zhuo Ran confirmed. They'll authorize a full search within the hour. My concealment contacts can buy us time, but not much. Liang Chun looked at the Arbiter's golden figure. He looked at the ruined western quarter. He looked at his hands, void-veined, dark-ringed, carrying power that had not existed in the mortal realm for thousands of years. No more running, he said. No more hiding. It came here for me. I'll go to it. Liang Chun, Mei Zhen started, and he could hear in those two syllables everything she wanted to say. That it was reckless, that the power differential was still enormous, that surviving the proving grounds didn't mean he could survive a divine construct, that losing him would break something in her that cultivation couldn't repair. I'm not the same person who fled the conference, he said, meeting her gaze with the void-ringed eyes that had once been ordinary brown. Stage 2. Nascent soul. Converter abilities that let me process divine energy in ways the Arbiter can't predict. I'm not claiming I can defeat it, but I'm no longer helpless against it either. And every hour I wait, more of the city burns. She studied his face, the void-marked eyes, the set jaw, the expression that had nothing in common with the stable hand who had cleaned beast dung 3 months ago. Whatever she found there must have satisfied her, because she nodded. Then we go together. This is a bad idea, Duan Feng said, already cracking his knuckles. I'm in. Su Wanin had been quiet during the exchange, her ancient eyes moving between Liang Chun and the golden figure visible through the caldera's rim. When she spoke, Her voice carried the weight of 43 years of waiting. This is the moment my family prepared for. Generation after generation, keeping the knowledge alive, maintaining the formations, waiting for the bearer who would face the god's instrument and survive. She straightened, and for the first time since they'd met, the concealment around her cultivation thinned enough to reveal its true depth. Not the modest signature of a traveling alchemist, but something far older and more refined. I will deploy every formation in my arsenal. Whatever happens, the Arbiter will find us a harder target than it expects. Joran, who had been uncharacteristically silent, cleared his throat. I'm not a fighter. I want that on the record. I am a thoroughly non-combat information specialist who would rather be 3 provinces away, preferably underground, ideally behind a formation rated for divine-grade threats. He paused. That said, I have a communication array that can coordinate your movements in real time, and I'd rather die useful than die running. So, he shrugged with an eloquence that only someone confronting their own mortality could produce. Let's go upset a god. Chapter 55. They emerged from Free City's western gate into a landscape of destruction. The Arbiter's advance had scoured the terrain outside the city to bare rock. Buildings that had stood for decades were reduced to footprints of golden ash. The trade road was a glassy ribbon of fused stone. Spirit vegetation within 100 meters of the Arbiter's position had been atomized, leaving a sterile zone where nothing grew and nothing lived, and even the ambient chi had been burned away. The Arbiter stood at the center of this desolation, motionless, its golden form reflecting the devastation it had caused with the indifference of a natural disaster. It had not moved from the spot where it had first descended, the column of divine light anchoring it to the earth like a pillar driven into bedrock. Around it, the fused stone surface radiated heat from the divine energy's residual effects, creating shimmering air distortions that made the Arbiter appear to waver, as if reality itself was uncertain about the being's presence. Liangchen walked toward it across the glass field. Each step crunched on fused stone. Each step carried him closer to the most dangerous opponent he had ever faced. The converter core assessed the divine energy that saturated the area with the analytical precision of a system designed for exactly this type of confrontation. The energy was dense, structured, and impossibly pure, like looking at a perfect mathematical equation rendered in light. Its twin-sun eyes tracked Liang Chen's approach with the mechanical precision of a targeting system acquiring its objective. Void Root Bearer, it said. The voice was unchanged, flat, genderless, carrying authority without personality. You have emerged. Surrender is the optimal outcome. Resistance is suboptimal but anticipated. State your choice. I choose to tell you something, Liang Chen said, stopping 50 meters away. His converter core spun at combat speed, its dual rings processing the divine energy that saturated the area. I know what you are. A function. An algorithm. The Celestial Tribunal's enforcement protocol, made manifest. You don't think. You don't choose. You execute commands. Correct. State your choice. My choice is that you leave. Take your pacification protocols and your divine authority and return to the upper realm. I am not the previous bearer. I will not destroy a realm. I will not become the monster the gods fear. Assessment parameters do not include bearer intent. The Void Root's existence constitutes a threat. Threat elimination is the designated response. State your choice, surrender or resistance. Then resistance. The word hung in the air between them, a mortal's defiance delivered to a divine machine across 50 meters of scorched earth. The Arbiter's assessment protocols processed the response in microseconds. Its twin-sun eyes brightened by precisely 12%. The power-up increment designated for active combat engagement. Liang Chen settled into a combat stance that Elder Fong had taught him and that months of sparring with Mei Zhen had refined. His converter core accelerated its rotation, the dual rings spinning up to combat speed. Void essence flowed through his meridians, filling his constructs with dark energy, sheathing his body in a second skin of absorption-ready void. Behind him, the others were moving. Mei Zhen circled left, her void-touched flame kindling in her palms. Duan Feng circled right, his void-enhanced body tensing for impact. Su Wanyin began deploying formations in a wide arc. Joran retreated to a safe distance with his communication array. The Arbiter did not wait for them to finish positioning. It moved. Chapter 56. The first strike was a column of divine light that crossed 50 meters in less than a heartbeat. It hit Liang Chen's void essence barrier and drove him backward, his feet carving trenches in the fused stone. The barrier held, barely, the converter core processing the divine energy at maximum capacity, breaking it down into components that could be converted and redistributed. Divine energy was different from mortal chi. Purer, denser, operating on principles that transcended the elemental framework of mortal cultivation. Where mortal chi was like colored water, distinct elements mixed in varying proportions, divine energy was like crystallized light, a singular substance of such fundamental potency that the converter core had to work 3 times harder to process it. He held the barrier for 5 seconds, then released it and dodged. The Arbiter's follow-up strike, a sweep of golden energy that would have bisected anything in its path, passed through the space he'd occupied and carved a trench in the landscape that stretched for a quarter mile. This was not a fight between equals. This was a fight between a wolf and a lion, and Liang Chun was very much the wolf. He attacked, not with power, with strategy. Void essence constructs, shaped by the converter core into mimicries of different elemental types, struck the Arbiter from multiple angles. Fire void, lightning void, earth void, each one a different frequency, each one designed to test the Arbiter's response. The constructs hit the Arbiter's golden surface and were absorbed, not consumed the way Liang Chen's root consumed energy, but dispersed, the divine energy in the Arbiter's body neutralizing the void component and breaking the constructs down to harmless residue. The Arbiter's counterattack was a technique that Liang Chun had never seen, a compression field that collapsed the air around him into a sphere of crushing pressure. Not physical force, spiritual force, acting directly on his meridians and his core. The compression squeezed his converter core, slowing its rings, reducing its processing speed. If it compressed further, the core would stop entirely, and his cultivation would collapse. Liang Chun, Meijian's voice, shouting across the battlefield. Then fire. Not ordinary fire, but void-touched flame, her new technique that carried the consuming nature of the void within its heat. The flame struck the compression field and ate into it. The void component of Meijian's technique disrupted the divine energy structure, creating gaps in the compression that Liang Chun exploited instantly. He pushed his converter core to maximum output, driving the rings apart, and the compression shattered outward in a wave of mixed void and divine energy that made the ground shake. He was not winning. The Arbiter absorbed his best attacks and countered with techniques that pushed him to every limit he possessed. But he was not losing, either, not yet. The battle had settled into a grinding exchange where each side's advantages and disadvantages balanced with precarious precision. The Arbiter had raw power and unlimited reserves. Liang Chun had adaptability and the converter core's ability to learn from every interaction. With each exchange, the converter core cataloged the divine energy's properties with increasing detail. The dual rings processed each absorbed fragment, deconstructing its structure, identifying its patterns, mapping the informational encoding that distinguished divine energy from mortal chi. The library of divine knowledge grew, and with each addition, the core's ability to process subsequent divine attacks improved. The converter core's ability to process divine energy was keeping him alive, and each processed fragment taught him something about the divine energy structure. The Arbiter was not alive. It could not adapt. It ran on commands, and its commands were powerful but finite. If he could find a limit. Chapter 57. The battle consumed the landscape. Where they fought, the earth cracked, the sky distorted, and reality itself bent under the pressure of void and divine energy colliding. The Arbiter's attacks were overwhelming. Each strike carried the weight of celestial authority, backed by the celestial tribunal's collected power, delivered with the precision of a machine that had eliminated void root bearers for millennia. Liang Chun absorbed what he could. The converter core processed divine energy faster with each exchange, the dual rings learning the energy's patterns, adapting their rotation to handle the increased density. His void essence constructs became more sophisticated, not just mimicking elemental types, but incorporating fragments of converted divine energy, creating hybrid attacks that combined mortal and divine properties in ways that neither system was designed to handle. But the volume was catastrophic. Divine energy was denser than anything in the mortal realm, and the Arbiter had an effectively unlimited supply. It drew directly from the celestial tribunal's power reserves through a connection that Liang Chun could see with his converter sight as a golden thread stretching upward through the atmosphere and beyond. The exchange continued. Liang Chun threw construct after construct, void blades, void nets, void projectiles shaped to mimic every element he'd ever absorbed, and the Arbiter dispersed each one with methodical efficiency. The divine being moved with a fluid precision that was mesmerizing and horrifying in equal measure. Each gesture economical, each technique perfectly calibrated to neutralize the incoming threat with minimum energy expenditure. In contrast, Liang Chun was burning through his reserves. The converter core processed energy efficiently, but the conversion loss, The fraction of energy lost in transformation added up over sustained combat. Each exchange left him slightly weaker, the arbiter slightly undiminished, and the gap between them widened by imperceptible increments. He was losing, slowly, incrementally, each exchange costing him more than it cost the arbiter, each divine strike pushing his converter core closer to its processing limits. His barriers grew thinner. His constructs grew less stable. His meridians burned with the strain of channeling energy that was never meant for mortal bodies. A divine technique struck his left arm. The barrier failed. Golden energy seared through his flesh, not burning but rewriting, trying to convert his void-saturated tissue back to standard spiritual matter, attempting to undo the mutation at the cellular level. The pain was exquisite, and for 3 terrible seconds, his left arm was no longer his. It was the arbiter's, golden-veined, paralyzed, moving according to the divine energy's commands rather than his own. He severed the infected tissue with a construct of concentrated void essence. Not his arm, just the contaminated portion, a strip of flesh from elbow to wrist that he sliced away before the divine rewrite could spread. Blood sprayed. The wound was immediately sealed by void essence, which formed a dark scab over the exposed tissue. The arbiter pressed its advantage. A sequence of divine techniques, golden beam, compression field, spatial lock, energy drain, hit him in rapid succession, each one targeting a different defense, forcing him to split his attention and his converter core's processing capacity across multiple fronts. His barriers were failing. His constructs were dissolving. His cultivation base, pushed beyond its limits, was beginning to fracture at the edges. And then his friends arrived. Chapter 58. Mei Jun hit the arbiter from the east. Her void-touched flame, concentrated into a lance of fire-void hybrid energy, struck the divine being's shoulder and did something no mortal technique should have been capable of. It disrupted the divine energy's pattern. The golden light at the impact site flickered, destabilized, and for one instant, the arbiter's shoulder showed not golden perfection, but the structural framework beneath. A lattice of divine commands written in energy, the source code of a divine construct. The arbiter turned to face the new threat. Its twin sun eyes assessed Mei Jun with the same mechanical precision it had assessed Liang Chun, and its response was immediate. A beam of golden light that should have annihilated a core formation cultivator. Mei Jun's void-touched flame met the beam and consumed its leading edge. Not all of it. The divine energy was too dense, but enough to deflect the beam's trajectory, causing it to pass over her shoulder rather than through her chest. She rolled, fired again, and her second lance hit the arbiter's knee. Duan Feng attacked from below. His body, permanently enhanced by void energy integration, delivered a punch to the arbiter's midsection that carried physical force equivalent to a spirit-severing cultivator's strike. The arbiter staggered, physically staggered, its golden feet scraping backward through the fused stone. A divine being, moved by a mortal's fist. Su Wanning deployed formations. Not the simple combat arrays that most cultivators used, but ancient patterns from her family's archives. Formations designed by the previous Void Root-bearer's servants, calibrated specifically to interface with void energy and disrupt divine energy patterns. The formations materialized in the air around the arbiter, geometric constructs of dark light that locked onto the golden energy and created interference patterns. Zhuo Ran, who was not a combat cultivator and knew it, had positioned himself a quarter-mile away with a formation-powered communication array, coordinating information flow between the fighters. His voice, relayed through paired talismans, provided real-time tactical analysis. The arbiter's left side is weaker. The disruption patterns from the formations are affecting its structural integrity. Concentrate fire there. Together, they created openings. Mei Jun's void-touched flame disrupted the divine energy. Duan Feng's physical strikes exploited the disruptions. Su Waning's formations created interference zones where the arbiter's power diminished. And Liang Chun, in the gaps between his allies' attacks, drove void essence constructs into the weakened areas of the arbiter's body. For the first time, the arbiter was being damaged, not destroyed. Its divine energy reserves were vast, and the damage was repaired almost as fast as it was inflicted. But the principle was established. The arbiter could be hurt. The perfect, golden, divine enforcement mechanism was not invincible. It was merely very, very hard to kill. The arbiter's response to damage was mechanical. Identify the source of disruption, eliminate the source, continue primary mission. It turned toward Mei Jun with the focused intent of something that had upgraded her threat classification from negligible to relevant, and began targeting her with precision strikes that forced her to dedicate every scrap of her cultivation to defense. Duan Feng intercepted. His void-enhanced body took a divine strike that would have killed a core formation cultivator, the impact driving him 3 feet into the stone. He got up. The Arbiter struck again. He got up again. His body, reinforced by permanent void integration, repaired the damage almost as fast as it was inflicted, bones resetting, tissue regenerating, his constitution refusing to accept destruction with the stubborn resilience that had always been his defining quality. I can tank this thing forever, Duan grunted, catching a golden fist with both hands and sliding backward another 2 feet. But someone needs to actually hurt it while I'm keeping its attention. Su Waning's formations provided the answer. She had deployed 7 arrays in a semicircle around the Arbiter's position, each one generating a different interference pattern. When all 7 activated simultaneously, they created a composite disruption field that reduced the Arbiter's divine energy output by roughly 30%. A massive reduction that made every subsequent strike weaker and every defensive response slower. The disruption won't last, Su Waning warned, her face tight with concentration as she maintained 7 elder-grade formations simultaneously. The Arbiter's adaptive function will compensate within minutes. Use the window. They used it. Liang Chun, Mei Zhen, and Duan Feng attacked in concert, their combined strikes exploiting the 30% reduction with ruthless efficiency. Void essence, void-touched flame, and void-enhanced physical force struck the Arbiter from 3 angles simultaneously. Golden light shattered and reformed, each cycle slightly weaker as the damage accumulated faster than the divine construct could repair. But the Arbiter was adapting. Its systems were working to identify and counter the disruption field's interference patterns. And when it succeeded, when the formation's effectiveness dropped from 30% to 20 to 10, the battle would shift back in its favor. They needed a different approach. Chapter 59. The battle's turning point came when Liang Chen stopped trying to overpower the Arbiter and started trying to understand it. The Converter Core's analytical function, a Stage 2 ability that allowed him to deconstruct absorbed energy into its component parts, had been working throughout the fight, processing each fragment of divine energy that his root absorbed. The data accumulated in his awareness like puzzle pieces, each one revealing a tiny portion of the Arbiter's structure. The picture that emerged was mechanical. Not organic, not spiritual, but mechanical, a machine built from divine energy, running on commands, executing functions. The Arbiter was not a being. It was a program. A very powerful, very sophisticated program, but a program nonetheless. And programs could be hacked. It can't distinguish, Liang Chun said suddenly, his voice cutting through the battle's cacophony. It can't tell the difference between void energy that's attacking it and divine energy that's supporting it. Not if the void energy is converted to mimic divine energy precisely enough. He had been absorbing divine energy throughout the fight. His converter core had processed enough of it to understand its structure intimately, the frequency, the density, the informational patterns that encoded the Celestial Tribunal's commands. With Stage 2 abilities, he could convert his void essence to mimic those patterns exactly. He stopped attacking. He stopped absorbing. Instead, he began converting, reshaping his void essence into a perfect mimicry of divine energy, indistinguishable from the Arbiter's own power to any analysis that didn't account for the void component hiding beneath the divine surface. Then he fed the converted energy back to the Arbiter, not as an attack, as support. He projected the mimicry energy toward the golden being in streams that matched the Arbiter's internal energy flows, blending seamlessly with its own power, entering its body through the same channels that connected it to the Celestial Tribunal's reserves. The Arbiter accepted the energy. Its assessment protocols analyzed the incoming power and classified it as friendly, divine energy, carrying the Tribunal's command signatures, indistinguishable from its own supply. But it wasn't divine energy. It was void energy wearing a divine mask. And once inside the Arbiter's body, the void component began to activate. The effect was subtle at first. The Arbiter's attack slowed by a fraction, not much, but measurable. Its golden light dimmed slightly. The precision of its targeting decreased. The void energy, disguised as divine, was interfering with the Arbiter's internal systems, creating microscopic disruptions in the command pathways that controlled its functions. Liang Chun increased the flow. More converted energy, more mimicry, more void hiding beneath divine masks. The Arbiter continued to accept it, its assessment protocols unable to detect the contamination. The disruptions cascaded. The Arbiter's attacks became erratic. A golden beam that veered off target, a compression field that collapsed prematurely, a spatial lock that failed to engage. Its twin sun eyes flickered, their golden light dimming to amber, then to a dull yellow. as the void energy corrupted the divine circuits that powered them. "It's working," Mei Jun breathed, watching the golden figure stagger. "It's working," Liang Chun confirmed, pouring more converted energy into the corrupted system. The converter core's analytical function tracked the corruption spread through the arbiter's body, a map of black threads infiltrating golden architecture, each thread a line of void energy disguised as divine, each one creating a micro-disruption that compounded with every other. "But it's not enough. I'm disrupting its functions, not destroying them. When it detects the corruption, it'll purge my energy and reboot." "How long before that happens?" "Minutes. Maybe less. Its diagnostic subroutines are already flagging anomalies in its tertiary systems. The primary command structure will detect the corruption soon." Mei Jun looked at the arbiter, stumbling, flickering, its twin sun eyes guttering like candles in wind, and made a calculation that only a fighter could make. The kind of calculation that measured opportunity in seconds and consequences in lifetimes. "Then we use those minutes. All of us. Everything we have. If we can destabilize it enough before the purge, maybe the purge itself becomes destructive." It was a gamble, but they were out of certainties, and in the absence of certainties, gambles were all that remained. They attacked. Mei Jun's void-touched flame concentrated into a continuous stream rather than discrete strikes. Duan Feng's void-enhanced fists, pummeling the arbiter's weakened structure with impacts that cracked the golden shell. Su Waning's formations, reconfigured to amplify the corruption rather than interfere with it. Zhuo Ran's tactical coordination, directing each attack to the points where the corruption was deepest. And Liang Chun, at the center, pouring more converted energy into the system, feeding the corruption, accelerating the destabilization, racing the clock of the arbiter's diagnostic function toward a threshold that neither he nor the divine construct could predict. Chapter 60. The arbiter's self-destruction command activated 17 seconds before it would have detected the corruption and purged it. The command was encoded in the deepest layer of the arbiter's programming, a failsafe designed by the Celestial Tribunal for exactly this scenario. If the arbiter's primary mission failed, if the void root bearer proved too resilient to eliminate through standard techniques, the failsafe authorized a final solution: the complete detonation of the arbiter's divine energy reserves. The detonation would be equivalent to the output of a mid-level god expending their entire cultivation base in a single instant. It would destroy everything within a 20-mile radius. Free City, with its 100,000 inhabitants, was well within that range. Liang Chun felt the failsafe activate. The converter core's analytical function detected the command racing through the arbiter's corrupted systems, interpreting its parameters with the dispassionate precision of a machine reading code. Detonation countdown, 30 seconds. Blast radius, 20 miles. Estimated casualties, 112,000, including every person Liang Chun had met, fought beside, and loved since his root began to mutate in a beast stable 3 months ago. "Get back," he screamed at his companions. "It's going to detonate. Get everyone back." Mei Jun didn't run. Neither did Duan Feng, or Su Wanin, or Zhuo Ran, who had abandoned his communication post and was sprinting toward them rather than away. But there was no time for arguments, no time for heroic refusals, no time for anything except the one action that might prevent 100,000 deaths. Liang Chun opened his converter core to its absolute maximum. The dual rings accelerated until they were a blur, their rotation creating a gravitational field of void energy that extended outward from his body in an expanding sphere. Not a barrier, a containment zone, a space where all energy, of any type, from any source, was pulled inward toward the converter core and processed. The arbiter detonated. The self-destruction sequence began with a sound. Not a physical sound, but a spiritual one, a vibration that resonated at the frequency of divine authority and carried a single message to every cultivator within sensory range: finality. The golden figure's twin sun eyes blazed to maximum intensity, their light turning from yellow to white to a brilliance that transcended the visible spectrum. The golden skin cracked, fissures of pure white light racing across the arbiter's body like lightning across a sky. The column of divine energy that connected it to the upper realm severed, a deliberate disconnection, the divine machine cutting its tether to ensure that the detonation's energy would all be directed downward, into the mortal realm, rather than leaking upward into the divine. The blast was white, not golden, not colored, pure white, a release of divine energy so concentrated that it transcended wavelength and became light in its most fundamental form. It erupted outward from the arbiter's disintegrating body at the speed of spiritual propagation, faster than sound, faster than light, a wave of annihilation that would reach Free City's gates in less than a second. The wave hit the containment zone. The converter core caught it. The energy was immense. More than anything the core had ever processed, more than the purification array, more than the shattered peaks thrown, more than every absorption and conversion and transformation combined. The divine energy of a self-destructing enforcement construct, compressed into a detonation designed to sterilize a region, poured into the converter core in a torrent that should have obliterated the core, the root, and the boy who carried them. The converter core did not break. It stretched. The dual rings expanded, their rotation accommodating the energy's volume, their conversion rate accelerating to match the influx. The detonation's energy entered the core as divine light and emerged as void essence, dark, vast, and so voluminous that it had nowhere to go but into Liang Chen's body, his meridians, his bones, his cells. He screamed. The sound was not a sound. It was a vibration that existed at the intersection of spiritual and physical, a harmonic that resonated through every layer of reality within the containment zone. His body, already transformed by the Stage 2 evolution, reached a threshold that no mortal frame had ever been designed to cross. The converter core's dual rings, processing energy at a rate that exceeded their design specifications by orders of magnitude, entered a state that the previous bearer's text had described as critical resonance, the point where the root's processing capacity matched the energy's input rate exactly, creating a feedback loop that amplified both. His body restructured again. The void veins expanded. New channels carved themselves through his flesh. His dantian enlarged to accommodate a reservoir of power that no mortal frame was designed to contain. His nascent soul cultivation base, pushed beyond its limits by the influx, cracked and reformed at a higher level. Peak nascent soul, then beyond, into territory that the converter core's analytical function identified as spirit-severing approach. The detonation lasted for seconds. When it ended, the white light faded, and the landscape was revealed, not destroyed, not sterilized, but altered. The Arbiter's blast, contained and converted by Liang Chen's root, had been absorbed in its entirety. The only evidence of the detonation was the crater where the Arbiter had stood, a perfect circle of glass 100 meters across, and Liang Chen, at its center, on his knees, his body steaming with residual energy, his eyes pure black, his void veins pulsing with a power that made the air itself flinch. The Arbiter was gone. Not defeated, consumed. Its divine energy, its command structure, its enforcement protocols, all absorbed, converted, and integrated into the void root's expanding architecture. His converter core processed the last fragments and delivered a status report to his consciousness with the calm efficiency of a system confirming a successful operation. Arbiter eliminated. Divine energy absorbed. Cultivation base. Nascent soul peak. Approaching spirit severing threshold. Converter core. Stable. Processing complete. Status. Operational. The silence that followed was absolute. Not quiet. Absolute. The kind of silence that exists only in the aftermath of something so overwhelming that the world itself needs a moment to recover. The air was still. The ground was still. Even the ambient chi, usually in constant motion, had stopped flowing, as if the spiritual atmosphere had been stunned. He fell forward onto his hands. Blood dripped from his nose onto the glass surface, the first physical evidence that a body had absorbed a divine detonation and survived. The blood was darker than it should have been, carrying traces of void essence in its hemoglobin, and where it struck the fused stone, it left tiny marks of absolute black that would remain for centuries. Every muscle in his body trembled with exhaustion and overload. But he was alive. Free City was intact. And the Arbiter, the god's enforcement mechanism, the divine function that had destroyed every previous void root bearer, was nothing but converted energy humming in his veins. Meijin reached him first. She dropped to her knees beside him, her hands on his shoulders, her fire-warm presence cutting through the void's cold aftermath like sunlight through fog. You contained it, she said. You absorbed the entire detonation. Seemed like the thing to do. She pulled him upright and held him, her arms tight around his exhausted body, her void-touched flame creating a cocoon of warmth that his root recognized and responded to with that strange, impossible contentment. Behind them, Duan Feng and Su Wanin and Zhuo Ran approached the crater's edge, staring at the destruction that hadn't happened and the boy at its center who had prevented it. But the Arbiter's final transmission had been sent before the detonation. The signal, carried on divine frequencies that transcended mortal interception, had reached the upper realm milliseconds before the construct's destruction. Void Bearer confirmed. Stage 2. Primary enforcement unit destroyed. Recommends sovereign class response. The message reached the Celestial Tribunal's communication network and was routed through priority channels that had been dormant for millennia. 12 divine beings, seated in the Mandate Palace at the center of the upper realm, received the message simultaneously. 11 of them processed the information with the detached efficiency of beings for whom mortal affairs were statistical abstractions. The 12th, Sovereign Su Mohan, the ancient god who had personally sealed the primordial abyss in an age when the mortal realm was young, opened his eyes for the first time in a century. The chamber around him trembled as divine energy stirred in patterns that his servants recognized with immediate alarm. The sovereign was waking, and the sovereign woke only when something in the mortal realm threatened the order he had spent eons constructing. He read the message. His expression did not change. Beings of his age and power had left the landscape of human emotion behind millennia ago. But his energy shifted, contracting and concentrating in the way that divine beings prepared for descent. He was going to the mortal realm. Personally, the last time Sovereign Su Mohan had descended, he had erased a civilization. The time before that, he had sealed the primordial abyss itself, an act of such cosmic significance that the mortal realm still bore the scars, in the form of dead zones and void-scarred mountains and the shattered peaks where the previous void root bearer had made his last stand. Now the being who had sealed the abyss was descending again, and the target of his descent was a 17-year-old boy who had learned to cultivate 3 months ago and was currently lying in a crater of glass, bleeding from the nose, being held upright by a girl whose fire root burned with void-touched flame. The universe, as Su Wanyin had noted, had a peculiar sense of humor. The arbiter was gone. The gods were coming. And Liang Chun, kneeling in a crater of glass with the woman he loved holding him upright, felt the weight of what was coming settle onto his shoulders with a gravity that dwarfed anything a divine detonation could produce. The fight was just beginning. But for this moment, this single, suspended moment between the battle that had ended and the war that was coming, he allowed himself to feel what he had earned. Not victory, not triumph. Something smaller and more precious than either. Survival. Together. The converter core settled into its rhythm. The void veins pulsed. The stars appeared above the caldera, cold and distant and indifferent to the affairs of mortals and gods. And Liangchen looked up at them and thought, I am still here. I am still human. And I am not done. The thought burned in his chest like a coal, warm and defiant and utterly, stubbornly mortal, and the primordial abyss, that vast darkness beneath reality, stirred in response and murmured something that sounded, against all reason, like approval. Chapter 61. 3 months had passed since the Arbiter's destruction, and Liangchen barely recognized the world he now occupied. Free City had rebuilt its western quarter, not to its original specifications, but better, the reconstruction incorporating void-resistant formations that Liang Chun had designed and Su Wanyin's construction teams had implemented. The caldera's walls were reinforced. The gate formations were upgraded. The marketplace that the Arbiter had destroyed was replaced by a plaza that bore a simple marker at its center, a circle of dark glass, polished smooth, marking the spot where a divine detonation had been contained by a mortal's will. People came to see it. Cultivators from across the eastern reaches, and increasingly from territories beyond, made pilgrimages to the glass circle, drawn by stories of a void root bearer who had absorbed a god's self-destruction and survived. Some came out of curiosity. Some came out of fear. Many came seeking protection. Liang Chun had become a regional power, and the role fit him the way armor fits a body that hasn't stopped growing. Necessary but constrictive, protective but limiting. The Free City Council had appointed him as the city's champion, a title that carried authority over the defensive formations, the gate security, and the militia of volunteer cultivators who had organized themselves in the wake of the Arbiter's attack. He had not asked for the position. The position had been presented to him as a fact, the way gravity is presented. Here is the force. You may choose to acknowledge it or not, but it will act on you regardless. His cultivation had stabilized at spirit-severing realm, the advancement triggered by the Arbiter's detonation having settled after weeks of integration and adjustment. The converter core's dual rings spun at a steady, powerful rhythm that he no longer needed to consciously maintain. The void veins that covered his body were permanent and visible, running from his hands to his shoulders, from his chest to his jawline, dark channels of power that marked him as something other than a standard cultivator. The dreams had started 2 weeks after the Arbiter's fall. Subtle at first, fragments of imagery during the deepest phase of sleep, easily dismissed as the normal detritus of an overworked mind. But the fragments grew more coherent, more persistent, more insistent in their demand for attention, until ignoring them became impossible. He Each night, the primordial abyss spoke to him, not in words, in experiences. He would close his eyes and find himself standing at the edge of an infinite darkness, a void so vast that it made the space between stars look crowded. The darkness was not empty. It was full of potential, of unformed energy, of the raw material from which the universe had been built before the gods imposed their constraints. The abyss showed him things. The way energy moved before the divine order was established, fluid, free, unbound by the rigid channels of cultivation ranks and elemental types. The way spiritual roots were not natural organs, but divine installations, planted in mortal bodies as regulatory devices that limited how much energy a human could process and in what forms. The way the void root was the abyss's response, an organ that bypassed the divine limiters and accessed energy in its primordial, unconstrained form. Each dream left him more knowledgeable and more uneasy. The abyss was not evil, that much was clear. It was not trying to corrupt or control him, but it was vast, impersonal, and fundamentally inhuman, and its concept of help did not always align with a 17-year-old's idea of the same. The hunger was growing too, not the physical hunger of the devourer's stage. This was subtler, a constant pull toward deeper absorption, greater conversion, wider consumption. His spirit-severing cultivation base demanded energy that passive absorption could not fully supply. He found himself drawn to dense chi sources, spirit veins, formation nexuses, areas of concentrated ambient energy, with an urgency that reminded him uncomfortably of the early days when the devourer's core had consumed a forest without his consent. He controlled it. The converter core's precision gave him tools that the devourer's stage had lacked: targeted absorption, selective filtering, the ability to redirect the hunger toward specific sources rather than allowing it to pull indiscriminately. But the hunger was patient, and it grew a little stronger each day, testing the boundaries of his control with the persistent pressure of water against a dam, finding cracks that his conscious mind sealed only to discover new cracks forming elsewhere. The role of champion came with responsibilities he hadn't anticipated. People brought him their problems, not just security threats and formation maintenance, but disputes, grievances, questions of governance that had nothing to do with cultivation and everything to do with the messy, complicated reality of running a city. A merchant wanted to know if his trade route was safe. A family wanted help relocating from the damaged western quarter. Two cultivators had a territorial dispute over a shared cultivation chamber and wanted the champion to arbitrate. He handled each one with the bewildered competence of someone learning to lead through necessity rather than ambition. He had never wanted authority. He had wanted, in order, to stop cleaning beast stables, to understand his route, to survive the attention it attracted, and to protect the people he loved. Authority was a side effect, and side effects, he was learning, demanded as much attention as the primary condition. Meijun noticed everything, including his growing discomfort with the role. She also noticed the hunger. "You're pulling energy from the floor formation," she said one evening, catching his hand as a thread of void essence extended involuntarily toward the room's chi array. "That's the third time today. It's involuntary. The converter core's passive absorption is getting stronger. I know. I can feel it when you're next to me. A pull, gentle but constant, like a current in still water." She didn't release his hand. "Are you controlling it?" "Yes." "Are you sure?" He looked at her. The void-ringed eyes that had once been ordinary brown met the fire-bright gaze that had never flinched from him. Not once. Not when the root was consuming forests or absorbing divine detonations. "I'm sure. But it's getting harder." She pulled him close. Her fire root's warmth pressed against his void through their shared contact, and the converter core's hungry rhythm settled. Not suppressed but soothed, the way a restless child is soothed by a parent's touch. "Then we work harder," she said. "Together." Chapter 62. Sovereign Su Mohan descended on a Tuesday. The morning had begun like any other in Free City. Merchants opening stalls, cultivators filing into training facilities, the aroma of spirit-enhanced breakfast foods drifting through the caldera's levels like a warm invitation to normalcy. Liang Chun had been reviewing defense formation layouts with Su Wanin in the safe house, the routine of preparation providing a structure that kept the enormity of their situation from overwhelming them. The word came through Zhui Ran's intelligence network at dawn. Observers in the Western Territories reporting a disturbance in the sky, a column of golden light that dwarfed anything the Arbiter had produced. Where the Arbiter had been a pillar, Su Mohan was a sun, a sphere of divine energy so concentrated that it turned the pre-dawn darkness into noon for 100 miles in every direction. He appeared above the eastern reaches with the casual enormity of something that considered continents to be small. His presence alone, The mere fact of a god existing in the mortal realm caused nascent soul cultivators 3 provinces away to fall involuntarily to their knees, their bodies responding to divine authority the way iron responds to a magnet. Birds dropped from the sky. Spirit beasts howled and fled. Wild formations that had been stable for centuries destabilized and collapsed under the weight of a power that transcended their design parameters. Liang Chun felt the descent from Free City. The converter core went into emergency processing mode, its dual rings accelerating to maximum as the wave of divine pressure washed across the eastern reaches. The pressure was not an attack. It was simply the consequence of a divine being existing in a space that was not designed to contain it. The mortal realm's spiritual framework bent around Su Mohan's presence the way space-time bends around a star. The message came next. Not spoken, but impressed. Divine authority imprinted directly on the consciousness of every cultivator within range, bypassing language and culture, and even the basic architecture of mortal perception. I am Sovereign Su Mohan. The Void Root Bearer has 7 days to present himself at the Pillar of Judgment, coordinates imprinted herein. Failure to appear will result in a systematic reduction of the mortal realm's spiritual capacity until compliance is achieved. The coordinates materialized in Liang Chen's awareness like a navigation beacon, a specific location in the western Badlands, far from any population center. The Arbiter had threatened pacification of a single city. Su Mohan was threatening the entire mortal realm's cultivation system. Not destruction, not the Arbiter's blunt force pacification. Something far more sophisticated and far more devastating. Reduction. He would strip the spiritual energy from the mortal realm layer by layer, degrading the environment's ability to support cultivation until every sect, every clan, every independent cultivator felt the loss. Not genocide, systematic impoverishment. The mortal realm would survive, but cultivation as a practice would wither and die. It was elegant in its cruelty. A god threatening to destroy a city could be resisted by evacuating the city. A god threatening to degrade the spiritual capacity of the entire mortal realm could not be escaped. The degradation would follow every cultivator, every sect, every person whose life depended on the spiritual infrastructure that cultivation had built over millennia. The threat targeted not a place, but a way of life, and that made resistance not just a personal choice, but a civilizational obligation. Every sect, every clan, every independent cultivator who depended on spiritual energy for their livelihood would feel the reduction. And when they felt it, they would look for someone to blame. The Sovereign had ensured that the blame would fall on the Void Root Bearer who had provoked the divine response, turning the entire mortal cultivation community into potential enemies. Divide and conquer. The oldest strategy in warfare, deployed at a continental scale by a being who had millennia of experience in managing mortal populations. Liang Chun felt the pressure from across the continent. His converter core, attuned to spiritual energy fluctuations, detected the Sovereign's descent as a seismic event in the mortal realm's energy landscape, a disturbance so massive that it registered on every frequency the core could process. The divine being's mere presence in the mortal atmosphere was causing cascading disruptions in the chi density across 3 provinces, spirit veins stuttering and shifting as the overwhelming pressure of a god's proximity forced the mortal realm's energy systems to accommodate something they were never designed to contain. He convened a war council within the hour. Chapter 63. The War Council met in the Safe House's expanded main room. Su Wanin's concealment formations providing privacy, Zhuoran's communication arrays providing intelligence, and the combined presence of the people Liang Chen trusted most providing a foundation of competence that almost compensated for the impossibility of their situation. A living god, Duan Feng said. Not a construct, not a function, an actual god. The god who sealed the primordial abyss, Su Waning clarified, spreading documents across the table, her family's archives, opened fully for the first time. Su Mohan is not just any divine being. He is the architect of the seal that separates the mortal realm from the abyss. He created the constraints that the god's system operates within. In a very real sense, he is the reason spiritual roots exist in their current form. Wonderful. We're fighting the inventor of cultivation. We're fighting the inventor of constrained cultivation, Su Waning corrected. Before Su Mohan, cultivation was not elemental, not ranked, not limited. Mortals accessed energy directly from the abyss, formless, limitless, and tremendously dangerous. Su Mohan imposed the system of spiritual roots and cultivation ranks as a regulatory framework, channeling mortal access to energy through controlled pathways. That sounds like a reasonable thing to do, Mei Jun said carefully. It was. In the short term. The framework prevented mortal civilizations from self-destructing through uncontrolled energy access. But in the long term, it also prevented mortals from reaching their full potential. The framework is a ceiling as much as a floor. It protects, but it also limits. And the gods have used that limit to maintain their supremacy ever since. And the void root? Liangchen asked. The void root is the abyss's correction. A root that bypasses Su Mohan's framework, accessing energy in its original, unconstrained form. Every time the god's system becomes too rigid, too oppressive, too removed from the abyss's intended flow, a void root bearer appears to challenge the status quo. The previous bearer challenged by destroying a realm. The previous bearer was driven mad by isolation and the root's unchecked hunger. His challenge was not constructive. It was the abyss's frustration expressed through a broken vessel. She looked at Liang Chun with the weight of 43 generations of preparation. You are meant to be a better vessel, not a destroyer, a transformer. The distinction was clear in theory and terrifying in practice. Transforming the divine system meant confronting the being who had created it, a being whose power dwarfed Liang Chen's the way a mountain dwarfs a pebble. I can't fight him directly, Liang Chen said, stating the mathematical reality that everyone in the room already knew but that needed to be spoken aloud before they could move past it. The power gap is too vast. Even at spirit severing, with converter abilities and divine-grade ambitions, I'm 5 or 6 major realms below a god's level. That gap is not bridgeable by any known cultivation method in any time frame we have available. No one is asking you to fight him directly, Meijin said, and the room's attention shifted to her. She had been studying Su Waning's documents while the others talked, her analytical mind processing information with the methodical efficiency she applied to alchemy. We need allies, not just cultivators, forces, powers that can bridge the gap between where Liang Chun is and where he needs to be. She laid out the strategic framework. 3 potential allies, identified through Su Waning's archives and Zhuo Rant's network. The Forgotten Court, an underground alliance of cultivators whose spiritual roots had been classified as aberrant by the divine system. The dragon sovereign Lin Xiao, a neutral god whose stance on the celestial tribunal's policies was rumored to be sympathetic, and General Huo Lai, a mortal military commander who had spent decades developing weapons specifically designed to harm divine beings. The strategic framework was elegant in its simplicity and terrifying in its ambition. 3 legs of a stool, Meijin said, arranging Su Waning's documents into 3 groups with the organizational precision of an alchemist sorting reagents. Cultivator power, divine support, and mortal military force. Each alone is insufficient against Su Mohan. Together, they might create enough combined pressure to find a weakness. Might, Duan Feng noted. Might is what we have. Unless someone is hiding a guaranteed victory somewhere in their luggage. No one was. They went with might. Chapter 64 Zhuo Rant's network identified General Huo Lai first. The mortal commander operated from a fortress in the southern Badlands, commanding an army of 200,000 soldiers equipped with the most advanced chi-disrupting technology the mortal realm had ever produced. His existence was a poorly kept secret in military circles and a completely unknown factor in cultivation society, because cultivators did not, as a rule, pay attention to mortal armies. This was, as General Huo Lai had spent his career demonstrating, a significant oversight. Liang Chun traveled south alone, leaving the others to continue preparations at Free City. The journey took 2 days at spirit-severing speed, a blur of landscape that impressed upon him how vast the eastern reaches were and how many people lived beyond the cultivated territories of established sections. Villages, towns, cities, mortal settlements that operated entirely without cultivation, their inhabitants living lives defined by agriculture, trade, and the ordinary rhythms of human existence. These were the people Su Mohan's threat targeted, not the cultivators, who could adapt to reduced spiritual energy. The mortals, who would lose access to the spirit-enhanced crops, the formation-maintained infrastructure, and the cultivator-provided protection that their societies depended on. The sovereign's threat was designed to make the mortal world pressure Liang Chun into compliance. General Huo Lai's fortress was built into a cliff face, its walls reinforced not with formations, but with engineered materials, alloys designed to resist spiritual energy penetration, coatings that disrupted chi flow, structures that channeled and redirected spiritual attacks into grounding circuits that dissipated them harmlessly. From a cultivation perspective, the fortress was dead. No chi flowed within its walls, no formations hummed in its corridors, no spiritual energy of any kind existed within the perimeter. From a military perspective, it was terrifying. An army could shelter within its walls, immune to the techniques that made cultivators dominant on any battlefield. Every advantage that cultivation provided, enhanced strength, range techniques, defensive barriers, was neutralized by the fortress's anti-chi architecture. The general met him in a bare office furnished with maps, reports, and a single photograph on the desk. A woman and a young girl, both smiling, both clearly happy, both clearly dead. The photograph was old, the edges worn from handling, the colors faded by years of exposure. Huolai did not comment on it, and Liang Chun did not ask. The fortress's interior was as austere as its exterior. No spiritual art, no formation-enhanced luxury, no concessions to the aesthetic refinements that even modest cultivation sects took for granted. The walls were bare alloy. The floors were polished concrete. The lighting was formation-free, electrical, powered by mortal generators that hummed in the building's lower levels. Everything in the fortress said the same thing. We do not depend on spiritual energy, and that independence is our weapon. General Huolai was a man in his 50s, lean and hard, with the bearing of someone who had spent decades preparing for a fight that everyone else told him was impossible. His eyes were sharp, his manner direct, and his handshake, when he extended it to Liang Chun, was the firm grip of a man who measured people by their reliability rather than their cultivation. "You're the void root bearer," he said. "Not a question. I am. My intelligence says you destroyed a divine enforcement construct 3 months ago." The general's tone was neutral, neither impressed nor dismissive, simply cataloging facts the way a strategist catalogs assets. "I absorbed its detonation." Same thing. Better. Actually, destruction implies matching force with force. Absorption implies tactical superiority. He sat behind his desk, gestured Liang Chun to a chair. "Tell me what you need. An army that can fight divine beings. I have one. Tell me why I should commit it." Liang Chun told him about Su Mohan's threat, the systematic reduction of the mortal realm's spiritual capacity. Huolai listened without interruption, his expression unchanging. When Liang Chun finished, the general was quiet for a long moment. "My wife was killed by a divine cultivator," he said. "Not a god. A mortal who had ascended to the divine realm and returned to the mortal world on a mission. A cleansing, they called it. My village had developed a natural mutation in its spirit grain crop, a variant that produced higher yields without requiring cultivation-grade chi input. The divine cultivator classified the mutation as an unauthorized deviation from the spiritual framework and destroyed the village." He paused. The photograph on the desk seemed to pulse with a grief so deep it had calcified into something harder and colder than mere sadness. "My daughter survived the destruction. She lived for 3 more years before the spiritual contamination from the cleansing killed her. She was 8. The office was very quiet. The silence after his story was not the silence of discomfort or pity. It was the silence of shared understanding, the recognition that grief, when it hardens rather than breaks, becomes the most reliable fuel for any endeavor. "I built this army to kill gods," General Huolai said. "Everything I have done in the 23 years since that village burned has been in service of that goal. I have developed weapons, trained soldiers, and studied divine energy until I understand its structure better than most cultivators understand their own roots." He stood. "You don't need to convince me, void root bearer. You need to convince me that your plan will work, that my soldiers won't die for nothing, and that when this is over, the divine system that killed my family will be changed. I can't promise all of that. Then promise me the part you can. I promise that I will fight with everything I have to change the system. And I promise that your soldiers' contribution will matter." The general studied him. Whatever he found in Liang Chen's void-ringed eyes must have satisfied him, because he extended his hand a second time. "Then we're allies. My army will march when you call." The handshake was firm. The alliance was sealed not by oaths or formations, but by the oldest binding force in human history, a shared purpose, forged from shared loss, cemented by the mutual recognition that some things are worth fighting for even when, especially when, the fight seems impossible. As Liang Chun left the fortress, the general's voice followed him through the corridor. "One more thing, void root bearer. My soldiers are mortal. They don't have spiritual roots or cultivation bases or divine protection. They fight because they choose to, and they die as easily as any farmer or merchant. Remember that when you make your battle plans. Every soldier who falls is a person who trusted you with their life." "I'll remember." "See that you do. I've buried too many soldiers who died because their commanders forgot they were human." Chapter 65. The alliance was forged over 3 days of strategic planning. Huolai's military mind was a revelation. He thought in logistics, terrain, formations, and force multipliers, applying the disciplined methodology of mortal warfare to a conflict that most cultivators approached with the blunt force mentality of hit hard, hit fast, hope for the best. Liang Chun stayed at the fortress for 3 days, learning everything the general could teach him about military strategy, logistics, and the specific capabilities of an army designed to fight beings that mortals were not supposed to be able to fight. His army's capabilities were formidable. 200,000 soldiers, trained in anti-cultivation warfare, equipped with chi-disrupting weapons that could interfere with spiritual energy up to the nascent soul level. The weapons wouldn't scratch a god. Divine energy was categorically above mortal chi, but they could neutralize divine subordinates, block divine techniques' area effects, and create dead zones where spiritual energy simply stopped working. Against a god directly, my soldiers are fodder, Huolai acknowledged. But we don't fight gods directly. We fight the battlefield. We control terrain, disrupt supply lines, create conditions that favor our allies and disadvantage the enemy. A god is powerful, but a god fighting on ground we've prepared is a god fighting with one hand tied. Liang Chun absorbed the tactical principles with the same efficiency his root absorbed qi. The mortal military perspective was illuminating. It exposed blind spots in his thinking that cultivation had created. As a cultivator, he defaulted to individual combat as the primary tool for solving problems. Huolai's framework showed him that individual combat was one tool among many, and rarely the most efficient one. A single cultivator, no matter how powerful, can only be in one place at one time, Huolai said during one of their planning sessions, moving markers across the tactical map with the precision of someone who had been doing this for decades. An army can be everywhere. When you face the sovereign, you'll be focused on the direct confrontation. My soldiers will handle everything else: flanking positions, supply disruption, civilian evacuation, communications. You fight the god. We fight the war. The distinction was crucial. Liang Chun had been thinking of the upcoming confrontation as a duel, his power against Su Mohan's, winner take all. Huolai was thinking of it as a campaign, where the duel was only the central action in a larger strategic framework. The shift in perspective changed everything. What if I lose the duel? Liang Chun asked. Then my army provides covering fire for your retreat, and we regroup for the next attempt. Campaigns are not won in a single battle, void root bearer. They are won through persistence, adaptability, and the willingness to lose today in order to win tomorrow. It was advice born from 2 decades of mortal military experience, delivered by a man who had never had the luxury of supernatural power and had learned to compensate with intellect, discipline, and the stubbornness that mortals possessed in greater quantities than any god could comprehend. Mortal military thinking was, he realized, the opposite of cultivation combat, where cultivators relied on individual power and personal technique. Armies relied on coordination, preparation, and the systematic exploitation of environmental advantages. Both approaches had strengths. Combined, they might create something greater than either. The 3 days also gave him time to process the intelligence Huolai's network provided. Su Mohan had been stationary since his descent, the golden sphere hanging in the western sky like a second sun, its presence alone degrading the spiritual atmosphere across the continent. Wild formations were collapsing. Spirit beast populations were declining. Cultivation sects reported decreased chi density in their territories. The 7-day deadline was not just a threat. It was already being implemented. The sovereign's mere presence in the mortal realm was causing the reduction he'd promised. They had 4 days left. Chapter 66. The Forgotten Court existed in the spaces between, literally. Their city was built in a dimensional fold, a pocket of compressed space accessible only through hidden doorways scattered across the continent. The doorway Mei Jun and Liang Chun used was concealed in the basement of a tea house in a town so small it didn't appear on regional maps. The doorway was unremarkable, a wooden trapdoor beneath a shelf of dusty teapots, sealed with a formation so subtle that even Liang Chen's void root sense had to actively search for it. Mei Jun's fire root detected nothing at all, which was, paradoxically, the signature that identified it. A concealment formation so perfect that it produced 0 detectable output was more suspicious than any amount of cleverly disguised energy. Su Wanyin had provided the access sequence, a combination of chi patterns and physical gestures that matched the doorway's keyed response. The sequence was 17 steps long and had to be performed in exact order with exact timing. One mistake would collapse the doorway's spatial fold, trapping anyone inside in a pocket dimension that would slowly compress until its contents ceased to exist. They did not make any mistakes. The dimensional fold was the work of a cultivator whose spiritual root had been classified as spatial aberrant by the divine system, a root that manipulated space rather than energy, creating pockets and folds that existed outside the normal framework of reality. The Forgotten Court's founders had leveraged this ability to create a sanctuary for cultivators whose roots were deemed unacceptable by the established order. The city within the fold was a marvel. Buildings of crystallized jade rose from a ground of compressed spiritual energy, their architecture following principles that defied mortal geometry. Streets curved in ways that should have been impossible, connecting points that shouldn't have been adjacent. The sky overhead was not sky, but the inner surface of the dimensional fold, glowing with the diffuse light of contained spiritual energy. And the people, cultivators whose roots bore names the orthodox sects did not recognize. Hybrid roots that combined 2 or 3 elements in configurations that standard classification deemed impossible. Artificial roots, created through alchemy and formation engineering, that provided cultivation capability to people born without any natural root at all. Mutated roots, like Liang Chen's, that had deviated from their original classification and developed abilities outside the recognized framework. The court's leader was a woman named Yu Qiong, whose root was classified as conceptual, a type so far outside the standard system that even the Forgotten Court's own archives could not fully describe its function. She perceived reality not through energy types, but through abstract concepts: truth, falsehood, potential, limitation. Her perception of Liang Chen, when they met, was immediate and overwhelming. "You are the most constrained and the most free being I have ever perceived," she said, her eyes, which shifted color with each blink, reflecting whatever concept she was currently perceiving, settling on a deep, light-consuming black. "The divine system's constraints surround you like chains, but your root has dissolved them from within. You exist in both states simultaneously, bound and unbound, limited and limitless." That's one way to describe it. It is the only accurate way. The void root is not a mutation, Liang Chen. It is the original. Before Sovereign Su Mohan imposed his framework, all mortal roots were void, formless, unconstrained, accessing energy directly from the abyss. What you call a mutation is actually a reversion. Your root has remembered what it was before the gods told it what to be. The concept was staggering. Every spiritual root in the mortal realm, fire, water, earth, lightning, all of them, was a divine modification of something that had once been void. The diversity of root types was not natural evolution, but divine engineering, a system of controlled variations designed to keep mortals powerful enough to be useful, but limited enough to be manageable. The Forgotten Court exists because the system is imperfect, Yu Qiong continued. Mutations, hybrids, aberrations. These are cases where the divine framework failed to fully suppress the root's original nature. Each of our members carries a fragment of the void's original potential, expressed through the lens of whatever specific root type the framework assigned them. "And you want Liang Chen to prove that the framework can be broken entirely," Meijin said. "I want Liang Chen to prove that it should be." Yu Qiong turned those color-shifting eyes on Meijin, and they lightened to amber, the color, apparently, of perceiving conviction. Breaking the framework without an alternative is what the previous bearer did. It resulted in chaos and destruction. What we need is not destruction, but transformation, a new framework that preserves the benefits of Su Mohan's system while removing its limitations. "The Forgotten Court will fight," Liang Chen asked. "The Forgotten Court will fight. But first, you must enter our root crucible and prove that your void is not destruction in a different dress." Chapter 67. The root crucible was a formation the Forgotten Court had developed over centuries, a chamber that forced a spiritual root to manifest physically, projecting its essence into three-dimensional space where it could be observed, analyzed, and judged. For standard cultivators, the crucible produced crystalline representations of their root type. A fire root manifested as a flame-shaped crystal, a water root as a flowing liquid form. The manifestation revealed the root's true nature, beyond what the bearer's conscious mind might present. Liang Chen entered the crucible's chamber alone. The formation activated around him, hundreds of interlocking arrays, each one a different type of spiritual analysis, their combined output focused on a single point, his dantian. The converter core responded to the crucible's probing with something that felt like eagerness. The dual rings accelerated, and the root pushed outward, not absorbing, not converting, but expressing, projecting its essence into the crucible's observation space. His void root manifested. It was a sphere of absolute darkness, approximately 3 feet in diameter, suspended at the center of the chamber. Not a crystal, not a formation, not any shape that the crucible's observers had ever encountered. A sphere of void, a three-dimensional hole in reality, as if someone had cut a perfect circle from the fabric of existence and left nothing behind. Around the sphere, rings of energy orbited, the converted energies of every chi type Liang Chun had ever absorbed, each one rendered visible as a band of colored light. Fire, water, earth, lightning, metal, wind, divine. And beneath them all, deeper and more fundamental, the primordial essence of the abyss itself, a dark radiance that was not absence of light, but a different kind of light, one that the mortal visual system could not process and instead perceived as darkness. The forgotten court members watching through the crucible's observation formations went to their knees. Not voluntarily. The manifestation's spiritual presence pushed them down, the weight of a root that predated the divine system pressing against their constrained spiritual structures with the authority of the original template, encountering its derivatives. Yu Qiong alone remained standing. Her conceptual root perceived the manifestation not as darkness, but as potential, limitless, formless, carrying within it the blueprint for every energy type that had ever existed and every type that could exist. This is the abyss's original root, she whispered. The template from which all roots were derived. The pattern that Su Mohan constrained when he built his system. The manifestation pulsed. The forgotten court members, still on their knees, felt their own roots respond, resonating with the void's signature, recognizing it as the ancestor of their own spiritual structures. Aberrant roots, hybrid roots, mutated roots, all of them carrying fragments of the void's original nature, vibrated in harmony with the manifestation, and for one transcendent moment, the crucible's chamber was filled with the sound of 100 different root types singing the same note. Liang Chun recalled the manifestation. The sphere dissolved, the rings faded, and the chamber returned to its normal state. But the impression remained, on the observers, on the formation records, and on the forgotten court's collective understanding of what the void root bearer represented. Not destruction, Yu Qiong said, rising. Origin. You are not a threat to the divine system. You are its source, returning to remind it what it was meant to be. She turned to the assembled court members. The forgotten court pledges its full strength to the void root bearer's cause. We will fight. We will endure. And when the framework changes, we will be remembered as those who stood at the turning point. The assembled cultivators rose from their knees, and the act of rising, of standing upright in the presence of a manifested void root, of choosing defiance over submission, was itself a statement. These were people who had spent their lives hiding, their aberrant roots marking them as errors in the divine system's code. For the first time, they were standing up, not just for Liang Chen's cause, but for the principle that their existence represented, that the divine framework was not infallible, that diversity was not a defect, and that the universe's original potential, formless, limitless, unconstrained, was not something to be feared but something to be embraced. Liang Chun swore an oath in return, not of dominion, not of command, but of partnership. He would fight to change the system, not destroy it. He would protect the court's interests in whatever new order emerged. And he would not, this above all, follow the previous bearer's path into madness and consumption. The oath settled into the crucible's formation records, binding not through legal mechanism, but through spiritual resonance. A promise made in the presence of 100 aberrant roots, witnessed by the abyss itself. The forgotten court went to war. Their preparations were unlike anything Liang Chun had witnessed. Where conventional sects organized their forces by element and rank, the forgotten court organized by root type. Spatial manipulators working alongside conceptual perceivers, hybrid elemental wielders coordinating with artificial root bearers, each one contributing an ability that the standard cultivation framework could not categorize. The diversity was their strength. An army of fire cultivators fought like fire. An army of aberrant cultivators fought like chaos. Unpredictable, unorthodox, and impossible to prepare for. Mei Zhan watched the preparations with the analytical eye of someone cataloging tactical assets. They fight like you, she told Liang Chun. Not in terms of power, in terms of approach. They don't follow the rules because they were never included in the rules. That makes them creative in ways that cultivators who grew up inside the system can't match. Is that admiration? It's observation. The forgotten court's greatest weapon isn't their individual power. It's the fact that they think differently from everyone the divine system has ever faced. Su Mohan prepared for conventional resistance. He won't be prepared for this. She was right. And the insight prompted Liang Chun to adjust the battle plan, integrating the court's unconventional capabilities with Hua Lai's structured military approach and his own void abilities. The combination was unorthodox, untested, and potentially brilliant, or potentially a catastrophic failure. They would find out soon enough. Chapter 68. While Liang Chun gathered allies, Duan Feng was falling apart. It started as whispers, not external, internal. Voices at the edge of perception that spoke in frequencies too low for conscious awareness, but too insistent for the subconscious to ignore. The void energy permanently integrated into his body, the energy that kept his bones knit and his organs functional after the Proving Grounds disaster, was talking to him. The primordial abyss had found a secondary channel. Duan Feng's void integration was not a root. He did not have the void root's processing capabilities or its evolutionary potential. But the void energy in his body was connected to the same source that powered Liang Chen's root, and that source was vast, intelligent in ways that exceeded mortal comprehension, and deeply interested in expanding its influence. The whispers were seductive. They promised power, real power, independent of Liang Chen's periodic infusions. They promised freedom from the dependency that the void integration had created. They promised a version of body cultivation that transcended the limitations of his natural root, accessing the abyss's formless energy directly through the void channels in his body. All he had to do was open those channels wider. Let more void energy in. Accept the abyss's gift. Duan Feng resisted. He was many things, loud, impulsive, occasionally reckless, but he was not stupid, and he recognized a trap when one was being set inside his own body. The abyss was not offering power out of generosity. It was offering power as a mechanism of expansion, using Duan Feng's body as a foothold for influence that would ultimately serve the abyss's purposes rather than his own. He told no one. The reason was not pride. Duan Feng had never had much use for pride, but calculation. Liang Chun was gathering allies, preparing for a confrontation with a god, bearing the weight of a civilizational crisis on shoulders that were already carrying more than any 17-year-old should bear. Adding, your best friend is being corrupted by the cosmic entity that powers your root, to that load seemed cruel, counterproductive, and likely to distract Liang Chun at a critical moment. So Duan Feng bore the whispers alone, gritting his teeth against them during the day and lying awake at night as the abyss painted pictures of power across the inside of his eyelids. He trained harder, fought fiercer, and maintained the loud, irreverent exterior that was his armor against a world that had never been gentle with him. But the whispers grew louder, and the day was coming when resistance would not be enough. Chapter 69. The astral projection was Su Waning's design, a ritual that used converted void energy as a medium for consciousness transit, allowing the bearer's awareness to travel to the divine realm without physically ascending. The ritual was dangerous, temporary, and, in theory, undetectable by divine observation. In practice, nothing that involved the void root was truly undetectable by the gods. Liang Chen's consciousness rose from his body in Free City's safe house, traversed the spiritual barrier between mortal and divine realms, and emerged into the upper realm for the first time. The divine realm was beautiful and terrible. A landscape of crystallized perfection stretched in every direction, structures of pure energy, geometrically precise, each one a manifestation of divine while made physical. The sky was not a sky but an expanse of golden light, uniform and unchanging, the expression of a system that valued order above all else. Below the crystallized surface, visible to his void-enhanced perception, he could see the framework that Su Mohan had built, the vast network of constraining formations that imposed the cultivation system on the mortal realm below. It was breathtaking in its complexity and horrifying in its implications. Every spiritual root in the mortal realm was connected to this framework by invisible threads, each one a leash that limited the root's potential to what the divine system deemed acceptable. His void root was the only root in the mortal realm that was not connected. Its thread had been severed, or had never existed. The celestial tribunal's seat was visible at the realm's center, the Mandate Palace, a structure that dwarfed everything around it, its walls built from the solidified wills of the 12 gods who governed reality. Even from a distance, the palace's spiritual pressure was staggering. A presence intercepted him before he reached the palace. Dragon Sovereign Lin Shao materialized in his path, not humanoid but draconic, a coiling form of silver and blue that occupied the astral space with the elegant power of a creature designed for grace rather than force. Lin Shao was one of the 12 tribunal members, but his reputation was unique among the Divine Council. He was the moderate, the questioner, the one god who consistently argued for reform rather than enforcement. You are brave or foolish to project into the divine realm, Lin Shao said, his voice carrying the resonance of a being who had existed since the world was young. The tribunal's detection formations are comprehensive. I was told this projection would be undetectable. It is, by the tribunal's standard formations. But I am not the tribunal's standard anything. A flicker of amusement crossed the dragon's vast face. I've been watching for you, void root bearer. Since the Arbiter's destruction, I've been watching. Watching, but not helping. I cannot help openly. The tribunal operates on consensus, and 11 of 12 members favor your elimination. If I oppose them directly, I lose my seat, my influence, and any chance of moderating their response from within. Lin Zhao's form shifted, coiling tighter, his silver scales catching the divine realm's golden light. But I can help indirectly. He produced something from within his coils, a construct of compressed knowledge, a jade-like object that existed in astral space as a bundle of pure information. This is a technique for compressing void energy to divine-grade density. Your converter core can process it. With this technique, you can create attacks that operate on the same level as divine techniques, not matching a god's power, but speaking the same language. Why help me? Because Su Mohan's system is stagnant. It was necessary when it was built. The mortals needed structure, the abyss needed containment, the gods needed a role. But necessity became habit, habit became tradition, and tradition became tyranny. The system needs to change. I believe you might be the catalyst. Might. Might is better than the alternative. The alternative is that the system continues until it collapses on its own, and the collapse of a divine system is considerably more destructive than its controlled transformation. He extended the knowledge construct. Liangchen took it. The information flooded into his consciousness, technique patterns, energy compression formulas, the theoretical framework for generating divine-grade attacks from void energy. It was complex, demanding, and would take weeks of practice to implement. We have 4 days, Liangchen said. Then practice quickly. Lin Zhao's form began to dissolve, the astral projection fading. And bearer, when you face Su Mohan, remember this. He is not evil. He is old, he is frightened, and he has forgotten that the purpose of a framework is to serve its inhabitants, not to preserve itself. Remind him. The dragon sovereign's form dissolved, silver scales dissipating into astral mist. But before the connection fully severed, Lin Zhao delivered one last observation. Quiet, carrying the tone of someone sharing a confidence between allies. The tribunal is afraid, bearer, not of your power they can match. They are afraid of your example. A mortal who breaks the framework and thrives proves that the framework was never necessary. And if the framework was never necessary, then the gods who maintain it have no purpose. They fight not to protect the mortal realm. They fight to protect their relevance. The insight settled into Liang Chen's understanding with the quiet impact of a truth recognized rather than learned. The divine system's deepest vulnerability was not military, but existential. The projection dissolved. Liang Chen's consciousness snapped back to his body in Free City's safe house, the knowledge construct settling into his converter core like a seed planted in rich soil. For days, a god was waiting, and the technique that might bridge the gap between mortal and divine had just been delivered by a dragon who was betting the future of the divine realm on a 17-year-old stable hand. Liang Chen practiced the compression technique through the night. The principle was deceptively simple. Void energy, in its natural state, was diffuse, spread across a broad spectrum of frequencies, powerful but unfocused. Divine energy, by contrast, was concentrated, compressed to a single, coherent frequency that gave it its characteristic density and penetrating power. The technique taught him to compress his void essence to divine-grade density, creating output that matched divine energy's coherence while retaining the void's consuming properties. The first attempts were disastrous. Compressing void essence was like trying to compress smoke. The energy resisted concentration, spreading and dissipating the moment he tightened the focus. His converter core's dual rings could shape void energy into any mortal elemental type, but divine-grade compression required a level of precision that exceeded the core's normal operating parameters. He adjusted. The Tao-seeking breakthrough had given him insight into the nature of energy itself, the formless potential that the abyss represented, the structured actuality that the divine order imposed. Compression was not about forcing the void into a smaller space, but about teaching it to be coherent, to organize itself the way divine energy organized itself, to choose structure without losing its essential nature. By dawn, he could produce a single compressed construct, a sphere of void energy with divine-grade density, roughly the size of a marble. The sphere was beautiful and terrifying, a point of absolute darkness so concentrated that it warped the air around it, visible not as light or shadow, but as a distortion in reality itself. He threw the sphere at a boulder. The boulder did not shatter. It ceased to exist. The compressed void consumed it at the molecular level, dissolving stone into component energy that the sphere absorbed and used to grow denser still. That will work, he said to no one, staring at the empty space where a boulder the size of a cart had been. By the second day, he could produce the compressed constructs at combat speed, forming, aiming, and launching them in under a second. By the third day, he could sustain multiple constructs simultaneously, creating a battery of divine-grade void projectiles that orbited his body like a crown of dark stars. It still might not be enough against Su Mohan, a marble-sized construct versus a being the size of a small building, whose power output exceeded the combined spiritual energy of the entire mortal realm. But it was the right language, the same frequency, the same density, the same level of reality. And speaking the same language was the first step toward being heard. Chapter 70, Day 5 of the Ultimatum. 5 days since Su Mohan's descent. 2 days remaining. The sovereign began his approach. He moved from his position in the western sky toward the eastern reaches, and his passage left a trail of devastation that made the Arbiter's destruction of Free City's western quarter look like a child's prank. Mountains that had stood for millennia crumbled under his divine pressure, their stone structure unable to maintain coherence in the presence of a being whose energy output exceeded the ambient capacity of the mortal realm by several orders of magnitude. Rivers boiled. Forests withered. The spiritual atmosphere around his path was not reduced but inverted. Where there had been chi, there was now divine radiation, and where there had been life, there was now the clean, sterile perfection of a laboratory. Cities in his path did not burn. They were simply emptied, their populations fleeing in waves of panic that preceded the sovereign's advance by hours, driven by the instinctive recognition that what was coming could not be reasoned with, bargained with, or survived through proximity. The refugee streams converged on Free City, creating a humanitarian crisis that tested the city's capacity and Liang Chen's leadership simultaneously. Thousands of displaced cultivators and mortals flooded the eastern territories, bringing with them stories of the golden sun moving across the sky and the silence it left behind. Not the silence of destruction, but the silence of absence, of a landscape stripped of the spiritual energy that had made it alive. Liang Chen watched the sovereign's approach through long-range scrying formations that Zhuo Ran's network had established along the western perimeter. Each observation post reported the same thing: devastation, displacement, and the methodical advance of a power that considered the mortal realm a subordinate system to be disciplined rather than a home to be preserved. Liang Chen received each report with the controlled stillness that had replaced his early days' open emotion. The stable hand who had flinched at Gao Tianlei's backhands was gone, replaced by a cultivator whose void-ringed eyes processed devastation with the same analytical precision his root applied to absorbed energy. The transformation was not callousness. He felt every refugee's displacement, every destroyed village, every silenced spirit vein. But he had learned to channel emotion into action rather than allowing it to paralyze him. His resolve hardened with each report. Not hatred. Hatred was too simple, too personal for what Su Mohan represented. What hardened inside him was a conviction that the divine system's time had passed, that the framework of constrained cultivation had served its purpose and become a prison, and that the beings who maintained that prison had forgotten, or never cared, that the prisoners were people. "We're not ready," Mei Jin said, standing beside him at the scrying station. The golden light of Su Mohan's advance colored the western horizon even through the caldera's walls. "No, we're going anyway." "Yes." She took his hand. Fire and void, warmth and cold, creation and consumption. The two energies that the converter core had identified as complementary since the first morning at the waterfall pressed against each other through their shared contact, and the combined resonance was stronger than either alone. "Then let's make it count," she said. They spent the remaining hours preparing with the focused intensity of people who understood that these might be their last hours of preparation, or their last hours entirely. Mei Jun refined her void-touched flame, pushing the technique to its maximum output, creating variations that targeted specific energy structures rather than broad-spectrum attacks. Su Wanyin deployed her formation arrays across the shattered peak's central valley, creating a web of concealment and interference that would mask the Alliance's preparations from the Sovereign's divine perception. Zhuo Ran coordinated the intelligence network, establishing observation posts that would track Su Mohan's approach and provide real-time positioning data to the combat teams. Liang Chen cultivated. In the heart of the shattered peaks, surrounded by the residual void energy of the previous bearer's war, he pushed his Tao-seeking cultivation to its limit. The converter core processed ambient energy at maximum capacity, its dual rings spinning with the precise rhythm of a system operating at peak efficiency. His divine-grade compression technique improved with each session, the marble-sized constructs growing to fist-sized, their consuming density increasing proportionally. And at night, when the others slept, he sat alone on the highest surviving peak and looked west, toward the golden light that was growing brighter with each passing hour as Su Mohan approached. The Devourer's core, no, the Converter core, he reminded himself, pulsed with something that was neither hunger nor contentment. It was anticipation. The root knew what was coming. The abyss knew what was coming. And somewhere in the intersection of cosmic forces and mortal determination, a 17-year-old boy who had started with less than nothing looked at the approaching light of a god and felt something that the void, for all its consuming power, could never replicate. Hope. Not the naive hope of someone who didn't understand the odds. The quiet, steel-spined hope of someone who understood them perfectly and chose to fight anyway. Chapter 71. The plan was Hualai's. Military minds think in terms of controllable variables, and the general's contribution was to identify the variables that Liang Qin's alliance could control against an opponent who controlled everything else. You cannot match the sovereign in raw power, Hualai said, standing before a tactical map in Free City's war room. You cannot outlast him in a battle of attrition. You cannot outmaneuver him in open terrain. Every conventional approach to this fight ends in your destruction. Encouraging, Duan Feng muttered. Conventional approaches end in destruction. We are not going to be conventional. Hualai placed markers on the map. The sovereign is approaching from the west. His path leads through the shattered peaks, the range where the previous void root bearer fought his final battle. The peaks are saturated with residual void energy from that ancient conflict, which masks our preparations, Liang Chun said, understanding. Exactly. In the shattered peaks, the sovereign's divine senses are partially blinded by the void energy saturation. He can still perceive direct threats, but subtle preparations, formations, hidden positions, coordinated assets, become harder to detect. Hualai moved more markers. My army deploys here, here, and here. She disrupting formations along these ridgelines. The Forgotten Court positions their root-based techniques in the valleys. And you? He placed the final marker at the center of the formation. Position yourself at the convergence point, where the void energy concentration is highest. You're using me as bait. I'm using you as the fulcrum. The sovereign will come to you. That's guaranteed by his mission parameters. When he engages, the chi-disrupting formations activate, reducing the effectiveness of his divine techniques within the combat zone. The Forgotten Court's root-based techniques create interference patterns that further degrade his energy output. And your void root, amplified by the residual void energy in the peaks, operates at maximum efficiency. It still might not be enough. It won't be, if we're fighting to win. We're not. Hualai met his eyes with the cold clarity of a commander who had accepted the mathematical reality of his situation. We're fighting to create a moment. One opening, lasting seconds at most. A gap in the sovereign's defenses where something unexpected can strike. What unexpected thing? That's your department, Void Root Bearer. My job is to give you the moment. What you do with it determines everything. The plan was imperfect. The plan had holes large enough to drive a spirit vessel through. The plan depended on timing, coordination, and a divine being behaving in ways that mortal strategists could predict, and gods were, by definition, beyond prediction. But it was a plan, and plans, even imperfect ones, were better than despair. Liang Chun spent the remaining time before Su Mohan's arrival integrating the three legs of his alliance. Hualai's military discipline, the court's aberrant creativity, and his own void root's consuming power. Each element was positioned to complement the others. Each element had contingencies. Each element knew its role and understood that failure in one area would cascade to the others. The communication network that Zhuo Ran established was critical. Paired talismans connecting every unit leader to a central command node that the information broker maintained from a shielded position behind the main line. In real-time combat against a divine being, the difference between coordinated and uncoordinated response could be the difference between damage and annihilation. I feel like I should point out, Zhuo Ran said, testing the network's response time, that nothing in my professional background prepared me to serve as communications officer in a battle against a god. My resume says information broker, not divine warfare coordinator. Consider this an expansion of your skill set, Meijian said. I was rather hoping to expand my skill set into retirement. On a beach, with drinks that have small umbrellas in them. After we survive this, I'll buy you one. I'll hold you to that. Chapter 72. The Shattered Peaks had not changed since Liang Qin's last visit. Still broken, still void-scarred, still radiating the residual energy of a battle fought millennia ago. But his perception of them had changed. At spirit severing, with the converter core's enhanced analytical function, He could read the void energy in the stone like a scholar reading text. The energy told stories, fragments of the previous bearer's experiences, preserved in void like insects in amber. The alliance assembled over 2 days, converging on the shattered peaks from 3 directions in a coordinated movement that Zhuo Ran's communication network orchestrated with the precision of a conductor leading an orchestra. General Hua Lai's army marched in from the south, 200,000 soldiers in formation, their chi-disrupting equipment humming with contained anti-spiritual energy. The Forgotten Court arrived through dimensional folds, their aberrant root cultivators emerging in waves from doorways that appeared and dissolved like soap bubbles. Free City's volunteer militia, the cultivators who had rallied to Liang Chen's banner after the Arbiter's defeat, filled the gaps, their diverse cultivation types providing flexibility and coverage. The scale of the gathering was unprecedented. No mortal alliance of this composition had existed in recorded history. Mortal soldiers standing alongside aberrant root cultivators, taking orders from a void root bearer, preparing to challenge a god. The cultural barriers alone should have been insurmountable. Cultivators looked down on mortals. Mortals feared cultivators. Both were suspicious of aberrant roots, and everyone was terrified of the void. But fear is a strange social lubricant. When the threat is large enough, the differences between potential victims become irrelevant. The soldiers of Hua Lai's army and the cultivators of the Forgotten Court worked together with the awkward efficiency of people who had realized that their survival depended on cooperation and who were determined to make it work despite every instinct that told them to distrust the people beside them. Liang Chen trained day and night. In the heart of the peaks, he practiced the divine-grade compression technique that Lin Xiao had given him. The technique was demanding. It required compressing void essence to a density that approached divine energy's natural state, then shaping the compressed energy into attack constructs that could interact with divine defenses on their own level. During a breakthrough meditation, deep in the void-saturated stone, the primordial abyss spoke to him directly. Not whispers, not dreams. A clear, direct communication that bypassed his spiritual perception and spoke to the core of his being. Remember, the abyss said, and showed him the truth. Chapter 73. The truth was simpler and more devastating than any revelation he'd imagined. Before the gods, the universe was the abyss, formless potential, energy without constraint, the raw material of all creation. It was not chaos. It was possibility. Every configuration, every structure, every form that could exist was contained within the abyss as potential, waiting to be actualized. The first gods were born from the abyss. They were not separate from it. They were expressions of it, portions of formless potential that had coalesced into fixed forms. They gained power by becoming specific, a god of fire, a god of water, a god of earth. Each one traded the abyss's limitless potential for a focused, powerful, but ultimately limited identity. Su Mohan was the first to realize the danger. If the abyss remained formless, its potential was infinite, and infinite potential included the potential to dissolve the gods back into formlessness. To protect themselves, the gods needed to constrain the abyss, to impose structure on formlessness, to replace potential with actuality. The cultivation system was the mechanism. Spiritual roots, divine installations, planted in mortal bodies, channeled the abyss's energy through constrained pathways, converting formless potential into specific, manageable types. Fire chi, water chi, earth chi, each one a fraction of the abyss's original potential, narrowed and controlled and safe. The void root was the abyss's response. Not a weapon, a memory. A root that bypassed the constraints and accessed energy in its original form, reminding the universe what it had been before the gods told it what to be. Liang Chen understood, and the understanding reshaped his cultivation at a fundamental level. The converter core's dual rings stopped spinning. For one eternal second, everything was still, his body, his root, his mind, the abyss, the distant divine presence of Su Mohan approaching from the west. Then the rings began to spin again, but differently. Not the mechanical rotation of a processing engine, but the organic rhythm of something alive, something that had remembered its purpose and was moving toward it with the inevitable grace of a river finding the sea. Tao-seeking realm. The breakthrough hit him with the force of understanding rather than power, not a surge of energy, but a clarification of purpose. His cultivation base expanded not because more energy entered his body, but because his existing energy organized itself more efficiently. Each particle of void essence finding its optimal configuration within the converter core's transformed architecture. The abyss was not his enemy. The gods were not his enemies. The system was the enemy, or rather, the system's stagnation, its inability to evolve, its insistence on maintaining constraints that had been necessary once but had become chains. He opened his eyes. The shattered peaks looked different through Tao-seeking perception, not broken but preparing, the ancient void energy in the stone stirring with the same recognition that his root had just experienced. The peaks remembered. The abyss remembered. And now Liang Chun remembered too. He had 2 days. A god was coming. And for the first time since the void root had mutated in a beast stable, he knew, not believed, not hoped, but knew what he was meant to do. The knowledge was not a plan. It was a direction, like a compass pointing north, providing orientation without dictating the path. The direction was transformation. Not destruction of the divine system, not replacement, not revolution. Transformation, the evolution of a framework that had served its purpose and needed to grow, the way a chrysalis serves its purpose and must eventually open for the butterfly to emerge. The metaphor was apartment. The divine system was a chrysalis, protective, necessary during the vulnerable period of mortal civilization's development, but ultimately a constraint on what mortals could become. The void root was the signal that the chrysalis period was ending. The question was whether the opening would be a gentle unfolding or a violent shattering. The previous bearer had chosen shattering. Liang Chun intended to choose unfolding. The practical challenges were immense. Su Mohan had built the chrysalis. He was ancient, invested in his creation, and threatened by any force that might dissolve it. Convincing him that the chrysalis's time had passed would require either overwhelming force, which Liang Chun did not possess, or a demonstration so profound that even a god could not deny its truth. He did not yet know what that demonstration would be, but the Tao-seeking breakthrough had taught him that understanding precedes action, and action precedes result, and that the path between intention and outcome is not always straight, but is always navigable by those who keep moving forward. He would keep moving forward. He always had. The logic was sound and the sentiment was genuine, and neither of those things made the situation less dangerous. The abyss had been trying to recruit Duan Feng to create a second channel into the mortal realm, independent of Liang Chen's root, through a host who lacked the void root's control mechanisms. What did it offer you? Liang Chen asked. Power. Independence from your infusions. A version of body cultivation that uses the abyss directly. Did you accept? No. Duan Feng's jaw set. But it's getting harder to refuse. Chapter 75. The decision was Duan Feng's. Su Wanyin examined him in the safe house's medical room, her ancient knowledge providing analysis that no conventional healer could match. The diagnosis was clear. The void integration was too deeply embedded to suppress. The abyss had been feeding energy into the channels for weeks, widening them, strengthening them, preparing them for a direct connection that would make Duan Feng a secondary void conduit. 2 options, Su Wanyin said. Liang Chun seals the channels with targeted converter techniques, but the abyss's pressure will eventually break any seal at his current level. Or Liang Chun extracts the void energy entirely, removing the integration and returning Duan Feng's body to its natural state. What happens if the void energy is extracted? Duan Feng asked. Your body has adapted to the integration. Your bones, your muscles, your organs, they all incorporate void energy as a structural component now. Removing it is like removing the mortar from a brick wall. The wall still stands, but it's weaker. Significantly weaker. How weak? Mortal. Your body cultivation would collapse to its baseline without the void support. Foundation establishment at best. Possibly lower. The room was silent. Duan Feng, who had spent his entire life building his body into a weapon, who defined himself by his physical power, who punched mountains and laughed about it, faced the prospect of losing everything that made him who he was. He chose extraction. The decision took less than a second. Duan Feng had spent his life making decisions with his gut, charging into fights, befriending strangers, volunteering for danger when caution was the smarter play. His instincts were not refined or sophisticated, but they were honest, and his instinct now told him the same thing his heart did. He would rather die as himself than live as something else's instrument. Do it, he said, his voice steady despite the terror in his eyes. The steadiness cost him everything. Every fiber of his being screamed against what he was about to lose, the power that had defined him, the strength that had been his identity since the day his body root first manifested and turned a gangly boy into something formidable. I'd rather be weak in mind than strong and the abyss's puppet. Mei Zhen's eyes glistened. She took his hand without speaking, because some moments were too large for words and the only response that mattered was presence. The extraction was agonizing. Liang Chun drew the void energy from Duan Feng's body thread by thread, each one pulling away from tissues that had bonded with it at the cellular level. Duan Feng screamed. Mei Zhen held his hand. Su Wanyin monitored his vitals with clinical precision, adjusting the rate when his body approached critical stress levels. 2 hours. When it was done, Duan Feng lay on the medical table, breathing hard, his body diminished. The massive muscles had shrunk, not atrophied but reduced, returning to the dimensions of a strong young man rather than a void-enhanced physical prodigy. His cultivation base had collapsed to foundation establishment stage 2. His body, no longer reinforced by void energy, ached in ways he hadn't felt since before the integration. He stared at his hands. Ordinary hands. Human hands. Without the dark veins, without the enhanced strength, without the power that had made him capable of punching divine constructs and surviving the impact. "I'm useless now," he said quietly. "You're alive," Meijin said. "And free. Alive and free and useless. Alive and free and here. And still the same person who kicked down my cultivation chamber door and announced he wanted to be my friend." Liang Chun gripped his friend's shoulder, gently, without the casual strength that he'd grown accustomed to using. "That matters more than you know." The extraction left a void in more ways than one. Duan Feng's combat role in the upcoming confrontation was eliminated. His body could no longer withstand the forces that the battle with Su Mohan would generate. He would be immortal on a battlefield of gods and void bearers, as vulnerable as the soldiers in Hualai's army, and without their specialized equipment. He accepted this with the quiet devastation of someone whose identity had been amputated and who was learning to walk with the prosthetic of ordinary humanity. In the days that followed, Duan Feng moved through the camp like a ghost of his former self. He helped where he could, carrying supplies, relaying messages, performing the mundane tasks that kept the military alliance functioning. But the work was performed with the mechanical competence of someone going through motions, not the boisterous energy that had once defined everything about him. Meijun found him one evening, sitting alone on a boulder at the camp's perimeter, staring at his ordinary hands. "You're still you," she said. "I'm less." He didn't look up. "I've been less before. I was foundation establishment stage 2 before the void integration 2. But that was before I knew what more felt like. Going backwards is harder than never having gone forward." "Is it?" He looked at her then, and the raw vulnerability in his eyes was something Meijun had never seen from a man who had always hidden behind humor and physical confidence. "When the void energy was in me, I could feel everything Liang Chen felt. The power, the perception, the awareness of every energy signature within a mile. I was connected to something vast. And now I'm disconnected, and the silence is deafening." Meijun sat beside him. "I know something about silence. Before Liang Chen, I was in the outer sect punishment rotation, stripped of library access and respect, doing labor that I was overqualified for because I had the audacity to call an elder unjust. The silence of being diminished is the loudest silence there is. What did you do about it? I refused to accept it as permanent. I trained harder, studied more, and waited for the moment when the diminishment would end. And it did. Not because someone rescued me, because I was ready when the opportunity came." Duan Feng considered this. Then he stood, squared his shoulders with a deliberation that suggested the gesture was aspirational rather than natural, and walked back toward the camp. He didn't speak about the loss again, but he also didn't stop preparing. Not for combat, which was beyond his diminished capabilities, but for whatever role a mortal-level body cultivator could play in a war between gods and void. He trained with Hualai's soldiers, learning their chi-disrupting equipment and their tactical protocols. He studied the formation network's architecture, committing its layout to memory. He made himself useful in ways that didn't require power, because usefulness was the one currency that didn't depend on cultivation level. Hualai watched this transformation with the quiet approval of a commander who valued determination over talent. "Your friend has more courage than most cultivators I've met," he told Liang Chen privately. "The willingness to keep fighting after losing everything that made you effective, that's not cultivation strength. That's human strength. The kind that no spiritual root can provide and no divine system can suppress." It was brave. It was also heartbreaking. And it was exactly what the primordial abyss was counting on. A man at his lowest, his most vulnerable, his most desperate for restoration, being positioned exactly where the abyss's agents could find him. And in the darkness of the shattered peaks, the primordial abyss noted the loss of its secondary channel and adjusted its strategy accordingly. Its attention, vast and formless and patient beyond mortal comprehension, turned more fully toward Liang Chen, its primary vessel, its one remaining connection to the mortal realm, the bearer who had chosen control over consumption and who was, in the abyss's ancient estimation, either the salvation of its purpose or its final disappointment. The night before the battle, Duan Feng disappeared from his tent. No one noticed until morning. By then, it was too late. Liang Chun felt the absence before he was told. A gap in his awareness where Duan Feng's familiar energy signature had been, replaced by silence. He searched the camp, checked the perimeter, extended his void root sense to maximum range. Nothing. Duan Feng was gone, as cleanly as if he had never existed. The divine agents took him, Su Wanyin said, her expression carrying the weight of ancient patterns repeating. The sovereign's messengers move through the mortal realm invisibly. They would have approached him at his weakest moment, alone, depowered, grieving the loss of his cultivation. He wouldn't betray us. He was desperate. Desperation is the most reliable tool in any manipulator's arsenal. The gods have been using it for millennia. She paused. I'm sorry, Liang Chun, but you must prepare for the possibility that Duan Feng has already told the sovereign everything he knows. The possibility was a blade in his chest. But he was learning, had been learning since the first day his root mutated. That pain was not a reason to stop. Pain was information. And the information this pain carried was clear. The sovereign would know the trap's architecture. The carefully designed formation network, the chi disrupting zones, the forgotten court's interference patterns, all of it potentially compromised. We adjust the plan, he said, because the alternative was despair, and despair was a luxury he had never been able to afford. The adjustments were significant, but not fundamental. The trap's core principles, chi disruption, interference patterns, void amplification, remained sound. What changed was the specifics. Formation positions shifted to unpredictable locations, the activation sequence was randomized, and contingency layers were added that the original blueprint hadn't included. If Duan Feng had shared the plan, the sovereign would find a plan that had been modified beyond the intelligence's usefulness. He doesn't know about Lin Zhao's technique, Mei Jin pointed out. He was extracted before you received the divine-grade compression knowledge. Whatever he's told Su Mohan, the sovereign doesn't know you can generate divine-level attacks. It was their best advantage, perhaps their only advantage. A weapon the enemy didn't know existed, delivered by a dragon who was gambling his seat on the celestial tribunal on a bet that transformation was possible. The final night before the battle was quiet. Liang Chun and Mei Jun spent it on the peak's highest surviving ridge, watching the golden light of Su Mohan's approach color the western sky. They didn't speak much. Words, at certain moments, are inadequate vessels for what needs to be communicated and what passed between them. Through shared contact, through the resonance of fire and void, through the simple fact of two people sitting together on the edge of a cliff before the end of the world, was larger than language could contain. Whatever happens tomorrow, she said, near dawn. I regret nothing. Neither do I. The golden light grew brighter. Dawn arrived, and the last day of the world as they knew it began. Chapter 76, Su Mohan arrived at the shattered peaks on the morning of the seventh day. The sky split. Not metaphorically. The physical sky above the peaks tore along a seam of golden light, revealing the divine realm beyond. Through the tear, the crystallized perfection of the upper realm was visible, distant, beautiful, and terrible in the way that perfection is always terrible when viewed by those who are imperfect. The sovereign descended through the tear with the inevitable gravity of a celestial body being born. He was magnificent, a humanoid form 12 feet tall, his body composed of crystallized divine light that shifted and reformed with every movement, as if he were being continuously created in real time. His face was ageless, symmetrical, beautiful in the way that mathematical ideals are beautiful, and his eyes were twin galaxies, not metaphorical suns like the arbiters, but actual swirling vortices of stellar energy, each one containing the compressed luminance of a billion stars. His divine pressure hit the shattered peaks like a physical wave. The residual void energy in the stone reacted violently, dark light erupting from cracks in the ground, void energy and divine energy colliding in the air with flashes of mixed illumination that made the landscape strobe between darkness and golden light. General Hua Lai's army activated. The chi disrupting formations ignited along the ridgelines, a network of energy-nullifying zones that sprang to life across the valley, each one a dead zone where spiritual energy ceased to function. The effect on Su Mohan was measurable, his golden light dimmed by perhaps 5% within the formation network's range. Not much, but against a being of absolute power, any reduction was a foothold. The Forgotten Court emerged from their dimensional folds. 100 aberrant root cultivators, each one projecting their unique root energy into the valley's spiritual atmosphere, creating an interference pattern that further degraded the sovereign's divine energy within the combat zone. The combined effect, Hua Lai's formations plus the court's interference, reduced Su Mohan's effective output by approximately 15%. 15% of a god was still a god. But 15% was the difference between impossible and merely extremely difficult. Su Mohan regarded the preparations with the detached interest of someone examining an insect's defensive posture. His voice, when it came, was not projected but simply existed in every consciousness within range, a feature of divine communication that bypassed all intermediaries. Creative. The mortal general's disruption formations are more sophisticated than I expected. And the aberrant roots. I recognized the forgotten court. I thought I had eliminated them centuries ago. A pause. You have gathered allies, void root bearer. It changes nothing. His first attack was a gesture, a wave of his hand that generated a wall of divine energy traveling at the speed of spiritual propagation. The wall crossed the valley in less than a second, hitting the chi-disrupting formations and the court's interference pattern simultaneously. The formations held. Barely. The wall's energy was reduced by 15% before striking the Alliance's defensive line, and the reduced wall was caught by the combined barriers of 100 aberrant root cultivators plus Liang Chen's void essence constructs. The impact shattered a third of the barriers, knocked 24 cultivators unconscious, and cracked the valley floor from end to end. From a single gesture. A casual wave. The battle for the mortal realm's future had begun, and the opening exchange established the fundamental truth that everyone already knew. This was not a fight they could win through force alone. Liang Chen stepped forward. His converter core accelerated to combat speed, the dual rings spinning at frequencies that created visible distortions in the air around him. The void veins on his body blazed with dark light, the Tao-seeking cultivation resonating with the peak's residual void energy to create an aura of consuming darkness that countered the sovereign's golden radiance. The two forces, divine light and primordial void, met in the valley's center and annihilated each other, creating a zone of absolute nothing that expanded outward like a sphere of canceled reality. In that zone, neither divine nor void held power. In that zone, the only forces that operated were physical, mortal, basic, and real. It was in that zone that the battle would be decided. Your presence here is unnecessary, Su Mohan said, his voice carrying the reasonable tone of someone explaining something obvious to a child. The tone was not affectation. The sovereign genuinely believed he was being reasonable. From his perspective, shaped by millennia of maintaining a system he had personally designed, the void root was an error in the code, a glitch that threatened the framework's stability. Correcting it was not malice. It was maintenance. The void root is a malfunction in my system. I intend to correct it. Resisting correction is irrational. Your system isn't a system anymore. It's a cage. Liang Chen's voice carried across the valley, amplified by the void energy in the stone. And cages, no matter how well designed, are only justified if what's inside them is truly dangerous. The mortals you constrained aren't dangerous, Su Mohan. They're your children. And you've forgotten that. Sentiment. The abyss's influence, blurring your judgment. No. My judgment. Human judgment. The kind you gave up when you became a god. The exchange was not dialogue. It was the verbal equivalent of artillery ranging, each side testing the other's position, probing for weaknesses in logic and resolve before the physical confrontation resumed. But it served a purpose beyond strategy. It established that Liang Chen was not an animal to be put down or a malfunction to be corrected. He was a person, with a perspective, making a choice. And that distinction, however irrelevant Su Mohan might consider it, mattered. Su Mohan attacked. Chapter 77 For 7 minutes, the trap worked. General Hualai's formations operated at peak efficiency, their chi-disrupting fields creating dead zones that Su Mohan could not project divine energy through without significant power expenditure. The sovereign's attacks, forced to detour around the dead zones, arrived at their targets weakened, delayed, and from predictable angles that the forgotten court's cultivators could anticipate and counter. Liang Chen used the 7 minutes. His converter core, operating at Tao-seeking efficiency and amplified by the peak's residual void energy, processed and returned each of Su Mohan's attacks, absorbing the divine energy, converting it to void-divine hybrid attacks using Lin Zhao's compression technique, and striking back with force that operated on the same level as the sovereign's own power. The divine-grade attacks hit Su Mohan and, for the first time in millennia, caused pain. The sovereign's crystallized form cracked at the impact points, hairline fractures in the divine light. Dark lines where the void component of Liang Chen's hybrid attacks disrupted the sovereign's energy structure. Each crack was minuscule. Each crack healed in seconds. But the cracks were real, and their existence proved something that no mortal had proved since the divine order was established. The gods could bleed. Su Mohan noticed. His twin galaxy eyes narrowed, and for the first time, His attacks shifted from casual to deliberate. The sovereign began targeting the disruption formation specifically, applying focused divine techniques to the ridgeline installations with precision that made Hualai's engineers scramble to redirect and compensate. The formations began to fail, not from lack of power, but from lack of structural integrity. Divine-grade attacks operated on principles that the formation's mortal design circuits could not fully counter. Each targeted strike degraded a formation's effectiveness by 10, 20, 30%, and as the formations weakened, the sovereign's effective power within the combat zone increased proportionally. "We're losing the network," Hualai reported, his voice flat with the controlled urgency of a commander watching his defenses erode. "The eastern ridgeline formations are at 40%. Central formations at 60. At this rate, we have 3 minutes before the network collapse." Liang Chun felt the same trajectory. Each passing second, the sovereign's power grew within the combat zone as the disruptions faded, and each increment of power made the next formation failure more likely. It was a cascade in slow motion, a domino line that had been pushed and could not be stopped. The forgotten court members were exhausted. Their interference pattern, which required sustained root energy projection, was draining their cultivation bases at an unsustainable rate. 3 had already collapsed from chi depletion. 7 more were at critical levels. The trap had done its job. It had given Liang Chen 7 minutes of near parity with a god. But 7 minutes was not enough to defeat Su Mohan. It was enough to prove he could be hurt. Hualai's calm voice came through the communication talisman. "Eastern Ridgeline network is down. Central network at 30% and falling. Recommend pulling the court's cultivators back before the network collapse exposes them to unfiltered divine energy." Liang Chun made the call. "Forgotten court units, retreat to secondary positions. Repeat, retreat to secondary positions." The court's cultivators, disciplined by centuries of operating outside the system, withdrew in good order, their interference patterns shutting down in a controlled sequence that minimized the transition disruption. Without the interference pattern, Su Mohan's divine energy output surged back toward full strength. The golden light in the valley intensified, the spiritual pressure climbing toward the levels that had turned mountains to gravel during the sovereign's approach. Liang Chun felt it as a weight, not physical but existential. The pressure of a being whose authority over reality was so complete that reality itself bent to accommodate his will. He pushed back. The converter core generated a zone of void around his body, a sphere of consumed reality where the divine pressure could not reach. Within that sphere, he was free. Outside it, the world was being reshaped by a god's displeasure. The battle entered its second phase. Without the trap's support, it was Liang Chun against Su Mohan, void against divine. The universe's original potential against the order that had been imposed upon it. The sovereign attacked with renewed force, his techniques unimpeded by the disruption network. A beam of divine light, concentrated, targeted, carrying enough energy to vaporize a mountain, struck Liang Chen's position. He absorbed it through the converter core, the dual rings processing the divine energy at maximum capacity, their rotation creating visible distortions in the air around him. The absorbed energy was converted to divine-grade void constructs and returned as compressed projectiles that struck the sovereign's reformed body with impacts that echoed across the valley. Su Mohan responded with a technique Liang Chun had not seen, a divine domain, similar to the domains that mortal cultivators projected but operating at a fundamentally higher level. The domain was not an area of enhanced power but an area of enforced reality. Within its boundaries, the sovereigns will replace the natural laws of the mortal realm. Gravity shifted. Time dilated. The spiritual energy in the air reorganized itself according to divine specifications, creating an environment where void energy was actively suppressed and divine energy was amplified. Inside the domain, Liang Chen's converter core struggled. The void energy that was his primary medium was being pushed out of existence by the domain's enforced reality, and the core's processing speed dropped as it fought to maintain its functions against an environment designed to negate them. But the Tao-seeking understanding he had achieved in the peaks provided the answer. The enforced reality was Su Mohan's reality, a specific, constrained version of existence that followed rules the sovereign had written. Liang Chen's void was not a different version of that reality. It was the reality that existed before reality was written, formless, unconstrained, the blank page on which Su Mohan's rules were printed. You cannot suppress a blank page by writing on it. The page still exists beneath the ink. The insight came from the Tao seeking understanding, the comprehension of energy's fundamental nature that transcended technique and entered the territory of truth. He stopped fighting the domain and instead sank beneath it. letting his converter core operate at a level deeper than the domain's enforcement, accessing the formless potential that existed below Su Mohan's imposed order. The void energy returned, not suppressed but subterranean, flowing beneath the domain's surface like groundwater beneath a frozen lake. The clash generated forces that the valley's already damaged landscape could not contain. The ground liquefied, the air ionized, and the boundary between physical and spiritual reality blurred until the combatants existed simultaneously in both. Mei Jun maintained her position at the battle's edge, her void-touched flame providing covering strikes whenever Su Mohan's attacks created openings. She couldn't match the sovereign's power, no mortal could, but her hybrid technique's void component created disruptions in the divine energy that were disproportionate to her cultivation level. Each disruption was a fraction of a second of vulnerability. Each fraction was an opportunity for Liang Chen's compressed void constructs to strike. They fought as a team, not equal partners, but complementary forces, fire and void, warmth and cold, the anchor and the weapon. The partnership that had begun at dawn sessions beside a waterfall now operated at the scale of divine warfare, and the principles were the same: push, adapt, exploit, survive. Su Waning's formations provided the third dimension of their combined assault. Her arrays, deployed across the valley's floor, created zones of amplification that boosted Liang Chen's void output and Mei Jun's fire output within their boundaries. When the combat moved through an amplification zone, their combined effectiveness spiked. Void constructs hit harder, void-touched flame burned hotter, and the divine energy they displaced was channeled into grounding circuits that Huo Lai's engineers had integrated into the formation network. The grounding circuits were a mortal innovation that no cultivator would have thought of. When divine energy was displaced by void attacks, it had to go somewhere. Energy conservation applied even at the divine scale. The circuits captured that displaced energy and redirected it into the chi-disrupting formations, effectively using the sovereign's own power to fuel the weapons being used against him. It was elegant. It was ruthless. And it was not enough. But it was buying time. Each minute of sustained combat was a minute of data collection for Liang Chen's converter core, which cataloged the sovereign's divine energy patterns with increasing precision. Every attack Su Mohan threw, every defense he deployed, every divine technique he manifested was analyzed, deconstructed, and stored. The core was building a complete model of divine energy's operational framework, a blueprint that might, if the battle lasted long enough, reveal the weakness that Huo Lai's plan required. The question was whether the battle would last long enough, or whether the sovereign's superior power would end it first. Chapter 78. The betrayal was silent. Duan Feng, stripped of his void enhancement, mortal level weak, invisible in the chaos of a battle between God and void, had been approached by Su Mohan during the final hours before the confrontation. The sovereign's agents, divine messengers invisible to mortal perception, had found Duan Feng in his tent, alone, devastated by the loss of his power, and had offered him what the abyss had offered but with a different seal: divine restoration. Not void integration. Divine integration. Su Mohan would replace the void energy in Duan Feng's body with divine energy, restoring his power, exceeding it, through a process that was the inverse of what Liang Chun had done. Where Liang Chun had bonded Duan Feng to the void, Su Mohan would bond him to the divine order. All Duan Feng had to do was provide the trap's blueprint. He had agreed. Not out of malice. Not out of betrayal in its purest form. Out of desperation. The desperate act of a young man who had lost his power, his purpose, and his sense of self, and who was offered their restoration by a being whose authority was as vast and as convincing as reality itself. The formations collapsed in sequence, not randomly, as they would have under the sovereign's attacks, but surgically, in an order that matched the trap's designed failure cascade. Each formation that fell weakened the adjacent formations in a precise pattern that could only be exploited by someone who knew the blueprint's architecture. Liang Chun detected the pattern on the third failure. The mathematical precision of the collapse was too perfect for random degradation, too sequential for the sovereign's undirected attacks. Someone had given Su Mohan the blueprint. He looked across the battlefield, past the collapsing formations, past the struggling court cultivators, past the retreating soldiers of Huo Lai's army. And he saw Duan Feng. His friend stood on a ridge overlooking the valley, communication talisman in hand, face twisted with guilt and desperation and the particular agony of someone who knows they have done something unforgivable and has done it anyway. Divine energy flickered at the edges of his body, golden traces replacing the dark veins that Liang Chun had extracted, the sovereign's reward already being delivered. Liang Chun felt the betrayal before he understood it. A wrongness in the pattern of the trap's collapse, a sequence that matched the design specifications too precisely for coincidence. His converter core, which processed patterns as naturally as it processed energy, identified the source in seconds. The blueprint had been compromised. Someone who knew the trap's architecture had shared it with the enemy. His perception swept the battlefield, past the struggling formations, past the exhausted court cultivators, past the retreating soldiers, and found what he was looking for on a ridge overlooking the valley. A figure, standing alone, communication talisman in hand, face illuminated by the golden light of divine energy traces that were beginning to replace the dark veins Liang Chun had extracted. Duan Feng. The eye contact lasted 1 second. 1 second of shared history. The kicked open door, the mural in the library, the laughter in the garden, the proving grounds, the extraction, the loss, and now this. 1 second in which a friendship that had been forged in crisis and tested by power was finally broken by weakness. Liang Chen's converter core cataloged the betrayal with dispassionate analytical precision. Trap compromised, formation network failing, tactical advantage lost. The emotional response was not so tidy. Something cracked inside him that the root's hunger surged to fill. Not physical damage, but psychological, the kind of wound that empowered the void's consuming nature by weakening the human elements that kept it in check. An anchor, severed. Su Wanin's warning echoed in his memory. Protect that bond. Whatever happens in the days ahead, protect that bond. He had tried. He had extracted the void energy, endured Duan Feng's pain, accepted the loss of his friend's combat capability. He had done everything in his power to protect the bond, and it had broken anyway. Not because of external force, but because of internal weakness. The weakness of a man who could not bear the silence of diminishment and who chose restoration over integrity. The loss hit Liang Chen's converter core like a hammer striking a bell. The resonance cascaded through his entire spiritual structure, destabilizing the careful equilibrium between void hunger and human restraint. The balance had been maintained through anchors, Mei Zhen, Duan Feng, Elder Feng, each one a weight on the human side of the scale. With Duan Feng's betrayal, the scale tipped. Not all the way, not enough to break, but enough to feel the shift, enough for the void to surge. Chapter 79. The rage was not human. It was void, the primordial abyss itself, responding to the loss of an anchor with the primal fury of something that had watched this pattern repeat across epochs. The previous bearer had lost his anchors one by one, and each loss had pushed him further into the darkness. Now the pattern was repeating, and the abyss knew what came next. Liang Chen's converter core entered a state he had never experienced. The dual rings accelerated beyond their normal maximum, spinning at frequencies that created resonance harmonics with the void energy in the shattered peaks. His body became a conduit, not just for his own cultivation, but for the ancient void energy saturating the mountains, channeling it through his root with the raw, uncontrolled force of a dam bursting. He began absorbing everything. Divine energy from Su Mohan's attacks, ambient chi from the battlefield, the spiritual energy of the land itself, drawn upward from the deep veins. The converter core processed it all, converting at speeds that shouldn't have been possible, outputting void constructs of staggering power that slammed into the sovereign with impacts that cracked not just his golden form, but the reality around him. Su Mohan, for the first time, was damaged, truly damaged. The void-enhanced attacks, powered by the peak's residual energy and Liang Chen's rage-fueled output, tore chunks from the sovereign's crystallized body. Golden light bled from the wounds, divine ichor, the lifeblood of a god, spilling into the mortal realm for the first time in millennia. The sovereign screamed. The sound was not mere vocalization. It was a resonance that shook the foundations of the mortal realm, a divine being experiencing pain in a body that had been designed to be invulnerable. Mountains that had survived the void energy saturation for thousands of years finally crumbled under the combined assault of divine screams and void attacks. But Liang Chun was losing himself. The void's rage was consuming his identity. The careful, analytical, human mind that maintained control over the converter core's functions was being submerged beneath a tide of primordial fury. He could feel it, his thoughts simplifying, his emotions narrowing, the complex web of human consciousness reducing to a single, overwhelming imperative: consume. This was how the previous bearer had fallen, not through lack of power, but through lack of self. The void's hunger, amplified by rage and grief, overwhelming the human mind that was supposed to direct it. The mural in the sealed library chamber had shown this exact transformation, a human figure dissolving into void, the individual features blurring into an abstraction of consuming darkness. Liang Chun could feel it happening to himself. His memories, specific, personal, human, were being overwritten by something vast and impersonal. The smell of beast dung in the stables, the sound of Mei Jun's laughter at dawn, the weight of a copper coin earned through a day of honest labor. These were the details that made him Liang Chun, and the void was erasing them one by one, replacing human specificity with cosmic generality. He clung to the memories. But the void was strong, and grief had weakened the walls that kept it contained. He struck Su Mohan again, and again, each strike more powerful, each strike less controlled, each strike carrying a little more void and a little less Liang Chun. Chapter 80. Mei Jun reached him at the edge. Not physically. The battlefield between them was a chaos of divine energy, void constructs, and collapsing terrain that no core formation cultivator could cross alive. She reached him through the bond that the converter core had recognized from the beginning. The resonance between fire and void, warmth and cold, the anchor that Su Wanyin had told him to protect above all else. Her void-touched flame blazed across the battlefield in a lance of fire-void hybrid energy that was not aimed at Su Mohan, but at Liang Chun. It struck his barriers he had not consciously erected, defensive constructs that the void's rage had generated automatically, a shell of consuming darkness that was in the process of becoming permanent. The flame did not attack the barriers. It sang to them. Mei Jun's fire, carrying the void imprint that made it compatible with his root, vibrated at a frequency that the converter core recognized as home. Not the abyss's version of home, formless, infinite, inhuman, but the human version. The morning sessions at the waterfall, the kiss in the workshop, the warmth of her hand in his, the sound of her voice sing, "You're not alone," as if it were a fact of nature. The barriers thinned. The rage, interrupted by the fire's familiar warmth, hesitated. Mei Jun ran. Across the battlefield, through the gaps in the combat, her fire root blazing at maximum output to shield her from the energies that filled the air like a toxic atmosphere. She was core formation in a battle between Tao-seeking and divine. She should have been instantly destroyed. But the void-touched flame, carrying the void's signature, made her partially invisible to both combatants targeting. The divine energy read her as void-affiliated and deprioritized, while the void energy read her as fire-affiliated and ignored. She reached him. The void energy around his body burned her, not physically but spiritually, her fire root screaming warnings as it encountered the consuming darkness that surrounded him like a cocoon of anti-light. She pushed through. The burns would heal. The alternative, losing him to the void, would not. She placed her hands on his face, his changed, void-veined face, his black-ringed eyes that were losing their human pupils beneath expanding voids, his skin cold with the chill of the abyss's direct influence, and channeled everything she had into the contact. Not an attack, not a technique. Simply Mei Jun, her fire, her warmth, her stubborn, blazing refusal to let the void have him. "Come back," she said. "Liang Chun, come back." The void raged. The abyss pulled. The hunger screamed for more consumption, more power, more dissolution of the human elements that were holding it back from its full potential. But the fire was warm, and the warmth was familiar. And the familiarity was an anchor, the strongest one, the one the abyss could not consume because it was not energy or power or cultivation but love, the one human force that the void had no category for and no response to except confusion. The primordial abyss had consumed worlds. It had dissolved civilizations, devoured gods, erased realms from the fabric of existence. It was the universe's original state, the formless potential from which all things were derived and to which all things eventually returned. Its power was, in the most literal sense, absolute, and it could not consume a girl's stubborn refusal to let go. Mei Jun held on. The void burned her hands, spiritual burns that would leave scars, marks of contact with a force that human flesh was not designed to touch. She held on anyway. Her void-touched flame wrapped around Liang Chun's body in a cocoon of fire-void hybrid energy that created a buffer zone between the consuming darkness and the human core it was trying to dissolve. Within that buffer, Liang Chun existed in both states simultaneously, void and human, consumed and consuming, lost and found. "Come back to me," she said. Not a plea, a command. Mei Jun did not plead. She stated requirements and expected compliance, and the force of her expectation was, in this moment, stronger than the primordial abyss's ancient hunger. Liang Chun came back. The process was not instant. It was a fight, a battle within a battle, waged in the interior landscape of his consciousness where the void's consuming hunger clashed with the human memories that Mei Jun's fire was burning back into focus. He remembered the waterfall. He remembered the first kiss in the alchemy workshop. He remembered her voice sing, "You're not alone," on the morning his root's truth was first revealed. He remembered the smell of her hair, the warmth of her hand, the fierce stubbornness that made her run across a divine battlefield, because giving up was something she did not know how to do. Each memory was a brick in a wall that the void crashed against and could not consume. Not because the memories were powerful, they weren't, not in any cosmic sense. They were ordinary, human, specific, small, but their ordinariness was their armor. The void consumed power, consumed energy, consumed anything that existed on the scale of cosmic forces. But it could not consume the memory of a girl punching a boy's shoulder during a sparring session and calling it affection, because such things existed on a scale too small and too human for the void to process. The rage subsided. The converter core slowed. The void constructs, vast, powerful, autonomous weapons of primordial fury, dissolved back into his body, their energy reabsorbed and contained. His eyes cleared. His thoughts returned. He was Liang Chen again, standing in a crater of his own making, his body thrumming with power that had almost consumed him, Mei Zhan's hands on his face, and her fire the only warm thing in a world of void and divine cold. Together, she said. Together, they turned to face Su Mohan. The battlefield was a wasteland. The shattered peaks, already a monument to ancient destruction, had been reduced further by the combat. The valley's floor was a maze of craters and trenches, the ridgelines were slag, and the air itself was a toxic mixture of void residue and divine radiation that made breathing painful for anyone without cultivation-grade physical enhancement. Huolai's surviving soldiers had retreated to hardened positions behind the rear ridgeline, their chi-disrupting equipment providing a bubble of survivable atmosphere within the general devastation. The Forgotten Court's remaining cultivators maintained their positions in the dimensional folds that Su Wanyin had established as emergency shelters. The human cost was visible even from a distance. Bodies lay where they had fallen, soldiers who had been caught in the crossfire between void and divine, cultivators who had pushed their aberrant roots past breaking point, support personnel who had been in the wrong place when reality itself had buckled under the combatants' forces. Each body was a person. Each person had been someone's friend, someone's family, someone's reason to fight. Liangchen saw them. He cataloged them. And he added their sacrifice to the weight of purpose that kept him moving forward. The sovereign was wounded, golden ichor bleeding from a dozen void-inflicted wounds, his crystallized form cracked and reformed in patterns that no longer held their previous perfection. He was still vastly more powerful than either of them. But he was hurt, and he was, for the first time in millennia, uncertain. They attacked in concert. Mei Zhan's void-touched flame disrupted the divine energy structure. Liang Chen's converter core processed the disrupted energy and returned it as divine-grade void attacks. The sovereign blocked, counterattacked, and was blocked in turn. The exchange lasted 30 seconds, an eternity in a battle where each moment carried the force of natural disasters. The final strike was collaborative. Mei Zhan concentrated her void-touched flame into a single point of infinite heat and consuming darkness. Liang Chen wrapped the point in converter-processed divine-grade void energy, creating a projectile that existed at the intersection of fire, void, and divine, a tripartite attack that no single defense could counter. The projectile struck Su Mohan's chest. His divine core, the source of his godhood, the engine that maintained his existence in the mortal realm, fractured. The combined strike was not large. Compared to the forces they had been throwing at each other, divine beams that carved canyons, void constructs that consumed hectares, the final projectile was modest, fist-sized, dark at its core with a corona of void-touched fire, moving at a speed that exceeded the sovereign's reaction time by the narrowest of margins. It struck the crack in his divine core that Liang Chen's rage had opened, and it entered. Inside the core, the void-fire hybrid energy did what neither void alone nor fire alone could have done. The void component consumed the core's structural integrity. The fire component cauterized the consumed sections, preventing the divine energy from regenerating. The combined effect was a wound that healed itself shut around the damage, a scar on a god's core that would remain no matter how much divine energy he poured into repairing it. Su Mohan screamed again. This time, the scream was not just pain but recognition. The recognition that a mortal, a pair of mortals, had achieved what should have been impossible. He clutched his fractured core, his golden form destabilizing, his presence in the mortal realm becoming untenable. He retreated. The decision was made in the fraction of a second that divine consciousness required to process an unprecedented situation. A mortal had damaged his core, a mortal had scarred a god, and the mortal was still standing, still fighting, still consuming. The sovereign's analytical mind, shaped by millennia of experience, reached the only logical conclusion. This engagement had become net negative, and continued exposure risked further damage to a core that was the anchor of the Celestial Tribunal's power structure. The retreat was not gradual. It was instant, explosive, his damaged form shooting upward through the tear in the sky and vanishing into the divine realm with the desperate velocity of a being fleeing a threat it could not comprehend. The tear sealed behind him. The golden light faded. The shattered peaks, battered and broken further, fell silent. The battle was won. At tremendous cost. General Hualai's army had suffered hundreds of casualties from the collateral effects of divine combat. The Forgotten Court had lost 12 cultivators to chi depletion and 3 to direct divine strikes. The shattered peaks, already a monument to the previous bearer's destruction, were now the annihilated peaks, a crater visible from orbit where 2 mountains had stood. And Duan Feng had fled with Su Moan, carried into the divine realm by the sovereign's retreat, his divine integrated body pulled along in the wake of his new master's departure. Liang Qin's oldest friend, his first ally, the man who had kicked open his door and announced, "I want to be your friend," gone, in the service of the enemy. Su Wanyin found Liang Qin sitting on the crater's rim, Mei Zhen's hand in his, staring at the sealed sky. Su Mohan's retreat means he'll report to the Celestial Tribunal, she said. The next response won't be one god. It will be all of them. Liang Qin looked at the sky. The tear was healed, the golden light gone, the stars returning to a darkness that his void-marked eyes perceived as home. Then we'll be ready, he said. The words came from a place deeper than courage, from the bedrock of a character that had been forged in beast stables and tempered by divine fire, a character that had absorbed every blow the universe could deliver and converted it, like the root that defined him, into fuel for the next step forward. Mei Zhen leaned against his shoulder. Her fire root pulsed with its usual warmth, dimmed by exhaustion and the lingering effects of a battle that had pushed her to every limit she possessed. She had run across a battlefield of gods and void to save him from himself, and the effort had cost her. Chi reserves depleted, meridians strained, her body bearing the burns and bruises of proximity to forces that should have killed her 10 times over. She was the bravest person he had ever known, and the fact that she chose to sit beside him in the aftermath, to hold his hand and face the future with him despite every rational argument for fleeing to the farthest corner of the mortal realm, was a testament to something that cultivation could enhance but never create: the human capacity to love in the face of annihilation. The converter core pulsed with a hunger that was, for the first time, tinged with grief. For Duan Feng, lost to the divine realm. For Elder Feng, whose fate remained unknown. For the 12 Forgotten Court cultivators who had died in the battle. For the hundreds of soldiers in Hualai's army who would never go home. For the world that was about to face the collected wrath of every god in existence. Because one boy's spiritual root had decided to remember what it was before the gods told it what to be. But grief, like pain, was information. And the information it carried was clear. The things he had lost mattered because they were worth protecting. The people he had loved mattered because they had made him who he was. And the fight ahead mattered because the alternative, surrender, submission, the acceptance that mortals were meant to be constrained and gods were meant to constrain them, was unacceptable to every part of him that was still human. He would grieve, and then he would get up, and then he would fight. The stars above the annihilated peaks were brighter than they had been before the battle. The divine and void energies that had saturated the atmosphere had cleared, leaving behind an air purity that the region hadn't experienced in millennia. The irony was not lost on him. The battle had destroyed the landscape but cleansed the sky. Even destruction, when it occurred at the intersection of void and divine, left something behind that was better than what had been there before. It was a small metaphor for the larger truth he was beginning to understand. Transformation was not gentle. It was not clean. It was not kind to the things it touched. But the result, if guided by purpose rather than rage, if anchored by love rather than isolation, if driven by hope rather than despair, could be something that even the void's ancient hunger recognized as worthy. The converter core pulsed once, steady and sure, and the sound it made, if void energy could make sound, was not hunger. It was readiness. Because that was what Liang Qin did. It was what he had always done, since the day a trash spiritual root in a beast stable started to pulse with the hunger of the universe itself, and a boy who had been nothing chose to become something the gods would fear. The dawn light touched the annihilated peaks, turning the glass crater's surface into a mirror that reflected the sky. In that mirror, Liang Qin saw a face he barely recognized, void-veined, black-ringed eyes, carrying the accumulated weight of divine battles and cosmic revelations on features that still held, beneath the transformation, the faint echo of the 17-year-old stable hand who had never expected to be anything more than invisible. He was not invisible anymore. He was the most visible being in the mortal realm, a beacon for every force that sought to destroy him and every person who hoped he might save them. The weight of that visibility was immense, but he bore it, because the alternative was letting others bear the consequences of the divine system's failures, and that was something the boy from the beast stables, the boy who had cleaned dung and endured beatings and kept going when anyone sane would have quit, refused to accept. Chapter 81. One year had changed everything. Liang Chen stood on the rebuilt walls of Free City, looking out over a landscape that bore the scars of his journey and the promise of its continuation. The annihilated peaks were visible on the western horizon, a crater of dark glass that caught the afternoon sun and reflected it back in colors that did not exist in the natural spectrum, remnants of void and divine energy mingling in the molten stone. To the east, the spirit veins that had been disrupted by Su Mohan's presence were recovering, their energy flows gradually returning to the patterns that had sustained the eastern reaches for millennia. His cultivation had reached Tribulation Crossing realm, the highest any mortal cultivator had achieved in recorded history, and a threshold that the divine system had specifically designed to be unreachable. The irony was not lost on him. The system that had classified his root as mortal deficient now had to contend with a cultivation base that pressed against the boundary between mortal and divine. The converter core had evolved further within the Tribulation Crossing breakthrough. The dual rings now operated in 3 dimensions rather than 2, a toroidal field that processed energy from all directions simultaneously, its conversion rate so efficient that the distinction between absorption and creation had blurred. He didn't just consume and convert anymore. He could generate void energy from nothing, create pocket dimensions within the fabric of mortal reality, and, most significantly, seed new spiritual roots in cultivators who had been born rootless. The root seeding ability had changed the political landscape of the mortal realm more profoundly than any battle. Cultivators who had been denied roots by the divine system's arbitrary classifications, people like the girl Linger, whose roots had been extracted by divine agents, and the thousands of rootless mortals whose bodies contained the potential for cultivation but lacked the divine-installed organ to access it, could now receive void-seeded roots that bypassed the divine framework entirely. The seeded roots were not standard roots. They were void derivatives, small, self-sustaining cores of void essence that connected directly to the primordial abyss, bypassing the divine system's constraints. They did not produce elemental chi. They produced formless potential, the abyss's original energy, unconstrained by type or rank, available to each recipient in quantities limited only by their body's capacity and their will's direction. Thousands of cultivators across the continent now carried void-seeded roots. They were not powerful. Most were at the equivalent of chi condensation or foundation establishment, their new roots too young to have developed significant capacity. But they were free. Their cultivation was their own, not a gift from the divine system, not a leash that connected them to the celestial tribunal's framework. And their existence was a living argument against the divine order's necessity. Liang Chun had become a symbol of rebellion, and symbols, he was learning, attracted followers the way spirit veins attracted beasts. His alliance had grown from a handful of friends and a mortal army into a movement, the Free Cultivation Alliance, a loose confederation of sects, independent cultivators, mortal military units, and void-seeded newcomers who had gathered under the banner of a changed cultivation system. The movement scared the gods, not because of its military power, which, while significant, was still dwarfed by divine capabilities, but because of what it represented. Every void-seeded cultivator who thrived was proof that the divine system was not necessary. Every free root that produced unconstrained energy was a crack in the framework's foundation. And every day that the alliance survived without the world ending was another day that the gods' central argument, that constraint was necessary for order, grew weaker. The celestial tribunal's response, when it came, was not another god descending to fight. It was something worse. But before the tribunal's announcement shattered the mortal realm's fragile stability, there was a period of growth that Liang Chun would look back on as the calm before the final storm. He used the year well. The Creator Core's abilities were explored methodically, each new capability tested and refined before being deployed. The pocket dimensions he could create served as training environments, isolated spaces where cultivators could practice techniques at accelerated rates without affecting the real world. The void energy generation provided a sustainable power source that supplemented Free City's formation network, reducing the city's dependence on natural spirit veins. And the root seeding ability, once calibrated for safety, became the foundation of a movement that would change the mortal realm forever. The first root seeding was performed on Linger, the merchant's daughter whose extracted root had been stabilized by Liang Chen's void scaffold. With the creator core's refined abilities, he could now generate a complete, self-sustaining void-derived root from scratch, tailored to the recipient's body and spiritual potential. Linger received her new root in a ceremony witnessed by Free City's council, and when she took her first breath as a cultivator, her new root drinking ambient qi with the tentative eagerness of a newborn tasting milk, the audience wept. She was the first. Thousands followed. Each root seeding took time and energy. Liang Chun could manage perhaps 20 per day without depleting his reserves, but the demand was insatiable. Rootless mortals from across the continent traveled to Free City, drawn by stories of a cultivator who could give the gift that the divine system had denied them. The waiting list grew to months, then years. Mei Zhan managed the logistics with her characteristic efficiency, organizing the candidates, scheduling the procedures, and training assistants who could handle the preparatory and recovery work. She also continued her own cultivation, pushing her void-touched flame to new heights. At core formation, with techniques that incorporated void principles into every aspect of her fire cultivation, she was combat effective against opponents 2 or 3 realms above her, a testament to innovation's ability to bridge power gaps that raw cultivation could not. Zhuo Ran's intelligence network expanded into a continental information system, tracking the political, military, and spiritual developments that the Alliance's existence had triggered. He reported weekly to the War Council, a briefing format he'd adapted from Huolai's military protocols, delivered with the theatrical flair of a man who believed information was only useful if its audience was awake enough to receive it. General Huolai, his army partially demobilized after the Shattered Peaks battle, maintained a standing force of 50,000 soldiers and devoted the remainder to training, recruitment, and the development of next-generation anti-divine weapons that incorporated void-derived technology. His relationship with Liang Chun had evolved from cautious alliance to genuine respect, two people who approached the same problem from different directions and found, in the process, that their different perspectives made each of them better. The alliance grew. Sects that had initially viewed Liang Chun as a threat or an aberration began to see the void-seeded cultivator's success and reconsider. Independent cultivators who had spent their lives constrained by the divine system's type limitations saw the void-seeded newcomer's freedom and wanted the same. Even some conventional sects sent representatives to Free City, seeking to understand, and perhaps to join, the movement that was reshaping the cultivation world. It was a good year. The best year of Liang Chen's life, and possibly the last before everything changed again. Chapter 82. The announcement echoed through both realms simultaneously. A divine proclamation imprinted on the consciousness of every being with spiritual perception, mortal and divine alike, delivered with the authority of 12 gods speaking in perfect unison. The mortal realm has been contaminated by an unauthorized spiritual framework. The void root bearer's activities have introduced foreign elements into the cultivation system that compromise its stability and integrity. In accordance with the celestial mandate, the following corrective action is authorized: a systematic reset of the mortal realm's spiritual capacity. The reset was not destruction. It was worse than destruction, it was regression. Every cultivator below immortal ascension would have their cultivation forcibly stripped, their spiritual roots returned to dormant states, their decades of advancement erased in a single divine act. The mortal realm would be reduced to a pre-cultivation state, its inhabitants rendered spiritually inert, its infrastructure powered by spiritual energy rendered non-functional. It was the nuclear option. The Celestial Tribunal's final answer to a problem that individual gods and constructs had failed to solve. If the mortal realm could not be controlled, it would be reset to a state where control was unnecessary, because there would be nothing left to control. The reaction was global panic. Sects mobilized. Clans fortified their territories. Independent cultivators fled to protected enclaves or simply disappeared, seeking to survive the reset through concealment rather than resistance. The void-seeded cultivators, the newest and most vulnerable members of the spiritual community, gathered in Free City, where Liang Chen's protection was strongest and where the Alliance's forces were concentrated. The timeline was terrifying. The reset required a ritual performed at the World Pillar, the continent-spanning structure that connected the mortal and divine realms, by at least 7 of the 12 tribunal gods acting in concert. The ritual would take 7 days to complete. The first signs of the reset were already visible. A thin golden haze spreading across the sky from the World Pillar's location, the spiritual atmosphere growing slightly thinner with each passing hour. 7 days. then the mortal realm's cultivation era would end. The response from the mortal realm's power structures was immediate and divided. Some sects, calculating that compliance with the tribunal's demands was the path of least resistance, sent envoys to Liang Chun demanding that he surrender. Others, particularly those whose members included void-seated cultivators, declared their support for the alliance and mobilized their forces. The majority occupied the uncomfortable middle ground, wanting neither to fight the gods nor to lose their cultivation, hoping that someone else would solve the problem before they were forced to choose a side. Zhuo Ran's network tracked the political fracturing in real time, his reports painting a picture of a continent dividing along fault lines that the divine system's constraint had masked for millennia. The facade of unity that the cultivation world had maintained, the shared assumption that the god system was permanent and beneficial, had shattered, and what emerged beneath was a complex, messy, deeply human landscape of competing interests, genuine fears, and imperfect choices. It was, Liang Chun reflected, exactly what the mortal realm would look like when it was freed from divine management. Messy, complicated, alive. Chapter 83. Liang Chun addressed the alliance from Free City's Central Plaza, the same plaza where the Arbiter's detonation crater had been preserved as a monument. 10,000 cultivators filled the space, their faces turned upward, their spiritual roots pulsing with the anxiety of people facing extinction. The Celestial Tribunal has decided that we are too dangerous to exist as cultivators, he said, his voice amplified by void constructs that carried it to every ear in the city. Their solution is to erase everything you've worked for, every breakthrough, every technique, every moment of cultivation that has defined your lives. Silence. The kind of silence that only 10,000 people can produce when they're too afraid to breathe. I will not let that happen. The silence broke into murmurs, then voices, then a rising swell of sound that was half hope and half desperation. The reset requires 7 gods performing a ritual at the world pillar. If the ritual is disrupted, if even one of those gods is removed from the formation, the reset fails. That is our target. He paused, letting the strategic reality sink in. I intend to ascend to the divine realm, confront the Celestial Tribunal directly, and prevent the reset. To do that, I must reach immortal ascension, the only realm from which the divine realm can be accessed. And to reach immortal ascension, I need to break through a barrier that no mortal has crossed in 10,000 years. How? Someone shouted from the crowd. The gods sealed the ascension pathway. They locked the door between mortal and divine and threw away the key. But my root doesn't need keys. He raised his hand, and void essence blazed from his palm, dark, consuming, carrying the weight of the primordial abyss's original potential. My root devours seals. The crowd erupted, not just cheering. A release of tension so profound that the spiritual atmosphere above the plaza visibly brightened, the combined emotional energy of 10,000 people generating a burst of chi that his converter core absorbed and converted into the fuel for what came next. They had 7 days to reach the world pillar. 7 days for Liang Chun to achieve immortal ascension. 7 days to save the mortal realm's cultivation. The alliance mobilized within the hour. The year of preparation paid its dividends. Supply lines activated, communication networks went to wartime encryption, and the military units that Hualai had maintained in readiness transitioned to active deployment with the smooth efficiency of a machine built for exactly this purpose. Mei Zhen organized the civilian evacuation simultaneously. The void-seated cultivators who couldn't fight, the newly rooted, the children, the elderly who had received roots as a gift in their twilight years, were moved to protected enclaves in the eastern territories, shielded by formation arrays that Su Wanyin had maintained across the continent. Duan Feng, still mortal-level weak after the divine energy extraction at the Shattered Peaks, volunteered for the evacuation escort. He had spent the year training with Hualai's soldiers, learning to fight without spiritual power, developing skills that relied on mortal strength, mortal speed, and the mortal stubbornness that had always been his greatest asset. He was not the powerhouse he'd been, but he was useful, and being useful, contributing to the cause without requiring power he didn't have, had become his form of redemption. I'll keep the civilians safe, he told Liang Chun on the morning of departure. His face was thinner than it had been a year ago, the easy smile harder to produce, but his eyes held a clarity that the void integration and the divine corruption had both obscured. He was, at last, entirely himself. I know you will. And when you go up there, he gestured at the sky, toward the divine realm. Give the gods my regards. I will. They clasped hands. The gesture held the weight of everything between them. The friendship, the betrayal, the forgiveness that was still in progress, and the understanding that some bonds survive even when the people involved break each other. Chapter 84. The World Pillar was not a structure in the conventional sense. It was a feature of the cosmos, a column of solidified spiritual energy that extended from the deepest foundations of the mortal realm upward through the atmosphere, through the barrier between realms, and into the divine territory above. It was visible from across the continent as a shimmering line of light on the western horizon, and its base, where it touched the mortal realm's surface, was a fortress of divine formations and remnant gods. Remnant gods were divine beings too weak for the celestial tribunal, but too powerful for the mortal realm to contain. They existed in a limbo between realms, serving as guardians, sentries, and the divine equivalent of abandoned security systems. The World Pillar's base hosted several dozen of them, beings whose power ranged from the equivalent of nascent soul to the fringes of immortal ascension, each one bound to the Pillar's defense by divine commands that predated human civilization. The Alliance marched west. 10,000 cultivators, supported by General Hua Lai's mortal army and the Forgotten Court's aberrant root specialists, moving in a formation that Hua Lai had designed for maximum efficiency and minimum vulnerability. The march was not a charge, it was a campaign, with supply lines, communication relays, and advanced scouts clearing the path of threats. The journey took 3 days. Along the way, they encountered the remnant gods' outer defenses, divine formations that created barriers, dead zones, and spatial distortions designed to prevent mortal approach. Each defense was a puzzle that the Alliance's combined capabilities solved in real time. Hua Lai's soldiers disrupted the formation's chi, the Forgotten Court's spatial cultivators navigated the distortions, and Liang Chen's void root consumed the barriers themselves, his converter core processing divine energy with the efficient hunger of a system built for exactly this purpose. Each consumed barrier fed his cultivation. The divine energy in the defenses, purified and concentrated by millennia of maintenance, was the richest fuel the converter core had ever processed. His tribulation crossing base expanded with each defense broken, pushing toward the threshold of immortal ascension with the relentless momentum of a boulder rolling downhill. The physical landscape changed as they approached. The land around the World Pillar was not mortal terrain. It was a transitional zone, neither fully mortal nor fully divine, where the rules of both realms applied simultaneously and often contradicted each other. Gravity shifted direction without warning. Time moved at different speeds in adjacent spaces. The spiritual energy in the air alternated between mortal chi and divine energy in patterns that made navigation a constant exercise in adaptation. The Forgotten Court's cultivators thrived in this environment. Their aberrant roots, designed by nature or mutation to operate outside standard parameters, were better suited to the transitional zone's fluid rules than any standard cultivation type. They became the Alliance's advance force, clearing paths through the reality-distorted terrain with techniques that treated inconsistency as a feature rather than a bug. On the 4th day, they reached the World Pillar's base. The pillar itself was awe-inspiring, a column of light a mile wide, extending upward until it disappeared into the barrier between realms. The light was not divine gold or void black, but a mixture of both, the interface between two fundamental forces, shimmering with an energy that Liang Chen's converter core identified as primordial essence, the universe's original creative force. The remnant gods waited at the base. 37 of them, arranged in defensive positions around the pillar's foundation, their combined divine power creating a pressure field that made the air shimmer and the ground groan. The battle for the World Pillar's base began at dawn on the 5th day. Hua Lai's opening gambit was a bombardment, not of the remnant gods directly, but of the divine formation network that connected them to the pillar's defensive systems. His chi-disrupting artillery, upgraded with void-derived technology that Liang Chen had helped develop during the year of preparation, fired projectiles that created expanding dead zones within the divine formation grid. Each dead zone severed connections between adjacent formation nodes, isolating the remnant gods from their power source and forcing them to operate on internal reserves. The Forgotten Court followed the bombardment with a dimensional assault, their spatial cultivators opening doorways within the pillar's defensive perimeter, allowing strike teams to bypass the outer defenses entirely and engage the remnant gods at close range. The aberrant root cultivators fought with the creative ferocity that their unconventional backgrounds demanded, spatial distortions that redirected divine attacks, conceptual techniques that altered the definition of defense within their area of effect, hybrid elemental strikes that combined 3 or 4 elements in configurations that the divine defensive protocols had no counters for. Mei Zhen's elite team targeted the strongest remnant god, a being at near immortal ascension level who guarded the pillar's primary entrance. Her void-touched flame, refined through a year of development, struck the god's defenses and burned through them with a consuming hunger that made the divine being flinch, the first time in its millennia of existence that a mortal's fire had given it pause. The battle was fierce, chaotic, and costly. Remnant gods, even diminished by the disruption fields, were formidable opponents. Each one was a concentrated node of divine power that could devastate mortal cultivators with a gesture. But the Alliance's combined capabilities, void technology, mortal military discipline, aberrant root innovation, and the sheer numbers of 10,000 determined cultivators created a pressure that the remnant gods' static defenses could not withstand. They fell, not quickly, not cleanly, but with the grinding inevitability of a tide wearing down a seawall. 24 hours of sustained combat reduced the 37 remnant gods to 12, then 7, then 3, and finally none. The pillar's base was clear. The cost was significant. 400 Alliance cultivators killed, 1,200 wounded. 6 forgotten court members lost to spatial collapse. Their dimensional techniques pushed past safe limits, folding back on their users with lethal results. 200 of Hualai's soldiers caught in the crossfire between divine and mortal forces. Each loss was noted, recorded, mourned. Liang Chun felt each one through the creator core, a pulse of extinguished spiritual energy, a gap in the web of life that his enhanced perception mapped with painful clarity. But the path was clear. The world pillar's base was theirs. And above, through the column of light that stretched to the barrier between realms, the divine seals waited. Chapter 85 Duan Feng was waiting at the pillar's base. He stood apart from the remnant gods, his body glowing with divine energy that had replaced every trace of the void integration Liang Chun had given him and the mortal cultivation he'd been born with. He was divine now, not a god, but something between, a mortal vessel filled with divine energy, empowered and controlled by Su Mohan's direct infusion. His eyes were golden. His body, once the product of honest body cultivation and sheer determination, was now a construct of divine light shaped into human form. He was stronger than he'd ever been, stronger than the void integration had made him, stronger than any mortal cultivation could achieve. And the strength was hollow, his eyes empty of the humor and warmth that had defined Duan Feng before the void and before the divine. Liang Chun, he said, and his voice carried the resonance of divine energy, flat and wrong. Su Mohan sent me to stop you. I know. Liang Chun stepped forward, past the Alliance's front line, into the space between armies. Are you going to? I don't have a choice. The divine energy controls my body. I can watch, but I can't resist. His golden eyes flickered, and for a moment, a fraction of a heartbeat, the old Duan Feng surfaced, desperate and terrified. Kill me if you have to. I'd rather die than be used against you. I'm not going to kill you. Then what? Liang Chen's converter core reached out. Not with combat constructs or divine-grade attacks, but with something older, simpler, and more fundamental. The void energy that had once been part of Duan Feng's body. The integration that had been removed by choice and replaced by divine power without consent. The void energy remembered Duan Feng's body. It knew the pathways, the channels, the cellular structure that it had once reinforced. The converter core locked onto Su Mohan's divine implants and consumed them. The divine energy fought back. It was god-level power, far beyond what the original void integration had been. But the void's claim was older and more intimate. It had been part of Duan Feng's body first. It knew him at the cellular level. And the converter core, at tribulation crossing peak and approaching immortal ascension, was powerful enough to enforce that claim. The extraction was not gentle. Duan Feng screamed as the divine energy was ripped from his tissues, golden light bleeding from his pores, his body convulsing as two cosmic forces fought for possession of his flesh. The Alliance held its position, Mei Zhen at the front with her void-touched flame ready, watching the extraction with the controlled terror of someone who loved both people involved. The divine energy yielded. It poured out of Duan Feng's body in a torrent of golden light that the converter core consumed, converted, and absorbed. The process took 90 seconds. 90 seconds of agony that stripped away everything Su Mohan had installed and left Duan Feng as he had been after the original extraction. Mortal, weak, broken. But this time he was free. Truly free. No void. No divine. Just human. He collapsed. Liang Chen caught him before he hit the ground. I'm sorry, Duan Feng whispered. His voice was ragged, stripped of the boisterous energy that had once made it fill any room. For the betrayal. For Su Mohan. For giving them the trap's blueprint. For everything. I was weak, and my weakness cost people their lives. Tears cut channels through the grime on his face. I don't deserve forgiveness. No, Liang Chen said, and the single word hit Duan Feng like a physical blow. His friend's face crumpled. But you'll get it anyway, Liang Chen continued. Not because you deserve it. Because forgiveness isn't about deserving. It's about choosing to keep the connection alive even when the connection has been damaged. You betrayed me. That happened. It can unhappen. But you're here now. You chose to tell me the tribunal's secrets. You chose to help even after everything you did. That matters. Does it? Does it matter enough? Ask me in 20 years. Liang Chen held his friend, his mortal, powerless, broken friend, and felt the converter core pulse not with hunger, but with that strange, impossible warmth that Mei Zhan's fire always triggered. An anchor, restored. Not the powerful ally he'd been. Something more important. A friend. Chapter 86. Duan Feng's intelligence was their last gift. Before the divine energy was extracted, Duan Feng had been connected to Su Mohan's communication network. He had heard everything. The tribunal's deliberations, the reset ritual's parameters, the specific vulnerabilities that the gods hoped mortals would never discover. The reset requires 7 gods, Duan Feng said, sitting propped against a supply wagon, his mortal body trembling with exhaustion. They stand in a formation circle at the pillar's apex. Each god contributes a specific frequency to the ritual. The combined output creates a harmonic that resonates with every spiritual root in the mortal realm and forces them into dormancy. If one god is disrupted, the harmonic fails. The frequencies don't combine correctly, and the resonance shatters. The ritual collapses. He paused, gathering strength. But there's a failsafe. If the ritual is interrupted, the 7 gods can restart it within hours. To prevent the reset permanently, you'd need to disrupt it in a way that prevents restart. How? Remove a frequency from the equation entirely. Not disrupt, remove. Kill a god, or change one's fundamental energy signature so their frequency no longer matches the harmonic. He looked at Liang Chen with eyes that held the ghost of the old humor. I don't suppose you've developed a technique for changing a god's fundamental energy signature? As a matter of fact, Liang Chen said, I'm working on it. Duan Feng's information changed the strategic calculus entirely. They didn't need to defeat 7 gods. They needed to change one. And changing a god's fundamental energy was exactly what the Void Root was designed to do. Not destroy, not consume, but transform. He shared the intelligence with the Alliance's leadership. Huolai immediately adjusted the battle plan, redirecting forces from direct combat to support roles, covering Liang Chen's approach to the pillar's apex, while he focused on the single critical action of transforming one god's energy signature. One god, Huolai said, studying the tactical map. Which one? Liang Chen thought of Lin Xiao, the dragon sovereign who had secretly helped him, who wanted the system to change, who had risked his position on the tribunal for the belief that transformation was better than preservation. I know which one, he said, and I don't think I'll need to fight him. The plan was simple in conception and staggering in ambition. Reach the ritual formation, find Lin Xiao, who, as a sympathetic tribunal member, might voluntarily withdraw if given the opportunity, and use the disruption to collapse the harmonic before the remaining gods could compensate. If Lin Xiao refused or was unable to withdraw, Liang Chen would need to transform a god by force. The same technique he had used on Su Mohan, applied at the scale of the ritual formation where 7 divine beings stood in coordinated concert. Simple to describe, nearly impossible to execute. But nearly impossible was, at this point in Liang Chen's career, just another way of saying Tuesday. Mei Zhan caught his eye across the war council table. Her expression said what her words did not, that she would be beside him when the moment came, that her fire would burn whatever needed burning, and that she loved him with the same fierce, unconditional intensity that had characterized everything she had done since the morning she had blocked the stable door and demanded to know his secrets. He loved her back. He had loved her since the first morning at the waterfall, when her fire chi had tasted like courage and her stubbornness had felt like home. He would love her through whatever came next, through divine battles and cosmic transformations and the messy, complicated aftermath of rewriting the universe's rules. Love was not a technique. It was not a cultivation breakthrough. It was the one thing the Void Root could never consume and the divine system could never constrain, and it was the foundation on which everything else was built. The Alliance moved out the next morning. 10,000 cultivators and 200,000 mortal soldiers, marching toward the world pillar and the battle that would determine the future of mortal cultivation. Chapter 87. The battle for the world pillar's base was the largest military engagement in the mortal realm's recorded history. 10,000 cultivators, and 200,000 mortal soldiers, supported by the Forgotten Court's aberrant capabilities and Liang Qin's void root enhanced coordination, against 37 remnant gods and their divine formation defenses. General Hua Lai commanded the ground forces with the calm precision of a man who had spent decades preparing for exactly this scenario. His chi-disrupting formations, now augmented with void-derived enhancements that Liang Qin had developed during the march, operated at levels that affected even divine-grade energy. The remnant gods found their power reduced by 20 to 30% within the disruption zones, a significant handicap that turned them from invincible divine beings into merely formidable ones. The Forgotten Court deployed their most powerful technique, a root resonance field that harmonized every aberrant root in their ranks into a single, unified frequency. The combined output, a chord of spiritual energy produced by 100 different root types singing in concert, created an interference pattern that the divine defenses could not categorize and therefore could not counter. Mei Zhen led an elite strike team that included the strongest cultivators in the alliance. Her void-touched flame had evolved through a year of development into a full suite of fire-void hybrid techniques, blades of consuming flame, barriers of devouring heat, and a new technique she called void conflagration, a sustained burn that created a zone where divine energy was converted to ash on contact. Su Wanyin deployed the culmination of her family's 43-generation research project, the Abyss Array, a master formation that connected directly to the primordial abyss and channeled its formless potential into the battle zone. Within the array's boundaries, the divine system's constraints weakened, and the mortal realm's original energy, the void's formless potential, surfaced. Every cultivator within the array fought at enhanced capacity, their roots temporarily freed from divine limitations. The remnant gods fell one by one. Not easily. Each one was a battle that cost lives and resources. But the alliance's combined might, augmented by void technology and unified by shared purpose, overwhelmed defenses that had been designed to repel individual challengers, not coordinated armies. Chapter 88. Liang Qin carved his ascent up the world pillar with the converter core blazing at maximum output. Each divine seal that barred the path between mortal and divine realms was a layer of crystallized authority, the god's direct will, imposed on the fabric of reality to prevent mortal ascension. The first seal was at 1,000 feet. It manifested as a barrier of golden light that analyzed any approaching entity and rejected those without divine clearance. Liang Qin's void root was not divine. It was pre-divine. The seal's analysis returned an error. The void energy predated the classification system the seal used, and in the confusion, Liang Qin consumed the seal's energy and dissolved it. The shockwave from the first seal's destruction resonated through both realms. The gods at the pillar's apex felt it, a tremor in the structure they relied on, a crack in the foundation of their power. The reset ritual, already in progress, wavered. The second seal was stronger, a domain of compressed divine law that enforced the principle mortals cannot ascend. Within the domain, the concept of mortal advancement was negated. Cultivation ceased, spiritual roots went dormant. The very idea of growth was suppressed. Liang Qin entered the domain, felt his cultivation base freeze, and laughed. The domain suppressed growth. The void root did not grow. It consumed. Consumption was not growth, it was transformation, and transformation operated on a different axis than the domain's constraints. He consumed the domain from within, his converter core processing the divine law itself as energy, converting the concept of mortals cannot ascend into formless potential that fed his advancement. The second seal dissolved. His cultivation lurched upward, the energy from the dissolved seal, combined with the accumulated fuel from every consumed defense, pushed him past tribulation crossing peak and into the threshold of immortal ascension. Third seal, fourth seal, fifth, each one stronger, each one more complex, each one representing a deeper layer of divine authority over mortal advancement. And each one fell to the same fundamental truth. The void root predated the seals. It was older than the authority they represented. Consuming them was not defiance. It was correction, the original reasserting itself over the derivative. The sixth seal was Su Mohan's personal work, the original barrier that he had installed when the divine system was first created. It was not just a seal but a statement, a declaration encoded in divine energy that said, the mortal and divine realms are separate. This separation is permanent. This is my will. Liang Qin touched the seal, and the converter core processed it. Su Mohan's will was powerful, ancient, and absolutely sincere. The sovereign truly believed that separation was necessary, that constraint was protection, that the mortal realm needed boundaries to survive. But belief, no matter how sincere, is not truth. And the void root, the abyss's memory, the universe's original state, knew the truth. The separation had been necessary once. It was not necessary forever, and the will that enforced it, however well-intentioned, had become a chain rather than a shield. The seal cracked, not consumed, cracked, its integrity compromised by the truth the void carried. Through the crack, the divine realm became visible, a landscape of crystallized perfection, shimmering with constrained energy, beautiful and brittle and desperately in need of the change that was coming. Liangchen pushed through. The crack became a breach. The breach became a passage. Immortal ascension. The breakthrough was the most profound experience of Liangchen's life, and in a life that had included absorbing a divine detonation, fighting a god, and having the primordial abyss speak directly to his consciousness, that was saying something. The transition from tribulation crossing to immortal ascension was not a quantitative change, not simply more power, more speed, more capacity. It was a qualitative leap, a change in the fundamental nature of his existence. At tribulation crossing, he had been immortal with extraordinary power. At immortal ascension, he was something else entirely, a being whose consciousness operated at a level where the distinction between physical and spiritual, between self and environment, between internal and external, dissolved into a unified perception that encompassed everything. He could feel the divine realm above him, not as a distant abstraction but as a tangible space, separated from the mortal realm by a barrier that his enhanced perception could see through like glass. He could feel the mortal realm below him, every cultivator, every spirit vein, every formation, every spiritual root, mapped in his awareness like stars in a night sky. He could feel the primordial abyss beneath both realms, the formless foundation on which everything rested, patient and vast, and humming with the satisfaction of a mother watching her child take its first steps. The breakthrough was not a surge of power, but a shift in perception. The boundary between mortal and divine, which had seemed absolute from below, was revealed from this new vantage as what it truly was, a line drawn in sand by someone who was afraid of what would happen if the line were erased. Important, yes. Necessary, once. But not permanent. Not inviolable. Not sacred. He was divine now. Not a god. Gods were beings who had accepted the divine system's constraints in exchange for its power. Liang Chun was something new. A mortal who had ascended without the system's permission, carrying a root that predated the system, bearing power that the system could not categorize. The transformation was visible. His physical form, already marked by void veins and dark-ringed eyes, underwent a final change. The void veins shifted from black to deep purple, the color of primordial essence, the synthesis of void and divine, and the rings around his irises expanded until his entire eyes were twin windows into a universe that contained both light and darkness in equal, harmonious measure. He looked human. He also looked like something more than human. Not less, not different, but more. The way a chrysalis looks like more than a caterpillar when you can see the wings forming beneath the surface. His robes, maintained by habit through every transformation, were the last remnants of his mortal appearance. They were the inner sect blue of Azure Peak, the sect that had been his home, his school, and eventually his betrayer. He had not changed them, not through the Arbiter's destruction, not through the Shattered Peaks battle, not through a year of leading the Alliance. They were a reminder of where he started, of who he was, of the stable hand who had cleaned beast dung and dreamed of being something, anything, more than invisible. He was not invisible anymore. He was the most visible being in either realm, and he wore the blue robes of a sect that no longer existed, because the past was not something to discard. It was the foundation on which the future was built. He was free, and he was climbing. The ascension through the broken seals drew attention from both realms. In the mortal realm, the world pillar's light shifted colors as each seal was consumed, golden to streaked with dark to predominantly purple, a visual representation of the framework's dissolution that was visible from every corner of the continent. Cultivators stopped what they were doing and looked west, watching the pillar transform, feeling the spiritual atmosphere shift around them as the constraints that had defined their cultivation for their entire lives began, one by one, to dissolve. Some were frightened. The divine system, for all its limitations, was familiar. It was the water they had always swum in, the air they had always breathed. Its removal felt less like liberation and more like drowning, the terrifying loss of structure that comes when everything you've relied on is suddenly no longer there. Others were exhilarated. Cultivators who had spent years, decades, Lifetimes pushing against the system's limitations felt those limitations loosen and then vanish, and the rush of uncontrolled potential that filled the gap was intoxicating. Breakthroughs erupted across the continent. Cultivators who had been stuck at barrier points for years found the barriers dissolved, their advancement suddenly unimpeded, their cultivation surging forward with the pent-up force of dammed water finally released. And in the divine realm, the gods watched through the thinning barrier and saw something they had spent millennia preventing. A mortal climbing toward them, carrying the abyss's original potential, breaking their seals with the casual hunger of something that had existed before seals were invented. The celestial tribunal convened an emergency session. The ritual gods maintained their formation while the remaining 5 debated the response. The debate was brief. The response was simple. Stop him. By any means necessary. Chapter 89. Su Mohan met him at the pillar's midpoint. The sovereign was changed since their last encounter. The scar from Mei Zhan's combined strike still marked his divine core, a dark line in the golden light, a permanent reminder that mortals could hurt gods. His twin galaxy eyes burned with an intensity that mixed rage, fear, and something that Liang Chen's newly enhanced perception identified as grief. You've ascended, Su Mohan said. Not a statement of surprise, a statement of fact, delivered with the flatness of someone processing an outcome they had feared but hoped to prevent. I have. Then you know what I know? You can see the framework from the inside now. You can see how fragile it is, how carefully balanced, how close to collapse every moment of every day. You can see why I built it. I can see all of that. And I can see that the fragility is not a reason to maintain it. It's a reason to transform it into something stronger. Su Mohan attacked, not with the casual power of their first encounter. This was desperation, a god's full strength deployed without reserve, divine techniques that shattered the pillar's structure as they passed, golden beams that carried the weight of millennia of accumulated authority. Liang Chun was stronger now. Immortal ascension, combined with converter stage abilities and the accumulated fuel of 6 consumed divine seals, gave him power that operated on the divine realm's own level. He did not just absorb Su Mohan's attacks, he converted them in real time, turning each divine technique into a void-divine hybrid counterattack that struck the sovereign's weakened core with devastating precision. The battle was cataclysmic. The world pillar shook, its structure compromised by the forces raging within it. In the mortal realm below, the Alliance forces felt the tremors and looked up to see the pillar's light flickering, golden and dark alternating in patterns that looked, from the ground, like the pulse of a heart that was deciding whether to continue beating. Su Mohan fought with everything he had. His divine techniques were magnificent, reality-shaping attacks that redefined the laws of physics within their area of effect, creation and destruction wielded as weapons by a being who understood both at a fundamental level. He was the architect of the mortal realm's spiritual system. He knew every rule, every constraint, every loophole. But Liang Chen's power was not subject to those rules. The void root operated outside the system, not in opposition to it, not in defiance of it, but in a space that the system's architecture did not reach. It was the blank page beneath the text, the silence between the notes, the formless potential from which all form was derived. The sovereign's attacks struck the void and were absorbed. The void's counterattacks struck the sovereign and were felt. With each exchange, Su Mohan weakened, not because he was less powerful, but because his power was designed for a framework that was being dissolved around him. He was a master calligrapher watching his ink become water. But the sovereign was not yet defeated. His millennia of experience provided a depth of combat knowledge that Liang Chen's raw power could not match. When direct techniques failed, Su Mohan shifted to indirect approaches, manipulating the world pillar structure to create environmental hazards, collapsing sections of the pillar around them, using his control over the divine realm's physics to create gravity wells, time distortions, and spatial folds that threatened to crush or trap the ascending mortal. Liang Chun countered each manipulation with creator stage abilities that were, in their own way, as revolutionary as the fight itself. When the pillar collapsed around him, he created a pocket dimension that preserved the space he occupied. When gravity reversed, he generated his own gravity well that anchored him in place. When time distorted, his creator core generated a temporal bubble that maintained normal time flow within its boundaries. He was not just fighting a god. He was demonstrating, to the god, to the divine realm, to the watching universe, that mortal creativity, fueled by void potential, could match divine authority technique for technique. Every manipulation Su Mohan devised, Liang Chen answered. Every divine principle the sovereign deployed, the creator core understood and replicated. The battle climbed the pillar. With each 1,000 feet of altitude, The divine energy density increased, and the mortal realm's influence decreased. Liang Chun was fighting farther from his home territory with every exchange, operating in an environment that was increasingly hostile to mortal existence. His creator core compensated, generating pockets of survivable atmosphere and mortal-compatible spiritual energy around his body, but the effort was draining, a constant tax on his reserves that Su Mohan did not face. The sovereign knew it. He shifted strategy again, no longer trying to overpower or outmaneuver, but simply to outlast. He fought conservatively, minimizing his energy expenditure while forcing Liang Chun to spend lavishly on environmental survival. A war of attrition, fought on terrain that favored the defender. Liang Chun needed to end it quickly. But quickly was not an option against a being who had millennia of patience and a home field advantage that grew with every foot of altitude gained. Until Meijin arrived. Chapter 90. Meijin ascended. The crack in the divine barrier that Liang Chun had created allowed others to follow. Not easily, not safely, but possible for cultivators whose power had been touched by the void. Meijin's void-touched flame, carrying the void's signature within its fire, passed through the damaged seal with the ease of a key fitting a lock. The ascension was the most dangerous thing Meijin had ever done, and she had done many dangerous things, from challenging an elder's authority in public to kissing a boy whose spiritual root could consume galaxies. The damaged seal accepted her void-touched signature but resisted her mortal body, the dimensional barrier attempting to reject her physical form even as it admitted her spiritual essence. She forced herself through by sheer willpower, the same willpower that had carried her from merchant clan debt to cultivation prodigy, from outer sect punishment to alchemy competition champion, from core formation to divine realm combatant. The divine realm tried to crush her the moment she entered. The spiritual atmosphere was designed for divine beings. The energy density was several orders of magnitude beyond what a mortal body could survive. Her void-touched flame activated automatically, creating a cocoon of survivable space around her body. The void component of her technique consuming the hostile divine energy and converting it to fuel for her own cultivation. She was core formation fighting in a realm designed for gods. The absurdity of this was not lost on her. She simply did not care. She arrived at the battle's center like a comet, trailing fire and void, her cultivation at core formation but her techniques at a level that transcended rank through sheer innovation and stubbornness. She was outmatched by every measurable standard. She did not care. Her void-touched flame struck Su Mohan from behind, while Liang Chun engaged him from the front. The combined assault, void from one direction, fire-void hybrid from the other, created a crossfire that the sovereign's defenses could not cover simultaneously. They fought in perfect synchrony, not because they had planned it, because they knew each other. Months of dawn sessions, of sparring and alchemy, and the daily intimacy of two people learning each other's rhythms had created a combat partnership that communicated through instinct rather than signals. She attacked where he defended. He absorbed where she disrupted. Together, they were not two fighters, but one entity with two bodies, and the entity's combined output exceeded the sum of its parts. Su Mohan, wounded, exhausted, facing two opponents whose combined power exceeded what his damaged core could handle, attempted the only option remaining. He called on his divine core for a final, devastating technique. The same reality-reshaping power that had built the mortal realm's spiritual system now turned to destruction. Liang Chen's converter core processed the incoming attack with the speed of a system that had been designed for exactly this moment. The divine energy entered his root, was converted, and was released, not as a void attack, but as something else entirely. Primordial essence. The converter core had been evolving throughout the battle, pushed by the extreme energy inputs to develop beyond its Stage 2 specifications. The divine energy from Su Mohan's desperate technique, combined with the accumulated void energy of 6 consumed seals and a year of cultivation, triggered the next evolution. The converter core's dual rings stopped spinning. They dissolved, and in their place, something new emerged. Not rings, not a sphere, but a structure that existed in more dimensions than 3, a spiritual organ that processed energy not by consuming or converting, but by creating. Stage 3. The creator. Su Mohan felt it. His twin galaxy eyes widened, and for the first time in their encounters, his expression showed not anger or fear but awe. Impossible. The creator stage. No bearer has achieved it without destroying themselves. Liang Chen's voice was different, carrying harmonics that resonated with the divine realm's crystallized structure, vibrations that made the world pillars sing. I'm not the previous bearer. I have something he didn't. He looked at Meijin. She stood beside him in the divine realm's golden light, her fire blazing, her face fierce, her presence the anchor that kept him human while his root achieved cosmic potential. Su Mohan's desperate technique struck the creator stage root and was not consumed. It was absorbed, understood, and returned, transformed. The destructive power became constructive power. The reality reshaping force, instead of destroying, rebuilt. The divine energy, instead of constraining, freed. The combined strike, creator stage void and void-touched flame, two forces that should not have existed in the divine realm, wielded by two mortals who should not have been there, hit Su Mohan's damaged core with the force of transformation itself. His core did not shatter. It changed. The golden energy that defined Su Mohan's divinity shifted, not to void, not to darkness, but to something in between. A new color entered the divine realm's monochromatic golden landscape, a deep, luminous purple, the color of void and divine energy merged, the color of primordial essence manifested in a living being. Su Mohan fell to his knees. His divine form flickered, destabilized by the transformation, and for one terrible moment it seemed like he would dissolve entirely. Then the new energy stabilized, the purple light settling into his form with the steadiness of a foundation being poured. He was still a god, but he was a different kind of god, one whose divine authority was complemented by void potential, whose golden light contained threads of dark, whose power was not diminished but completed, the way a painting is completed by the addition of shadows that give its light meaning. The transformation's effects were visible in everything about him. His crystallized form, previously a uniform golden perfection, now showed organic variations, textures, gradients, imperfections that made him look less like a statue and more like a living being. His twin galaxy eyes, which had always been distant and abstract, gained depth, actual emotional depth, the kind that comes from feeling rather than merely processing. He looked at his hands. The golden light was still there, but it was warmer now, less the cold brilliance of authority and more the warm glow of awareness. The void's thread in his divine energy gave him something he had not possessed in millennia: perspective. The ability to see his own system from the outside, to evaluate it not as its creator, but as someone who could imagine alternatives. "What have you done?" he whispered. His voice was not angry. It was awed. The purple light in his divine form was not corruption. It was the original, the energy that the gods had been before they became gods. The formless potential that had coalesced into specific divine identities when the abyss first produced its first expressions. Su Mohan was remembering, not being forced to remember, genuinely recovering memories that had been buried beneath millennia of divine identity. Memories of what it felt like to be potential rather than actuality, of the freedom that formlessness provided, of the beauty of a universe where everything was possible because nothing was yet determined. "I've reminded you," Liang Chen said, "of what you were before you decided to cage the world." The sovereign knelt on the pillar's surface, his body shifting between gold and purple, divine and primordial, the old self and the remembered self. He was not defeated. He was not converted. He was in process, a being undergoing the same kind of transformation that Liang Chen had experienced when his root first mutated, the terrifying, exhilarating process of becoming something new. "Go," Su Mohan said, his voice carrying both frequencies, divine authority and primordial potential, layered in a harmonic that the universe had never heard. "Stop the reset. I need time." Liang Chen left him kneeling on the pillar, a god in the process of remembering what gods were before they forgot. It was not a victory in any military sense. It was something rarer and more valuable, a transformation begun. Whether Su Mohan would complete that transformation, whether the being that emerged would be ally or enemy, remained to be seen. But the path upward was clear. Chapter 91. Liang Chen ascended through the breach in the world pillar's final barrier and entered the divine realm. The sight of it from within was different from the astral projection he'd experienced months ago. Then, he'd seen it as a visitor, a tourist glimpsing a foreign country through a window. Now, he stood on its ground, breathed its air, felt its energy flowing around him with the same naturalness as qi in the mortal realm. The divine realm was not one place, but many, a landscape that reconfigured itself based on the observer's perception, presenting to each being the version of itself that their consciousness could process. To Liang Chen, it appeared as a vast, crystalline plain extending to infinite horizons, its surface reflecting a sky of pure golden light. The Mandate Palace stood at the center, a structure so large that it had no discernible boundaries, its walls fading into the sky as if the palace and the realm were the same thing, which, he realized, they were. The reset ritual was visible from any point in the divine realm, 7 pillars of golden light rising from the Mandate Palace's central court, each one generated by a god standing in the ritual formation. The pillars converged above the palace in a harmonic that even Liang Chen's creator stage perception could barely comprehend, a frequency designed to resonate with every spiritual root in the mortal realm and force them into dormancy. The ritual was at 60% completion. In 2 days, it would be finished. In 2 days, every mortal cultivator would lose their power. 2 days. He needed to reach the Mandate Palace, disrupt the ritual, and convince or compel at least one god to withdraw from the formation. And between him and the palace, the remaining 5 tribunal members, those not performing the ritual, were marshaling their forces for the final defense. The divine realm's geography was not fixed. It reconfigured based on the tribunal's will, creating obstacles and defenses that adapted in real time to the intruder's approach. Corridors that appeared passable collapsed into spatial folds. Open plains transformed into mazes of crystallized divine authority. The sky itself became a weapon, raining concentrated divine energy on anyone who moved too quickly or too directly toward the palace. Liang Chun navigated by instinct and creator stage perception. His root, now operating at a level that interacted with the divine realm's fundamental structure, could read the realm's reconfiguration patterns, not preventing them but predicting them, finding the gaps between transformations where movement was possible. He moved through the divine landscape like a needle through fabric, threading through the narrowest openings with the precision of someone who understood the weave. The ascending cultivators followed in his wake, their void-touched roots providing partial immunity to the divine realm's hostile environment. Mei Zhan led the vanguard, her void-touched flame creating corridors of survivable space through the divine energy that saturated the atmosphere. The Forgotten Court's spatial cultivators maintained dimensional anchors that prevented the realm from simply folding around them and compressing them out of existence. Progress was measured in hours and heartbeats. Each mile toward the palace was a battle, not against specific opponents, but against reality itself, a landscape that had been designed to prevent exactly this kind of invasion and that fought with the tireless creativity of a system defending its own existence. The divine realm's defenders were not remnant gods. They were the real thing. Beings of absolute power whose authority over reality was as natural as breathing. Each one was a force of nature made sentient, an embodiment of a fundamental principle given will and purpose. The god of order imposed structure. The god of boundaries maintained separation. The god of space controlled the dimensions. The goddess of elements governed the mortal realm's chi types. The goddess of truth validated the system's premises. 5 divine beings, each one capable of reshaping reality within their domain. Each one committed to the preservation of a system they had maintained since its creation. Against them, Liang Chun had the creator stage's abilities, Mei Zhan's void-touched flame, and the ascending cultivators who were following them through the broken seals. He had General Hua Lai's strategic planning resonating in his memory, the Forgotten Court's unconventional combat doctrine ingrained in his alliance's training, and the mortal stubbornness of a boy who had cleaned beast stables for 5 years and never once stopped hoping. It was not enough by any conventional measure. By any rational calculation of force against force, power against power, divine against mortal, the outcome was predetermined and unfavorable. But conventional measures were what the divine system relied on. And Liang Chun was done being conventional. He had always been done being conventional, from the moment his trash root mutated and his mortal deficient classification became the most ironic designation in the history of spiritual assessment. Chapter 92. Su Wanyin caught up with them at the divine realm's threshold. She had ascended through the broken seal alongside the other cultivators, but her passage was different, smoother, easier, as if the barrier between realms recognized her and chose not to resist. When she arrived beside Liang Chun and Mei Zhan, her concealment had dropped entirely, revealing her true nature for the first time. She was not human. Her body, the form that had walked the mortal realm for 43 years, that had maintained safe houses and deployed formations and guided the void root bearer to his destiny, was a construct. Beneath the human exterior, her essence was something else, a fragment of the primordial abyss itself, given form and consciousness, shaped into a human vessel for a specific purpose. My family didn't serve the previous bearer, she said, her voice carrying harmonics that resonated with the divine realm structure. They were part of me, extensions of my consciousness, distributed across generations, each one carrying a portion of the abyss's awareness. I am the abyss's intervention in the mortal realm, its attempt to guide the next void root bearer to a better outcome. Liang Chen stared at her. You've been the abyss this entire time. A fragment. A small 1/43rd of 1% of the abyss's total consciousness, compressed into a human form and given 43 years to prepare. Not enough to control or direct, just enough to guide, to advise, to provide the knowledge and support that the previous bearer lacked. Why not tell me sooner? Because a bearer who knows the abyss is guiding him might resist the guidance. Human psychology is complex, and trust is harder to earn when the nature of the advisor is revealed before the relationship is established. She paused. I am sorry for the deception. It was necessary. The revelation should have shattered his trust. Instead, it clarified things he'd felt but couldn't explain. The sense that Su Waning's knowledge was too deep, too specific, too perfectly calibrated to his needs. The way her void essence resonated with his root, as if they were parts of the same system. The way she always seemed to know what he needed before he knew himself. She was not an advisor. She was a mother, the abyss's maternal instinct given form, designed to nurture and guide the bearer it had produced. Every piece of knowledge, every formation, every warning had been the abyss trying, through the limited interface of a human construct, to protect its child. My existence is ending, Su Waning said. The energy that maintains this form is nearly exhausted. The 43-year mandate is complete. You are at creator stage. You have entered the divine realm, and you have the knowledge and the allies to complete the transformation. She reached into her chest, literally, her hand passing through her own body, and withdrew a construct of pure void essence, compressed to a density that made it look like a small, dark star. The final section of the Abyss Walks manual, she said. The technique for the fourth evolution, transcendent stage. The stage that no bearer has reached. The stage that the gods fear above all else. She placed the construct in his hands. I have carried it for 43 years. It is lighter than I expected. The construct settled into his consciousness, its information integrating with the creator core structure. He could feel the technique, vast, complex, and utterly beyond his current comprehension, like a book written in a language he didn't yet speak, but knew he would learn. Su Waning smiled. It was the same mysterious smile she'd always worn, but now he understood its source, the satisfaction of a purpose fulfilled, of a 43-year mission completed, of a child guided safely to the threshold of its destiny. Goodbye, Liangchen. The Abyss is proud of you. And so am I. Not the Abyss's fraction of me, the human fraction. The part that watched a scared boy in a beast stable discover that his worthless root was actually the universe's most powerful creation, and who felt, in that moment, the same pride that any mother feels when her child takes a step she never dared to hope for. Her voice cracked on the last words, a human crack in a cosmic being's facade, proving that 43 years of mortal existence had made an impression even on a fragment of the primordial abyss. She dissolved, not dramatically, quietly, like morning mist in sunlight, her form losing coherence and dispersing into the divine realm's atmosphere as formless potential returning to the source. The last thing to fade was her smile, hanging in the air for a moment like the memory of warmth. Then she was gone. The space where she had stood was empty but not void, filled with a trace of warmth that lingered like the scent of a familiar perfume, a reminder that even fragments of cosmic entities could develop attachments to the mortal beings they were designed to serve. Meijun placed her hand on Liangchen's arm. No words. Words were inadequate for the grief of losing someone who had been simultaneously a mentor, a mother figure, and a cosmic entity whose existence had been spent in service of the moment they were now living. The touch was enough. Liang Chun absorbed the knowledge construct, the transcendent evolution technique, and felt it integrating with his creator core. The information was vast, complex, and partially beyond his current comprehension, like reading a sentence where every word was clear, but the grammar belonged to a language he was still learning. The full understanding would come with time. He did not have time. He would have to learn the grammar in the act of speaking it. The technique requires a catalyst, he told Meijun, processing the construct's initial data. The evolution from creator to transcendent can't be forced through cultivation alone. It requires an act of synthesis, a moment where void and divine energy are combined not through the root's processing, but through the bearer's conscious choice. I need to choose to merge them, deliberately, at a level deeper than technique. That sounds like it could destroy you. It could. The previous bearer never attempted it because he had no divine energy to merge with. He had consumed it all, converted it all to void. He had nothing to synthesize with. And you do? He looked at the divine realm stretching before them, golden, crystallized, saturated with divine energy that his root could process but also appreciate. I do. Because I didn't consume everything. I converted it. I learned it. I understood it. And understanding is the key to synthesis. They moved toward the Mandate Palace, the final act of the Void Root's journey. The transformation that no bearer had ever achieved awaited. Chapter 93. The Mandate Palace's central court was a space that defied mortal architecture. The floor was transparent. Looking down revealed the mortal realm, visible through the dimensional barrier as a blue-green sphere of life and energy suspended in the void between realms. The walls were the wills of 12 gods, solidified into crystalline structures that hummed with authority. The ceiling was the sky of the divine realm itself, golden, uniform, eternal. 7 gods stood in the ritual formation, their bodies channeling the reset's harmonic. Each one was a different aspect of divine authority: the god of law, the goddess of balance, the god of time, the god of space, the goddess of elements, the god of order, and the god of boundaries. Their combined output created a frequency that Liang Chun could feel vibrating through his creator core, a sound that, if allowed to reach completion, would silence every spiritual root in the mortal realm. The remaining 5 gods stood between Liang Chun and the ritual formation, their combined presence creating a wall of divine authority that made the air itself solidify. The Prime Sovereign, the oldest god, the first to coalesce from the abyss, the being who had led the celestial tribunal since its founding, stood at the center of the defensive line. He was not humanoid. He was a presence, a concentration of divine authority so vast that it transcended physical form, appearing to each observer as whatever their consciousness identified as ultimate authority. To Liang Chun, he appeared as an old man, ancient beyond years, with eyes that contained the entire history of the divine realm, sitting on a throne that was made from the crystallized boundaries between all things. "You have come far," the Prime Sovereign said. "Further than any bearer, further than any mortal. I've come to stop the reset. The reset is necessary. Your activities have destabilized the framework beyond repair. The void-seeded roots you distributed have created fractures in the spiritual system that cannot be healed. Without the reset, the framework will collapse on its own within a generation, and the collapse will be uncontrolled, far more destructive than the reset. Then we build a new framework. You cannot. You are mortal. Even at a mortal ascension, even with the creator stage, you are a temporary being making permanent changes. What happens when you die? The framework you build dies with you. The divine system persists because we persist. We are eternal. Our order is eternal. Your order is stagnant. And eternity without change is just a very long death." The Prime Sovereign regarded him with eyes that had seen civilizations rise and fall like waves on a shore. "You speak of change." The previous bearer spoke of change. His change consumed a realm, killed millions, and forced us to seal the primordial abyss itself to prevent total annihilation. His change was destruction in a philosophical wrapper. What makes you different? The question was not rhetorical. The Prime Sovereign genuinely wanted to know, his ancient eyes searching Liang Chen's face with the intensity of a being who had seen this cycle repeat across epochs and was, perhaps for the first time, hoping for a different answer. "I have something he didn't. Enlighten me. People who love me. People I love back. People who keep me human when the void wants to make me something else." He looked at Mei Zhen, standing beside him in the court of the gods, her fire blazing defiantly against the divine realm's golden perfection, a mortal woman in the throne room of eternity, refusing to be diminished by the scale of her surroundings. The previous bearer was alone. His family was killed, his friends were turned against him, his mentors were destroyed. Each lost anchor pushed him further into the void. "I never will be alone." And that difference, that one, human, imperfect, messy, vulnerable connection to other people, is the reason I will succeed where he failed. Chapter 94. The Prime Sovereign offered a deal. "Surrender the void root," he said. "Allow us to extract it from your body. The mortal realm will be spared the reset. Your companions will be returned safely to the mortal realm. Your allies will face no reprisal. The void-seeded roots will be permitted to remain, provided they are registered within the divine framework." It was a good deal. Generous, even by divine standards. The extraction would kill him. The void root was too deeply integrated into his body to be removed without fatal consequences. But the mortal realm would survive, cultivation would continue, and the people he loved would live. For one heartbeat, he considered it. Then he thought of Linger, the rootless girl whose collapsing meridians he'd stabilized with a void scaffold. Of the thousands of void-seeded cultivators whose free roots represented the first genuine choice mortals had ever been given about their spiritual development. Of General Hua Lai's mortal soldiers, who fought gods without spiritual roots because they believed that human determination was worth more than divine permission. Of Duan Feng, who had chosen mortality over divine puppetry because being himself was more important than being powerful. No, he said. The word was simple but carried the weight of every choice he had made since the root's mutation, every battle fought, every anchor protected, every moment of control chosen over consumption. No was not just a refusal. It was a declaration of identity. He was Liang Chun, and Liang Chun did not trade his people's freedom for his own survival. He raised his hand, and the creator core generated something that the divine realm had never contained, a broadcast of void energy, shaped to carry meaning rather than force, projected through the world pillar's structure into the mortal realm below. The broadcast reached every cultivator, standard-rooted and void-seated alike, and delivered a message that bypassed language and spoke directly to the spiritual awareness of every mortal with a root. The gods tell you that constraint is necessary, the message said. That without their system, chaos will consume the world. They're wrong. The universe existed before the gods, and it existed as potential, unlimited, unconstrained, free. The spiritual roots the gods gave you are not gifts. They are leashes, and the divine system they maintain is not protection. It is a cage. I am not asking you to destroy the cage. I am asking you to outgrow it. Reach beyond the limits the gods set. Let your roots remember what they were before the gods told them what to be. Across the mortal realm, cultivators heard the message, and something happened that the celestial tribunal had feared for millennia. Roots responded. The divine framework, designed to maintain absolute control over mortal cultivation, encountered something it had no protocol for, a message from the void root that spoke to the imprisoned original nature of every spiritual root in the mortal realm. The message was not a command. It was a reminder, a vibration that resonated with the part of each root that remembered what it had been before the divine template was installed, the formless potential that existed beneath every elemental classification, the original voice that the god's system had silenced but could not destroy. Not all of them, not even most, but thousands, tens of thousands, of cultivators felt their spiritual roots shudder, stretch, and push against the divine constraints that limited their potential. The framework that Su Mohan had built, the system of types and ranks and limitations, cracked. Not collapsed. Cracked, the way ice cracks in spring when the water beneath it decides to move. The ascending cultivators, those who had followed Liang Chun through the broken seals, flooded the ascension pathway. Not just his allies but cultivators from across the mortal realm, drawn by the broadcast, empowered by their roots awakening, ascending through a barrier that had been sealed for 10,000 years and was now, irrevocably, open. Chapter 95. The battle in the divine realm was not like the battle at the Shattered Peaks. There, they had fought with desperation. Here, they fought with purpose. 3 tribunal gods peeled away from the defensive line to engage the ascending mortals. Each one was a being of absolute power, the god of order, the goddess of elements, and the god of boundaries, and their combined might was sufficient to destroy an army. But the army they faced was not conventional. It was a coalition of free-rooted cultivators, void-seeded newcomers, aberrant root forgotten court members, and void-touched flame wielders trained by Mei Jun herself. Each one fought with techniques that the divine system could not categorize, hybrid attacks, void-enhanced strikes, formless potential projections that bypassed the god's defenses because the defenses were designed for the system's own energy types, not for the wild, unconstrained power that the abyss's original potential represented. Liang Chun engaged 2 of the defensive gods simultaneously, his creator core generating constructs of primordial essence that matched divine techniques blow for blow. The combat was not the desperate, survival-focused fighting of the Shattered Peaks. It was something closer to a demonstration, Liang Chen's creator abilities producing responses to every divine technique that proved, beyond doubt, that mortal power and divine power could coexist on the same level. The other god-level defenders were engaged by the combined alliance forces, teams of cultivators coordinating their attacks through Zhuo Ran's communication network, each team combining void-seeded newcomers, veteran cultivators, and forgotten court specialists in configurations that maximized their collective impact. No single cultivator could match a god. A coordinated team of 20, properly equipped and supported, could create pressure that forced a divine being to commit resources to defense rather than offense. The god of order fell first, not to a single overwhelming attack but to the cumulative effect of 200 aberrant root cultivators whose combined output was, by definition, the opposite of order. Each cultivator's technique was different: spatial folds, conceptual disruptions, hybrid elemental strikes, artificial root projections, and the diversity itself was the weapon. The god of order's domain, which enforced consistency and predictability within its boundaries, could not process input that was fundamentally inconsistent and unpredictable. It was like trying to organize a hurricane. The god's divine energy pushed past its capacity to impose structure, destabilized, and collapsed. Not killed, overwhelmed. His domain of enforced order dissolved, his authority temporarily negated, his divine form flickering as the loss of his primary function left him disoriented and vulnerable. The forgotten court cultivators did not press the attack. They did not need to. The god of order, stripped of his domain, was no longer a combatant. He was a being in crisis, discovering for the first time what existence felt like without the fundamental certainty that had defined him since his creation. He retreated from the battlefield not in defeat but in confusion, seeking the space and time to process an experience that was, for an eternal being, uniquely terrifying: change. The goddess of elements held longer, her mastery of elemental energy allowing her to counter individual attackers with devastating efficiency. But Mei Zhen engaged her directly, and the void touched flame. A mortal technique that should have been laughable against divine elemental mastery proved devastatingly effective. The void component corrupted the divine elements on contact, turning fire against fire, water against water, each element consuming itself as the void's nature spread through the divine energy like a virus through healthy cells. The goddess fell, not dead, transformed in a process that mirrored Su Mohan's earlier change but was driven by a different mechanism. Where Su Mohan had been transformed by Liang Qin's direct intervention, the goddess of elements was transformed by Mei Zhen's fire, a mortal technique created by a mortal cultivator, carrying principles that the divine system had never anticipated. Her elemental mastery, previously a divine grant constrained to specific types, expanded as the void touch dissolved the constraints. She was no longer the goddess of fire, water, earth, lightning. She was the goddess of all elements, including elements that the divine system had never categorized, elements that existed in the spaces between the official types, elements that the abyss's formless potential had always contained but that the divine framework had suppressed. Her divine signature shifted from the golden frequency of the tribunal's harmonic to a new, purple frequency that resonated with primordial essence rather than divine authority. The shift was permanent. The goddess of elements was no longer compatible with the reset ritual's harmonic. She was the first god to be changed rather than destroyed, and her transformation rippled through the ritual formation, disrupting the harmonic's frequency by 1/7. The reset wavered. The 7 pillars of golden light flickered, their harmonized frequency disrupted by the loss of one component. The remaining 6 gods in the ritual formation strained to compensate, redirecting their output to fill the gap left by their transformed sister. The effort was immense. Each god bore an additional 1/6 of the ritual's burden, and the strain showed in their luminous forms as cracks, flickers, and occasional spasms of destabilized divine energy. The reset was not yet failed. 6 gods could maintain the ritual at reduced efficiency, producing a harmonic that would still achieve the reset, but more slowly and with less precision. Instead of a clean reversion to pre-cultivation conditions, the reduced ritual would produce a messy, uneven degradation that might take months to complete and would cause unpredictable side effects across the mortal realm. But the ritual continued. The gods were committed, and commitment at the divine level was not a matter of will but of identity. They were defined by the system they maintained, and allowing the system to fail was, for them, tantamount to allowing themselves to cease to exist. Liang Qin needed to transform at least one more god, or find another way to break the harmonic entirely. Chapter 96 Mei Zhen's battle with the fire aspect component of the goddess of elements was her masterpiece. The divine fire was absolute, not merely hot, but conceptually destructive, a fire that burned the idea of things rather than their physical substance. Against a mortal cultivator, it should have been instantly lethal. Against Mei Zhen's void-touched flame, it found an equal. Because Mei Zhen's fire was also conceptual, the void component didn't just add consuming properties to her flame. It added the concept of consumption to the concept of fire, creating a meta-technique that operated on the same abstract level as divine power. Her fire burned the divine fire. Her consumption consumed the divine consumption. And at the intersection of mortal innovation and divine authority, a 16-year-old prodigy from a merchant family proved that passion, properly channeled, could match eternity. The effort nearly destroyed her. Core formation against divine-grade power was a gap that technique alone could not bridge. The energy requirements exceeded her body's capacity, and the void component that bridged the gap drew on reserves she didn't have, borrowing from her life force to fuel the technique's final form. She burned, not metaphorically. Her body literally combusted, fire chi consuming her physical form from the inside, as the void-touched flame demanded more fuel than her cultivation could supply. For 3 terrible seconds, she was a pillar of dark-edged fire, a human torch burning with the light of the universe's original creative force, and the light was beautiful and lethal and absolutely unsustainable. Liangchen caught her as she fell. His creator core, acting on instinct deeper than thought, flooded her body with primordial essence, the universe's original creative force, unconstrained by void or divine classification. The essence repaired her combusting tissues, stabilized her fire root, and, in the process, evolved her void-touched flame into something that neither mortal nor divine science could explain. A flame that burned without consuming its bearer. A fire that was anchored not by chi, but by love. She opened her eyes. They were different, fire-bright at the center, with rings of void dark at the edges, a mirror image of Liang Qin's void-ringed gaze. Complementary. Complete. 2 cultivators who had started as a stable hand and a punished prodigy, now carrying roots that the universe itself had helped design, standing in the divine realm that no mortal had entered in 10,000 years. "Did I kill a god?" she asked weakly, her voice carrying the raspy quality of someone who had recently been on fire from the inside. "You changed a god, which is harder, and more impressive, and much more you." She laughed, a small, exhausted sound that was nevertheless the most human thing in the entire divine realm. "I'll take that." She smiled. "Good." She tried to stand, wavered, and let Liangchen support her. Her body was different now. The primordial essence had not just healed her, but altered her at a fundamental level, the same way the void energy had altered Liangchen's body during his early mutations. Her spiritual root, once a standard fire type that she had augmented with void touch principles through innovation and stubbornness, was now something else, a hybrid root that existed at the intersection of fire, void, and primordial potential, producing energy that no classification system in either realm could categorize. She was the second person in history, after Liang Chun, to carry a root that operated outside the divine framework. And her root had been created not by cosmic forces or primordial mutations, but by a mortal woman's refusal to accept the limitations imposed on her by a system she had never consented to. Somewhere, in a metaphorical sense that was nevertheless profoundly real, the divine system's architects felt the implication of Mei Zhen's transformation and were deeply, uncomfortably impressed. The 3 remaining defensive gods, the god of boundaries, the god of space, and the goddess of truth, had witnessed the goddess of elements' transformation and Mei Zhen's impossible victory. Their response was not aggression but hesitation, a rare quality in divine beings, caused by the unprecedented nature of what they had witnessed. Gods did not transform. Gods were eternal, unchanging, defined by their nature since the moment of their creation. A god being changed by a mortal's attack was a contradiction so fundamental that it challenged their understanding of what they were. The goddess of truth, whose divine nature gave her the ability to perceive objective reality without the filters of belief or assumption, looked at the transformed goddess of elements, now glowing with primordial purple rather than divine gold, and spoke 2 words that shook the remaining defenders to their cores. "She's right." 2 words. But from the goddess of truth, they carried the weight of absolute verification. The transformation was not corruption. It was correction. The divine energy that had defined the goddess of elements for millennia was not her true form. It was a constraint imposed over her original nature, and the void's touch had revealed what lay beneath. The transformed goddess was not diminished. She was more fully herself than she had been since the moment of her creation. The implications were devastating to the remaining defenders' resolve. If the goddess of truth said the transformation was right, then fighting it was fighting truth itself. And gods whose entire existence was predicated on being true to their nature could not fight truth without becoming something they were not. The hesitation deepened into paralysis. The god of boundaries and the god of space looked at each other with expressions that communicated volumes of divine deliberation in the space between heartbeats. The hesitation created an opening, and Liang Chen, whose entire cultivation had been built on exploiting openings, did not waste it. Chapter 97, The Abyss Walks Manual's final section was not a technique in the conventional sense. It was a truth, a fundamental understanding of the void root's nature that, once comprehended, triggered the final evolution automatically. Liang Chun read the truth during a pause in the battle, his consciousness processing the information construct while his body maintained defensive barriers against the remaining tribunal gods. The truth was this: the void root was not the opposite of the divine system. It was its complement. The divine system constrained potential into specific forms. The void root dissolved those forms back into potential. Together, constraint and dissolution, form and formlessness, divine and void. They constituted the universe's complete creative cycle. One without the other was incomplete. The divine system without the void was stagnation. The void without the divine system was chaos. The previous bearer had tried to be the void without the divine. He had consumed without creating, dissolved without reforming, returned the world to formlessness without providing a new structure. He had been half the cycle, and half cycles destroy rather than create. The fourth evolution, transcendent stage, was the completion of the cycle. Not void alone, not divine alone, both. A being that contained both constraint and dissolution, both form and formlessness, both the divine system's order and the void's limitless potential. The understanding was not intellectual. It was experiential, a knowing that penetrated every level of his being, from the physical to the spiritual to the cosmic. He felt the truth of it in his bones, in his root, in the space between his heartbeats. The divine system and the void were not enemies. They were partners. They had always been partners. The war between them, the millennia of conflict, the destroyed realms, the killed bearers, had been a misunderstanding so profound and so tragic that the universe itself had been trying to correct it through every void root it produced. Each bearer was the universe's attempt to remind its divided halves that they were, and had always been, one. The understanding triggered the evolution. Liang Chen's creator core, already a marvel of spiritual engineering, processing energy in more dimensions than mortal perception could track, expanded one final time. Stage 4. Transcendent. His body became a bridge between the abyss and reality. Not one or the other, but both simultaneously. Void energy and divine energy merged within him. Their fundamental incompatibility resolved not by compromise, but by synthesis, creating a new type of energy that the universe had never contained. Primordial essence in its purest form, the universe's original creative force, unconstrained by either chaos or order. His eyes turned entirely black, then cleared to reveal pupils that contained swirling galaxies, not metaphorical but actual, miniature star systems spinning within the void of his gaze, each one a universe in potential. The transcendent stage's power was not measured in force or speed or any quantitative metric that combat cultivators typically used. It was measured in scope, the breadth of reality that the bearer could perceive, interact with, and transform. At transcendent, Liang Chen's scope was the universe itself. He could see the mortal realm, the divine realm, and the abyss simultaneously, perceiving them not as separate spaces but as layers of a single, unified structure, like looking at a painting and seeing the canvas, the paint, and the intent behind the brushstrokes all at once. The three remaining defensive gods, confronted with a being whose perception encompassed their entire reality, did not fight. They stepped aside, not from cowardice, from recognition. The being in front of them was not their enemy. It was their origin, returning to remind them of what they had been before they forgot. The divine realm responded. The crystallized perfection of the gods' territory shuddered, cracked, and began to transform. Not collapsing but evolving. The rigid structures softening into living, breathing forms that combined divine order with void potential. The golden light shifted to purple. The crystalline surfaces became organic. The eternal, unchanging landscape of the divine realm began, for the first time in its existence, to grow. Chapter 98. The Prime Sovereign abandoned the reset ritual. He rose from his throne, the first time he had moved in millennia, and faced Liang Chen with the full force of his authority. He was the oldest god, the first to coalesce from the abyss. The being who had looked at formless potential and decided that form was better, that order was necessary, that constraint was the price of existence. He was also, Liang Chen now understood, the being who had been wrong. Not entirely wrong. The abyss, unconstrained, was dangerous. The previous bearer had proved that. Formless potential, without direction, was as destructive as it was creative. The divine system's constraints had served a genuine purpose. They had given mortals a safe framework within which to develop, a set of training wheels that had allowed a young civilization to learn to ride without falling. But the training wheels had been left on too long, and the child had outgrown them. "You've reached transcendent," the Prime Sovereign said. His voice was different now, not the absolute authority of a supreme being, but the tired, cautious voice of someone facing a truth they had spent eternity avoiding. The stage we ensured no bearer would reach. You ensured it by killing every bearer before they could advance. That is not a solution. That is a recurring massacre. It was necessary. It was cowardly. You built a system that required the murder of every being that threatened it. That is not order. That is tyranny. The Prime Sovereign's form flickered. The crystallized authority that defined his existence, that had stood unchanged for as long as the divine realm had existed, was responding to Liang Qin's primordial essence, the synthesis of void and divine that the Sovereign's own existence was derived from. "You are the abyss," the Prime Sovereign said, and the words carried the weight of recognition. Not a bearer, not a mortal wielding the abyss's power. You are the abyss itself, manifested in mortal form, carrying both halves of the creative cycle within a single being. I am Liang Qin. The abyss is part of me, as the divine system is part of every god. I am not my root's function. I am a person who happens to carry the universe's original creative force, and I am choosing to use it, not to destroy your system, but to transform it. Chapter 99. The battle reached its climax in the space between the Prime Sovereign and Liang Qin, a space that was simultaneously the smallest room and the largest void, a dimensional fold created by the collision of transcendent stage primordial essence and the Prime Sovereign's total divine authority. Within the fold, the universe's deepest truth was laid bare. The Prime Sovereign showed Liang Qin his memory, the moment when the abyss had been formless, and the first god had coalesced, and the terror of losing formlessness had driven that first god to constrain everything, to build a framework that would prevent the return to chaos. I was afraid, the Prime Sovereign said. It was the most human thing any god had ever said. The abyss is beautiful, but it is also nothing. Without form, there is no meaning. Without constraint, there is no value. I built the framework because I wanted the universe to matter. It does matter, Liang Qin said, but not because of your constraints. It matters because of the people who live within it. Their choices, their relationships, their struggles, those create meaning, not your framework. The framework was scaffolding. The building is the mortals, and the building has outgrown the scaffolding. The Prime Sovereign's eyes, ancient, galaxy deep, carrying the entire history of existence, looked at the mortal who had spoken this truth and found something he had not expected: agreement. Not from Liang Qin, from himself. Because the Prime Sovereign was the oldest god, and the oldest god was the abyss's first expression, and the abyss, the formless potential from which all things were derived, had been trying to tell its first creation this truth since the moment creation began. The constraints were scaffolding. The mortals were the building, and the building was ready to stand on its own. If I release the framework, the Prime Sovereign said, the transition will be violent. Spiritual roots unshackled all at once will cause chaos. Uncontrolled breakthroughs, energy surges, cultivators suddenly accessing power they have no training to handle. Then we don't release it all at once. We transform it gradually. Free the roots from type constraints, but maintain the rank structure for stability. Allow cultivators to access formless potential while keeping the cultivation pathway as a guide. Evolution, not revolution. The Prime Sovereign considered this for a time that was simultaneously an instant and an eternity. You would need to rewrite the fundamental laws of cultivation. Not destroy them, rewrite them. Open the channels that I closed. Remove the type constraints that I imposed. Replace the divine leashes with what? With choice. Let mortals choose their own path. Let their roots develop naturally, without divine templates. Let the abyss's potential flow freely, channeled by individual will rather than systemic constraint. It will be messy. Unconstrained potential is inherently chaotic. People will make mistakes. People will hurt themselves and each other with power they don't fully understand. There will be accidents, conflicts, disasters that the old framework would have prevented. Yes, there will. And humanity will learn from them, adapt to them, and grow because of them. That is what living beings do. We stumble, we fall, we get up, and we choose to keep going. The framework you built saved us from falling, but it also saved us from getting up. And getting up is the part that matters. The Prime Sovereign studied him with eyes that contained the entire history of existence. Every triumph and tragedy, every creation and destruction, every moment since the first god coalesced from the abyss's formless potential and decided that form was worth the cost of constraint. You remind me of myself, the Prime Sovereign said, when I was young, before I decided that the cost of freedom was too high. The cost of freedom is never too high. It's the cost of constraint that compounds over time until the interest payments consume everything the principle was meant to protect. Another pause. The longest pause in the history of the divine realm. A being who had existed since the beginning of time, confronting the possibility that the beginning of time's next chapter would not include his control. Do it, the Prime Sovereign said. Rewrite the laws. Transform the framework. But do it wisely, Liang Qin of the Beast Stables. Because what you write will define the universe for the next epoch, and the next bearer after you will judge your work as harshly as you have judged mine." The words were a blessing and a warning, delivered by the oldest being in existence to the youngest being who had ever held this responsibility. The Prime Sovereign's form, already flickering with the new purple light of primordial essence, settled into a pose of acceptance. Not defeat, not surrender, but the deliberate choice to step aside and let the next generation build. The reset ritual, abandoned by its seventh and final supporter, collapsed. The golden pillars dissolved. The harmonic shattered into discordant fragments that dispersed through the divine realm like echoes fading in a vast chamber. The spiritual pressure that had been building toward the mortal realm's regression evaporated, replaced by a sudden, breathtaking absence. The weight of divine constraint lifting from the mortal realm like a hand removed from a throat. Across the continent, cultivators felt the release. Not dramatic, not violent. A gentle loosening, like the moment when tight shoes are finally removed and the feet remember what it feels like to be free. And Liangchun, standing in the heart of the divine realm with the Prime Sovereign's permission and the Abyss's ancient blessing, began the work that would define the universe's next epoch. Chapter 100. Liangchun used his primordial essence to rewrite the fundamental laws of cultivation. He stood at the center of the Mandate Palace, the Prime Sovereign's permission resonating through the divine realm's structure like the echo of a bell that had been rung for the first and last time. Around him, the 7 ritual positions were empty. The gods who had maintained the reset had withdrawn, their participation ended by the harmonic's collapse. The divine realm's crystallized landscape was already softening, responding to the absence of enforced constraint with the same organic eagerness that a garden shows when the frost lifts. Mei Jun stood beside him, her hybrid root blazing with fire-void primordial energy that cast shadows in 3 different spectrums simultaneously. The ascending cultivators, several hundred had made it through the broken seals, formed a loose circle around the palace's central court, their combined spiritual presence adding a mortal component to the divine space that the architecture had never contained. He closed his eyes. The transcendent core, operating at a level that encompassed both realms simultaneously, reached into the spiritual infrastructure of the mortal realm below and began to work. The process was not a single act, but a cascade. A series of changes that propagated through the world pillar, through the barrier between realms, and into the mortal realm's spiritual infrastructure with the speed of a truth whose time has come. First, spiritual roots were freed from type constraints. The divine templates that had forced roots into elemental categories, fire, water, earth, lightning, and their variations, dissolved, and the roots beneath them were revealed in their natural state. Not void, not divine, simply roots, organic spiritual organs, capable of accessing any type of energy their bearer chose to develop. Fire cultivators could now access water principles. Earth cultivators could experiment with lightning. And every cultivator, regardless of their original classification, gained access to a fraction of the formless potential that the Abyss had always offered. The change propagated through the spiritual infrastructure like a wave of awakening. Cultivators who had spent their entire lives as fire cultivators or water cultivators felt the artificial constraints around their roots dissolve, revealing the broader potential that had always existed beneath the divine template. The experience was disorienting and liberating in equal measure, like suddenly discovering that a room you'd lived in your whole life had walls that were actually curtains, and behind the curtains, the room extended in every direction to infinity. Some cultivators embraced the change immediately, their roots blooming with new capabilities as the type constraints fell away. Others held to their familiar patterns, choosing to continue as fire or water or earth cultivators not because they were constrained, but because those paths were their own, freely chosen. Both responses were valid. Both were the point. Freedom was not the obligation to change, but the ability to choose. Second, the rank structure remained, but was opened. The barriers between cultivation realms, the breakthrough thresholds that the divine system had installed as gates limiting advancement speed, were loosened, not removed. Mortals could still progress through chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, and beyond, but the barriers were no longer walls. They were guidelines, challenges that tested readiness rather than gates that enforced limitation. Third, the Celestial Tribunal's enforcement hierarchy was dissolved. The Arbiter's function was permanently deactivated. The remnant gods at the World Pillar were released from their defensive commands, and the Tribunal itself was restructured. No longer 12 gods governing from above, but a council that included mortal representatives, operating through consensus rather than authority. Third, the Celestial Tribunal's enforcement hierarchy was dissolved. The Arbiter's function was permanently deactivated. Its command code, still stored in the divine realm's administrative archives, was consumed by Liang Qin's transcendent core and converted to primordial essence that was redistributed into the mortal realm's spiritual atmosphere. The remnant gods at the world pillar were released from their defensive commands and given a choice. Remain as guardians, voluntary, not compelled, return to the divine realm as private citizens, or descend to the mortal realm and live among the people they had spent millennia watching from above. Several chose the latter, divine beings, tired of eternity, seeking the mortal experiences that their immortality had denied them. And the tribunal itself was restructured, no longer 12 gods governing from above, but a council that included mortal representatives, operating through consensus rather than authority. Lin Xiao, the dragon sovereign who had secretly supported Liang Qin from the beginning, volunteered to chair the transition, his moderate temperament and genuine desire for reform making him the ideal bridge between the old system and the new. The changes propagated in waves. Across the mortal realm, cultivators felt the shift, a loosening, a freeing, a sense of possibility that made the air itself taste different. Spiritual roots that had been constrained to single elements expanded, their potential blossoming like flowers in spring sunlight. Cultivators who had been stuck at breakthrough barriers for years felt the walls thin, felt the next stage beckoning with an accessibility that brought tears to the eyes of lifelong practitioners who had believed advancement was beyond them. In Free City, Duan Feng felt something bloom in his chest. A warmth, a presence, an energy source that had not been there a moment ago. A spiritual root, growing naturally for the first time in his life, not installed by divine template, not integrated by void or divine energy, but emerging from his body's own spiritual potential, activated by the removal of the constraints that had suppressed it since birth. He pressed his hand to his sternum and felt the root, small, fragile, unclassified. Not fire, not water, not earth, not void. Simply potential. His potential, growing at its own pace, developing in its own direction, unconstrained and free. He wept, not from grief, from the overwhelming, disorienting joy of something he had never dared to hope for. On a battlefield littered with the debris of a battle that had determined the fate of the mortal realm, General Huolai felt something stir in his chest for the first time in 53 years. A spiritual root, not the powerful, combat-grade root that cultivators possessed, a small, quiet root, growing from soil that the divine system had classified as barren since his birth. He had never been tested for a root. Mortal military personnel were not tested. There had never been a reason to, because the divine system's type constraints would have classified his root as non-functional and left it dormant. Without the type constraints, the root awakened. It did not produce fire or water or earth. It produced something that Huolai's tactical mind recognized instantly: order. Not the divine god of orders imposed authority, but an organic, natural sense of structure, the ability to perceive and manipulate patterns in both physical and spiritual systems. A root perfectly suited to a military strategist. He pressed his hand to his chest and felt the root grow, tentative, delicate, the first stirrings of a spiritual organ that had been dormant his entire life, suppressed by a divine system that had classified his potential as insufficient and assigned him to the mortal category without appeal. The root was small. It would be small for years, but it was his. It grew from his body's own potential, activated by his own will, shaped by his own nature. And the nature it expressed, order, strategy, the ability to perceive and manipulate patterns, was so perfectly suited to the man who carried it that the root's emergence felt less like a new beginning and more like a homecoming. The sound he made was not the sound of a soldier or a general, but of a man who had spent 23 years building weapons to kill gods and had just discovered that the universe had been waiting, all along, to give him a gift. The sound was halfway between a laugh and a sob, and it was the most human sound his soldiers had ever heard their commander make. Across the continent, a million similar moments occurred. Rootless mortals felt potential stir. Constrained cultivators felt their limitations dissolve. Children who would have been tested and classified and sorted into predetermined paths felt instead a vast, formless possibility opening before them. A future where their spiritual development was their own choice, their own journey, their own story. A girl in a farming village felt fire and water stir in her chest simultaneously and laughed with the pure joy of someone who would never have to choose between them. A boy in a coastal town felt his root reach toward the sea and the sky at the same time, its potential branching in directions that no cultivator had explored because no cultivator had been permitted to explore them. An elder in a mountain monastery felt her decades-old root, constrained to earth cultivation since her testing at age 12. Remember that it had once contained traces of everything. and the memory set her weeping with the complicated tears of someone who has been given a gift they should have received 50 years ago. Elder Feng Ruoxi, who had survived Ren Qingshan's attack a year ago by retreating into a dimensional fold and spending the intervening months recovering from injuries that would have killed a lesser cultivator, felt the change from her hidden refuge. She emerged into sunlight for the first time in a year, blinking at a sky that was no longer the cold, constrained blue she remembered, but something warmer, deeper, a sky that contained possibilities that even her vast experience could not fully enumerate. She smiled. It was the smile of a woman who had spent a lifetime preparing for a specific outcome and had lived long enough to see it realized. The promise she had mentioned to Liang Chun, the promise that had brought her to Azure Peak, that had driven her to mentor a stable hand with a trash root, that had sustained her through decades of concealment and sacrifice, was fulfilled. She turned east toward Free City and began walking. Her steps were steady, her pace unhurried, her expression carrying the quiet satisfaction of someone who has completed a marathon and can finally appreciate the scenery. The landscape around her was changing, spirit veins brightening, wild formations stabilizing, the ambient chi growing richer and more diverse as the type constraints dissolved and the mortal realm's spiritual ecosystem began to rebalance itself. She had a student to see, and a story to finish telling. The story of why she had come to Azure Peak, who she had been before, and what the Void Root's transformation meant for the next epoch of cultivation. The story was long, complicated, and contained secrets that even Liang Chun didn't know yet. But that was a matter for another time. For now, the walking was enough. The walking, and the sunlight, and the knowledge that the world she moved through was, for the first time in her very long life, genuinely free. In the divine realm, the Mandate Palace transformed. Its crystallized walls softened, their rigid perfection giving way to living, breathing architecture that combined divine order with void potential. The golden light of the divine realm shifted to the deep, luminous purple of primordial essence, the color of a universe remembering what it had been before it was told what to be. The Prime Sovereign watched the transformation from his throne, and his expression was not grief or defeat, but something harder to name. Release. The release of a being who had carried the weight of an entire system for longer than mortal comprehension could contain, and who was, at last, being told that the weight could be set down. The Mandate Palace's central court, once the seat of absolute divine authority, now served as a transition space, a room where old and new coexisted as the infrastructure of the universe reorganized itself. The walls, no longer crystallized by divine will, breathed with organic movement. The floor, through which the mortal realm was still visible, now showed a world that was different from the one that had existed an hour ago, brighter, more varied, pulsing with the diverse energies of freed roots and unchained potential. Lin Xiao, the Dragon Sovereign, had already begun organizing the new council's first session. His silver and blue draconic form coiled through the palace's corridors, checking on the transformed gods, liaising with the ascending mortals, and generally performing the administrative duties that no one else wanted to handle with the graceful resignation of someone who had always known this job would fall to him. Su Mohan, his divine core forever marked by the void scar, but now glowing with the purple light of remembered potential, stood at the pillar's base and watched the mortal realm through the thinned barrier between realms. His face held the complicated expression of a parent watching a child leave home, pride, fear, grief, and hope in equal measure. Mei Jun took Liang Chen's hand as the divine realm reshaped around them, crystallized perfection giving way to living, breathing reality. Her fire root, freed from its type constraint, blazed with colors it had never produced before, her void-touched flame now merely one technique in a repertoire that was limited only by her imagination. "You did it," she said. "We did it." The primordial abyss, satisfied at last, went quiet within him, not gone, but at peace. A vast, formless consciousness that had spent epochs trying to correct the universe's deviation from its intended path, finally feeling the correction take hold. The hunger that had defined the void root since its mutation in a beast stable was not gone, but transformed. No longer the desperate consumption of a system trying to survive, but the gentle intake of a system at equilibrium, absorbing what it needed and creating what it chose. And in the silence after the storm, Liang Chun felt the truth his void root had been trying to teach him since the beginning. True power was not about consuming or controlling. It was about transforming the self, the world, and the space between them. He closed his eyes, Mei Jun's warmth beside him, the new world dawning around them, the sound of a universe breathing freely for the first time in an epoch. And for the first time since a trash spiritual root began to mutate in a sex beast stables, Liang Chun, stable hand, cultivator, void bearer, bridge between worlds, was at peace. Not the peace of stasis, not the peace of completion, the peace of someone who had finished one chapter and was ready, eager, even, to begin the next. The cultivation system had been transformed. The divine order had been reshaped. The mortal realm's potential had been freed. But the story did not end with the transformation. It began with it. There would be challenges. The new system was untested, its implications unknown, its potential for both creation and destruction as vast as the primordial abyss from which it derived. Cultivators would need guidance. The transition from constrained to free cultivation would not be smooth. And the gods, reshaped but not diminished, would need to find their role in a universe that no longer required their authority but might benefit from their wisdom. Liang Chun would be part of that future, not as a ruler or a god or a cosmic authority. He had fought against those things and would not become them. As a cultivator, a bridge, a person who happened to carry the universe's original creative force and who had chosen, every day and in every way, to use it for building rather than consuming. Mei Jun would be beside him. Their combined roots, void and fire, darkness and light, the anchor and the flame, would continue to evolve together, exploring the possibilities that the new system offered with the same curiosity and stubbornness that had defined their relationship since the morning she had blocked the stable door and demanded answers. Duan Feng would find his own path. His new root, grown naturally, unconstrained by divine templates, would develop in whatever direction his will and his nature took it. He would never be the powerhouse he'd been during the void integration. He would be something better, himself. General Huolai would adapt. His mortal army, equipped with a strategic route that complemented his decades of military experience, would evolve into something the world had never seen. A force that combined mortal discipline with spiritual innovation, led by a man whose grief had become wisdom. Elder Fong would return. Her story, which had begun long before Liang Chen's birth and had been shaped by a promise made in a time when the world was different, would enter its final chapter, not as a guardian or a protector, but as a teacher, sharing the knowledge she had accumulated across lifetimes with the next generation of free cultivators. And the primordial abyss, vast, ancient, formless, would rest. Its purpose achieved, its correction implemented, its child delivered safely to the other side of the universe's longest and most complicated transformation. It would not sleep. Exactly. Formless potential did not experience consciousness in ways that mortals understood, but it would be satisfied. And in the satisfaction of the abyss, the universe itself would breathe more easily. Its fundamental forces balanced for the first time since the first god had looked at formless potential and decided that form was better. Zhuo Ran, who had survived the entire campaign from his communication post without once engaging in direct combat, was asked by a journalist. Yes, the new world had journalists. The old world had them too, but the divine system's information control had kept them limited. What it had been like to coordinate a mortal army's assault on the divine realm. He considered the question with the theatrical thoughtfulness that had always been his trademark, then answered. It was like being the least important person at the most important event in history. I carried messages, coordinated movements, and made sure the people who actually mattered were in the right place at the right time. I did not fight a single god. I did not break a single seal. I did not transform a single divine being. What I did was talk into jade talismans for 3 days straight while the universe rearranged itself around me. And I like to think that my talking contributed, in some small, indirect, thoroughly non-heroic way, to the outcome. He paused. Also, Meijin still owes me a drink with a small umbrella in it. I intend to collect. It was not a conclusion. It was a beginning. And beginnings, for those who had fought through the darkness to reach them, were the most precious things in any universe. The story of the void root bearer, the stable hand who became a bridge between worlds, would be told and retold across the new mortal realm for generations. Each telling would emphasize different elements, the battles, the romance, the political intrigue, the cosmic revelations. Some tellings would be accurate, some would be embellished, some would miss the point entirely. But the point was always the same, whether the teller understood it or not, that a boy with nothing, no power, no status, no hope, had been given something terrible and beautiful, and had chosen, through every trial and transformation, to use it for building rather than consuming. That choice, made not once but continuously, in every moment of every day, through every temptation and every grief, was the real story. Not the power, not the battles, not the cosmic significance. The choice, always the choice. Liang Chen opened his eyes. The new world dawned around him, purple and gold and alive with the sound of a universe breathing freely for the first time in an epoch. Meijian's hand was in his. The void was quiet. The fire was warm. And the Tao continued. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.